Hao smiled and said, "Have you brought the car for me?" "Yep. Right this way, please." Mengyu led Wang Hao to the gate. Wang Hao burst into laughter upon seeing a minivan Mengyu was pointing at. "Haha, Renxing, this guy is really reliable. He actually sent me this car. A Toyota Alphard. This is a nice car." A Toyota Alphard could certainly be counted among the top commercial vehicles. The base model alone cost over 800,000, and with a few additional features, the price would go up by another couple $100,000. Among the wealthy in the Heavenly People's Republic, those who drove Alphards were considered richer than those with Land Rovers. The car definitely belonged to those who wanted to keep a low profile while still showing off their status, like the past superstar Liu Dehua, who owned one. Now, the fact that Renxing had sent him this car proved he was truly a close brother, totally awesome and reliable. "Brother Hao, not bad for a car, right?" Mengyu said with a smile standing nearby. Mr. Ren said this car is worth 1.6 million on the road, which makes it one of the best in the commercial vehicle category. He didn't want you to lose face in front of your friends, so he picked out the best one to send over. Not bad at all. What else was there to say? Wang Hao immediately nodded. This one it is quite impressive. After praising the car once more, he glanced around and noticed a truck parked on the side of the road, loaded with a pile of office supplies, desks, chairs, computers, and other items. "Curious," he asked, "did you bring these things too?" "Yep," Mengyu nodded and said with a smile. "Mr. Ren's company is planning a major redecoration, and he said to throw all these old office items out. However, it seemed a waste to discard them, so I suggested we sell them off at the second-hand market. No matter how much they fetch, it's still money, isn't it?" "Haha, you sure know how to account for things." Now that he got the Toyota Alphard, Wang Hao was ready to get a feel for it, and said, "Come on, let's get in. We'll go sell this stuff together, and the money we make can be shared as bonuses with the crew." Chapter 343. This fat guy is already so awesome. Alright, as soon as he heard about giving out red envelopes to everyone, Mengyu became even happier regardless of the amount, saying, "Before coming here, Mr. Ren had told me that Brother Hao is a straightforward person, and it's really true after meeting him today." "Stop flattering, LOL. The two laughed and got into the car, heading straight to the nearby East Pearl second-hand market. On the way, Wang Hao asked, "I've been quite busy recently and haven't asked much. When did Renxing start his company?" Mr. Ren, with his wealth and power, swallows up miles like a tiger. "When he was bored, he just started a company for fun," Mengyu said. "But really, Mr. Ren is a lucky man. The company is doing well now. They've recently hired over 70 more people. The original space is obviously not enough, so they're preparing to renovate these days. Everyone is quite excited." Wang Hao, "Holy smokes, that's pretty amazing. Over 70 more people. That makes over 100 in total. This guy is really incredible. That's amazing." Wang Hao was delighted and said with a smile, "Then I must congratulate him." Soon, the two arrived at the site. Wang Hao parked the car and led Mengyu into the major transaction area of East Pearl second-hand market. This East Pearl second-hand market can be considered a relatively large old goods recycling base in Zhonghai City. Almost any used items could be recycled here, which was very convenient. While Wang Hao and Mengyu were strolling around, suddenly someone called out, "Little Hao, little Hao." "Huh, someone's calling me." Wang Hao turned his head and saw a man in his 30s waving at him. Wang Hao was surprised, paused for a moment, then quickly walked over, smiling. "Brother Qing." This person was Wang Mingqing, a fellow clan member from his great-grandfather's side, a legitimate relative. "Haha, how come you're here?" Wang Mingqing laughed heartily and patted Wang Hao's shoulder, asking, "It's been several years since we last saw each other, hasn't it?" "Indeed, 3 or 4 years," Wang Hao replied. "Brother Qing, are you doing business here?" "Yeah," Wang Mingqing nodded. "I'm just recollecting some old home appliances and furniture, doing a bit of small business. What about you? Are you here to buy or sell today?" "Perfect timing," Wang Hao excitedly said upon hearing Brother Qing was collecting second-hand furniture. "A friend's company has some old office supplies. It'd be a shame to throw them away. How about taking a look since you're here?" "Your company's?" Hearing Wang Hao say this, Wang Mingqing's eyes brightened. "What else is there to say? Let's go, show me." There's a saying that one shouldn't let water flow to someone else's field. Wang Hao then took Wang Mingqing out of the market. When the two reached the truck, Wang Mingqing looked at the items on it and said, "Quite a lot of goods here. Let me see, 9 office desks, 7 swivel chairs, 11 old computers. And tell you what, they're at least 80% new. Little bro, I'll take these off you. Let's say 8,500 total. What do you think?" Considering that they were true relatives, Wang Hao nodded and said, "Whatever Brother Qing says is fine by me. No problem. Then I'll transfer the money to your friend's card now." Wang Mingqing added Mengyu on WeChat and made the transfer directly. After seeing the money was received, he smiled and asked, "So, little bro, where do you plan to go next?" "After selling the old, of course, it's time to buy the new," Wang Hao said with a laugh. "Brother Qing, got any good recommendations?" "Yes," Wang Mingqing replied. "A couple of days ago, I saw Wang Yueying working at Xinglong Furniture City. If you need furniture, go find her, you can't go wrong." Sister Ing. Upon hearing this name, Wang Hao's eyes widened. "She's working there now? Then I definitely need to go see her. Gotta run, haha." Wang Yueying was a child from Wang Hao's uncle's family, making her his cousin. With a new destination in mind, Wang Hao quickly set off with Mengyu. Watching Wang Hao leave, Wang Mingqing directed his workers to move the unloaded old furniture into his shop, then hummed a song, sitting in a chair waiting for customers. While waiting, suddenly someone entered his shop and said with a smile, "Yo, Brother Qing seems to be in a good mood today." Wang Mingqing turned his head and immediately smiled. "What's going on today?" "Everyone visiting is family." The person who came in wasn't someone else. It was Wang Wenjun, a fellow townsman whom Wang Hao had met before. Really? As soon as Wang Wenjun entered, he sat directly on the sofa and curiously asked, "Who else is here?" "My little brother Wang Hao just left." Wang Mingqing laughed. "And you come right after him." "Oh." Hearing that Wang Hao had just left, Wang Wenjun was immediately surprised and asked hurriedly, "What did he come for?" "To buy second-hand goods." Wang Mingqing pointed to the used office equipment that Wang Hao had sold and said, "Not to buy, but to sell. Take a look. These are his friend's company's replaced goods. The quality is actually pretty good." His friend? Hearing this, Wang Wenjun became curious and said, "I just saw him yesterday. He said he's now performing crosstalk at the Happy People stage and told me he could take care of me if I went. But when I went, he wasn't there at all." "Is that so?" Wang Mingqing paused, slightly taken aback, and said, "Then he said he came here to deal with his friend's company's old furniture. Was that true or false? Would that be a cover-up?" "Who knows?" Wang Wenjun shook his head and said, "I can't figure it out. Let's drop the subject. By the way, Brother Qing, do you have any old dining tables? Pick one of good quality and sell it to me cheap." "Sure, we definitely have those." Wang Mingqing pointed to the table section and said, "Pick one yourself, whichever one you like. I'll give you the lowest price." "Great. Then I'm off." Zhonghai City, Xinglong Furniture City, a corner on the 3rd floor with very little customer traffic. There's hardly anyone coming today. Du Chunxua sat on the sofa in the store and sighed softly. "Yueying, you might as well sell the store completely. Keeping it up day by day isn't the way." As Wang Yueying's university best friend, Du Chunxua would come to sit in the store when she had nothing else to do. Du Chunxua came from a well-off family and had married a wealthy man. She often came here to support Wang Yueying's business by buying furniture pieces like tables and chairs. But after all, one person's effort is limited, and how much could she really buy? What can we do?" Wang Yueying sighed and said, "I worked hard during university for 4 years and saved up 50,000, plus the 100,000 my parents gave me for my marriage and another 100,000 loan. Only then could I open this store. If I have to sell it, it would mean my 4 years of hard work were almost for nothing. I can't afford that loss. I can only hold on for now." "But that's not the solution." Du Chunxua shook her head and said, "These past 2 years, the economy has been sluggish, and the physical industries have severely contracted. My husband's company's performance has also plummeted recently. There's just no solution in sight." "Exactly. Now the prices of items on Taobao are at least 20% cheaper than what I have here," Wang Yueying said with a bitter smile. "Many friends hardly go out to shop anymore. You see, there are hardly any people in the entire mall. The good quality of products in my store keeps some regular customers who turn up when they need something. But this can't go on forever. What should I do?" Online shopping has developed rapidly beyond everyone's expectation in the past 2 years. Nowadays, the three craziest growing industries in society are e-shops, logistics, and errand running. Other physical industries are experiencing a cliff-like decline in benefits. Under this trend, any individual's efforts can be said to be as insignificant as trying to stop a car with one's arms. Yes, there's no helping it, Du Chuanxua said. Helplessly. It's the tide of the times. Both were at their wits' end. Just as they were idly scrolling through their social media, Wang Yueying's phone suddenly rang. Wang Yueying looked at the number on her phone and was immediately surprised. Little Hao. Ahem. Wang Yueying cleared her throat and switched to a cheerful voice, then laughed. Hello, little bro. What made you think of calling me? Sister Ing, where are you? I'm at Xinglong Furniture City, Wang Hao said with a laugh over the phone. I heard you work here. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Today my friend's company needs to buy some office equipment. Oh, taking care of your big sister's business. That's really kind. Wang Yueying was instantly excited and said, I'm at floor 3, room 127, southeast corner. Come on over. All right, I'll be there soon. Chapter 344, Does It Hurt? It Hurts. Look at you, trying to put on a brave face. Du Chuanxua laughed. You have to say the business is good even when it's not. I don't know what you're thinking. I'm just worried he might worry. Wang Yueying laughed. My little brother is so clever. If he knows my business isn't doing well, he'll definitely get anxious and worked up. Enough said. Hurry up. The two quickly tidied up the storefront, and soon they saw two young men walking over. Little brother, Wang Yueying waved from afar. Over here, over here. Old sister. Wang Hao approached cheerfully, looked around, and said, I heard from Brother Qing you work here, so I came over. Not too bad. How's the salary? Ah, salary? Wang Yueying was clearly startled. What salary? At that moment, Du Chuanxua understood and chuckled from the side. You must be Yueying's little brother. There might have been a mix-up. This store is owned by your sister. This store is yours. Wang Hao suddenly widened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, That's great. I just started a company and had just cleared out some old stock at Brother Qing's place. Was thinking about getting some new stuff, and he mentioned you were here, so here I am. Oh gosh, Yueying, your little brother's here to support your business. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Du Chuanxua instantly became happy, laughing. Now that's wonderful, a big customer has arrived. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yueying quickly brought Wang Hao inside the store and said, Little brother, look at whatever you need. I guarantee you the lowest price. Between the two of us, why even talk about it? Wang Hao cheerfully walked into the store to browse, and soon spotted a really nice office chair, asking Meng Yu beside him. Little Meng, how about this one? Little Meng looked carefully all around, sat down for a moment, and after checking everything, nodded. Brother Hao, this chair is great, comfortable to sit on, and good quality. This will do. That settles it. Wang Hao asked Wang Yueying. Old sister, is this the best office chair? How much? This model. Wang Yueying checked the tag, which listed it for 550, and said, Just give 320. I'll charge you the lowest price. 320. Hearing this price, Wang Hao's brow furrowed. Du Chuanxua saw this and quickly explained, We really didn't overcharge you. It's truly the lowest price. Okay, let me ask. Wang Hao took out his phone and called Ren Xing. Chubby, does your company need a lot of stuff? My old sister sells these things. We'll give you the lowest price. How about that? Ren Xing. No problem at all. We're all family. Brother Hao, don't even go for the lowest price. I'll add 30% to it. It's hardly easy. Wang Hao. How can I accept that? Ren Xing. With those 5 houses, I've made at least 30 million by now. And you're talking to me about this? If it's not enough, make it 50%. Wang Hao. Okay, 30%. This guy, really no shortage of money. After hanging up, Wang Hao smiled. My friend said it was too cheap. So, let's just make it 500 each. How can I accept that? Wang Yueying suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. How can I take your friend's money like that? Why be so polite? Just make it 500. Wang Hao smiled and said, No worries, he's loaded. His body is so plump it's nearly leaking oil. Feel free to exploit. Meng Yu covered his mouth and laughed. Brother Hao, Too funny. Du Chuanxua widened her eyes. Are there really people who complain that things are too cheap these days? She paused, then burst out laughing. Ingzi, since they said you could exploit them, just take the 500 and help his friend trim down some fat. Then it'll be 500. Wang Yueying laughed and said, this model is on special. There are still 7 left. How many do you want, little brother? 7. Wang Hao looked around and frowned again. Not enough. Wang Yueying hurriedly said, I can call the factory right now. Probably can get about 10 more. Adding up to only 17. Probably not enough, as Chubby's company reportedly has over 100 employees. Wang Hao asked Meng Yu, Little Meng, how many does your company need now? Let me calculate. Meng Yu took out his phone and began calculating. 5 for the front desk, 18 for technical department, 6 for finance, 22 for sales. Wang Yueying, what's going on? Du Chuanxua, what kind of company has so many people? The two of them were clearly baffled, and at that moment, Meng Yu was still calculating. Testing department 19, design department 12. Wang Yueying, is it not over yet? Du Chuanxua, holy shit. This isn't just overflowing with fat, right? Meng Yu continued, planning department 12, operations department 16, editorial department 9. Wang Yueying, the scale of this company. Du Chuanxua, this is the size of a public company. Meng Yu. Lastly, there's the marketing department with 27. Mr. Wang, I've done the math. It sums up to 146. Wang Yueying, no more. I'm going to faint. 146. Du Chuanxua, am I dreaming today? Big sis, can we order that many? When Wang Hao heard the number, he asked Wang Yueying with a smile, we need a total of 146 for now. Let's round it up to 150. Wang Yueying was so ecstatic, she was about to faint. 150. Making 180 each. That's a net profit of 27,000. Du Chuanxua's mouth fell open. Just casually ordered 150 office chairs. Brother Hao, Meng Yu said softly at that moment. Mr. Ren's and several executives' chairs haven't been accounted for yet, and we need desks and computers and such. Wang Yueying, just the chairs alone make 27,000. The rest. Yeah, let's handle everything. Wang Hao nodded. His company needn't be stingy with him, so he started shopping around in Wang Yueying's store. He quickly found a super luxurious office chair, and after sitting on it, he smiled and asked, Big sis, how much for this chair? Wang Yueying was a bit flustered. This one, 2,200. 3,000. Wang Hao said without hesitation. 10 of them. Du Chuanxua, damn, never seen someone shop this happily. And this desk? This kind is 640. 600, 150 of them. Wang Hao then looked at the executives' desks. How much for the bigger desks? These are more expensive, costing over 8,000. 10 of them. Wang Yueying. Du Chuanxua, I can't handle it. I'm going to faint from happiness. Just this deal alone should bring in close to 100,000 in profit. 100,000. Wang Hao walked another round and then asked Meng Yu, anything else we need? Meng Yu thought for a bit, then said, no, that should cover it. Okay, then this is it. Wang Hao asked Wang Yueying, how much is everything? If it's not enough, just order from the factory. Let me check. Wang Yueying looked at the calculator. A total of 276,000. She then felt a bit troubled. Little brother, there's a rule in our industry. For custom orders, we need a 30% deposit. That's simple. Wang Hao didn't need much talk with no shortage of money. He directly transferred 280,000 to Wang Yueying, saying, Big sis, just place the order with the factory. Once everything is set, just give me a call. The rest can be considered as a labor fee. Wang Yueying was somewhat dazed. Oh, okay. Until Wang Hao left, Wang Yueying and Du Chuanxua still couldn't believe it. Du Chuanxua with a dazed face asked, Ingzi, pinch me. Was I dreaming just now? Wang Yueying pinched her hard. Did it hurt? Du Chuanxua nodded vigorously. It hurt. Chapter 345. He bought a villa. I don't know either, Wang Yueying said excitedly. I never noticed anything special about him before, but now seeing him, he has become so impressive. He truly is my little brother. Just amazing. Compared to your brother, mine is useless, Du Chuanxua sighed. It's just not fair. Your brother is already the boss of a big company. while mine is still slacking off and not doing any proper work. He will get better eventually, Wang Yueying quickly consoled. He's young and isn't under much pressure. It's normal for him to enjoy going out. When the opportunity arises, I'll ask my brother to take him under his wing. That would be great. Du Chunxue immediately got excited. If my brother could follow your brother and make a living on his own one day, I would wake up laughing from my sleep. Wang Yueying laughed. Look at you. Don't worry, I'll mention it when I get a chance. Thank you. I'll treat you to lunch today. Meanwhile, in DQ County, which is about 150 kilometers from Wang Hao's hometown, Yusen Restaurant, 5 people gathered together, drinking and discussing matters. Brother Ming Jing, one of the younger men, in his early 20s, asked the slightly older one among them, when we go to the Central Sea this time, should we look for Brother Tianfu or the second uncle? This man, named Wang Mingjing, was in his late 30s. He was a dean at a high school in DQ County and was the backbone of this group, being one of the relatives planning to go to the Central Sea. Logically speaking, Wang Mingjing took a sip of his drink. Tianfu has been doing quite well these past years. He's a chief now with extensive connections, so it'd probably be better to reach out to him. Our relationship is closer too. But he's always so busy. Let's not bother him. Let's go to the second uncle first. If that doesn't work out, we can turn to Tianfu. The group looked at each other and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let's go with the second uncle then. Brother Jing, shall we call now? Yeah. Everyone be quiet. Wang Mingjing took out his phone and started scrolling through his contacts. Let's see if my uncle can help. He quickly found the number, raised his finger to signal for silence, and said, Shush, all of you. I'm going to use the speakerphone. Everyone nodded and sat upright. The small restaurant quieted down instantly, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Wang Mingjing dialed the number, which went through quickly. He said loudly into the phone, Hello, is this uncle? This is Wang Mingjing. On the other end, Wang Hao's dad laughed. Ha ha. Mingjing, I've heard about what you guys are up to. When are you coming? Wang Mingjing and the others exchanged looks. Then he replied, We're planning to come over in the next couple of days. We'll prepare tomorrow and can make it there by high-speed train. That thing is super fast. Wang Hao's dad. The high-speed train is good. The network nowadays is extensive. From where you are to the central. See, it's only a little over an hour. Wang Mingjing asked, So uncle, for this task we're taking on, can you find someone? Our ancestors are really concerned about it. And, honestly, the road on our side is tough to navigate. It's only about 20 kilometers, but it takes nearly 2 hours by car, all mountain roads. And it's so bumpy, we could lose our backsides. If we can manage that, it'd be great. Wang Hao's dad laughed. All right, when you guys get here, I'll have my little Hao accompany you. Little Hao. Wang Mingjing pondered for a moment before asking, Is that okay? We're going to a lot of places this time. Does he have a car? Wang Hao's dad laughed. Yes, everything is ready. Just come over. My Haoer is doing quite well these days, even bought a villa himself. He knows more people than I do now. If he helps you out with this, there's a good chance it will work out. Seriously? Upon hearing this, Wang Mingjing was instantly shocked. Really? He bought a villa already? That's great. Once we get there, we'll get in touch with him. Sounds good, uncle? No problem, said Wang Hao's dad. Call him when you arrive. I'll send you his number. Then it's settled, uncle. We'll talk more when we meet. After hanging up, Wang Mingjing turned to the other 4 and grinned. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Little Hao bought a villa. Look at you lot, huh? No longer young and still idling around. Among the 4, the youngest complained, Brother Mingjing, I'm only 19 this year. This youngest one was Wang Mingjia, the youngest of the group, who was mostly on this trip to see the world. Being 19 means what? Wang Mingjing scoffed. In our village, 19-year-olds have children already. Still think you're young? Enough of that. Let's prepare these next 2 days. We leave first thing the day after tomorrow. All 4 nodded in agreement. Then another suddenly asked, Oh right, Brother Mingjing, where will we stay at night when we get there? With several of us, it's inconvenient to stay at anyone's home. This one, Wang Hui, was relatively brighter, having gone to university and worked in a small company afterward, making him the second in command among them. That is a problem. Wang Mingjing rubbed his chin and said, How about we ask Little Hao to set something up for us at night? Is that possible? Wang Hui asked. Little Hao is only 24, right? He said he bought a villa, but who knows if that's true. Villas there cost at least 10 million. Where would he get that much money? You've got a point, Wang Mingjing frowned and said. What if the kiddo is just bluffing? A villa worth over 10 million. If you ask me, Wang Hui said, it doesn't sound too reliable, probably a lot of bragging. What if we get there and he arranges some shady hostel for the night? That can't be. Wang Mingjing shook his head. Someone who can afford a villa wouldn't care about this little money. But you do make sense. Could he really afford a villa worth over 10 million? We say we're going there for business, but really it's about seeing the world. It'd be a shame to end up in some tiny hotel. Wang Mingjing thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Got it. Isn't Tianfu a section chief? Let's ask him to arrange it. Now that's a real relative. If he arranges it, it has to be at least a star-rated hotel. That guy, 2 per room. And there has to be Wi-Fi and TV in the rooms. Plus a shower. That would definitely help us boast a bit during our ancestor's 100th birthday, wouldn't it? Hearing this, everyone nodded vigorously. Wang Hui said, that works great. He's too busy to walk with us anyway. He'd better sort out our accommodation. That's settled then. Wang Mingjing took out his phone, quickly found the number, and dialed. The voice that answered the phone was confident. Hello, who's this? Tianfu, is that you? Wang Mingjing motioned for everyone to keep quiet, then continued. It's me, Mingjing. Oh, brother Jing. Wang Tianfu sounded a bit taken aback, then laughed. Sorry, I just changed to a new iPhone a couple days ago and lost all my numbers. What's up? Wang Mingjia exclaimed softly. Damn, worthy of being a section chief. Using an iPhone now, impressive. Those cost 6 or 7,000 each. The other 3 nodded and gave a thumbs up under the table. Quiet. Wang Mingjing gestured to them to hush, then cheerfully said into the phone, typical. Tianfu always doing great. Here's the thing, the old ancestor wants to celebrate his 100th birthday. He's got a wish to fix up the roads in our village, so we're heading over in a couple of days. Wang Tianfu replied, oh, that matter, I heard about it. Wang Tian just left recently. Wang Tian was here. Surprised by the mention of the name, Wang Mingjing blurted out. I heard he's now a master's student, right? How is he doing? Need you ask, admired Wang Tianfu. He got a job with a foreign company right after graduation, earning 12,000 a month now. He's got more style than even me. He came for business and just took a few extra days off. He'll be returning too. Once you arrive, he can show you around. Chapter 346, Viewing the House. Wang Tianfu said, sure, come on over. But I'm usually quite busy. I'm afraid I won't have time to hang out with you. Understand. Wang Mingjing quickly said. You're now a section chief, so of course, you have lots of social engagements. We definitely can't bother you. It's just that we have nowhere to stay tonight, you see. That's simple, Wang Tianfu replied with a smile. I'll make arrangements for you. A 3-star hotel deal? Deal. Then it's settled. Wang Mingjing exclaimed in delight, hastily adding. Then I won't disturb you any longer. You go ahead with your work, and we'll call you when we arrive. Wang Tianfu said, fine, no problem. Done. Hanging up the phone, Wang Mingjing shouted. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's the prestige of a section chief. With one sentence, a 3-star hotel. 3-star. Do you guys even know what star-rated means? Apart from Wang Hui, the other 3 were country bumpkins, shaking their heads together. Don't understand. Let me explain to you. Wang Mingjing went on at length. Hotels are divided into 5 levels of stars. 3 stars is quite a high level, with all sorts of restaurants, banquet halls, conference rooms, everything. Once you stay there, my goodness, you won't want to come back. The beds, the pillows. It's just 2 words, awesome. Everyone was so amazed. Wang Mingjia asked in surprise, Brother Mingjing, you're saying it's so awesome. Have you stayed there before? Of course, Wang Mingjing said proudly. Last year, when I went out on a school errand, I stayed in a 3-star. Not to mention anything else, just the bathroom. They've got toothbrushes, tooth mugs, shampoo, shower gel all ready, plus towels, and air conditioning on the wall. After the meeting at night, I'd take a shower, turn on the air conditioning, watch some TV, and have a smoke. It's like living like a god. The others practically drooled at the thought, wishing they could fly to the city right away. We can't wait any longer. Let's go back and pack, and leave tomorrow. Wang Hui urged. I really want to see it for myself. A 3-star hotel. To stay an extra day is a luxury. His words immediately won everyone's agreement. Wang Mingjing nodded. Yeah, that makes sense, since there's nothing much going on here anyway. Might as well head there earlier. All right, let's go home and pack. We'll meet at the train station tomorrow, and off we go. Everyone nodded in agreement. Done. Having made the decision, Wang Mingjing immediately waved to the restaurant owner. Boss, bill please. The owner hurried over with a smile. Have you all had your fill? That's 68. Wang Mingjing generously handed over 70. Keep the change. Thanks a lot. The owner bowed repeatedly. Come back often. No problem. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Mingjing let out a satisfied burp. That drink hit the spot. Wang Hui laughed from the side. Brother Mingjing is indeed Brother Mingjing, not even asking for change. A couple of dimes aren't worth fussing over, Wang Mingjing said with a dismissive wave of his hand. The big city is the place to be. Let's go. Let's go home and get ready. We're heading to town tomorrow. So they all went home to prepare. The next morning, Wang Mingjing and the group gathered at the train station bright and early, boarded the high-speed train, and sped off to the city. An hour and a half later, they got off the train, and Wang Mingjie exclaimed, This high-speed train, it's just too fast. In the blink of an eye, we're here. Isn't it just? Wang Mingjing said proudly. That's why I say, you've got to get out more and see the world. Right, we've reached our destination. Let's get in touch with someone. Didn't my uncle say little Hao is doing quite well? Let's find him first. Saying so, he pulled out his cell phone, looked up the number given by Wang Hao's dad, and dialed. It connected quickly, and they heard Wang Hao answer. Hello, who is this? It's me, your brother Mingjing. Wang Mingjing laughed. Where are you now? We've arrived in Zhonghai. Is that you, brother Mingjing? You guys came today. A clearly surprised Wang Hao spoke on the other end of the phone. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? We were planning for tomorrow, but Ming Jie was eager to get into the city, Wang Mingjing said. So we came today. Are you free right now? Can you come over? I'm afraid that won't work right now. I've got some urgent business here, Wang Hao replied. How about this? You guys take a stroll, and I'll meet up with you around 2 in the afternoon, okay? Oh, Wang Mingjing was startled for a moment, then said, That works too. Oh, by the way, I heard from my second uncle that you bought a villa. How about we go take a look now? We're not doing anything anyway, just consider it a leisurely walk. My villa isn't ready yet, Wang Hao said. No problem, we're just leisurely walking around. We just want to take a look. Just tell me where it is. Sure, Wang Hao laughed. I'll send you the address right now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingjing and the others looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? The villa isn't ready? He dared to buy it without the property being ready. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Mingjing exclaimed, Let's go take a look, and we'll know. Wow, this big city is something else. Standing by the roadside, admiring the flow of traffic and skyscrapers everywhere, Wang Mingjie sighed. No wonder everyone loves flocking to big cities. Look at those buildings. They must be 50 or 60 stories tall, right? Hey, brother Mingjing, do you think if you stand at the top, you'd feel like you're stepping on clouds? Of course, Wang Mingjing nodded and laughed. Let me tell you, do you know the 4 major exceptional cities of our Heavenly People's Republic? Tianjin, Zhonghai, Guangnan, Sichuan. This Zhonghai is a city that ranks high in the world. Just enjoy the view. That's right. Brother Mingjing is so knowledgeable. After wandering around for a while, Wang Mingjie suddenly pointed at a foreigner not far away, exclaiming, Look, a foreigner. Blonde hair and blue eyes. My God, I used to only see them on TV. Now I'm finally seeing one in person. Hey, brother Mingjing, shall we take a photo with them? It'll be a great story to tell when we get back. What photo? Don't embarrass me. Wang Mingjing swatted him away and said irritably, Don't make a fuss over everything. Keep moving, we'll take 2 taxis to Little Hao's villa to have a look. Fine, Wang Mingjie reluctantly agreed, looking back every 3 steps. A Western girl, first time I've seen one. The group of 5 hailed 2 cabs and headed straight for the location of the villa that Wang Hao had sent. Along the way, Wang Mingjing stared intently at the taximeter. his heart pounding and his eyebrows nearly quivering as he prayed. Damn, how much further? It's already 50, 60, 80, 100. Damn, these 2 taxis are going to cost several hundred. He was breaking into a cold sweat, but thankfully, the taxis finally got off the Ring Road Expressway and traveled about 6 or 7 more kilometers before finally arriving at the destination. Wang Mingjing, feeling shaky, asked the taxi driver, "How much total for the fare?" The taxi driver smiled and said, 133, here's the receipt, please take it. Damn, almost 300 just for the fare. Wang Mingjing's skin was crawling with pain, but there was no choice. The other 4 were watching him. There was no way to back down now. He pulled out 300, giving each driver 150. He was initially inclined to be generous and say keep the change, but then he thought again. 30-something yuan was not a small amount, so he decisively waited for the change. As he watched the taxis drive away, Wang Mingjing's heart was bleeding, but he couldn't let that show. Pointing at the other 4, he said, "See that? Learn something. You gotta work hard, you know? Otherwise, you won't even be able to afford a cab ride." Yes, 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 Brother Mingjing is awesome. All 4 nodded in agreement. They had just seen him pull out 300. Despite the pain, when Wang Mingjing turned around and saw the luxurious sales center of Goldenstone Town, his mood lifted again. Wow, look at that sales center. Now that's impressive. Wang Mingjing exclaimed. Look at this glass building. It's so much better than what we have back home. The others nodded in agreement. Right, right, just like a high-end community. Hey, Brother Mingjing, the houses here must be really expensive, right? That's stating the obvious, Wang Mingjing huffed. You could work for 10 years and maybe afford just the bathroom. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Chapter 347. They've really screwed us over. Yeah, just taking a look. Wang Mingjing took the lead, strolling and observing while the salesperson followed closely. When they reached the model of the housing estate, Wang Mingjing casually asked, "What are the prices of the properties here nowadays?" "Sir, are you interested in detached houses or high-rise apartments?" The salesperson quickly explained, "For detached houses, the price is now over 60,000 per square meter, and high-rises are a bit cheaper, around 45,000, 60,000. Wang Mingjie was shocked by the figure. Heavens, even if I didn't eat or drink and worked for an entire year, I wouldn't be able to afford a single square meter. Keep quiet, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Don't embarrass me when we're out in public." Wang Mingjing instantly became angry and gave him a good smack on the head. "Out here, you can't show weakness, understand?" The salesperson smiled and pursed their lips. "Your place doesn't just have detached houses and high-rises. There must be villas as well, right?" Wang Mingjing, with hands clasped behind his back, wandered around the model, asking, "How much are villas going for now?" "Villas are increasing in price really fast," the salesperson said with a smile. "The corner units, at 198 square meters, have risen to 16 million, and the middle units, the 149 model, are now 12 million. 12 million. The group's eyes widened immediately. "This little Hao is pretty impressive now. Where does he get that much money?" "Take me to have a look," Wang Mingjing said as he walked forward, hands still behind his back. "Let me tell you, I have a relative who bought a villa here. I want to see if it's any good. If it is, I might get one too." This act was so over the top, it was reaching the skies. Wang Mingjie and Wang Hui gave him a thumbs up from behind. "Brother Mingjing is awesome. Is that so? Okay then." The salesperson had other matters to tend to, and, after all, these people didn't look like they could afford anything, so they simply led them straight out the back door of the sales office. "Go out this way, cross through the detached house area, and you'll reach the villa community directly." "Oh, okay, let's go have a look then." Wang Mingjing nodded and led the others with a swagger. The villa community wasn't far, and about 5 minutes later, the 5 men stood in front of the community clubhouse's main entrance, their mouths hanging open in amazement. "City Villa." Wang Mingjing's mouth gaped wide as he exclaimed, "This little Hao is really living it up now. Look at this name. It's high-end, classy, and sophisticated. Brothers, we're probably in for a treat tonight. We must make him treat us to a big meal." "Exactly, exactly." The others drooled over the large sign. Absolutely. With such a huge villa, 12 million. If we get shortchanged, we'll definitely call him out on it. Right? Let's go in and take a look. This guy, he's impressive. Wang Mingjing turned excited instantly. With such a large villa community, not to mention anything else, they should at least have Little Hao reimburse them for the travel expenses. The group then entered the villa community clubhouse, and as they reached the entrance, a server approached them. Are you? We're relatives of one of the homeowners, just here to take a look. Wang Mingjing, puffing his chest out with more pride, ordered, lead the way. Please come. Inside this way. The server hurriedly welcomed the group in. As soon as they entered the clubhouse, they were met with a reading bar, coffee bar, wine bar, and even a billiard room. Wang Mingjing and his companions were dumbstruck. The facilities matched the high-end, impressive vibe of the villa community. Along the way, Wang Mingjing whispered instructions. Little Hao owns a villa here, so you all need to perk up and not embarrass us, got it? He's our relative, so we should feel at home here. Hold your heads high. Puff out your chests. Once all four of them were strutting proudly, Wang Mingjing was satisfied and said, That's better. Now let's go inspect the place. The five men strutted through the area with heads held high, admiring the surroundings as they went. The first phase of the villas was already built, with dark red exteriors, accompanying gardens, and impeccably straight roads lined with lush greenery. Wang Mingjing admired. True to its name, the villas are beautiful. By now, quite a few households had started renovations, and occasionally workers could be seen installing things inside. Wang Mingjing nodded and said, Right, they are renovating. No wonder Little Hao hasn't shown up. He must be out on business. Such a busy man. A few of them nodded in agreement. Yeah, you really can't look down on Little Hao now. Wandering around to the Phase 2 villas, this place was already enclosed by partition walls. Wang Mingjing checked his cell phone and said, Little Hao said his villa is P15-3. Let's go have a look. After some effort, they finally found the villa Wang Hao mentioned. They tiptoed and tried to peek inside, but there wasn't much to see. Brother Mingjing, Wang Hui whispered. We can't see anything from here. We don't even know what it looks like. What's there to fear? Wang Mingjing looked around with a smile and said, A mere wall won't stop us, right? Jump. After all, they were kids raised in the countryside with excellent agility. The nearly 2-meter-high partition wall might have looked daunting, but they easily found a foothold and leapt over it. Wow, this house. Look at this house. Wang Mingjing stared in astonishment at the villa before him and said, This must have several floors, right? Let's see, one for the garage, one for the living room, 2 for bedrooms, and there's even a rooftop garden. My goodness, 5 floors. That's incredible. That's why they said the villa Wang Hao picked out for Renxing was really good. The entire building was a straightforward vertical construction. The interior was squared and proper. The layout was very nice. Even with Wang Mingjing's nitpicking, he couldn't find any major flaws. Impressive, my Little Hao. Wang Mingjing lit a cigarette, said proudly. See? You all should learn from him. Now that's what you call promising. The others nodded together. Yes, definitely. But just then, while they were smoking, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Hey, you guys, what are you doing? That shout almost made Wang Mingjing drop his cigarette. Staring with his mouth agape at the foreman before him, he said, We came to look at the house. What's wrong with that? How did you get in? The foreman bellowed. This is a construction site. You can't enter, don't you know that? For crying out loud, what is Zhang, the guard, even doing? What's wrong with a construction site? As soon as Wang Mingjing heard this, he immediately became displeased. We are relatives of the property owner here, got it? What's wrong with looking at the house? Can't we even look at our own relative's house? Your own relative's house? The foreman sized them up with a glare and became even angrier. Stop your nonsense. Do you know whose house this is? Let me tell you, this is a feng shui master's house. Understand? Feng shui master. Just a word from him. And the housing prices in this area nearly doubled. You lot are his relatives? Smoking here, and if an accident happens, who would be responsible? Get going, get going. If you don't leave, I'll have to call someone. Shit, a feng shui master. Originally, Wang Mingjing and his friends had planned to explain themselves properly, but now they were left speechless. Even if Wang Hao had told them he was now running a company, Wang Mingjing wouldn't have doubted him. but a feng shui master. Little Hao was a feng shui master? How old was he? All right, we're leaving right away, okay? Wang Mingjing and the others, with dusty and disheveled appearances, hastily tossed away their cigarette butts and ran out like madmen. No need for you to lift a finger. We're on our way, on our way. Running all the way out of the construction site, Wang Mingjing stood at the back door of the villa district and spat viciously, saying, "Little Hao, you bastard, you really screwed us over. Lucky we ran fast, or we would have lost face big time today." "Brother Mingjing," Wang Mingjia asked, his heart racing with fear. "What do we do now? What else can we do? Let's go find a place to hang out for a while." Wang Mingjing stormed off, saying angrily, "Didn't he say he'd be here by 2? We'll just find a place to wait for him until 2. Let's see what he's really up to now. Don't you worry, I'll take care of this." The 4 men looked at each other and nodded. Okay. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Hao hummed a tune as he drove Renxing's Winfield Alfred straight to the cafe they had agreed on. From afar, Wang Hao saw 5 people waiting by the roadside. Wasn't it Wang Mingjing and the others? Brother Mingjing. Wang Hao was overjoyed in his heart. After parking the car, he rushed over, laughing and saying, "I'm really sorry, I was just meeting a friend for some business. I'm late. Oh, Mingjia, Wang Hui, Ming Xing, Ming Wang. Haha, it's been quite a few years since we last met, hasn't it?" Chapter 348, Odd Jobs. No problem. Wang Mingjing slapped Wang Hao's shoulder hard. "We're all family here. Waiting a bit isn't a big deal. Come on, let me take a look," he said and walked over to the Alfred, looked it over from front to back, and laughed. "Nice car. Must have been expensive, huh?" "It's okay," Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. "My own car is a sedan, not enough space, so I specifically borrowed this one from a friend after hearing that you guys were coming, huh?" "Right. Little brother is straightforward." Wang Mingjing gave Wang Hui and the others a covert wink, then said, "Let's go. We still need to trouble Little Hao to drop us off at West 4th Ring. We've already informed Tianfu. Just find him when we arrive." We're in a hurry." Wang Hao got everyone into the car, started the engine, and while driving, he asked, "It's not easy for you guys to come all this way. I was thinking of arranging something for tonight." "Oh, don't bother," Wang Mingjing said. "The main thing is we're also worried about Tianfu. He's already booked the hotel for us. Worried he'd get worried if we arrive late." "No worries. We're here for several days. Plenty of time." Hearing this, Wang Hao could only nod. "All right, that works. I was thinking of finding you guys a hotel tonight, but since that's settled, haha." He actually meant to arrange a 5-star hotel for them like Shangri-La, which he found to be quite nice having stayed there a couple of times. But since they had made arrangements, it wouldn't be nice to overstep. They were all family, no need to show off, right? "Right. Oh, Little Hao." Wang Mingjing casually looked around and said, "Mingjia is still wandering around here. You have good connections in this area. Do you think you can find him something to do?" "Find work?" Wang Hao asked. "Sure. Mingjia, have you studied anything?" "Me?" Wang Mingjia thought for a second and said, "Haven't learned anything useful. Brother Hao, what do you think I could do?" "That's hard to say." Wang Hao thought about it and smiled back. "How about this? I recommend you join a film crew and start off doing odd jobs. You might even get to be an extra occasionally, and they provide meals." "Odd jobs." Wang Mingjing smacked his lips and said, "That works. I'll have him go back and discuss it with my uncle. Then you give the word." "Sure, no problem." Wang Hao laughed. "I'll talk to the crew. Should be no problem." "That's settled then." Soon they reached West 4th Ring. Wang Mingjing and the others got out of the car, and Wang Hao said, "Brother Mingjing, Brother Tianfu hasn't gotten off work yet. How about we grab something to eat?" He looked around. The area here at West 4th Ring was rather remote, and finding a classy restaurant was truly difficult. "No need. We're not hungry yet." Wang Mingjing decisively shook his head, chuckling to himself about how Wang Hao had claimed they were going to his villa and ended up kicked out, and his straightforward offer of a job turned out to be just doing odd jobs in a film crew. What a joke. We need to save our appetite. Tianfu is treating us to a big meal tonight. "I'm not hungry either. No rush." Wang Mingjia followed suit, nodding. "Let's wait for Brother Tianfu." Wang Hao insisted a couple of more times, but they refused. Ultimately, Wang Hao could only agree to catch up properly when there's time. Soon, after Wang Hao drove off, Wang Mingjing suddenly burst into laughter. The more he laughed, the happier he got, eventually even slapping his thigh. Ha ha, this kid, he's such a pretender. Wang Mingjing laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath, talking about how well he's doing. Then he shows up in a crappy Toyota van. Is that thing even worth 100,000? Exactly, it's clearly a low-end vehicle. Wang Hui nodded. I thought with his smooth talk, he'd at least borrow something like a Toyota Domineering or a Lexus. But no, just a crappy van. Another person laughed. Brother Ming Jing, you even asked him to help Ming Jie find a job. Turns out he got Ming Jie a gig as a handyman. Man, his house is feng shui master designed. And now he's mixing with the film crew too. This guy has his hands in everything. Let me tell you, Wang Mingjing snorted. Once this sort of connection fizzles out, it's over. What do you think his status is? He's our grandfather's brother's grandson. We might see him once every few years. He's not from our branch. Meeting us, he can just brag, but do real solid work. Getting Ming Jie to be a handyman. Probably he'll even make Ming Jie pay him something. Earning a bit in the middle. Everyone nodded in agreement. Makes sense. That's why when he said he'd treat us to a meal just now, I didn't agree. Wang Mingjing disdainfully said, what can he treat us to? A meal costing 200 or 300 and we'd owe him a favor. Instead, wait for Tianfu. You'll see, when Tianfu arrives, a meal will certainly cost at least 500 upwards. Now that's truly impressive. Not like him, all talk. Everyone burst out laughing together. Right. It's brother Tianfu, who's impressive. While they were talking, 2 black sedans pulled up in front of them, and a man dressed in a suit got out. This man looked to be in his mid-30s, carrying a briefcase under his arm, shoes gleaming. As soon as he got out, he rushed over to Wang Mingjing, smiling. Mingjing, have you been waiting long? Haha, Tianfu, you finally made it. Wang Mingjing quickly stood up. Man, you're the real deal. Look at this car, is it an Audi? Wang Tianfu smiled subtly. Just got it this year, an A6L. It's about $500,000 on the road. Can't help it. Working in an office, the car represents face, and if it's too shabby, it's easy to be laughed at. Look at this. Now that's truly impressive, a car worth $500,000. Wang Mingjing pointed to the car and said to the others, Tianfu truly deserves his role as a department head. Just look at the style. Now that's a proper car. Everyone nodded, their faces full of admiration. Wang Mingjing then glanced at the second car and asked puzzledly, this is? Oh, little Lu, the driver, Wang Tianfu said. I thought one car might not be enough, so I had him come help out. Tianfu always thinks things through. Wang Mingjing slapped Wang Tianfu's arm hard, sighed, and shook his head. Not like little Hao. Always so vague and exaggerated. Too pretentious. Not meticulous at all. What's with little Hao? Wang Tianfu asked. Is that my second granduncle's son? Exactly, Wang Mingjing nodded. He's doing really badly now. All day just bragging. He said when we came, he'd borrow a better car, but ended up with a crappy van. Claims he bought a villa, which is impressive, but when we visited, it turned out to be fake. We were kicked out directly. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Tianfu, where are we heading now? I'm getting a bit hungry, huh? Well, being a distant relative, it's normal for him to brag in front of everybody. Wang Tianfu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled subtly. All right, let's drop that topic. Since everyone's hungry, let's go have dinner first. Oh, I also invited Wang Mingqing. He's been doing second-hand furniture business in Zhonghai for the past few years and has made quite a bit. Tianfu really knows how to do things right. That's what you call a reliable relative. Wang Mingjing laughed as he got into the car, heading straight for the restaurant reserved by Wang Tianfu. Upon arriving, Wang Mingjing saw a man looking at the menu and joyfully exclaimed, Haha, Mingqing, you made it too. Brother Mingjing, please, have a seat. Wang Mingjing hurriedly pulled out a chair for him, laughing. Man, it's been so long since we last drank together. Come on, today our great department head Tianfu is treating, we should really drink up. Soon everyone was seated and Wang Mingjing said, Tianfu, besides the task our ancestor entrusted us with, there's another thing. We were thinking about arranging a job for Ming Jie. I mentioned it to Wang Hao earlier, but he unreasonably suggested Ming Jie work as a handyman. Do you have any leads on your end? That's actually simple. Wang Tianfu laughed. I called my brother Tianli a couple of days ago. He's now running a restaurant in Zhonghong, investing over 300,000. If Ming Jie can't do better, he could work there as a kitchen assistant. 3 to 4,000 a month. Definitely better than being a mere handyman, right? Chapter 349, Cool Entrance. Everyone gave Wang Tianfu a thumbs up. Tianfu's the man. This is what we call impressive. While they were talking, Wang Tianfu's phone rang. He picked it up, saw who it was, and immediately smiled, saying, "Ah, it's Wang Tianhe. He should have arrived around here these past couple of days. I'll ask what's up." Wang Tianfu directly pressed the speakerphone button, and they heard. From the other end of the line, "Tianfu, what are you up to?" Wang Tianfu replied, "Aren't all your brother Ming Jing and the others here? We're eating. When will you get here?" Wang Tianhe replied from the other end of the phone, "I've just arrived here with our boss. The boss is having dinner with a lady entrepreneur. I've got some downtime, so I thought I'd call and check in." Are you here for business?" Wang Tianfu asked. "Which lady entrepreneur?" Wang Tianhe said. "Don't even start. This lady entrepreneur is pretty formidable. Her company's comics are all sold out. Our boss is thinking about securing the exclusive distribution rights for our city. They are in talks right now. I reckon the deal will be nearly wrapped up soon, and after that, I'll come find you all, okay?" Wang Tianfu replied, "Sure thing. You definitely have to come over. We'll start eating here first, and after we're done, I'll arrange for KTV. You've got to come." Wang Tianhe said, "No problem." After hanging up, Wang Tianfu laughed and said, "See that? Our bunch is doing well, each with his own career. Tian, he is now the secretary to a sales company's boss, making 8 or 9,000 a month. He came with the boss this time to do business. Right, that's the way to go, solid." Wang Mingjing nodded. "We can't be like Wang Hao, spending all day blowing hot air and boasting. Come on, everybody, drink up. We're not going home unless we're drunk." Wang Hao was driving home, humming a tune. As soon as he entered, his mom asked, "I heard that a few of your buddies are in town. How was it? Did you see them?" "Yeah, I saw them," said Wang Hao, a bit hungry from running around all day. He sat down at the dinner table and laughed while eating. "They're all doing quite well. I took them around for a spin and we chatted a bit. Brother Ming Jing is now the deputy head of teaching at a high school, quite the big shot, and quite respected locally. Wang Hui is a manager at a small enterprise, also pretty good. Only Ming Jie is falling a bit behind, but he's still young and doesn't have a job yet. I thought I'd suggest he hangs around a film crew to get his face known. He said he'll go home and think about it, and call me when he's made up his mind." To a film crew?" his mom asked doubtfully. "Can you make that happen at the studio?" "It's all right," Wang Hao replied after taking a bite. "For a menial job, I can pull some strings. If Ming Jie gets into it, becoming a minor actor in the future isn't impossible." "That's fantastic. Now that you're capable, just take care of it." His mom rubbed her hands together and sat down before saying, "Right? You'll need to go out for a bit after you finish eating." What's this about now? What's up?" Wang Hao asked. "What's the matter? Didn't your uncle's daughter Wang Qian go to Zhonghai Communication University?" His mom said. "She got her wallet stolen today. She lost all her cash and bank cards, thankfully. She had her phone on her, so it didn't get taken. She's panicking now. Could you bring her some money after dinner?" Little Qian lost her wallet. Hearing this, Wang Hao instantly widened his eyes in alarm. "Then we have to rush over," he said while hurriedly scarfing down another couple bites of food and putting on his coat to dash out. Little Qian and Wang Hao grew up together, as close as can be, and they shared an extraordinary bond. She had just called him recently, and now hearing that her wallet was lost and she was anxious, he couldn't just sit by. He had to go now. While walking, Wang Hao called Little Qian. "Hey, Little Qian, heard you lost your wallet?" "Brother Hao," a voice filled with grievance came from the other end of the phone. "Today, while I was on the subway, I didn't notice my wallet was gone until I got to the university. I don't have a single cent on me now, and I'm too embarrassed to borrow from classmates, so I can only ask you. Why be so formal with our relationship?" said Wang Hao, starting the car and smiling. "Wait for me. Brother Hao will bring you the money. You're at Zhonghai Communication University, right? It should take me about 20 minutes. Wait for me at the university gate. It's a chance for me to take a stroll around your campus and soak up the university atmosphere." Really? Upon hearing that Wang Hao was about to send her money, little Qian was clearly very happy and laughed. Then I'll wait for you at the entrance. By the way, do I have a sister-in-law yet? If not, dress formally, and I'll introduce you to our dorm mates. See, this is what a real sister is like. Always concerned about her brother like this. My sister is just this adorable. Come at me if you disagree. Zhonghai Communication University. Wang Qian and her bestie, Li Qingqing, anxiously waited at the university gates, constantly checking the passing cars. Little Qian, it would be much better if I just lend you the money, Li Qingqing said as she looped her arm through Wang Qian's. Why bother having your cousin make the trip himself? It's quite the hassle. Li Qingqing was Wang Qian's close dorm mate and bestie, standing at 1.65 meters tall with hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, a slim waist, long legs, a perky butt, and a pretty face. As they stood there, plenty of the school's lecherous guys craned their necks to look their way. Whenever she glanced over inadvertently, those guys immediately puffed out their chests and struck their coolest poses, their hormones secreting furiously, hoping to catch the attention of the beauties. You would have hardly any left if you lent me some, Wang Qian smiled. It's all right. I grew up with my cousin. He won't mind the trouble. It's a good opportunity to see him too. I have no idea how he's doing now. The two were whispering to each other, waiting for Wang Hao's arrival, when suddenly inside the school gates, quite a few girls ran frantically toward the entrance, all their eyes focused on a black Porsche Cayenne driving up. Wow, look, it's Yuan Tianyu, our college's top hottie. Wow, so handsome. Yeah, he's not only handsome and rich, but also good at basketball. Is he planning to confess to Li Qingqing? Sure enough, the black Porsche Cayenne gradually stopped next to Wang Qian and the others, and a young man around the age of 23 or 24 got out of the car. This guy really did look handsome, with a face as fine as jade, holding a bouquet of flowers, a smile on his face, and with the Cayenne in the back, he had an indescribable, dashing charm. Qingqing, these are fresh roses I just bought for you. Yuan Tianyu showed his gentlest smile and reached out with the roses, hoping Li Qingqing would accept them. Thank you, Li Qingqing said, thanking him, but she didn't take the roses and shook her head, saying, however, I think it's better not to accept them, lest it lead to misunderstandings. Qingqing, do you still not understand my feelings? Yuan Tianyu frowned and said, I really do like you a lot. Originally, this was a classic university love confession scene, but today, he was doomed to tragedy. Because just at that moment, the roaring sound of an engine came to life, and a white Maserati Quattroporte with the license plate MID AS 6666 stopped right in front of the three of them. Then the car door opened, and the unmatched, irresistibly cool brother Hao stepped out of the car. As soon as Wang Hao got out of the car, there was a brief silence at the entrance of Zhonghai Communication University, which immediately exploded into frenzy. So handsome. So cool. Look at that car. Look at that face. Look at those clothes. Look at that watch. I can't even, yelled a woman in the crowd, her face full of excitement, wishing she could throw herself into Wang Hao's arms that very moment. It's over. Yuan Tianyu has met his match. The other guy beats him in every aspect. Is this person also here to pursue Li Qingqing? Or is it Wang Qian? If I could be his girlfriend, I'd die of happiness. Just look at him. Clearly a top-notch, tall, rich, and handsome second-generation rich kid. Look at that presence. Yuan Tianyu doesn't even measure up to the dirt on his shoes. Yuan Tianyu stood still on the spot, his face full of embarrassment. He had no advantage whatsoever compared to Wang Hao. At this moment, he looked like a clueless person. The gap was too big. Of course, Wang Hao himself never thought in that direction at all. As soon as he saw Wang Qian, he opened his arms and smiled. Little Qian, haven't seen you in so long. Have you missed your brother Hao? Chapter 350, Fiery Conan. The two had grown up together, childhood sweethearts without a doubt, and now their reunion was especially heartwarming. Li Qingqing, watching from the side, was absolutely gobsmacked. Was this the cousin Wang Qian had talked about? He couldn't possibly be any cooler. Compared to him, that Yuan Tianyu was just an accessory, a lackey. I heard from my mom you lost your wallet. I sped over here, said Wang Hao with a smile once Wang Qian got off him. Have you eaten yet? If not, Brother Hao will treat you to a feast. I haven't eaten yet. Today was truly a surprise, Wang Qian said crisply. I was just waiting for Brother Hao to treat me to a feast. Hee hee. Then let's go. Wang Hao promptly pulled open the car door. Get in. We'll go somewhere nice today. Great. Wang Qian smiled sweetly, taking Li Qingqing by the hand. Qingqing, let's go. Today Brother Hao is treating. We're going grand. Is this okay? Li Qingqing asked shyly, tempted but a bit embarrassed. The entrance of Wang Hao had indeed shocked her, not because she was gold digging, but because Brother Hao had that unique, undeniable cool charisma. Your little Qianqian's classmate, right? Wang Hao said with a smile as he opened the car door. Get in. Let's all go have a bite. Okay. Okay. Li Qingqing blushed, still slightly embarrassed, but she got in the car anyhow. Wang Qian gave Wang Hao a knowing look, whispering, Brother Hao might have a chance. A chance my ass. Am I that kind of person? Damn it. I hope so. Fucking hell. Get in first, and we'll talk, said Wang Hao as he got into the car, and then stepped on the gas. Off to eat, leaving Yuan Tianyu in a mess in the wind. No helping it. That's Brother Hao for you. Invincible. The Maserati headed towards the city center, going somewhere upscale given it was for a big meal. They hadn't gone far when suddenly Wang Qian urgently said, Brother Hao, wait. Emergency. What's the emergency? Wang Hao pulled the car over to the side of the road only to see Wang Qian and Li Qingqing hurriedly running towards a place. There was a long line at the door, at least 20 or 30 people, no clue what for. Wang Hao looked up and saw a sign, Renha bookstore. What's going on here? Who queues for books these days? Curious, Wang Hao followed and casually asked a student in line, What's all this for? Why such a long queue? What book? How do you not know? The guy didn't even spare him a glance, just craned his neck towards the store in trance. Quit talking. Can't you see I'm in line? What exactly is going on? Wang Hao, clueless, asked again, But what book is it? Conan. The guy finally replied. Today is the launch of the 3rd volume of Conan. Ah, I'm freaking out. How do you think they solve it this time? Wang Hao. Then someone ahead in the line turned around and said, Dude, who do you think the killer is? I bet it's that Wang Xiaosan. It's definitely him. I think it's Lu Xiaoning. The guy shook his head. He just looks the most like a murderer. Hope I can get one this time. I borrowed it from a classmate last time. Just had it for an hour before it got taken back because his girlfriend's sister wanted it. Damn. Exactly, the guy ahead said. Now they aren't printing enough. Each bookstore only gets 100 copies. Last week I came at 9 in the morning. The bookstore opened at 8:30. Damn, they were all gone. My girlfriend cussed me out good. Wang Hao. Fuck, should I make a run for it? Otherwise these crazy fans would devour me alive if they knew I was the author. As expected, Wang Hao was still pondering when he heard the guy behind say, You guys don't understand shit. This is called scarcity marketing. If I can't buy it, I'm going to curse online. Damn dog's head author, really effing dragging it out. Right, the guy ahead nodded. Damn, this author updates too slowly. If I find out who he is, I've got to trap him outside his building and beat the crap out of him. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. Just then, a guy ahead in line cheered. Ha! Finally got it. I can give it to my girlfriend now. Huh. Then, the people queued up behind him burst forward with a rumbling sound. Holy crap, the stock is here. Hurry, we'll miss out if we're too late. Wang Hao stood on the side, getting pushed around, the punches, the moves. Damn, they were fighting for their lives. A group of people desperately squeezed inside, and those who had managed to get the book started reading on the spot, loudly exclaiming, Holy crap, so it was him. Damn, this is godlike. I've never even heard of such a method of committing crimes before. Wang Hao. No way, I've got to get out of here fast. This place is lethal. At that moment, Wang Qian was still waving at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, over here. This way. Hurry over and help me in line. I can't squeeze through them. Like hell there's still a line. Just run for it. How much of this stuff do I need, seriously? Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up. Wang Hao rushed over, grabbed Wang Qian, and started to leave. Get in the car first. We'll eat first. Let's eat first. I haven't bought it yet. Wang Qian cried anxiously. They'll sell out if it's too late. Beside her, Li Qingqing was nodding vigorously. She was a Conan fan too. Screw buying. Your brother Hao can get it for you. Wang Hao dragged Wang Qian away, saying, Trust me, it'll be fine. Let's go, aren't you hungry? Can you really get it for me? Wang Qian looked around like a thief, afraid someone might overhear. As they walked, she said, Conan is so hot right now. The physical copies get snatched up as soon as they hit the stores. Can you really get it? Nonsense, the company is ours. Yes, just get in the car. The three of them got into the car, and only then did Wang Hao finally catch his breath. Now he truly understood how terrifying hardcore fans can be. He started the car and headed straight for the nearest upscale restaurant. Once they finally sat down, Wang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, Man, those people are insane. I can't handle it. Brother Hao, Wang Qian was still concerned. Can you really get me Conan? Li Qingqing was also full of anticipation. Right now, Conan was like hard currency at their school. If you wanted someone to do something, just say, I have Conan, and it would absolutely work. Do I look like someone who lies? Wang Hao smiled. I can definitely get it. By the way, little Qianqian, you're a senior this year, right? What's your major? Illustration design. Wang Qian's face was full of longing. Next semester I'm planning to do an internship. It would be great if I could get into Conan's company. Li Qingqing nodded along, adding, We plan to go together. But that company is so popular now. It's Golden Cloud Animation, and loads of people are breaking their necks trying to get in and can't. Our chances are slim. Well, the chances are slim. Wang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. Because there's literally no need to scramble. It's my company. Wang Qian and Li Qingqing suddenly gaped. What? Zhonghai City, Binhai Hotel, the Western restaurant. At that moment, 3 people were dining here, 2 men and 1 woman. The older man was dressed in a suit, accompanied by a young assistant. Both of their expressions were very polite. Facing them was a young woman, about 27 or 28 years old. President Lin, I'm really begging you. Please seriously consider the terms I've offered, the older man said with a smile. Our publishing house wants to exclusively publish your Conan manga. You must agree. This man refereed to President Lin. Naturally, she was Lin Xiaoyan, the president of Golden Cloud Animation. With Conan's massive popularity, Lin Xiaoyan's status in the animation industry had skyrocketed. Countless publishing houses had approached her hoping to secure the exclusive rights to publish Conan. Literally, companies were fighting tooth and nail for it. I need to think about it, Lin Xiaoyan smiled. Don't worry, I will take it seriously once I'm back at the company. The older man clasped his hands together. Thank you, President Lin. Chapter 351. Look at this guy, such a braggart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoyan returned to the table and said, I'm terribly sorry, but Chairman Wang needs to see me, so I'll have to excuse myself. Chairman Wang, the older man exclaimed. You mean Conan's author? Yes, that's him. Lin Xiaoyan put on her coat and was on her way out, adding, I'll be going now. I'll remember your terms and will definitely give them some thought when I return. As they watched Lin Xiaoyan leave, the man sighed and said, Tianhe, did you see that? This company is really something now, huh? In the past, they would have been the ones begging us to publish for them, and now we're begging them and can't even get it. The assistant named Tianhe nodded and asked, What should we do next, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu replied, I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. Didn't you mention wanting to visit some relatives? There's nothing much going on tonight, so go ahead and take care of your business. The assistant was overjoyed and said, All right, thank you, Mr. Liu. After leaving Binhai Hotel, Wang Tianhe hailed a taxi and headed straight for Chunming Restaurant, the place he'd arranged over the phone. As soon as he walked into the private dining room, he saw a group of people drinking and shouting cheerfully. Wang Tianhe smiled and said, I'm sorry for being late. Hey, Tianhe is here. Wang Mingjing saw Tianhe coming in, quickly pulled out a chair, and said, Come over and sit. We've been waiting for you. The company's been busy, huh? Busy? Don't even get me started. Wang Tianhe took his seat, poured himself a drink, and then continued. Negotiating this business deal has been a real pain. Our company is competing for the exclusive sales rights in the region. That manga publisher's books are incredibly popular. Distributors from all over the country are here. Just for our northern Jiangsu region alone, there are at least a dozen companies vying for it, and it's almost come to blows. Holy shit, over a dozen companies fighting for the sales rights in just one region. What manga is so hot? Which manga is it that's got everyone so fired up? Wang Mingjing curiously asked, and as soon as he finished his question, it dawned on him, and he slapped his thigh hard. I got it, Conan. Is it Conan? You know about Conan? Wang Tian, he was surprised when Wang Mingjing mentioned the name. I thought you didn't read manga? Huh. I might not, but the students at our school do. Wang Mingjing laughed. Just the other day, I confiscated a copy, and the kid cried as if his life depended on it. But what can I do? If they read manga during class, I have to step in, right? Everyone nodded together. Right. Right? You have to take care of that. Wang Mingjing continued. I took a look at it myself, and I have to say, Conan is really well drawn, and the case designs are brilliant. I asked the students later, and they all said that you can't even buy it in bookstores anymore. You have to line up for hours on the day it's released. It's simply amazing. Yep, that's the one. Wang Tian, he nodded. The sales companies are going crazy over it. Mr. Liu hasn't slept well for days because of it. If we can't secure this deal, we'll miss out on making tens of millions at least. Everyone sighed. That's an astronomical figure. Tianfu. Wang Tian, he turned to his close buddy. You know a lot of people. Could you possibly put in a good word for us? If I could close this deal, that would really be something. Forget the bonus. Just think about rising in status in front of Mr. Liu. If I could become an assistant manager or something, that'd be awesome. Wang Tianfu shook his head helplessly and said, if it was something within the system, maybe I could influence it, but I have no say when it comes to the manga industry. Wang Tian, he thought for a moment and then asked, what about Wenlian? Do you know anyone there? A word from them might just do the trick. Wenlian. Wang Tianfu's eyes lit up at the mention. Don't you mention it. Vice Chairman Chung Dequan has a secretary that I've met before, and we're somewhat acquainted. Maybe I should ask him. What are you waiting for? Ask him right away. Hearing that Wang Tianfu really knew someone from Wenlian, Wang Tian, he urged, hurry and ask. Wang Tianfu immediately made the call, connecting quickly. Wang Tianfu. Hello, is this Secretary Zhao? Secretary Zhao. Is that you, Tianfu? What do you need? Wang Tianfu. Here's the thing. My older brother works as an assistant to a CEO at a sales company, and they want to secure the sales rights to a manga. So, I thought, why not see if you could say something on his behalf? Secretary Zhao. It's Conan, right? Don't even mention it. In the last couple of days, at least 30 different companies have reached out to me. There's no way I can help everyone. There are just too many people. Wang Tianhe was utterly defeated. Damn. If even the secretary to the vice chairman of Wenlian is being sought out by more than 30 people, then this is a lost cause for sure. Wang Tianfu. That many. Secretary Zhao. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but the thing is, it's just too hot a commodity right now. I really can't make any promises. I'm truly sorry. Wang Tianfu. It's okay. Either way. Thanks, Brother Zhao. I'll treat you to dinner someday. Secretary Zhao. Hee deal. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tianfu shrugged helplessly and said, Tianhe, I'm really out of options this time. The best I could do was get in touch with Secretary Zhao. I'm not high-ranking enough to reach Vice Chairman Chung. Well, that's the best we can do. Wang Tianhe replied resignedly. As long as you've tried your best, there's nothing more we can do. Everyone took a drink together. By the way, Wang Tianhe asked, I heard Brother Mingjing came looking for Wang Hao earlier, right? How come we haven't seen him? Don't even get me started. Wang Mingjing said, frustrated. That kid is such a braggart now, claiming he bought a villa, which turned out to be fake. He talks big, but all he has is a beat-up van to show for it. He's chock full of nonsense every day, never a true word. It's just not fun to drink with him. Right, distant relations aren't the same, Wang Tianhe nodded. But he's really into bragging now? Didn't notice that before. Whether he's into bragging or not, let's put it to the test. Wang Mingjing took out his phone and said, just wait, I'll ask. You're looking for that vice chairman of Wenlian, right? Just watch, he'll claim he knows him. These days, the kid knows everybody. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Mingjing dialed the number. Wang Hao, Brother Mingjing, what's up? You've met up with Brother Tianfu, right? Wang Mingjing. Met up already, just having a casual meal. By the way, little Hao, I have a question for you. Wang Hao, huh? What is it? Wang Mingjing. That vice chairman of Wenlian, do you know him? The others exchanged glances, then fixated on the phone, waiting to see what Wang Hao would say. Wang Hao. Which vice chairman? Wang Mingjing. Chung Dequan. Wang Hao, oh him? Yeah, I know him, we're close. What's up, any issues? Everyone tried to hold back their laughter. Wang Mingjing. No big deal. Just wanted to ask if you knew him. Our principal mentioned he'd like to meet him sometime. Wang Hao. Is that so? All right then, whenever your principal wants to meet, just let me know. Wang Mingjing. Okay, it's set then. After hanging up, Wang Mingjing burst out laughing. You see? This kid can really talk big. Claims to know everyone. They all laughed heartily. Wang Tianhe, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath, said, this guy is just too much. He even claims to know the vice chairman of Wenlian. Why doesn't he just say he knows the mayor too? Wang Mingjing slapped his thigh with laughter. Should we test him again? Enough already, Wang Tianfu said, laughing uncontrollably. If it turns out he knows the executive vice mayor or something, that would be even funnier. Let him brag. We'll see how he blows his trumpet when we're back in our hometown. For now, let's just drink. Ha 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 ha, this is killing me. Chapter 352. I can brag about. This for a year. Lin Xiaoyan hurriedly arrived at the place and saw Wang Hao dining with two young girls as soon as she entered. Sister Yin, over here. Wang Hao saw Lin Xiaoyan come in, stood up, and waved his hand. Over here, over here. Brother, is this the cousin you mentioned? Lin Xiaoyan sat down, looked at the two of them carefully, and smiled. The two girls are really beautiful. You are. Lin Xiaoyan sized up Wang Qian and the other girl, and Wang Qian was utterly astonished. You are President Lin. I've seen you. There was a feature about you in the animation report these past few days. I've seen your photo. You are President Lin from Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company. She was so excited she could barely speak coherently. Who would have thought? Previously, buying comics meant standing in line. But now, look at this. With just one call from Brother Hao, President Lin herself came over. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Wang Qian said excitedly. Is Golden Cloud Animation really your company? To be precise, Wang Hao smiled modestly. It's both mine and President Lin's company. We each own half. That's the deal. Brother, you're so generous. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and said. If it weren't for you, my company would have gone under. Each owning half is too polite of you to say. Wang Qian naturally didn't care about the company's stock ownership issue. She was only interested in one thing. Brother Hao, you have to talk to President Lin about letting us intern at her company, Wang Qian said coyly. If you make this happen, I'll give you my friend Qingqing as a wife. Li Qingqing immediately blushed deeply and chided. Little Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. Of course. Wang Hao scratched his head with a smile, quickly moving past the subject, and said, Sister Yun, this is Wang Qian, my cousin. We grew up together, definitely close as siblings. Lin Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. I can see that. The classic case of keeping the good stuff within the family. Li Qingqing's head was almost buried in her chest. This is Li Qingqing, my sister's classmate. Wang Hao introduced Li Qingqing, the flower of the fine arts department at university, a big beauty indeed. She certainly is. Lin Xiaoyan agreed. So, are you two planning to intern at my company? Yes, Sister Lin, can we? Wang Qian's eyes were wide, afraid Lin Xiaoyan might say no. Of course you can, Lin Xiaoyan smiled and said. My little brother asks, and of course it shall be done. When do you start your internships? You can just come over directly when it's time. Our company is in Jinhua, easy to find. Let's go, I'm in. Wang Qian hurriedly said. We start our internships next month. Qingqing and I both study comic art and occasionally do illustrations for magazines. We'll be looking for your guidance, Sister Lin. No problem. Lin Xiaoyan instantly agreed. It just so happens we've got 3 projects at our company now, and we're short-staffed. It'll be a huge help when you two come over. 3 projects. The number made Wang Qian gasp in amazement, and she asked, Sister Lin, what are the names of the works? Conan? What else? Conan, Dragon Ball, and Martial Heroes. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and said, Dragon Ball is currently in urgent production, and Martial Heroes is adapted from a martial arts film script my little brother wrote. Both are very pressing, so it's perfect when you two come. That's fantastic. Wang Qian jumped up in excitement, trotted over, and hugged Lin Xiaoyan's arm, saying, Sister Lin, let's take a photo together. That way, I can brag to my classmates for a whole year when I go back to school. The next morning, as soon as Wang Mingjing and the 4 others got up, they arranged to meet with Wang Hao and then gathered outside the hotel. Soon the 5 of them came downstairs and waited by the roadside, where Wang Mingjie exclaimed, "Brother Mingjing, you were right. This 3-star hotel is too high class. That bed, oh so soft, and the sheets, so white I almost didn't want to sleep on them. See? What did I tell you?" Wang Mingjing lit a cigarette pridefully and said, "It has to be Tianfu. Now that's a proper relative. They really roll out the red carpet. Did you eat the instant noodles they provided in the room?" "Master Kang's, a couple of bucks a bowl in the supermarket. I had 2 bowls, so satisfying." Ah. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingjie slapped his thigh in regret. "I didn't dare to eat, afraid it would be expensive. Today when I get back, I'll also have 2 bowls." "Man, this trip to the city really opened my eyes," Wang Mingjing laughed. "Do you know how much Tianfu spent yesterday? Just for one night." Everyone asked together, "How much?" "This much." Wang Mingjing held up 3 fingers. 3,000. 3,000. Everyone was shocked. Wang Hui exclaimed, "That's my monthly salary." He spent 3,000 in one night. "You're stating the obvious," Wang Mingjing said. "Don't you see what kind of status he has? A section chief. Do you understand what that means? He's got dozens of people under him. How could he treat us poorly? Just the meal cost 1,200, singing 900, and accommodation 1,200. Now you understand what's badass, right? This is what's genuinely badass. Not like Wang Hao all talk." Everyone nodded in agreement. Right, right, right. That's what's genuinely badass. As they walked and talked, they soon reached the meeting point. Ren Xing was already waiting, driving the Toyota Alphard he had borrowed, and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Mingjing, how was your night yesterday? Where are we heading today?" "Great, this big city is something else." Wang Mingjing got into the car, taking the passenger seat proudly. "A 3-star hotel, the quality is just different. Heh, little bro, we'll have to trouble you to take us around a lot today. It'd be a waste not to while we're here." Of course, Wang Hao nodded with a smile. "So our first stop is—" "You might not understand road repairs," Wang Mingjing began explaining. "There are several departments that can do road construction for the villages, like the Transportation Bureau, Water Resources Bureau, Agricultural Development Office, Agricultural Bureau, and so on. But our village secretary is a total waste, can't do anything but eat, drink, and relieve himself. Otherwise, it should have been his job to shamelessly go around asking the county's departments for road repair projects. Now that he's useless, we'll have to make the runs." "Ah, so that's how it is," Wang Hao said. "Shall we go to the Transportation Bureau and check with them first?" "Sure, let's head out." Wang Mingjing casually flicked Ash inside the car. "Let's go to the Transportation Bureau. By the way, little Howard, do you know anyone there?" Speaking of the Transportation Bureau, Wang Hao did know someone, but that person was the director, busy and without a phone. He immediately shook his head. "I don't know anybody there." The 4 in the back exchanged glances and snickered to themselves. Why isn't this guy boasting now? Isn't this off script? Shouldn't he be claiming he knows the director? "You don't know?" Wang Mingjing was visibly disappointed. "That's a shame. Let's go anyway, try our luck and see how it goes." Not boasting today, not following the script, it was really cramping his style. They quickly arrived at the Transportation Bureau. Unsure of whom to seek out, Wang Mingjing scratched his head. "Who do we talk to about this?" "Little Howard, I heard from my second uncle that you're well connected. Really don't know anyone here?" "I really don't." Wang Hao thought for a moment, then confirmed, "I don't know anyone here." The people he knew were high-profile figures. If it were going to the city government, maybe he could have a word. At least getting an audience wouldn't be a problem. But here? Wishful thinking. Forget it. Let's go in and ask around, no matter who it is. Wang Mingjing led the group inside, and soon the old man at the reception ran out. "Hey, you guys, what are you up to? Here for some work?" "Ah, yeah, for work," Wang Mingjing asked. "Old man, we're looking to build a road in our village. Who should we talk to for that?" "Build a road?" "For road building. You need the highways agency." "What are you doing here?" the old man said. "We're in charge of vehicles, not road construction." "Oh," Wang Mingjing's face reddened slightly, looking embarrassed. Sorry. We'll head over to the Highways Agency then. Upon leaving the Transportation Bureau, they all sighed. Wang Mingjing said, "Wrong place. Let's go to the Highways Agency." So off they went to the Highways Agency. On the way, Wang Mingjing asked, "Little Hao, do you know anyone at the Highways Agency?" Wang Hao thought again. He didn't know anyone there either, and shook his head. "Don't know anyone. I usually deal with industries that have nothing to do with this. No can do. This guy and his industries. What's real about him when it's all just talk?" Chapter 353, Mid-Autumn Festival Auditions. Soon they arrived at their destination. Wang Mingjing led the team inside. This time they encountered no obstacles. Several people entered the office, where a man in his early 30s asked, "What brings you gentlemen here?" "Ah, we've come to inquire about fixing the road in our village," Wang Mingjing asked, nodding and bowing. "Comrade, how may I address you?" "I am Mr. Liu, a staff member of our division." Mr. Liu invited them to sit and then asked, "Did you just say you want to have the road to your village repaired?" Yes, the road," confirmed Wang Mingjing. "I was wondering, Mr. Liu, would it be possible for you to inquire whether the road can be fixed?" "Well," Mr. Liu, sipping his tea, said, "first, we need to clarify what kind of road it is because you didn't specify. If it's a national or provincial road, it should be maintained by the highway section of your county. If it's a county or township road, then it depends on the system in your area. If the highway section is separate from the township road section, then you'd go to them. Otherwise, it's still the highway section. If it's not a main road, but just a rural town road, it is the responsibility of the local town or village government to maintain and repair it." Once he began discussing professional matters, Wang Mingjing and his companions were all at a loss. They couldn't understand a thing. Wang Mingjing asked, "Could you simplify that a bit, Mr. Liu? I didn't quite catch it." "To put it simply," Mr. Liu smiled and said, "if your village wants to fix the road, you have to go to your county. This is Zhonghai City. We don't handle local roads." Damn it, they've been sent right back where they started from, being told to go find someone in the local county town. They couldn't just go back like this after all the trouble of coming here. "Well," Wang Mingjing hesitated, "we've already been to our county, Mr. Liu. They won't take care of it. They say it's a major project that requires upper-level funding. Without funds from above, there's no money to fix it. What do you think about this?" "Funding, huh?" Mr. Liu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then you need to find the Finance Bureau." "We've been there too," said Wang Mingjing. "They told us we need to go to the higher-ups. That's why we came to Zhonghai." "In that case," Mr. Liu continued, "go ask Zhonghai City Finance Bureau. If they can provide funding, you can go back to your county and start discussing road repair plans. Our department is the Zhonghai City Road Administration. We don't deal with local affairs." Great, they'd gone to the wrong place again. Now they had to go to the Finance Bureau. The group left, got in the car, and headed straight for the Finance Bureau. After another half hour, they arrived at the Finance Bureau. Wang Mingjing led his group into the office, where they were received by a female staff member, Ms. Zhang. "So you're from local towns and villages and planning to fix the road, right?" Ms. Zhang glanced at the map. "My goodness, your road isn't an easy fix. It has to cross several mountains. That's not a small amount of money." Yes, it's difficult to repair, hence why we've come to you as a last resort," Wang Mingjing said. "Ms. Zhang, what do you think?" "I really can't decide on this." Ms. Zhang shook her head. "This isn't a small sum. I have to report to my superiors, then we have a meeting to discuss it. And besides," she continued, "your case involves mountain excavation. It's not just about providing money. You need to go to the Agricultural Bureau to see, because if there are trees on the mountain, even if you want to repair the road, you need their approval and a felling permit. Otherwise, recklessly destroying forests to fix roads is illegal." So off they needed to go to the Agricultural Bureau. By the time they reached the Agricultural Bureau, the staff member there said, "There's a river where you want to fix the road. You'll have to build a bridge, maybe even a dike. Otherwise, come the rainy season, rising waters could be a disaster. Go ask the Water Resources Bureau for their opinion." So they raced off to the Water Resources Bureau. The staff member at the Water Resources Bureau said, "Building the bridge isn't hard if there's funding from above. But have you conducted soil and rock surveys of the land? If the soil is poor, it's easy for the bridge to have problems. If it gets washed away by water later, the consequences would be severe. So, You should go to the Geological Bureau and have them send a specialist to conduct an assessment. If there aren't any problems, then you can apply for the funding to build the bridge. Off they went to the Geological Bureau. The folks at the Geological Bureau said, "We're a grade A city. We don't handle the rural areas. You'll need to go back to the county town to find a specialist for evaluation. If there's no problem, you can apply to the upper levels. Approval from the meeting above is necessary. However, the road construction needs approval from the Transportation Bureau. They have to approve the traffic conditions, or else it's not viable. Go there now and ask if they support it." They had come full circle, only to be sent back again. Back at the Transportation Bureau, when we finally arrived, they were at lunch break, and no one was receiving visitors. Wang Hao, damn it, it's really not easy to get things done these days. What a runaround. Drove over 100 kilometers just to find out it was all for nothing. Damn these people. Waiting in the car for them to come back to work in the afternoon, Wang Mingjing angrily said, "This is like kicking the ball around. They've kicked us around in a circle and then kicked us right back to where we started. What do we do now?" Wang Hui said, frustrated. "We'll never get this done if it goes on like this." "Or maybe," said Wang Hao, who had been quiet until now, tentatively, "we wait a bit more? I just remembered, I actually do know someone here. Not sure if he can help or not. Thinking about it, last time we came here we did see the director, and it seemed like he was Fong Wenbin's father. It should work if we find him. Why keep waiting? Waste of time." Wang Mingjing dismissed Wang Hao's words as if they were just a bunch of hot air. He had no faith Wang Hao really knew anyone. Lighting a cigarette, he said gruffly, "Fixing the roads is a special project. You have to deal with the relevant departments. Let's call it a day and find another solution when we get back." "Fine. If they don't want to go, I'll just wait until I've dropped them off and then check it out myself." After dropping Wang Mingjing and the others back at the hotel and preparing to head back to the Transportation Bureau, Wang Hao's phone rang. He picked it up and couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, little Yaya." Picking up the phone, Wang Hao asked with a smile, "What's going on?" "Brother Hao, hurry to the Zhonghai TV station," little Yaya said urgently on the other end of the line. "All the big guys from our stage are here. They're auditing programs today. Brother Hao, you've got to come and support me. I'm scared on my own." "I was wondering what it was," Wang Hao replied with a laugh. "Just tell a comic dialogue on stage, and then come down. With our level in comic dialogue, it's definitely not a problem. What are you afraid of?" "It's a big problem," said little Yaya. "The city leaders are taking this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala very seriously. Mayor Su's secretary is here personally auditing. A lot of programs have been rejected already, which is why I'm feeling unsure. You don't need to be scared. Wait a minute." Wang Hao then realized something and asked, "Who did you say is auditing the programs?" "The head of the TV station, as well as Mayor Su's secretary." Little Yaya answered, "Why?" This was like finding something one has searched for in vain, without even trying. Perfect timing, with the home road repair situation and Mayor Su being the executive deputy mayor of Zhonghai City. If I could get a clear answer on this, well then, what's there to say? Rush over there. Wait for me, Wang Hao said. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Little Yaya agreed. Okay, I'll meet you at the entrance. Soon after arriving at the Zhonghai TV station building, Wang Hao had just gotten out of the car when Yu Peng came up to meet him, saying, "Brother Hao, hurry up. Today's event is quite big, and the situation doesn't look optimistic." Just how not optimistic was it? Curiosity filled Wang Hao's stomach as he followed Yu Peng inside. As they walked, Yu Peng said, "This time, the top performers of several big stages from our city and others have come. We prepared over 20 comic dialogue and skit programs, and 13 have been rejected already. It's almost my turn, and I am scared. So many have been rejected." Wang Hao patted Yu Peng on the arm. "Don't worry, with Brother Hao here, little Yaya has nothing to fear." Yu Peng smiled and said, "That's our Brother Hao. You're making me feel a lot calmer now." As they talked, they arrived at the venue, and Yu Peng led Wang Hao into a not-so-large room in the TV station. At that moment, the room was filled with at least 100 people, all dressed in various styles. A skit was being performed on the stage at the front. Wang Hao glanced at it, and then looked over at the presidium. Indeed, there sat a young man. Wang Hao looked closely, and sure enough, it was Secretary Lin, Mayor Su's secretary, whom he had seen on television before. Chapter 354. This show gets a 90. Speaking of which, skits in this world were totally beyond Wang Hao's expectations. Not because they were well performed, but because they were just too terrible. Almost 20 minutes for the whole skit, and not once did Wang Hao laugh. Such a skit was watchable. Not laughing was one thing, but the actors were always begging for a round of applause. Were they singing a double act, or what? Little yeah, Wang Hao asked Yupeng beside him. This skit has got to be the worst one auditioning. This time, right? As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, before little Yeye could reply, he saw everyone around them suddenly turn their heads, their gazes clicking like gunfire, almost riddling him with bullet holes. What was going on? Brother Hao, little Yeye said with a cold sweat, whispering. The guy performing on stage right now is called Lu Big Head. He's always been the closing act at past events. His skit is definitely the best of the ones we have auditioning this time. How could you say it's the worst? Damn, this skit could be called the best. Just look at how they're performing. 3 people yelling and bustling around on stage, with not a single laugh from the audience, just occasional sparse applause. And this skit is the headliner. If this were the past life, it probably would only qualify for second-rate gig performances, and even then, only as cannon fodder. This is considered the best. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Then how bad were the ones before this? The people around turned back again, directing another round of scanning gazes. Soon, the skit ended, and the actor known as Lu Big Head got off the stage and started heading towards Wang Hao's side. Then Wang Hao saw the people around him rush up in a flurry, serving tea and handing towels. Lu Big Head took a sip of tea and wiped off the sweat with a towel before plunking down. Never mind the quality of his performance, just looking at his demeanor, he really seemed to carry some clout in the industry. He heard the person who served the tea chuckle softly. Brother Big Head, your skit just now was fantastic, definitely a pass. The one offering the towel said. Does Brother Big Head's show even need doubt? There's no problem for sure. It'll be the closing act again this year. It was just SOSO, Lu Big Head holding his cup, said, my performance just now wasn't too good. I'd barely give it 90 points. Of course, passing the audition shouldn't be a problem. Wang Hao. This skit gets 90 points. Damn, now I finally get why you're called Big Head. Must be the thick skin that stretched your head out. During this time, Secretary Lin and several executives from the television station began assessing Lu Big Head's skit. They whispered among themselves for a full 5 minutes before finally shaking their heads. One of the staff members on the stage then raised both hands and made a cross sign, announcing, the act has not passed the audition. There will be a 10-minute intermission. PFF. Upon seeing his act was killed off, Lu Big Head, who was drinking tea, suddenly sprayed it out, exclaiming in shock, damn, my act didn't make it? He wasn't the only one surprised, aside from Wang Hao. It seemed like everyone else in the entire room was too. No way. Lu Big Head's act got killed off. Can this event even go on with any acts? Exactly, Lu Big Head's act was definitely not bad at all. If his act got killed off, should we even bother going on? What are we going to do? Seriously, our act can't compare to his. It's over, definitely no hope now. Yupeng was also visibly shocked, saying, my God, Lu Big Head's act didn't make it. Brother Hao, what do we do now? Isn't it perfectly normal for a show like this to get axed? Wang Hao scratched his head and said, I didn't find it funny at all. If the audience doesn't laugh at a sketch, then obviously it's not going to work. To tell the truth, Wang Hao was just stating the obvious, but to the ears of the people around him, it sounded different. Who are you? Do you even know what a sketch is? Exactly. Young man, don't just spout nonsense. Lu Big Head's sketches are absolutely great. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. As the saying goes, bad news travels fast. No more than 2 minutes had passed since Wang Hao had spoken, and his words had already reached Lu Big Head's ears. Lu Big Head sprang to his feet, stormed over to Wang Hao with a sneer, and said, Who are you? Speaking so arrogantly? My work is no good, so yours is better? He glanced at Yupeng and added, Isn't he just a lousy crosstalk speaker? What's there to show off here? Come on, your performance flops and you don't let people talk about it? You think everyone has to coddle you? So what if he's a crosstalk speaker? Our little Yeye is now the pillar of the happy people stage. Does that make him inferior to you? Wang Hao was just About to give Lou Big Head a piece of his mind when Little Ye quietly tugged at his clothes and whispered, "Brother Hao, let it go. We shouldn't argue with him. It's my turn to go on stage soon. No need to argue over this." "All right," Wang Hao shrugged. "Then I'll say less." In fact, he really couldn't hold back just now. Lou Big Head's sketch, in his opinion, was absolutely cannon fodder. Even those who came to auditions were just there to make up the numbers. And yet, Lou Big Head had the gall to strut around as if he owned the place. "What? Are you chickening out now?" Lou Big Head laughed loudly. "That's right. Historically, crosstalk has always been a notch below our sketches. Remember this in the future. Don't just say whatever comes to mind, got it?" Wang Hao just shrugged with a grin. This guy really was full of himself. The intermission was over, and 2 more sketches went up. Without any surprise, all were axed, and now everyone started to get restless. What do we do? What do we do? Every act that goes up gets axed. It's over. No one is going to pass the audition this time. Yupeng was also nervous. He grabbed Wang Hao's arm and said, "Brother Hao, I'm up next. Can I make it?" Wang Hao laughed and said, "Scared of what? Go for it. With Brother Hao here, there's absolutely no problem." Lou Big Head sneered nearby. "Keep boasting. Just wait until your crosstalk is rejected. Then what will you say?" Wang Hao gave him a glance. This guy was really petty. Was it wrong to simply speak the truth? Silence quickly fell over the hall, and Little Ye took the stage. Without any surprise, after Little Ye finished his crosstalk, the entire judging panel lit up their votes. Approved. Holy shit. It actually passed? Lou Big Head's eyes nearly popped out, his face full of disbelief. This. While everyone was still in shock, Secretary Lin, sitting at the chairman's table, frowned and said, "This won't do. So many acts, and in the end, only one is decent. We can't have a gala with just one language program. What do we do?" Upon hearing Secretary Lu's words, everyone shut their mouths and dared not speak. Indeed, a gala with only one language piece was obviously not acceptable. It wouldn't be presentable. But just as everyone was puzzled about what to do, Lou Big Head suddenly stood up, pointed at Wang Hao, and said, "Secretary Lin, this guy says that our sketches are no good. Maybe he has some ideas." Chapter 355, Brother Hao Takes the Stage. Had gazes the power to penetrate, Wang Hao would have certainly become as riddled as honeycomb briquette, the kind executed by firing squad for 10 minutes. Who is this guy? How dare he say that none of our skits are any good? Exactly, I've never seen him before. What's he so full of hot air for? If our stuff isn't up to snuff, then his is? Who cares about him? Lou Big Head really did great, calling our sketches rubbish at an event like this. Now let's see what he has to say. At this moment, Secretary Lin on the stage also spotted Wang Hao and frowned. "Who are you?" "Hello, my name is Wang Hao. I'm here to support my classmate today," Wang Hao said smilingly, adding, "and to check out the fun." "Your classmate who?" Secretary Lin asked curiously. "Which act did they perform?" "It's that crosstalk act that just got approved," Wang Hao replied. "Yupeng is my classmate." "Oh, him." Upon hearing this, Secretary Lin was taken aback and said, "Your classmate is quite talented. The crosstalk was really good." Then Yupeng, who was sitting beside Wang Hao, chimed in. A loyal wingman to Wang Hao, he said, "Secretary Lin, the crosstalk I performed was all thanks to Brother Hao. My brother Hao is incredibly talented." Instantly, everyone in the room dropped their jaws in shock. The skit that had everyone in stitches just now had been crafted by this Wang Hao? Secretary Lin was also surprised and asked, "You did a good job with the crosstalk. You understand skits as well?" Wang Hao humbly smiled. "A little bit, just a little." Hearing Wang Hao say a little, Secretary Lin immediately stroked his chin and thought. After all, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was taken very seriously. Mayor Su had given significant instructions that it needed to be done well, with delightful songs and engaging skits. As his secretary, Lin Qingfeng indeed treated this as a matter of importance. But the problem was, none of the skits performed by the actors were up to par, save for that one crosstalk. There's an old saying, desperate times call for desperate measures, so he blurted out, "This. How about you come up and talk about it, young man?" "Sure." Wang Hao boldly stepped forward, and Secretary Lin quickly had someone fetch a stool for him. Now the head of the TV station also spoke up. Holding the microphone, He whispered, Wang Hao, performing a skit isn't just about knowing a few funny jokes. You need a package, it has to flow well, and there have to be laugh points. It's very professional work. Some people live their entire lives off one successful skit. So take it easy, okay? Don't worry. If I didn't have the chops, I wouldn't dare stand up here, right? Wang Hao took the microphone and declared, Next, I'll tell everyone about skits. Criticizing it when you're the one who's overweight. Lou Bighead glared with eyes wide open and shouted, Do you know how long it takes to develop a skit? We work for a month on one piece, revising over and over before we can bring it to stage. You, a mere crosstalk comedian, dare to talk about skits here? And to say my work is no good? The crowd echoed, Exactly, exactly. This is a highly specialized field. Don't cross lines when you don't understand. I'm really sorry, Wang Hao said with a chuckling smile. I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. What I meant to say is, all of your skits, they're just not up to scratch. Boom. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the whole room exploded into a frenzy. This Wang Hao sure talks big. Does he really understand skits? He must be bluffing, right? Exactly, skits aren't that easy to concoct. You need characters, right? You need a plot, right? You need a package, right? It's not as if you can casually slap together some comic dialogue and call it a skit. Absolutely. He must be showing off because Secretary Lin is here. He's just blowing smoke. Secretary Lin, I can't take this job. Lou Bighead, puffing out his chest with eyes bulging, exclaimed, Some random guy pops up claiming he understands skits and says our performances are no good. I know he's acquainted with you, Secretary Lin, but surely you can't be covering for your friend like this? Letting him make a scene here. This puts Secretary Lin in a tough spot, and he said, Wang Hao, take it easy, will you? Can you actually deliver? Don't believe me, eh? Wang Hao said with a laugh. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Hey, what's his name? Lou Bighead, right? That skit you performed earlier, what on earth was it? No coherence, lacking punchlines, and the package was not at all clever. You spent over a month on that. I'm no good, Lou Bighead shouted angrily. If you're so capable, then you get up there. Everyone echoed in agreement. Exactly, Secretary Lin. If you don't take charge, we're not taking this job. If you can do it, step up. Otherwise, cut the crap. That's right. If you're up to it, do it. If not, step down and stop posing. Sitting in the corner, Yupeng was clenching a handful of cold sweat, thinking, Brother Hao, you're my real brother. Can you pull this off or not? You better not scare me. Faced with the crowd's impassioned clamor, Wang Hao smiled, gestured for calm, and said, Let me just say one thing, so everyone understands what a comedy skit is. Then he called out, Hey, buddy, can you grab me a plank? I'll show you a demonstration. An officer nearby immediately fetched a plank and set it on the stage. Wang Hao walked over and swiftly wrote 3 words on the plank, which everyone read aloud together, Scotland. Then Wang Hao wrote 2 more words underneath, and this time everyone read it together, Scotland flirtation? Wang Hao chuckled and corrected, That's Scottish sentiment. Everyone first stared in disbelief, and then the room erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this is interesting. And don't tell me, the kid has some skills. Just a few words, and he's already made a joke. Really, it looks like he does have talent. Scotland flirtation, Scottish sentiment. Ha ha. Just a mix-up in order can kill you with laughter. As everyone laughed heartily, Secretary Lin was dumbfounded. He laughed for a good while before exclaiming in astonishment, Bro, that was impressive. Divine, I'd say. Just 5 simple words, and you've got a joke. Everyone got it. Wang Hao pointed at the 5 words. That's what a joke is, get it? Now take a look at your own work. You hustle for ages and can't even produce a single laugh. Did I wrong you by saying your work isn't cutting it? Yupeng, has Zhao Laonian from our big stage arrived? If he's here, call him up. Get a braid of garlic and a chicken too. And find a pair of trousers, ones with really wide legs. Got it, Yupeng shouted. I'll call him over now. Soon, a middle-aged uncle who looked honest and scared walked into the room, timidly saluting the platform. I'm here. I'm here. I am Zhao Laonian. Old Nian, come over here. Wang Hao waved him over and then asked Yupeng to help him with the props. Put these props on. Wang Hao then scanned the scene, not caring who was who, and randomly selected someone appropriate, calling out, Hey, You. Yes, you. Come here. You've got a role. The little girl pointed to her. Me? Yes, you, Wang Hao said. In this skit, your Mao Mao got that. All right. The girl walked up confidently as Wang Hao instructed. This man is your grandfather, understand? The little girl nodded. Understood. Wang Hao continued to scout for actors on the spot, and quickly, his eyes lit up. He called out, that one over there. Yeah, the younger one, the effeminate one. Hey, yes, you. The young man was not pleased. Who are you calling effeminate? I'm a real man. Wang Hao laughed heartily. This guy was perfect. You're playing a waiter at this restaurant, Wang Hao said. I'll write your lines in a bit. Is that going to work? The guy asked, filled with doubt as he walked up. Do I just read the lines? Exactly. Wang Hao then pulled another person forward, saying, you'll play a judge from Zhonghai Good Songs, got it? The person nodded, understood. Now that the casting was finished, Wang Hao got to work writing the script. With a laptop and printer at hand, he typed furiously, and in about 20 minutes, he had all the lines printed out, one copy for each person, and handed them down, saying directly, done. All you need to do is read the script. There are cues for when to do what. You all can understand it, right? A few of them nodded together. We can. Chapter 356. That's it. This is exactly what I want. And so, the sketch commenced. First, Mao Mao and Zhao Laonian took the stage, and Zhao Laonian read from the script. This is the most expensive restaurant in Teeling, Scotland, flirtation. Mao Mao, Grandpa, you read it wrong. It's supposed to be Scottish ambience. Grandpa, this place is really expensive. Zhao Laonian, don't worry, we've brought money, 30,000. Do you have the bag? That yellow bag. This was just the opening setup. In short, the two were preparing to welcome the judges from Zhonghai Good Songs, but had left the bag with the money at home. By now, everyone was craning their necks. This isn't funny yet. They're just setting up the story. Yeah, what's the big deal? It's no better than ours. But, very soon, everyone realized just how powerful this sketch was. At this point, Zhao Laonian and Mao Mao entered the restaurant, and Zhao Laonian called out, waiter. Xiao Xinyang made a splendid entrance. I'm sorry, sir. We are a high-end hotel, and we don't accept agricultural products. Zhao Laonian, we're here to eat, girl. This meal is very important. Xiao Xinyang, who are you calling girl, sir? I'm all man. With Xiao Xinyang's cheeky expression and his outfit, the crowd immediately burst into laughter. Zhao Laonian, why are you wearing a skirt? Xiao Xinyang, it's not a skirt. These are capri pants. Look, it has legs. Oh no, in my rush I put them on wrong. That's why walking felt so awkward. The audience was already laughing uncontrollably. The sketch that Wang Hao had chosen, No Shortage of Money, was widely regarded as one of Uncle Benshin's peak works, and it was this very sketch that had made Xiao Xinyang a household name across Jiangnan. Although it wasn't fully rehearsed yet, the brilliance of the dialogue alone had people in stitches, and clearly, the sketch only got funnier as it went on. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Scottish noodles with gravy. Is it the gravy that's expensive? The gravy is free. Then give me a bowl of gravy. The kid is hungry. Ha ha. So clever. The setting is very grand. A big hall, a big room, with a big photo in the middle, surrounded by flowers. White ones, yellow ones, you name it. Ha ha ha. The decor in this room, it's so unique. Do you have anything that's over £1? You do, or don't you? These two. Ha! This dialogue is brilliant. The people below were laughing so hard they were falling over, and the three actors on stage were also chuckling as they spoke. We have this. We really don't have that. By now, Secretary Lin, sitting at the head table, was practically dropping his jaw to the floor. Could such an incredible work really be done by this Wang Hao? If this were shown at the party, wouldn't it blow the roof off? This is the one. This is what I want. Secretary Lin pounded the table. This sketch. It must be performed at the event. The crowd below was completely flabbergasted. Secretary Lin was that excited. In the time that followed, the audience truly had their eyes opened. The sketch that Wang Hao provided was just filled with one classic line after another. Brother, next time we come to a restaurant, should we bring our own ingredients? They don't have anything we order here. Few dishes, 2 of each. Can't you give us a chance? A director visits your restaurant. Shouldn't you make a gesture? Offer us something. How can you be so stingy, sir? Not a single complimentary dish. Now we have to pay extra. Stop quibbling. What if we really need to deal with something later? Life, sometimes, is just like sleeping. You close your eyes, you struggle, and a day passes by. Great, you close your eyes, don't struggle, and your whole life passes by. Great. Money is an external possession. What's the most painful thing for a human being? When you die and you haven't spent your money. The most painful thing is living without money. At this point, the actors on stage didn't even need to perform anymore. The lines themselves were making the audience roll in the aisles with laughter over and over again. Secretary Lin's eyes were shining so brightly. They were like 200-watt light bulbs. In the middle of the night, there was no need for lights. Just his eyes were enough to illuminate the room. Little Wang, you nailed it. This sketch is absolutely brilliant. Secretary Lin praised enthusiastically. With this sketch alone, it will have people laughing their teeth off. No shit, Sherlock. The skit was universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of sketch work. Didn't it catapult Xiao Xinyang to stardom? Was there even a shred of doubt? Sure enough, once the performance of the sketch concluded, there was an explosion of applause from below, lasting a full minute. Now everyone sincerely admired Wang Hao. How could they not? With just this sketch, who would dare to say a word against it? This is what a good sketch is, right? In just over 20 minutes, how many times did people burst into laughter? It was countless. Virtually every line was a classic. By now, no one dared to pick apart Wang Hao's work. Whispering, Secretary Lin asked, "Bro, this sketch is definitely beyond reproach, but do you have any other ideas? If we only rely on your sketch and the crosstalk for the finale of our evening gala, it'll be just fine, but with only 2 acts, we're short on numbers." Once Secretary Lin called him bro, Wang Hao's stock rose instantly. Even the TV station's manager started looking at Wang Hao differently. The fact that Mayor Su's secretary casually addressed this young man as bro on the spot, what did that imply? Once Wang Hao would sit in the office declaring he knew Secretary Lin, who would dare not show him respect. "Yeah, little Wang," intoned the station manager with obvious kindness, whispering, "You got any more?" Language-based acts like skits and crosstalks must account for at least 1/3 of a variety show. Now, although we only have 2, even though they're of exceptional quality, it's still not quite sufficient. Actually, Secretary Lin was just making casual conversation, but to his surprise, Wang Hao, without hesitation, nodded and said, "No problem, Brother Lin. I guarantee this evening gala will make you proud. For this sketch alone, I've got a bunch of them. Let me tell you about them." As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. He had prepared more than one sketch. Lou Bighead's eyes were about to pop out of his head. He exclaimed, "Damn, he has more than one sketch like this?" "Hey, you there." Wang Hao beckoned to Lou Bighead. "You're Lou Bighead, right? Come over here. Today, I'll show you what a real sketch is. You couldn't perform in the previous sketch, but you'll definitely fit in this one." Yes, that's right. This sketch was the perfect fit for Lou Bighead to play a role. "Me? I can do it too." Lou Bighead's face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't even imagined Wang Hao could find a role for him. "You really have a part for me?" "Of course." Wang Hao called him up, saying, "You'll play a role here. Just wait until I get the script ready." Wang Hao was drafting the script on the spot, leaving Lou Bighead in utter shock. Could it be that this guy was able to create sketch scripts just by opening his mouth? No way, right? That terrifying? Usually, it took us months to work on a single sketch, with some even taking 2 to 3 months to finalize before hitting the stage, and this guy just casually pulls out a bunch of them? Lou Bighead was full of disbelief, but once he saw the script, he was floored. "Just read what's written." Wang Hao handed the lines over to Lou Bighead, and casually picked a couple of other people. "I've written all the key points, you good?" Lou Bighead glanced over, saying, "All good." And so they began to perform. Soon, the old women started reading as directed. "Crutches, crutches." Lou Bighead. "What kind of crutches?" "Uncle Zhao, you read the whole thing." The old women. "Selling, selling." "Uncle Zhao, read it together." The old women. "Selling crutches, selling crutches." Lou Bighead. Hey, what are you talking about?" "Selling crutches." I almost called the police. They had barely started the performance, but the audience was already in stitches, with many laughing. "Ha! I can't take it. This dialogue is genius. Selling crutches, haha. Isn't it selling crutches? Wang Hao is just too talented. You can't help but admire him. Exactly, every line in this script is hilarious, no question about it. The sketch Wang Hao picked was also a masterpiece of its kind, selling crutches. This sketch was a burst of comedy from start to finish, without a single wasted word. All strung together, it could make someone's belly split from laughing. Chapter 357. Is my face still acceptable? Ha 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 ha. I can't handle it. Your stamping just numbs me. Big head, thick neck. If you're not a tycoon, you're a manservant. The writing of these lines is simply brilliant. And the riddles are top-notch. I couldn't even come up with the answers. Everyone was completely taken with laughter, and Big Head Lou was thoroughly convinced. At first, he was quite resistant. After all, Wang Hao was a nobody, and then he suddenly popped up claiming he could do a comedy skit for everyone. Who would believe that? But just look at this work. Hardly any effort was needed. They hadn't even had a rehearsal yet, and just the lines alone were enough to make people hold their bellies in laughter. This is what a skit is all about. Compared to that, the stuff that Big Head Lou used to do was just incomparable, completely disposable, bottom of the barrel, just filling numbers. By the time this selling crutches act was finished, Big Head Lou was on his knees. Brother Hao, you're like my real brother. Please, I beg you. You have to let me perform this skit. I didn't recognize Mount Tai before. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Hao. PSH, as if I would even bother holding a grudge against you. Wang Hao laughed. You've got nothing to say now, have you? Big Head Lou. Nothing at all. Then it's settled. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. You'll perform this skit. Put on a good show, and I'll forgive and forget. Brother Hao, enough said. Big Head Lou gave Wang Hao a fist salute. From now on, you're my real brother. After finishing selling crutches, Wang Hao casually wrote a few more skits, all of which had been super popular in his past life. Like, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, with its classic line. Can this old ferry ticket still board your broken boat? Blind date, with the classic line. Hi Yen. Oh, you better take more care. Happy Mahua's Crossing, the study of human skin dirt, and so on. All these pieces were Wang Hao's favorites from his past life. He could rattle them off the tip of his tongue. The classic level of those lines could practically make the eyes of everyone present pop out. So much so that by the end, everyone in the room looked at Wang Hao as if they had discovered a gold mine. Nobody dared to utter a word there. Only hope was that Wang Hao would choose them. If he did, performing the skit he talked about would certainly skyrocket them to fame. For the following period, Wang Hao could be said to have completely dominated the room. From Secretary Lin, the head of Zhonghai TV station, to actors from various major stages, everyone listened intently and breathlessly to Wang Hao discuss his comedy skits. When he finally finished speaking, everyone in the room was in a state of shock. No one could utter a single word of objection. This is what a real skit is all about. The skits he talked about, any one of them taken out would be a classic of classics, even an existence that could be said to lead the trend. Little brother, Secretary Lin was totally convinced. You've really helped me out big time. There's absolutely no problem with this evening's show. All thanks to your skits. Let's go out for a meal later. As your brother, I must properly express my gratitude. Ah, you're making me feel embarrassed now. Wang Hao scratched his head with a grin, saying, Brother Lin, look at you being all polite. I was just in time. It's all good. It's what I should do. No, it's not the same. Secretary Lin was truly grateful to Wang Hao and said, as the elder brother here, I must treat you to dinner. If you don't come, that would be disrespectful. Well then, if that's what they say, why stand on ceremony? So, after Wang Hao had finished speaking, everybody headed straight for the hotel. Secretary Lin had made all the arrangements for today, so why miss out? Besides, getting a little closer to Wang Hao could only bring more benefits, couldn't it? Soon, everyone arrived at the hotel, ordered the dishes, took their seats, and Secretary Lin was the first to raise his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, today's performances were really a pleasant surprise. Especially the sketches Wang Hao talked about, all top-notch. Make sure to rehearse well. If we make this evening's show a success, everyone will be well rewarded. The crowd responded with a roar, raising their glasses and downing them. After sitting down, Secretary Lin smiled at Wang Hao and said, I owe you one, brother. You solved my urgent problem. I'm lost for words, but as your elder brother, I'll keep it in mind. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I'll make sure it gets done. Heh, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. That's easy to say, Wang Hao replied with a smile as he clinked glasses with Secretary Lin. I'm also decent with music. I have a friend named Jiang Feng. If you need someone to sing at the concert, I can ask him to perform. Jiang Feng. Secretary Lin was surprised upon hearing that name. The popular male singer who's all the rage recently? Oh, I've heard of him. Major TV stations invite him to their evening shows, and rumors have it that his performance fee has already shot up to $1 million. Brother, can you really pull it off? Of course. Without hesitation, Wang Hao pulled out his phone, found Jiang Feng's number, and called. Hello, Jiang Feng. This is Wang Hao. Brother Hao. Jiang Feng's voice was full of surprise. What's up, Brother Hao? It's like this. I have a brother, Wang Hao explained with a smile, who's planning a mid-autumn festival evening show at Zhonghai TV station. It's a big deal in the city, and I was thinking maybe you could come and sing a song. Do I have the clout for that? Definitely. Jiang Feng answered without a moment's hesitation. A word from Brother Hao goes a long way. I'll cancel all other invites. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Just tell me when, and I'll be there. See that? Wang Hao hung up the phone and smiled at Secretary Lin. How's that for influence? More than just all right. Secretary Lin was impressed, even cursing in his excitement. Your influence is incredible, no doubt about it. You know, our station has tried inviting him before. It's not easy at all. He's so booked up that even if we ask him, he might not have the time. But at your word, all his other gigs are cleared. Now that's awesome. Cheers. Wang Hao and Secretary Lin clinked glasses and drank them down in one go. Then Wang Hao smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're the mayor's secretary. As your little brother, I can't let you lose face, right? For sure. Secretary Lin began talking as they started to eat. You might not know this, but Mayor Su entrusted me with this evening show. It has to be good, as many city leaders will be there to watch. If I mess it up, wouldn't I be embarrassing Mayor Su? That's why I've been so strict with selecting the programs. Ah, thank goodness you came along and brought such a big surprise. Otherwise, this would have been very difficult to handle. After hearing Secretary Lin's words, Wang Hao understood the situation. In plain language, the show was important with many leaders attending, so they couldn't skimp on quality. Therefore, Secretary Lin was extremely strict in choosing the programs, leaving only Yu Ping's crosstalk show from more than 20 language-based acts. Brother Lin, Wang Hao pondered before saying, I happen to be free lately. If you trust me, how about I help you with this evening show? I've got some clout right now, and I can assure you the leaders and everybody else will be stunned by our event. Really? Surprised at Wang Hao's offer, Secretary Lin said. Just based on the sketches you've mentioned, that would be no problem at all. All right, let's work on this together in the coming days. Whatever you need, just name it, and I'll make sure it gets done. That's exactly the phrase I've been waiting for. Actually, there is something, Wang Hao said, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. It's my great-grandfather's 100th birthday over Mid-Autumn Festival back home, and he has a wish to fix the road in his village. It's in bad condition and causes a lot of trouble for people trying to leave the village. So, Brother Lin, what do you think? A road repair? Secretary Lin immediately took out his phone, opened the map, and asked, Where exactly? Near DQ County. Wang Hao pointed out the location. The road's in terrible shape. It might even require blasting through a mountain. I've been running around all day trying to figure it out. Brother Lin, how do you think we can get this road built? Road construction involves a lot of factors. Secretary Lin examined the map closely and then said, But don't worry, I'll bring it up with Mayor Su. By the way, does your village have any unique local products? If there's economic development potential, it would make the conversation much easier. Chapter 358, Going Back to My Hometown. Really? If that's the case, then it's easy. Secretary Lin slapped his thigh and said, Leave it to me. I can't guarantee success, but I promise I'll do my best. Haha, then I must thank Brother Lin. Wang Hao then picked up his cup and said, Come on, let's drink. The two clinked glasses, and with that, it was settled. Over the next few days, Wang Hao essentially spent every day rehearsing these sketches and crosstalk acts with Secretary Lin. Worried that the show wouldn't be high-class enough, he directly pulled in the big stars Yang Yunfei and Zhang Muqing, who quickly worked out a couple of songs, with a quality that essentially matched the standards of the Spring Festival Gala from his previous life. Hey, your expression here is all wrong. Big head, thick neck. If you're not a tycoon, you're a chef. You've got to say it with confidence, else how will you bluff them? That's right. No illness, so take a few steps. Take a few steps. And the expression, pay attention to matching it with the action. Hey, that. Whoever, the line about being all manly, you've got to say it with a bit of effeminacy. You can't be too macho, or it'll lose the flavor. Hey, yes, with your crossing, don't walk in like it's your own home. Shouldn't you be a bit scared when the lady of the house enters? Hai Yin, you better be sharper. Smack the arm. Yes, smack the arm. Your expression needs to be sleazy. Sleazy, got it. Wang Hao got all these classic acts rehearsed with the actors, and by the end, his word was absolute authority. Who dared to disobey? Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the end of the month. Wang Hao was busy rehearsing when his WeChat rang out. Picking it up, he burst into laughter. Old Zhao. Wang Ritian, what's up? Zhao Zhenhao. Brother Hao, how are you planning to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? We're thinking of going on a trip, but there's nowhere good to go. Got any recommendations? Wang Ritian. Planning on a trip, are you? I really don't have any good places to recommend. I'll be going back to my hometown for Mid-Autumn Festival. My great-grandfather is celebrating his 100th birthday. Zhao Zhenhao, what? Hey, 100th birthday? Your great-grandfather is 100 years old. Wang Ritian. Of course, my great-grandfather can still work in the fields. Zhao Zhenhao, really? He's that healthy? Wang Ritian. Absolutely. The mountain spring water back home is excellent. My great-grandfather drinks that water. It's definitely Longevity Village. Hey, old Zhao. If you're not busy, why not come and visit? Zhao Zhenhao. Oh, right. When you go back to your hometown, is it that place you told me about the first time we had a meal together? The one with mountains and water? And something about 5 insects. Wang Ritian. Correct, that's the one. If you don't have a better place to go, why not come join us? It's not too far, just over 150 kilometers, though the roads are a bit rough. Zhao Zhenhao. Sounds good. Let's take a stroll over there then. After chatting with Zhao Zhenhao, Wang Hao started chatting with Bai Yining. Wang Ritian, what are you up to? How do you plan to spend Mid-Autumn Festival? Bai Yining, what else can I do? Just staying home, bored. You. Wang Ritian, I'm going back to my hometown for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why don't you come over and play? It's the place with the 5 insects I told you about when I ate with old Zhao. We have a lake there, and the lake is full of fish. It's really nice. Old Zhao said he and Fong are coming. You should join us for a barbecue. I'll catch grasshoppers for you to roast and eat. Bai Yining, really? Let me think. Yeah, okay, I'll go with them. Wang Ritian. Good, then it's settled. Switching off his mobile phone, Wang Hao sighed contentedly and said, by the time everyone's together, having a barbecue and such. Amazing. Just like that, another 2 days passed, and the Mid-Autumn Festival drew close. It was time to set out for his hometown. Little Hao, are you all packed? On the morning of departure, his parents, all dressed up, called out to Wang Hao, who was hiding in his room. Hurry up, Ren Xing is already downstairs. Aren't you going to buy some presents for the celebration? Let's get moving after you've done your shopping. All right. Wang Hao, neatly dressed, walked out from his room, smiling. I'm heading out now. I'll be back in a bit. I'm going downstairs first. Go ahead, Mom waved her hand. Call me if you need anything. Got it. Having gone downstairs, Wang Hao spotted Ren Xing from a distance, sitting on a rock inside the neighborhood, staring at his phone. As Wang Hao approached, Ren Xing smiled and said, Brother Hao, what's going on? Planning to head back for the old man's birthday celebration. Exactly, said Wang Hao to his reliable buddy. My great-grandfather's turning 100 this year, and I'm doing quite well for myself now. So I thought I'd buy a jade ruby to take back for good luck. No problem, Ren Xing nodded. My dad was planning to check out some antiques these few days, and I've been wandering around the jade market for no reason. Let's go and see if we can find something suitable. Haha, that's why you're my solid bro. Wang Hao slapped Ren Xing's meaty shoulder with a satisfying thump. Let's get going. The jade specialty store that Renxing mentioned was a large jewelry shop in Zhonghai City. They parked the car and walked in. The clerks quickly greeted them. Welcome. May I know what the two of you are looking to buy? We'd like to look at jade ruies. Wang Hao nodded. It's a gift for an elder. Right this way, please. The clerk led Wang Hao and his friend to the jade counter. Wang Hao scanned the selection and was quickly captivated by a relatively large jade ruby, about 1.5 feet long. The ruby was a vivid green throughout, beautifully crafted, and it was clear the carving work was top-notch, high-class. Just Wang Hao's style. How much for this one? Wang Hao asked, pointing to the jade ruby. And what kind of jade is it? This piece is an ice glutinous type with floating green jade ruby. The clerk was a little surprised when Wang Hao asked about this one. The price is 180,000. Sir, are you planning to give this as a gift too? Today's my great-grandfather's birthday. Wang Hao decided without hesitation, slapping down the decision. This one's it. First impressions are most important. If it looks nice, it's good. The clerk's mouth dropped open in shock. Holy shit, is business really this good today? All right, I'll pack this up. For you right now. Without another word, the clerk started arranging for someone to package the jade ruby for Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Renxing gave a big thumbs up and laughed. It's still Brother Hao who knows his stuff. This jade ruby is spot on. You can tell its quality just by looking at it. A 100-year-old man deserves a good gift to stabilize the home. Wang Hao cheerfully went to swipe his card. Everything settled quickly. The money's a small matter. It's all about happiness. Now that I'm wealthy, I really am wealthy. Spontaneous. All right, Brother Hao, let's get going. Laughed Renxing as the two packed the jade ruby into the box and got into the car. When they got back to the apartment, Renxing said, Brother Hao, I'll give you a call in a couple of days. You know more about this stuff, so you could come with me and my dad to look at some antique pendants. No problem. I'll come along and take a look. Wang Hao waved goodbye to Renxing. We'll meet up then. See you. After Renxing left, Dad and Mom came downstairs too and asked once they got in the car, what did you buy for your great-grandfather? It's all so secretive. Not much, Wang Hao answered while driving, as his parents got into the car. Just a jade ruby to be placed in my great-grandfather's room for stability, to ward off evil, and to bring good luck. Yeah, it makes sense to get one. Dad exclaimed, our Hauer is really thoughtful. I didn't even think to buy such a thing. As they hit the highway, Wang Hao drove Renxing's Feng Tian Alpha straight for DQ County. On the way, Dad said, don't rush off once we get to the county. I'm thinking of renting an archway. For the great-grandfather's 100th birthday, we should really do it upright. Our ancestor hasn't left the mountain in his entire life. He deserves to have some fun. We'll even hire a couple of people to sing some opera for him, to make it festive. Don't worry about it. Everything is arranged, Wang Hao chuckled. But you're right. We should set up an archway. It took about 2 hours by car from Zhonghai to DQ County. After exiting the highway, they soon rented an archway, and then the three of them took the dirt road and headed up the mountain. Truth be told, the road was rough, almost shaking Wang Hao's butt off. Thank goodness for the van. If it had been his Maserati, the undercarriage would have been stuck in no time. Chapter 359, This Whole Family. When Wang Hao's car drove by, 3 people came out from the great-grandfather's large courtyard. As soon as they saw him, they smiled and said, look who has come. Hey, DeWang. It's been what? 4 or 5 years since we last saw you. Wang Hao's father nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's been 4 or 5 years. Oh, how time flies. Come in, said the speaker, a solidly built farmer in his early 50s. Wang Hao's uncle, Wang Delong. He couldn't stop smiling as he said, using the old ancestor's 100th birthday. As an excuse, we finally got everyone together. Otherwise, the ties might weaken over time. Wang Hao's great-grandfather lived with the family of Wang Delong, a branch of Uncle 3. The woman next to Wang Delong, Wang Hao's aunt, said, exactly, the road here isn't great, which deters most people from visiting. The old ancestor had been thinking of fixing it, but Ming Jie and a few others haven't managed to get it done yet, which is a pity. Come in. The last one, a young man about 25 or 26 with a dark complexion and an honest look, dressed in a simple farmer's robe, was Wang Hao's cousin, Wang Mingxian. He sneakily pulled Wang Hao's arm and chuckled. Little Hao, it's been ages since we last met. You look great. Wow, this car must have been expensive, right? It's okay. I couldn't bring my own, so I borrowed this one from a friend. Wang Hao chatted with Wang Mingxian as they walked. Mingxian, how have you been these days? I've been all right, just farming. Wang Mingxian chuckled and scratched his head. Can't compare to you university-educated folks. I don't know much, just getting by. That's pretty good too. This place has a nice environment. Wang Hao nodded, looking around. The surroundings were still all so familiar. Years ago, he and Wang Mingxian used to catch fish in the ponds as best buddies, and in a blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. As they spoke, Wang Hao followed the crowd into the inner room. As soon as he entered, he saw a spry elderly man with white hair and a youthful face seated in the main seat. He hurriedly went up to pay his respects. Great-grandfather, I'm here. The elderly jubilarian was Wang Hao's great-grandfather. As soon as he saw Wang Hao, he took his hand, looked him over carefully, and smiled. Ah, Hao, you've grown so much. And look at you, more spirited than ever. Have a seat, have a seat. My Hao is doing quite well now. Wang Hao's father, unable to contain his joy when the old ancestor praised his son, said, He's just a bit playful, but he's on the right path now and doing pretty well. As if I needed you to tell me that. The jubilarian cut him off directly and left Wang Hao's father speechless. Little Hao has always been smart. It's just you who never appreciated him. Look at him now. He's clearly got brains. He won't be ordinary in the future. You really are a living god. You can see all that. Great-grandfather, it's not really as good as you say. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed. I'm just messing around, ha. Life is about messing around. The jubilarian was surprisingly trendy. Only those of us with soil up to our chins can't do much. It's good to be a bit chaotic. Aren't young people who don't mess around foolish? You should live another 20 years at least. Wang Hao quickly complimented. By then I'll have my son come to celebrate your birthday. For that comment alone, I'll have to live another 20 years. The jubilarian, amused by Wang Hao, laughed heartily, his laughter vibrant. Then I, your great-grandfather, will be waiting to hold my great-great-grandson. This was no exaggeration. If Wang Hao had a child, the old man would indeed see 5 generations under one roof. Definitely. Wang Hao touched his nose. Great-grandfather, just wait and see. Should we start planning for a kid with our celebrity at home? The boy is getting more and more handsome. It's quite charming to see. The jubilarian looked at Wang Hao again and smiled. All right, I've seen you now. Go play with Mingxian and the others. I won't keep you youngsters any longer. Off I go then. Wang Hao's face beamed with joy as he left the house. Wang Mingxian was already waiting outside. As soon as he saw Wang Hao come out, he grabbed his arm and said, Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's rare to have so many people. Let's go play poker. Ming Jia, Little Hui, my brother Ming Bo, Yu Fong, and Little Qian from Uncle's side are all there playing Jinhua. Young people love to gather together. Hearing that several brothers and sisters were there, Wang Hao immediately said with a grin, Let's go make some money. The two entered a room next door where 5 young people were already playing poker. As soon as Wang Hao walked in, everyone stood up to greet him. Brother Hao. Little brother Hao. Uncle Hao. There were all sorts of relationships, which made it quite lively. Having already met Wang Hao. In the city, Wang Mingjie and Wang Hui exchanged glances, and Wang Mingjie chuckled quietly. The bragger has arrived. He's here, he's here. Within moments, Wang Hao joined everyone, not bothering about formalities, and started playing immediately. After a few casual rounds, Wang Hao looked at his cards and asked Wang Mingjie, Mingjie, have you talked to Annie about it? Are you planning to take the job as a runner or not? Hearing this, Wang Mingjie immediately laughed and said, I spoke to her, and since I'm not getting any younger, she told me to start earning money. Brother Tianfu helped me find a job at Brother Tianli's restaurant to start with. I see. No wonder there had been no news these days. He wouldn't force Wang Hao's path on anyone. Just then, Wang Hao's cousin, Wang Mingbo sitting next to him asked, Brother Hao, what job as a runner? A production assistant. Wang Hao tossed his cards aside, and while watching everyone raise their bets, he laughed and said, I thought about finding a job for little brother Mingjie first. Maybe get him into acting groups once he's familiar. But he's not going, so never mind. Actually, he was just saying it casually. But Wang Mingbo immediately took interest and joyfully said, Brother Hao, it's perfect since I'm jobless and don't have any particular skills. How about you see if I can go? Sure. Wang Hao looked at Wang Mingbo, and really, his appearance was quite suitable, like a simple country boy. He immediately asked, You want to go? Wang Mingbo nodded, I'll go. Then I'll make a call. They were really family, so Wang Hao got up to make a call. About 10 minutes later, Wang Hao laughed. They said they'll see, but it should be fine. Thanks, Brother Hao. Hearing that they would give him a try, Wang Mingbo was instantly happy and said, I knew Brother Hao was the best. While playing seriously, Wang Mingjie and Wang Hui exchanged glances and snickered. This fool, so happy to get a runner's job, such a bumpkin. The group chatted and played cards. Their stakes were low, just 1 yuan each. Such a small game was almost like scratching an itch for Wang Hao. But since they were really family, there was no need to play big. Ultimately, Wang Mingjie lost over 50 yuan, while Wang Hao won more than 100. Keep it all. Just then, their dad called everyone to eat. Wang Hao casually gave all the money back and said, Let's go, stop playing for now. Let's eat. Wang Mingxian and Wang Mingbo immediately nodded. Let's go, let's eat. Wang Hao's great-grandfather lived at his third-grandfather's house, and Wang Mingjie and Wang Hui were from the great-grandfather's family line. They stood up directly, and Wang Hui laughed. All right, let's call it a day. I'll take Mingjie back. The roads are bad. If it gets late, we won't make it back. Your place is not really accommodating. Wang Mingxian knew he was speaking the truth and nodded. All right, see you tomorrow. Morning. Come early. No problem. Wang Hui and Wang Mingjie then left the house, got on the motorcycle, and headed straight for the town. On the road, Wang Mingjie laughed. This Brother Hao really cares about his image. Gave me all the money I lost back, he. With how big he talks, would he have the heart to take advantage of you? Wang Hui replied with a smile. Let's go. Let's also go eat. I heard that tonight's show at Zhonghai TV station is quite big. Let's watch it while we eat. Chapter 360. Humph, you guess. How do you know that? Wang Hui scrutinized the plate. It's correct. Brother Tianli is here. Wang Mingjie leaped off the motorcycle and dashed towards the stairwell entrance. That's Brother Tianli's car, the Toyota Land Cruiser, worth over 600,000. Awesome, right? Damn, that's so badass. Wang Hui was also in a hurry. He locked the motorcycle and ran. As soon as they entered the home, they saw a middle-aged man about 35 or 36 years old sitting on the sofa. He was dressed in a suit and tie, with a black handbag in front of him, and a black iPhone 7 resting on top of the bag. Wang Mingjie exclaimed excitedly, Brother Tianli, you're here? Wang Tianli smiled and said, Just got here, got stuck in traffic for a long while on the highway. Mingjie, little Hui, you guys finally came back. Wang Mingjing dragged over a table, setting it up as he called out to Wang Hui. Well, come and help. Let me tell you, your Brother Tianli is now really something. His business is huge. Did you see the car downstairs? The Toyota Land Cruiser. More than 600,000. Now that's what you call a successful person. He's even brought Wenjun back with him. They're going to perform a comedic sketch for our old ancestor, to give everyone a good laugh. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wenjun's voice came from the kitchen. If that's not success, what is? Brother Tianli is the definition of success. Soon everyone settled down, forming a circle to sit around. Wang Tianli chuckled. Well, I guess it's going okay, sort of passable in front of others. By the way, haven't Tianfu and Tianshi arrived yet? Tianfu is about to get off the highway. Wang Mingjing set plates for Wang Tianli while saying, Tianshi is with him. They'll be here any minute. Let's start eating without them. Okay. Wang Tianli took off his suit jacket, then took a sip of wine and chuckled. Hey, I heard that you went to Zhonghai a couple days ago to sort out some road construction work. Don't remind me. I was actually planning to visit Little Hao first. Wang Mingjing sat down with the others, and they each took a sip of wine before he continued. But it turns out this kid is full of hot air, completely unreliable. He managed to get a car, but it turned out to be a clunker. Tomorrow I'll have to give him a good talking to. How can a young person be so vague? Indeed, hearing Wang Mingjing mention this, Wang Mingqing nodded and added, Isn't that what I do, handle second-hand items? He sold a few old desks and chairs at my place. claiming he had a company and was replacing everything old. But not long after, when June showed up and said Hauer had told him he had clout at the Happy People stage, was well known there. But when June checked, it was all a lie. I asked him to help me find a job, and he told me to do odd jobs. Wang Mingjie nodded in agreement. Brother Tianli, you really come through though. When you say you'll arrange a job, you do it. Now that's what I call a true relative. Wang Tianli shook his head and laughed. After all, he's not really one of us. The difference is too big. Forget about it. Before I came this time, I also contacted a few beverage companies about the spring water back home. They seem to think it's worth considering and are ready to study it. It's a done deal. Upon hearing this from Wang Tianli, Wang Mingjing slapped his thigh in elation. Now we're set. Nobody swings a deal like Brother Tianli. Look at that. As soon as he gets involved, it yields immediate results. Not like us, running around to dozens of places with no success at all. The group then began to drink, and about 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Wang Mingjing rushed over to open the door, and, seeing who it was, he burst into laughter. Haha, Tianfu, Tianshi, you've both arrived. And this is... Everyone got up to look, and 3 people entered. From the door, Wang Tianfu's attire betrayed his official rank, but more noteworthy was a young man around 25 or 26, bespectacled and genteel. A pretty girl accompanied him, donning a vibrant red dress, her slim waist and long legs accentuated, her hair a cascade of brown waves. The room was taken aback. Hey, Tianshi, who's this beauty? Let me introduce her. Wang Tianshi walked in with the girl, chuckling as they changed shoes. This is my girlfriend, Ding Xinxin. Hello. Ding Xinxin smiled and waved to everyone, who were utterly astonished. Wang Mingjie's eyes were glued to her. Brother Tianshi, your wife's way too pretty. I've only seen such beauty on TV. It's secure now. It's truly secure now. Wang Mingjing said proudly. Just based on Brother Tianli, Tianfu, and Brother Tianshi, at tomorrow's great-grandparents' birthday, will definitely be the center of attention. See what I mean? This is what true success looks like. Not just someone spouting nonsense. Ha ha ha, you got it, absolutely. The crowd agreed, nodding as they invited the 3 to take a seat. Then, Wang Mingjing turned on the television, chuckling. Come on, let's watch the show while we drink. I'm telling you, this show is going to kill it. Wang Wenjun boasted. 3 people from our happy forest have been chosen to participate in the Happy People stage and perform. Such a spectacle. I can't even manage to get up on it. Really? The crowd roared with laughter. Let's see. It's starting. The group then settled in to watch the evening show. The music performances warranted no particular remark, but as soon as the first sketch, Selling Crutches, began, everyone was in stitches within moments. Ha 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 ha. This sketch is too funny. Crutches for sale? Oh, crutches. Selling crutches. I can't take it anymore. Huh. These 2, celebrating the new year and playing Selling the Wife. Huh. The entire room burst into laughter, and Wang Wenjun said with pride, how about that? What do you think of this skit? Great. Everyone shouted in unison. It's so fun to watch. Right. Wang Wenjun was genuinely excited this time. Let me tell you, the folks from our Happy People stage are about to come on. That skit is going to be even more interesting. At Wang Hao's great-grandfather's home, a family of over 20 people gathered around, sitting in a circle in front of the TV, watching the show. The birthday star of the day was so delighted by the skit that he could hardly contain himself. Ha ha! This skit is so entertaining. I've never seen one this good in my whole life. The great-grandfather laughed. I could live off this skit for the rest of my days. This I've got to have. This is truly unique. Huh. Yep. Don't look at how the old man is already 100 years old this year. Judging by his spirit, he could easily have another 20 years to go in his latter half of life. The whole room was laughing so hard they were flying high. At this point, Wang Hao's social media feeds were almost exploding. Tonight's show on Zhonghai TV station is insanely good. The skit is fortress strong. Who organized this evening's program? It's brilliant. Every piece is a gem. All are masterpieces. I've been laughing nonstop. Hai Yen, you'd better watch out. On WeChat, Bai Yining excitedly asked Wang Hao, did you create this skit? It's fantastic. I had the housekeeping robot record it. I'll watch it a couple of times when I have free time. Wang Hao, Hee hee, you like it? Stick with Brother Hao, and you'll be laughing for a lifetime. Bai Yining, look at how smug you are. But you did surprise me again this time. Wang Hao, of course, by the way, when are you guys arriving tomorrow? Bai Yining, humph guess? Wang Hao, Auntie 3, come on in. Please come inside. Uncle 2, ha ha ha. It's been like 4 or 5 years, hasn't it? Brother Minghui, haha, it's been over 3 years, right? You've grown so tall. Come on, please come inside. Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Wang Mingxian were standing at the courtyard gate, welcoming guests. Some relatives lived close by, just around DQ County, and arrived early in the morning. Others were a bit further away and had spent the previous night in DQ County, arriving the next morning. It was just around 9 in the morning when over 20 people had already arrived. At first, Wang Hao could still recall each person's seniority, but later on, he was utterly at a loss. There was no helping it. There were just too many people. Many he had not seen for 5 or 6 years. His impression of them wasn't that deep, and most importantly, the hierarchy was too complicated for Wang Hao to keep straight. Little Brother Hao, as Wang Mingxian was greeting the relatives, he asked, "What's in the box you brought in last night?" "It's a display piece I bought for my great-grandfather. Not something to carelessly brag about, costing 18,000 for a jade ruby." Wang Hao casually responded, "It's just for good fortune and celebration, hee." Chapter 361. Everyone makes their entrance. Yeah, Wang Hao nodded, and then quickly greeted the relatives who were coming over. "Uncle C, you're here. Please come in. Come in." While he was busy greeting them, a cloud of dust approached, and a Toyota Overlord led the way, followed by 6 motorcycles and 2 pickup trucks that drove up impressively to the end of the field. For people got out of the cars, and when Wang Hao saw them, he was delighted. "Brother Tianli, you've arrived. We're here. Hurry, hurry." Wang Tianli got down from the car and called out to Wang Hao and Wang Mingxian. "Little Hao or Mingxian, come help with the stuff." "Coming." Wang Mingxian hurriedly rushed forward, whereas Wang Hao asked while moving closer, "Brother Tianli, did you buy all these? It's great-grandpa's birthday. We as the younger generation must buy some gifts to wish him longevity," Wang Tianli said proudly. "Move quickly. We can't afford to lose anything." A few of them started moving the things, and as they did, Wang Tianli asked, "Little Hao, what gift did you buy?" "I bought a decorative piece for great-grandpa," Wang Hao answered, carrying a box of apples inside. That's when Wang Mingxian laughed and interjected, "Little bro Hao bought a lucky cat for great-grandpa. It's very auspicious and lucky, so nice." Upon hearing that Wang Hao actually bought a lucky cat for the family patriarch, Wang Mingjing and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Wang Mingjing said with a wink and a nudge, "He's gotten the old man a lucky cat for his 100th birthday. Ha! This is too funny. The guy really cares about appearances." Wang Hui laughed. "It's a perfect gift. You can't pick any faults with it." At this time, as Wang Hao was carrying items inside, the relatives who had just arrived saw everything and gathered around, bombarding with questions. "Who bought all these things? There's so much. Wow, these apples and oranges are almost piling up into a mountain, right? How much did all this cost?" "Not too much," said Wang Tianli, carrying a box of Fu Rongwang cigarettes into the house with a laugh. "Just around 5,000 or so. I figured we should celebrate great-grandpa's birthday in style. It's just a little money, little money." Upon hearing that someone casually bought items worth over 5,000 yuan, the relatives were all stunned, and then they immediately buzzed with excitement. TSK, look at Tianli, so filial, well done. The stuff he bought is awesome. Isn't he carrying Fu Rongwang? That's 24 yuan a box, so just that case alone costs a couple of thousand. Look, that's definitely good liquor. Look at the packaging. Hey, Tianli, that liquor must be expensive, right? "Not too expensive," said Wang Tianli, putting down the box of cigarettes and smiling. "I know the owner of the distillery, so he gave me these bottles at the factory price, 300 a bottle, and I took 8 bottles, all brought over. 300 a bottle, at the factory price. Tianli, how much does this liquor sell for on the market?" The people were stunned and asked eagerly, 5 or 600? "On the market, it's 660 a bottle," Wang Tianli laughed heartily. "It's about who you know, no big deal. 8 bottles of liquor each worth over 600. The relatives sighed. "Look at him. Wow, that's something. Absolutely. Did you see what car he drove up in? A Toyota Overlord. That's 5 or 600,000 right there. He's doing great. Tianli is really meant for big things. Seeing the relatives doing well made Wang Hao happy too. He laughed and said, Brother Tianli is impressive, spending so much in one go, heh. It was SOSO. After all the items were moved, Wang Tianli said, I'll go inside and check on great-grandpa first. Little Howard, can you keep an eye on the stuff to make sure the kids don't damage anything? Sure, go ahead. Wang Hao was busy greeting guests while keeping an eye on things when another car arrived. This time, it was a red Land Rover Evoque. The curious relatives all crowded around, discussing as they looked. Look, isn't that a Land Rover? High-end car. Indeed, it's no worse than a Toyota Prado. Wonder who's inside. The driver is a girl. Do any of you know her? While they were all discussing, 3 people got out of the Land Rover Evoque, a woman and 2 men. The crowd was surprised as they recognized them. Tianfu, Tianshi. Brother Tianfu, Brother Tianshi. Wang Hao hurriedly waved. Long time no see. Heh, long time no see, Wang Tianfu said with a smile, waving his hand as he took 2 bottles of mitai from the car. As he walked, he said, Howard, I'll go inside to see great-grandfather first. Tianshi has brought his girlfriend this time, an absolute beauty with wealth. This Land Rover is hers. You better take good care of her. No problem. Wang Hao beamed, and when Wang Tianshi came over with the presents, he smiled and said, Brother Tianshi is amazing. Your lady friend is gorgeous. Wang Tianshi laughed and introduced them. My girlfriend, Ding Xinxin, and this is my brother, Little Hao. Hello. Ding Xinxin nodded at Wang Hao, and then Wang Tianshi, pulling her along, said, Let's go. We should go see great-grandfather first. Right then, a relative asked, Tianshi, your girlfriend is so gorgeous. What are you planning to give the old birthday star? Yeah, what gift did you bring? Let us have a sneak peek, satisfy our eyes. Hearing the relatives ask, Wang Tianshi pushed his glasses up with a grin and said, I bought my great-grandfather a jade thumb ring, and Xinxin, hearing about great-grandfather's big birthday, specially bought him a set of tang suits. Take a look. As he spoke, he opened the box to reveal a dark red tang suit of excellent quality, embroidered all over with round fu characters for good luck. The relatives were elated, exclaiming, Still is Tianshi who knows how to shop. Look at this outfit. If our ancestor wears it, it will definitely make a difference. Yes, Tianshi's doing quite well these days, the only postgraduate in our Wang family. He's really something special. Brother Tianshi, this outfit is nice. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with a smile. Great-grandfather will look so spirited in it. Sure, of course, nodded Wang Tianshi, and with that, he led his girlfriend inside. I'm going in now. Oh, and Little Hao, there's still plenty of stuff coming later that you'll need to help bring in. No problem. Wang Hao was genuinely happy to see his relatives doing well. He busied himself in the courtyard, arranging the items neatly, piling them up like a little hill. After a while, the voice of Brother Dewey rang out. Haha, little bro. When did you get here? Brother Dewey. Among all the relatives, Wang Hao was closest to Brother Dewey. As soon as he saw him, he went up to greet him. I got here last night. You've arrived too. Yeah, the road was tough, so we got here late. Brother Dewey held a big black plastic bag, chatting as he walked. It's great-grandfather's big birthday, so I brought a few fish. That's great. May we have fish every year. Everyone agreed in unison. Let's cook them all later, stew a big pot. Brother Dewey made a good choice. Wang Hao took over the fish, saying, Wow, these must be around 30 pounds, right? These are all big fish. Brother Dewey laughed. I made a special trip to the reservoir, brought them back from there. All pure wild fish, nutritious to eat, top-notch stuff. How else to say that the Wang family is indeed a large clan? Starting with great-grandfather, below him were 3 sons and 2 daughters. And then if you count all the children of these 3 sons and 2 daughters, there's over 20 people. Quite a few came with their spouses, and adding to Wang Hao's generation, each family has 1, some with 2 kids. Altogether, nearly 70 people filled the large courtyard to its brim, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Wang Hao was in the middle of greeting relatives when, after a while, Wang Tianshi helped great-grandfather out of the house. The old birthday star looked around the crowd and exclaimed with a smile, I never thought, at my old age, I'd still have the chance to see such a grand scene. Is this not the most complete gathering of my Wang family? Everyone responded boisterously. That's for sure. Only you, our ancestor, can hold such a presence. The ancestor nodded and said, well, actually, the reason I used the excuse of my 100-year-old birthday to call everyone here is that I have something on my mind. Upon hearing there was a reason, everyone instantly fell silent. Chapter 362, Fate Plays Tricks on People. Hearing the family elder speak like this, the crowd immediately began to comment. The elder is really looking ahead. This is good. Yes, those who are doing well should definitely help those who are lagging a bit. That's what family is for. It should be like this. Absolutely. Our family Mingfu is particularly worried about finding a job right now. If anyone has some connections, help him out. Even if it's just an introduction, it would be a good thing. Yes, this is the right way. Soon the whole courtyard was abuzz with quiet discussions, and once everyone had spoken, the family elder continued. So, today I take the liberty. Children, everyone sit down and talk about how you are doing. Don't be shy. We are all actual relatives here. Should help out as much as we can. Having said this, the youngest generation of Wang Hao and his peers promptly took their seats. Wang Mingjing was the first to step forward, smiling. I'll go first, set an example. For everyone. This was interesting, and the crowd applauded. Wang Mingjing said, I am currently working at a high school in DQ County as the Dean of Academic Affairs. I can't boast too much, but if anyone wants to send their kids to my school, I can definitely take good care of them. He, being the Dean of Academic Affairs at a high school, certainly had some power. As soon as the relatives heard this, they all nodded and murmured among themselves. Yes, that's indeed good. Having someone looking out for you in school will definitely benefit their studies. When our children reach high school age, we can send them there. That's true. Nowadays, if you don't know someone in the school system, it's difficult to get things done. This is good. After his introduction, the great-grandfather continually nodded and smiled. Yes, good. Ming Jing has a bright future, and in the future, whoever has things they need help with can feel free to ask him. Wang Hao also listened and nodded silently. Brother Ming Jing was doing well. With Wang Mingjing taking the lead, it was now time for the young people of the Wang family to showcase themselves. First was a cousin from Wang Hao's great-grandfather's side, named Wang Mingxiu, 23 years old, who stood up and introduced, I am in my final year of university, studying mechanical design, and in 2 months, I am preparing for an internship. After the internship, it's about finding a job and a partner, and if anyone has suitable job opportunities, I hope you can introduce me. Of course, introducing a partner would be even better. Yes, he's about to enter society. He should indeed prepare well, said Wang Hao's second cousin, taking notes. This was a clan meeting, and the family elder took this gathering very seriously, mainly focusing on supporting these young people, not risking neglect. Wang Hao made a mental note to himself to introduce him to suitable girls or jobs in the future. For him, it was just a small effort. But for his cousin Mingxiu, it could potentially decide his future. Next, there were a few more brothers and cousins talking about their current endeavors, some working in catering as waiters, some in entertainment singing in bars, and even one doing pet grooming. All sorts of careers. These were generally doing well, not wealthy, but definitely not struggling. Soon, it was Wang Mingqing's turn. He got up, scratched his head, and laughed. I'm doing all right. Currently flipping goods at the Tianli secondhand market in Zhonghai City. If anyone wants to buy some good secondhand home appliances in the future, or has something to dispose of, you can come to me. I'll make sure you get the best price. With that said, everyone laughed, and someone asked, Mingqing, working in Zhonghai City doing this, how much do you earn a month? Exactly. Zhonghai is a big city. I heard it's profitable. I'm doing okay. Wang Mingqing replied modestly, though inwardly he felt quite proud. I make about 10,000 a month, just getting by. Zhonghai is an expensive place, haha. 10,000 a month. For many relatives present, this was a significant figure they were discussing. Many exclaimed, look, Mingqing has really made it big. He's earning over 10,000 a month. It's the big cities that offer growth opportunities. Mingqing, if you are ever short of staff, just give us a shout, okay? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Wang Mingqing quickly sat down and said, "If anyone really can't find a job, coming over to my place for some temp work is definitely possible." Everyone burst into laughter. After Wang Mingqing, it was Wang Mingjia's turn. He stood up, bowed to everyone, and then smiled. "I'll be brief. I'm not that capable. Just the other day, I went to Zhonghai to look for a job. Initially, I asked Brother Hao about it, and Brother Hao recommended me for an apprenticeship. But then I thought, I'm already 19, I'd be married with children back in the village. I need to make money first. So I talked to my brother Tianli, and he offered me a job in his restaurant chopping vegetables, earning 4,000 a month. Heh." Hearing his humorous take, many laughed and commented, "Yes, making money is the right way to go. Correct, money in hand is what counts." "Brother Hao," said Wang Mingjia after finishing, giving Wang Hao a sheepish smile. "Sorry about that, Brother Hao. I'm at that age. Don't take it to heart." "Ah, it's fine." Wang Hao didn't mind and laughed. "You need to start earning money, and since you didn't go, I just recommended Mingbo instead. It's all the same, we're family. We should look after each other." This was really just an appetizer. The mood among the crowd had already picked up considerably, and soon it was Wang Tianfu's turn to introduce himself. "I'm currently the head of the planting department at the Forestry Bureau in the XY district of Zhonghai, overseeing the flower and sapling industry work," stated Wang Tianfu, standing with pride as he pushed his glasses, speaking confidently and smiling. "If anyone needs anything related to forestry, like buying saplings to plant, feel free to contact me." He then went on to mention the projects he was responsible for, including garden planting and sapling purchases. After finishing his introduction, Wang Tianfu bowed to everyone, his face carrying a confident smile as he slowly sat down. Hearing that Wang Tianfu was now the head of the planting department in the Forestry Bureau of Zhonghai City, faces around him were full of envy. "Wow, that's impressive. He's a department head. Yes, he's an official civil servant. Truly something else." Listening to the murmurs of envy from the crowd, Wang Tianfu appeared somewhat proud, and next up was his good brother, Wang Tianshi. "I'm currently working in a foreign capital company." Wang Tianshi stood up and smiled. "It's called Alpi Electronics, Heavenly People's Republic, Limited, mainly handling human resources. If any of our younger siblings and cousins are really struggling to find a job, I can arrange something, like a logistics position, to at least ensure you have food and shelter every month." As soon as they heard Wang Tianshi was managing human resources at a foreign capital company, everyone was stunned. After all, in their minds, to work at a foreign capital company made one truly impressive. Wow, listen to that. Look where he's at now, a foreign capital company. What's human resources about? That you don't know? Human resources handle stuff like staff transfers. Just wait for our children to graduate from university. We'll get them in touch with Tianshi directly, and that will work out great. Not surprising, he's got a postgraduate degree. That's different. Listening to the quiet discussions among the relatives around him, Wang Tianshi suddenly glanced at Wang Hao through the crowd. Sigh, back in the day, Hao and he were both considered the future hopes of the young generation of the Wang family. Everyone used to praise his intelligence, but now, he himself had become the director of human resources at a foreign capital company, while Hao had achieved nothing besides bragging. With a soft sigh, Wang Tianshi could only shake his head helplessly. His own future was boundless, and he was no longer on the same level as Wang Hao. Fate was indeed unpredictable. Chapter 363. Has this boast gone through the roof? Soon it was the turn of Wang Hao's branch of the family to speak. Brother Dewey stood up first, smiling as he said, "I'm currently working in construction, focusing mainly on installing cameras. If anyone needs a surveillance system or something in the future, feel free to hit me up. Though honestly, there's not much to talk about myself. My little brother here is doing really well. He should be the one to talk." At Wang Wei's words, all eyes turned to Wang Hao. Wang Mingjing and a few others immediately began to exchange glances, winking and smirking. Wang Mingjing whispered with a chuckle, "It's Wang Hao's turn now. The bullshitting contest begins, ha." Wang Hui, Wang Mingjia, Wang Tianshi, and Wang Tianfu were all ready to enjoy the show. Wang Tianshi nodded. "Let's see if he can reach new heights of tall tales today." They all snickered together. "I'm doing all right for myself." Wang Hao stood up with a grin, ready to begin speaking. At the last class reunion, Wang Hao thought to keep it low-key since it was just classmates, but ended up being called out for posturing. Ah, a lesson learned. This time he couldn't afford to downplay things. Plus, with so many relatives around, if someone needed help, he should be able to offer it, right? So it was important to lay it all out, let everybody know exactly what he was up to so they could turn to him if they needed help in the future. But nowadays, he was involved in quite a few ventures, so he decided to take it one at a time. I've got quite a few projects. Where to start? Wang Hao scratched his head. He wanted to start from the beginning, but sometimes when you're juggling a lot, it can be overwhelming and hard to know where to start. Start with the little stuff. Wang Mingjing shouted from the crowd. I heard from Wenjun that you know the owner of Happy People Stage. Ah, yes, that's true. Once someone else brought it up, it was easier for Wang Hao to dive in. He nodded and said right away, I'm pretty tight with the boss of Happy People Stage. Just at last night's Zhonghai Gala, the comedian Yupeng on stage was my classmate. Mentioning my name there will get you places. If anyone is interested in entertainment, getting in there is no problem. Wow. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone around was stunned. So little Yaya from last night's comedy act was Wang Hao's classmate? That was some serious clout. Oh my goodness, someone mimicked Yupeng's tone. Little Hao, your classmate is really making waves now. Seriously? Brother Hao, you even know big stars. In everyone's minds, anyone who made it on TV was a big star. Wang Mingjing and the others were trying to stifle their laughter as a clueless relative whispered on the side. Brother Jing, what are you all laughing about? Wang Mingjing leaned in and whispered back with glee. This guy has started his grandstanding for sure, as if he has any clout. Wang Wenjun went to Happy People Stage and saw that he wasn't even there. Really now? At Wang Mingjing's words, those nearby were shocked. The great-grandfather is still here, and he dares to exaggerate like that. Just showing off, Wang Mingjing laughed. With Tianfu, Tianshi, and Tianli all doing so well on our side, wouldn't he lose face if he said he wasn't doing well? Last time we went there, this guy claimed to know everyone. So powerful. Just you wait, this is just the beginning. There's bound to be even more outrageous stuff to come. Oh, the others around nodded eagerly, excited for the drama. This is going to be a spectacle. Can't wait to see how far he'll go. The older generations nodded together. The great-grandfather chuckled. Nice, that's one way to do it. Anything else? I also write songs in my spare time. Wang Hao continued. If anyone is good at singing, you can come to me. Jiang Feng, who performed at last night's gala, was actually brought into the industry by me. The fact that Yupeng could actually be Wang Hao's classmate was within the realm of possibility for the attendees. After all, classmates could end up in any career, and it's normal to have one or two famous faces come out of it. But for Wang Hao to claim that Jiang Feng from last night's gala was his protege, that sent the room into an uproar. Not possible, right? He brought out Jiang Feng. That's blowing his own trumpet too big, isn't it? Just so, Jiang Feng is a huge star who sang at the Zhonghai TV stations. Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. And he was brought out by Little Hao? I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I could understand if they were classmates, but to say directly that he made the guy famous, that's highly unlikely. Look at that. Wang Mingjing and the others were animated, and Wang Tianshi even chuckled outright and said to Wang Tianfu, Brother Tianfu, Little Hao can really talk big. He dares say everything, claiming he brought out Jiang Feng? Then I might as well say I made Zhang Muqing famous. Ding Xinxin couldn't help but purse her lips in amusement, whispering, Tianshi, your brother really knows how to talk big. Don't rush. Wang Tianshi laughed and said, just sit back and enjoy the show. It's going to be interesting today, huh? The room was buzzing with discussion when the elders sitting in the armchair began to doubt. Little Hao, you weren't just saying that to make me happy, were you? How could that be? Wang Hao was telling the absolute, golden truth, with not a trace of falsehood, and laughed. Jiang Feng was indeed brought out by me, and the songs he sings are all written by me. Everyone around nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, all written by you. Quite the spectacle to watch. Wang Hao's dad covered his forehead in disbelief. My goodness, how can this kid blabber so much nonsense? Even if it's true, he shouldn't talk about it. Who would believe that? His mother glanced around and sighed helplessly. Nobody believes it. I can tell from their expressions. All right, The elder grandfather took it as if Wang Hao was just amusing him and laughed. Little Hao, is there more? Yes. Wang Hao confidently continued. I also write scripts in my spare time, and I'm pretty well regarded in the screenwriting circle. A script can be worth hundreds of thousands. If anyone wants to learn acting or something, I can arrange for them to be extras with lines. Everyone was taken aback by his claim. He had just been writing songs, and now he's writing scripts too? Brother Hao, is this leap not a bit too big? A script for hundreds of thousands. Wang Tianfu nearly choked on his saliva, eyes wide. Does this guy not have a filter on his mouth? You can't blow your own horn like that. A screenwriter who charges hundreds of thousands for a script, what level does that even put him at? Wang Tianfu was dumbfounded. Who does he think he is, Li Fei, the screenwriter of Domestic Agent? No sooner had Wang Tianfu finished saying that, than he heard Wang Hao say, That's right, the recent hit web series Domestic Agent was co-written by me and teacher Li Fei. And now, I've taken on a TV series called Kung Fu, which is currently in production. Wang Tianfu spat out his drink in shock. He really dared to say that. What level of screenwriter is Li Fei? And he says he collaborated with Li Fei. He's blowing his trumpet up to the sky. Ding Xinxin was also stunned and quickly asked, Tianfu, do you think he's telling the truth? If it's true, could I also play a role? Get real. Wang Tianfu decisively shook his head. You believe what he says? Exactly. Wang Tianfu nodded. Let's just keep listening to him talk. Wang Hao's parents knew about his scriptwriting. People had asked them about it, and Wang Hao's mother smiled proudly, her face beaming. Our Hao writes good scripts and never plagiarizes. People around were dumbfounded as soon as she finished speaking. First comes songwriting and then scriptwriting? Why not write novels too? Then they found out they were right on the money. Besides writing songs and scripts, I also write novels. Wang Hao continued boldly, as if exaggerating to the heavens. The currently popular online novel Break the Heavens is mine, as well as Devouring the Stars. Whoever wants to write novels or anything can come to me. I have all sorts of themes and ideas. At this point, a young person in the crowd snickered, whispering to those around. This bragging is sky high. You guys might not know, but these two books are the hottest online right now. Brother Hao claims they're his. Well, I wouldn't dare believe it. Chapter 364. This bull is getting more and more. Even great-grandfather was smiling and curious as he asked, Little Hao, I might be old, but I am quite intrigued by these new terms. This novel you're talking about, it has royalties, right? How much could you get a month? Royalties, huh? For the two books combined, Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, 500,000 or 600,000, I guess. Gasp. As soon as Wang Hao gave that figure, the whole room erupted with gasps of astonishment. 500,000 or 600,000 a month. You're really exaggerating now, aren't you? First writing songs, then scripts, and now online novels. What are you? Some sort of immortal that you're not afraid of working yourself to death? Someone, unable to take any more, asked, Little Hao, is what you're saying really true? Why does it sound so exaggerated to me? Absolutely true. Wang Hao replied with a hearty laugh. Would I lie in front of my own great-grandfather? Downstairs, people like Wang Mingjing, Wang Tianfu, and Wang Tianfu were dumbfounded. Wang Tianfu said incredulously, No way. It's understandable to brag a little to sound impressive, but to exaggerate to this extent is godly. 500,000 or 600,000 a month. Why doesn't he just ascend to heaven? At this point, even great-grandfather was starting to doubt. It had never crossed the old man's mind that anyone could earn that much in a month. He stared blankly at Wang Hao, his expression numb. Go on. Keep talking. Well then, since he's blown his own trumpet this much, might as well keep listening to the tale. The crowd, expecting a good show, waited to see how Wang Hao would continue his tall tales. Today was truly an eye-opener. A new level of boasting. I also recently invested in an animation company. Wang Hao continued in boast mode. I now hold a 51% share in this company. The anime Detective Conan is a project I planned. Oh right, there are another two. One is Dragon Ball, and the other is The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Once the Smiling, Proud Wanderer TV series launches, we will release the manga simultaneously. Hearing this, people's faces looked like they wanted to die. This guy's starting another company. Are you planning to boast your way into outer space? Downstairs, the relatives were in an uproar again. You're involved in everything now. Yeah, exactly. How is little Hao managing all this without misspeaking? Can he really handle all these things by himself? Today, this kid has really outdone himself with the boasting. If it were one or two things, maybe, but he claims so much. Even his parents were a bit stunned. Mom asked Dad, "Are Hao is involved in that much?" Dad was completely stone-faced, responding in a daze. "How would I know? He never mentioned it to me." Holy shit, he really dares to boast. Wang Mingjing was astonished. This manga company is not just any company. Let's see how far he can go. Wang Tianshi and others watched with entertained expressions. Will he say next that he knows the mayor and can get roads built, or what? Wang Mingjing and Wang Tianshi were whispering and snickering when suddenly someone else sat down beside them. It was Wang Tianhe. Wang Tianhe sat down and asked, "Hey, what are you all doing? What's little Hao talking about? You're here? Come on, join in. Little Hao is in the middle of bragging." Wang Mingjing said in a hushed tone, chuckling. "Remember how you've been dealing with that female CEO about the agency rights for Conan? Guess what? Little Hao just said that Conan's company belongs to him." "My lord, no way." Wang Tianhe grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds without hesitation. "Let's enjoy the show." While they were discussing, Wang Hao continued. This time he was completely unguarded, just saying things as they were. He might really be able to help with something, right? Wang Hao went on. "I've got some connections in Zhonghai City now. I'm pretty close to Cheng Dequan, the vice-chairman of Wenlian. If anyone's interested in a literary career, I could pull some strings, maybe get them into an association or something." Wang Mingjing, just look at him. Wang Tianhe, spot on. Wang Tianshi, high class. Everyone around was baffled, and great-grandfather broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "Little Hao, is there anything else?" Yes. Actually, great-grandpa was just worried that Wang Hao would start boasting even more, so he wanted to stop him and have him sit down. But Wang Hao didn't consider all that, and said with a laugh, "Speaking of which, great-grandpa, you wanted to build a road before, didn't you? I've actually been working on this recently. Did you watch last night's gala? I organized it with Mayor Su's secretary from Zhonghai City, brother Lin Qingfeng. He said he could pull some strings to help with the road construction. However, I'm still not quite clear on the outcome. SSS. A collective gasp filled the room. This guy, he organized last night's amazing gala and has such a tight relationship with Mayor Su's secretary. Look at all those cows in the sky. They're flying. Very good, very good. Great-grandpa, drenched in sweat, hastily waved his hand and said, "I've taken note of your filial piety, great-grandpa has. Is there anything else?" Anything else? Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought. He thought for quite a while. Not a single sound in the entire yard. Everyone was looking at him. It seems like there's nothing else. Wang Hao thought for quite some time before responding with some uncertainty. "I've been involved in quite a lot of things, and I can't seem to remember them all at the moment. There might be none left." Someone in the crowd teased, "There still could be more." Wang Hao chuckled and replied, "Nope, that's really it." "Very well, sit down." Great-grandpa quickly told Wang Hao to sit down, originally planning to rush past this and get it over with. You see, none of the people present believed a word. Even his parents were sweating buckets. Today, the bull had been blown way out of proportions. Great-grandpa meant well, but once there were more people around, there were always one or two women who liked to pry and stir things up. "Hey, brother Mingjing." Wang Hao's aunt from another hall was cracking sunflower seeds and asked, "Didn't you all go to Zhonghai before? Hao has been doing so well. Why didn't you mention it when you got back? My little Wang is worried about not having a job. If you had told us earlier, wouldn't I be worry-free?" As soon as Auntie finished speaking, everyone in the room turned their gaze to Wang Mingjing. Wang Mingjing hurriedly explained, "We did go, and Hao even said he bought a villa. We went inside too, but that's not right. The villa wasn't his, it belonged to someone else." "What?" Once Wang Mingjing said this, all the relatives present were stunned. This is bad. Wang Hao's tall tale was being exposed right then and there. Not Hao's. Annie's eyes widened in an instant. Then what about that comic book company he mentioned? It was Wang Tianhe's turn to speak. "The company belongs to a female boss. I've been trying to get the distribution rights without any success." And the big stage. Wang Wenjun even went there, but he wasn't present. Suddenly, the whole place went quiet, and everyone looked at Wang Hao with puzzled expressions. Brother Mingjing. Wang Hao finally remembered and asked, "Did you just say that villa wasn't mine?" "Yeah," Wang Mingjing replied. "We even entered the construction site, saw a bunch of workers busy at work, but we were only there for a moment before getting kicked out. They said the villa belonged to a feng shui master." "Ah, my bad, my bad." Wang Hao slapped his forehead. "I'm wondering why I forgot something. It was me who surveyed the feng shui for that villa complex." Wang Mingjing and others exchanged glances. "You keep blowing it up. Since when did you know how to survey feng shui?" This tall tale was getting bigger and bigger. The hottest Detective Conan comic book company, writing songs, screenplays, novels, and even surveying feng shui. At this moment, everyone's expression was just like they were listening to fairy tales. What's even going on here? Sigh. Young people are so impetuous nowadays. He wasn't like this when he was little, but now, why has he become like this? He's really over the top with his boasting. Yeah, and he's still going on now, claiming he knows feng shui? Am I still not awake? Chapter 365. No, something's wrong. At this moment, even Grandpa Kung Fu was taken aback. He was obviously struggling to keep up with the situation. Then, at that moment, a delicate voice came from outside the door, calling, "Great-Grandpa, I'm here." Hearing this voice, Great-Grandpa's face instantly lit up with joy, calling out, "Is that little Qian? Hurry over and give Great-Grandpa a hug." Wang Qian, wearing a pink dress, ran into the yard with a cheerful smile and rushed straight into Great-Grandpa's arms, cooing, "Great-Grandpa, it's been so long. Did you miss me?" "Missed you, how could I not?" She was truly a little lifesaver. "No. Wonder Great-Grandpa has always liked you the most since you were young. Quick, change the subject." With a beaming smile, Great-Grandpa said, "Come on and tell Great-Grandpa how your studies have been lately. By my calculations, you must be close to graduating from university, right?" With Wang Qian showing up out of nowhere, everyone finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, there was no need to embarrass anyone to their face. Bragging was bragging, and a chuckle was just that, right? But then Wang Qian's next words left everyone dumbstruck. "Yes, I'm graduating in July, and I'm currently interning." Speaking of this, she had a lot to say. Wang Qian playfully tugged at Great-Grandpa's beard and said, "Brother Hao arranged for me to intern at his anime company. My Brother Hao's company is so impressive. They're the ones who published the hottest manga Detective Conan that's on the market right now. It's completely sold out. Every day, people are practically breaking down the door to talk to Sister Yun about distribution." Wang Qian actually was just being affectionate with Great-Grandpa, but as soon as she finished speaking, the entire yard went silent, as quiet as a mass of silent crows. Wait a minute. Wang Qian had just said that she was interning at Wang Hao's company, and then that Wang Hao's company was the one that published Detective Conan. Clatter. Wang Tianhe was instantly stupefied, dropping his bag of sunflower seeds on the ground without even noticing. Could this company really be his? It's a bit chaotic, a bit chaotic. Wang Mingjing was obviously not quite able to keep up. "We need to sort this out. Sort this out. Look, is this what happened?" Wang Mingjing counted on his fingers. Little Howard loves to brag. And not only does he brag to us, but he brags to everyone he sees. And then he met little Qian and told little Qian that the company was his too and invited her to intern. Wang Mingjing nodded. "Makes sense. I would definitely be the first not to believe it." "Exactly." Wang Tianshi nodded and said, "I graduated with my master's degree, and it's already quite a struggle to mix in as an executive at a foreign-funded enterprise. I remember him studying for an associate degree, right? Writing songs and scripts and also starting a company. Could it be possible?" Little Tianfu, who had some experience in the business world, pointedly asked the critical question, "Have you been to Little Hao's manga company?" "I have." Wang Qian, oblivious to the previous conversation, innocently thought they were simply concerned about her, so she smiled and said, "I stayed at the company for quite a few days. Sister Lin was so welcoming. I even stayed over at her house. Now, the company has such high hiring standards. Only anime majors from top universities can intern there, and so many people are trying to get in but can't. There's a problem. This is a big problem. Is Wang Hao just bragging, or is Little Qian telling the truth? Little Qian, the owner of that company, is Wang Tianhe, who cared most about this detail, hurriedly asked, "You mentioned Sister Lin." Sister Lin Xiaoyan. Wang Qian said cheerfully. "She's really nice and took great care of me." Right. The company's manga has been selling out. Every day, people are overwhelming the company wanting to discuss distribution deals with Sister Yun. I heard Sister Lin say that Brother Hao owns 51% of the company and is the chairman. Oh my goodness. Wang Tianhe covered his forehead. If I had known this was Little Hao's company, I wouldn't have worried about a damn thing. Wang Mingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this company actually be Little Hao's? Is that company really his? Wang Tianxi's eyes filled with disbelief as his cigarette dropped to the ground with a snap. Hasn't he always been all talk? How did this suddenly become real? Wang Hao's great-grandfather was also stunned, his beard quivering as he asked urgently, "Little Qian, is that comic company really his?" "Of course it is," Wang Qian bragged. "Now, everyone at the company talks about Brother Hao like he's a god. They adore him. Oh, and great-grandpa. I heard from Sister Lin that Brother Hao is really something now. He just roams the sets at the studio. Just a while ago, he pulled in an investment of over 20 million without breaking a sweat." Good heavens, my heart, Wang Mingjing clutched at his chest. Has Little Hao become this amazing? It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. Wang Mingjing kept muttering. I can understand if the comic company is his, but the rest. While they were still in shock, a clamor rose from the courtyard entrance as another group of people entered, and leading them was Wang Hao's cousin, Wang Yueying, carrying 2 big bags of gifts. As soon as she entered, she called out, "Great-grandpa, I'm here." Ingzi has arrived too? The great-grandfather greeted her with a beaming smile, waving her over. Come. Wang Qian greeted sweetly, "Sister Ing." Little Qian. Wang Yueying set down her things first, then went over to greet the great-grandfather and said with a smile, "Traffic was bad on the way, so I'm a bit late." "As long as you're here, that's what matters," the great-grandfather replied, not at all concerned about the timing. He pulled Wang Yueying over to sit down and asked, "Ingzi, I heard you're selling furniture in Zhonghai. How's the business doing now?" "It wasn't so good before, but now it's really picking up." Wang Yueying had quite the story to tell. The other day, Hao came by, and in one go, he picked out 160 sets of tables and chairs for his friend, stuff worth 30-something thousand. He even took 10 sets of the highest-grade office furniture, each set worth over 10,000. After that, he brought a bunch of friends to shop at my place, and now my daily earnings have really improved. Hearing what Wang Yueying said, everyone in the room gasped in astonishment. 160 sets of tables and chairs in a single breath. What a level of prestige. "See," Wang Qian quickly added, "my brother Hao is really doing well now. His word carries weight." Wang Mingjing and the others nearly had their eyes popping out of their sockets. Goodness, was everything Little Hao said true? He wasn't just bragging. I've always said that Hao has potential, right? Look at him now. TSK. Now that's what you call a successful person. Wang Hao's parents were finally at ease now, and his mother said proudly, "You see, I told you our Hao isn't that kind of person, didn't I?" Wang Tianshi and the others were dumbfounded, as the concrete evidence laid before them made disbelief impossible. Just then, the roaring of engines sounded from outside the gate, and the gathered crowd saw Wang Wenjun run in, babbling incoherently. No, this is too good to be true. So many cars have arrived. So many cars. A stage. Happy people, eh? Wang Wenjun's words were a jumbled mess, leaving everyone present thoroughly confused. What was going on here, with cars and a stage? What stage? And so many cars? Who arranged this spectacular birthday celebration for the patriarch? Which big stage are you talking about? Is it the duet show from the county? Tianhe, quick, see if it's the troupe you invited over. As soon as Wang Mingjing saw the situation, he hastily asked Wang Tianli, "Didn't you say last night that you invited a big stage to celebrate the old man's birthday?" "Probably is. Just sit tight, great-grandpa. I'll go check." Wang Tianli answered with a rather smug smile. Indeed, He had arranged for a troupe from the county town to perform for the patriarch's birthday. Hearing that they might have arrived, he immediately stood up. However, as he stepped out the door, he saw a large crowd bustling off the vehicles and beginning to set up a stage. Wang Tianli was about to ask when he saw a chubby young man coming down from a Volkswagen Tiguan. Chapter 366. Little Hao is awesome now. What? Yupeng came to our village. Upon hearing this, no one in the courtyard could remain seated. With a whoosh, everyone stood up and ran toward the door. What a little rascal. Big Head Lu, Zhao Laonian, and Yupeng too. That young man is. With a sharp scream from Wang Qian, she shouted, Jiang Feng. You're the singer Jiang Feng. I love your songs. The entire courtyard erupted, and people swarmed the film crew, chattering away. The group from last night's party has all come over. Let me see, let me see. Oh my, it's true. They're all here, all alive. Little rascal, come over for a group photo. Photo, photo, photo. After a few voices discussed, the crowd parted ways, and Grandpa stepped forward. He looked at them incredulously. You're Yupeng? The old ancestor. Repeated Yupeng's catchphrase. My heavens. You all came. I just love your Five Rings song. At this, everyone burst into laughter. This old man really knew how to joke around. Hee hee, you must be Grandpa, right? Yupeng walked up and took Grandpa's hand, saying, Brother Hao mentioned during our rehearsal that today is your 100th birthday, so our crew discussed it, and almost all of us came. We're here to celebrate your birthday. Oh, cut the grass. Upon hearing this, all eyes were on Wang Hao. It took a lot of pull to invite the entire film crew over. These are the hottest people right now. Last night's party went viral all over social media. Great, great. Grandpa was thrilled at the scene and eagerly ushered everyone inside. Come in. Come in. The road is rough. You all must be exhausted. It's nothing, Yupeng chuckled and said. Compared to what Brother Hao did for us, this is nothing. As he spoke, he hugged Wang Hao excitedly. Brother Hao, do you know how successful our show was yesterday? Guess what our ratings were? How much? Wang Hao asked cheerfully. Probably around 7 or 8%. 16.8%. Yupeng shouted. 16.8%. Our crew is on fire now. Man, you wouldn't believe how many TV stations are inviting me to perform comedy sketches. And the appearance fees. Look at this. He gestured wildly with his hands spread wide. How much? Everyone around was curious. The comedy Yupeng performed yesterday really entertained everyone. It was wickedly funny. 500,000. Yupeng exclaimed excitedly. Brother Hao, my appearance fee is now 500,000. Gasp. Upon hearing this figure, everyone in the courtyard gasped. An appearance fee of 500,000. So many people here haven't seen that much money in their entire lives. Grandpa, the mischievous little rascal came over and clung to Grandpa's arm. Brother Hao is really incredible. Without him, we'd still be messing around for a couple $100 a night. But once he stepped in, our value skyrocketed. We all figured we can't just forget such a big favor. So this morning, we all packed up and came over. Just sit back and watch. We'll perform a show for you as a celebratory gift. Actually, these words were meant to be genuine birthday blessings. But when said by this little rascal, they took on a different flavor. Wang Yuang laughed. Little rascal, are you this sassy in real life too? What are you talking about? The little rascal ran his hand through his hair. I'm a real man. Instantly, laughter fell all around. Big Head Lu, walk 2 steps if you're not sick. Someone in the crowd egged on. That bit yesterday had me dying of laughter. Haha. Yes, Big Head Lu, who had always been a performer, was at ease anywhere. He started showing off right there. Walk 2 steps. Walk 2 steps. Oh no. Why am I limping? Everyone was in stitches, laughing so hard they could barely stand. And Grandpa was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Good. Good. Good boy. Good boy. It's heartwarming. I never thought my little Hao could achieve so much. In the crowd, everyone started discussing. I always knew this kid would be successful. He was tough the minute he was born. Yeah. Congratulations to Wang Hao's mom. Congratulations to our ancestral patriarch. Our village has produced a capable person. When he was born, I heard Immortal Wu from our village say that Hao would be very wealthy and gifted, big in capabilities and strong in life. Really? That accurate? When Gao Xingzi has a child, I'll have to ask him to calculate too. Grandpa was so happy that his eyes were nearly slits. He kept saying, good, good, all is good. I've never seen such a grand event in my life. It's like celebrating the new year. Giving out red envelopes, handing out red envelopes. So many people have come to celebrate my birthday. I must give generous red packets. Grandpa laughed joyfully, a proud gleam in his eyes. When one grows old, what they look for is the achievement of their descendants. And having capable descendants is the most joyous thing of all. You little rascal. Just then, Auntie from the 3 halls grabbed Wang Wenjun and said, what were you saying earlier? Making up lies, saying you went to the grand stage but didn't see Wang Hao. I really went, Wang Wenjun lamented with a gloomy face. I was even counting on Brother Hao to arrange something for me there, but he actually wasn't there. Yu Peng overheard their conversation and laughed. You wanted to go to our grand stage? There must have been a mix-up. Brother Hao was helping me out, and a bottle of drink at the club he goes to starts at 10,000. How could he possibly be performing stand-up comedy with me? A bottle for 10,000. Wang Wenjun was utterly shocked. I don't make enough in 2 months to pay for 1 bottle Hauer drinks. This Hauer really has made something of himself. Wang Mingjing quickly changed the direction of the conversation. I said so. There must have been a misunderstanding at that time. He really brought honor to our village, so much prestige. The Wang family has gained face today. Wang Tianshi, Wang Tianfu, Wang Tianhe, and Wang Tianli. The 4 brothers looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Right. The Wang family has gained face today? Hauer is awesome now. All right. Yu Peng apologized to Grandpa. Grandpa, let us get ready first. We've got a vibrant show coming up for you. Great, my children are wonderful. Grandpa's face beamed as if blooming. Go on, get busy with your preparations. Sure, we're on it. Yu Peng called over. Everyone took out gifts, handed them to Grandpa, and said, Grandpa, this is a little token of appreciation from everyone. You must accept it. Everyone was shocked once again seeing this momentum. All these people have come to appreciate Hauer. We're in for a treat today, watching a grand stage performance. I've just been waiting for Lu with the big head to walk a few steps without illness. With Hauer's current reputation, even the boss of the grand stage brought things. Damn, that's what you call prestige. Seeing the grand stage's people had brought gifts, all the relatives present curiously gathered around to watch. Yu Peng and his crew were mainly here to perform, so the gifts they prepared weren't very lavish. The better ones 2,000 or 3,000, the lesser ones 1,800. Wang Tianli had prepared the most extensive gift, spending over 5,000, but these arrivals made him feel shamed. And yet this wasn't the worst tragedy. The worst struck when Wang Hao brought out his jade ruby. Wang Mingjing exclaimed, Fuck, didn't they say it was going to be a lucky cat? What the hell is this? Wang Mingjia's mouth almost watered. Brother Mingjing, you see this glass thing? How much do you reckon it costs? It's so big. Must be at least 2,000 or 3,000, right? Wang Tianshi remarked. I think it's worth more. This thing must be expensive. Look at that material. It shouldn't be glass. Chapter 367. Comparing people can be mortifying. This thing. Wang Hao scratched his head with some embarrassment. I've always been a bit shy to say. It's okay anyway. Let's not focus on how much it cost. It's the thought that counts, right? May great-grandpa's good fortune be as boundless as the eastern seas and his life last longer than the southern mountains. Exactly. The thought is what matters, great-grandpa. Unable to stop smiling, said, It's not about the amount of money. That's sensible. The crowd around them nodded in agreement. It's the thought that counts. Everyone was enjoying this moment when all of a sudden, someone stumbled in, gasping for air and yelling loudly. The county! People from the county have arrived. What is this ruckus about? Don't you know we are celebrating the old man's birthday here? What if you scare someone? I'm telling you, Wang Xianfu. Why are you making such a big fuss? Wang Mingjing huffed. I knew you hadn't seen much of the world. It's just people from the county visiting. What's with the strange panic? What did you just say? People from the county are here. Yes, that's right. People from the county are here. Wang Xianfu was clearly in a rush, still panting when he said, Does your family have a kid named Wang Hao? He hadn't finished his sentence when he caught sight of the jade rui in Wang Tianli's hands beside great-grandpa. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Wait. Everyone just wait. Put it down. Quickly put that rui down. Can you finish what you're saying in one go?" Wang Mingjing was nearly scared to death. "What are you bringing up now? This rui was bought by our little Hao for our ancestor. It's really expensive. You haven't seen anything like it, have you? Move aside, everybody move." Wang Xianfu pushed through the crowd, rushed to the front of the jade rui, looked it over several times from all angles, touched it, blew on it, wiped it, and then he knelt down. "Who bought this, huh? Which immortal is this? Quick, quick, come out and let me meet you." Village Chief Wang Xianfu shouted. "This is a top-quality icy nephrite jade with green floating in it. I saw one like this in Zhonghai City 2 days ago, priced at 180,000. Just for this one item, 180,000. Who bought this? This is just incredibly awesome. 180,000. This green jade rui was actually worth 180,000. Upon hearing this figure, everyone in the room was utterly stunned. Wang Hao had casually given a gift that turned out to cost a whopping 180,000. Goodness gracious me. Wang Tianli now realized that what he held was worth nearly half the price of a car, nearly dropping it in shock. He quickly handed the jade rui to Wang Hao. "Little Hao, you'd better hold on to this. If I were to damage it." A jade rui for 180,000. Wang Mingjing fainted on the spot. "I must be dreaming today, definitely. My God." Wang Tianshi was also completely astounded. His girlfriend Ding Xinxin thought she'd seen a ghost. "Tianshi, just how powerful is your brother? Gifts worth 180,000 aren't something just anyone can afford. That, well, it's just a small amount of money, a small amount." Wang Hao nonchalantly passed the jade rui to his cousin Wang Qian and asked Wang Xianfu, "I'm Wang Hao, are you looking for me?" "Yes, yes, yes." It was then that the village chief finally remembered his urgent business, hastily saying, "The county folks are here. Their cars have been parked at our village committee for half a day now. They said they are looking for Mr. Wang from Retian Technology, so I thought, we don't have anyone that remarkable in our village, so I came to ask, are you Retian Technology's Mr. Wang Hao?" "Ah, yes, that's me." Wang Hao nodded. "What do they want from me?" "They're here to discuss road construction." Wang Xianfu was clearly baffled. The deputy county magistrate came personally. He said he received a call from the Zhonghai city government, giving the green light for the road construction. "I'm not clear about the specifics. I don't have sufficient clearance. You should go and ask them yourself." The deputy county magistrate came personally. At this revelation, not just the village chief was confused, everyone in the yard was baffled. What's going on? The deputy county magistrate personally comes to discuss road construction? This? Wang Hao looked around awkwardly and said, "I'm here to celebrate great-grandpa's birthday. I can't just leave." As he was speaking, Wang Hao's phone rang. He picked it up and burst into laughter. "It's Brother Lin." Wang Hao. "Hey, Brother Lin. Did you speak up for me about the road construction?" Secretary Lin. "Little brother, with the kind of relationship we have, there's nothing to worry about. As it happens, Mayor Su is looking into the road construction issue right now. I mentioned it to him, and he agreed to it straight away. How about that? Have the people from your county arrived?" Wang Hao. "They're here, and we were just discussing it." Secretary Lin. "All right then, you guys go ahead and talk. The leaders from our city had very high praise for last night's party. When the New Year's gala comes around, we'll probably need to invite you over to manage it." Wang Hao. "No problem. I'm at your beck and call." Secretary Lin. "Okay then, you go ahead and be busy. I'm hanging up now." After hanging up the phone, everyone around him looked at each other in shock, speechless. At this moment, what are little village chiefs and county chiefs? They're nothing compared to this. Wang Hao is now at the level where he can refer to the secretary of Zhonghai City as a brother. Hee. Wang Tianfu was stunned. "I've been in the officialdom for over a decade, and I'm just a division chief. Little Hauer is already on brotherly terms with the secretary of the mayor, and he gets things done so effectively. It's just like the saying, comparing people can be infuriating, comparing goods can be disheartening. You guys go ahead and busy yourselves." Wang Xianfu saw Wang Hao's stance and, without another word, turned and ran, shouting over his shoulder, I'll go call the county magistrate and the others. Over. Isn't there a saying that a higher-ranking official can crush you? With Wang Hao's close relationship with the secretary of Zhonghai City's mayor, even if Wang Xianfu had the guts of a bear or the heart of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to trouble Wang Hao. Decisively, he went to call the officials to come in person. Everyone watched Wang Xianfu dash away, and in no time a motorcade drove up. Leading the way was a Volkswagen Magotan, followed by several Honda Accords. The vehicles stopped a long distance away, and a crowd of people hastily stepped out. Among them, a middle-aged man in a gray suit swiftly came forward, grabbed Wang Hao's hand, and exclaimed with excitement, "Are you Comrade Wang Hao? Ah, how gratifying does that title sound. Ah, it's me. And you are?" Wang Hao obviously didn't recognize the man, but Wang Mingjing next to him was dumbstruck and hurriedly introduced him. "This is none other than County Magistrate Zhang from our DQ County." "Oh, hello, please, come inside. Was this the Deputy County Magistrate in charge of the road construction? Wang Hao hastily ushered the group inside. "Today is my great-grandfather's 100th birthday, so we're quite busy." Of course, County Magistrate Zhang entered the courtyard and lamented, "Ah, this road is really tough to travel on. We've been wanting to fix it for the past few years, but, unfortunately, the fiscal funding was never approved. We had the desire but not the means. Now at last it's done." Comrade Wang Hao has considerable clout. He managed to sort the whole thing out so quickly. A hero indeed, even as a young man. "I just happened to be there at the right time." Wang Hao chuckled as he led them into the house, saying, "Now that the funding is approved, our county can start the road construction, right?" "It's basically all set," County Magistrate Zhang nodded. "With someone leading the way and the funds approved, there aren't many other issues." Great-grandfather overheard that the road could now be fixed and was so excited that his face lit up with joy. "Ah, this road. It can finally get fixed. It's all thanks to Little Hao's capabilities. My wish is finally coming true. My life has paid off." "Look at what you're saying," Wang Hao chuckled. "You can easily live another 20 years. At that moment, since those present all had experience in officialdom, the conversation flowed naturally, each knowing the ropes. Wang Hao really didn't feel like greeting them, exchanging pleasantries for a bit before telling Wang Tianfu to be in charge of hosting them. They were all insiders. This was truly putting resources to good use. "Brother Hao, come over here." Wang Qian, taking advantage of Wang Hao finally having a moment to himself, waved her hands eagerly, saying, "Brother Hao, could you help me get Jiang Feng's autograph later? Our classmates all love listening to his songs." "My God, do you even need to ask? Autographs, how many do you want?" "That's nothing big. Why wouldn't I be able to?" Wang Hao laughed. "As many as you want. Let's go. I'll get it for you." Chapter 368, Zhao Ergu and Wang Taizhu. Everyone asked together, "What happened?" "With one phone call from my little bro," Brother Dewey boasted without a hint of modesty. 20-something Jaguars rolled up. Do you guys know Jaguars? Those are luxury cars, starting at 800,000 a pop. Everyone, wow. Then people started getting out of those cars. Brother Dewey went on excitedly. Over 50 people, all dressed in black suits with sunglasses. You should have seen it. It was like a scene out of a gangster movie. Those guys walked into the president's office. All saluted my little bro together. Brother Hao. This salute scared the president so much he wet his pants and fell right on his butt. Everyone, that's incredible. Wang Hao, sweating bullets. Okay, Brother Dewey, that's enough boasting on my behalf. It wasn't as exaggerated as you're saying. I'm telling the absolute truth. Brother Dewey laughed heartily. It's all because of your own capability. Nobody else could have pulled it off. Everyone. Right. It's always Little Hao who gets things done. While the group was joking around, suddenly someone with sharp ears said, "Hey, do you guys hear that? Is there some kind of noise?" Everyone pricked up their ears, at first only hearing a faint buzzing sound. But soon, someone with keen eyes saw too. Little dots flying toward them from the northeast direction and shouted loudly, "Look! What is that?" As the two black dots drew closer, the roaring noise grew louder, causing everyone to look up. And that's when they were completely perplexed. Holy shit, helicopters. It's helicopters. And there are two of them. My God, what the hell is going on? Who else has arrived? It wasn't just Wang Hao's relatives who were dumbfounded. Even Yu Peng and others who were preparing for the show were shocked. Yu Peng looked up at the sky and shouted, "Oh my God! Can Brother Hao even summon celestial soldiers now?" Boom, boom, boom. The two roaring helicopters circled over the courtyard of Wang Hao's great-grandfather's house. Even County Magistrate Zhang, who was idly chatting with Wang Tianfu inside the house, was stunned and rushed out to look up at the sky. Good heavens! Who are these people? Truth be told, County Magistrate Zhang had never seen anyone make an entrance via helicopter in his many years in office. Wang Tianshi and Wang Tianli were dumbstruck. Wang Tianshi craning his neck to look at the helicopters. Are those here for little Hao too? Heavens, helicopters! The rich and beautiful Ding Xinxin exclaimed. This is my first time seeing them. The moment the two helicopters arrived, all the cars on site instantly seemed several levels lower. There's no competing with those flying in the sky. Whatever cars they were nothing compared to the fact that Wang Hao could fly. Obviously, the courtyard couldn't accommodate them, so Wang Hao promptly ran outside, waving his hands in the air as he ran. Over here, this way. It was uncertain whether the pilots above could hear him. Luckily, though the village roads were not great, there was plenty of space available. Not far from his great-grandfather's house was a playground where the villagers usually engaged in activities and fitness. Wang Hao led the two helicopters to circle above that playground, and after the helicopters had landed, people started to get off them in quick succession. Wang Hao's relatives watched from a distance. Anyone arriving in a helicopter was of great stature, and they were quite obviously a little intimidated, not daring to come forward. "Take care, take it easy," said Wang Hao, after inspecting both helicopters, and soon spotted Bai Yining sitting in the second helicopter. He walked over with a beam, reaching out his hand. "Must be tiring flying, huh?" "Not too bad." Bai Yining smiled and placed her hand in Wang Hao's, stepping down from the aircraft. The crowd watching from afar was shocked to see a girl who looked like a heavenly immortal descend from the helicopter, hand in hand with Wang Hao. Look, isn't that little Hao's girlfriend? Such high standards. Coming in a helicopter, my goodness. She must be a daughter from a prominent family. This girl is so striking. That child little Hao, he's got good fortune. Haha. Brother Hao, this is the hometown you were talking about, right? As soon as Zhao Jinhao disembarked from the first helicopter, he looked around and nodded. The environment is indeed nice. This place is really suitable for retirement. From above, the terrain here looks great. Feng Wenbin followed down, helping an elderly gentleman who also seemed to be in his 90s off the helicopter. "Mr. Zhao, steady now. If anything were to happen to you, Zhao would kill me." This elderly man, who walked with a cane and a bit of a tremble, certainly didn't display the same spirited condition as Wang Hao's great-grandfather. Wait a minute, things are getting a bit chaotic. So Zhao, Feng, and our very own superstar are coming over for a visit, which I can understand. But who is this elderly gentleman? Wang Hao hurried over to assist the old man, asking, "You are?" "This is my great-grandfather," Zhao Jinhao proudly declared. "He is the great elder of the Zhao family, 99 this year." "Brother Hao, didn't you say that your great-grandfather is here in the village, enjoying his retirement, drinking spring water from the mountains, and still able to work the fields?" When I heard that, I told my great-grandfather, and he insisted on coming over to see for himself, so here we are. With that explanation from Zhao, Wang Hao suddenly understood. It was all about health and longevity. "So, you must be little Hao, right?" The distinguished presence of the great elder of the Zhao family was undeniable, who, though he appeared amiable, didn't lack in authority. He looked Wang Hao up and down, nodding with approval. "Jinhao has told me all about you, young man. You've done well." You flatter me, Wang Hao said, in the presence of someone from his great-grandfather's generation. He then led the group towards his family's courtyard. Upon entering, Wang Hao's great-grandfather approached, sized up the Zhao family's great elder, and suddenly blurted out, "Why do you look so familiar?" "I was thinking the same thing about you," furrowed his brows, trying to remember, and then suddenly asked, "Back during the founding war of the Heavenly People's Republic, what was it? 80-some years ago, where were you then?" Wang Hao, Zhao Jinhao, Feng Wenbin, Bai Yining, the onlooking relatives. "See that? Standing right there is history. Let me think. The great-grandfather rubbed his forehead, then suddenly gasped. I remember now. That was 83 years ago. I was a mere message runner under General Wei Yuanxing back then. That's right, that's you. Upon hearing this, the great elder's eyes lit up. Do you remember a cook by any chance called Zhao Ergu? Wang Hao, Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, Bai Yining, the onlooking relatives. You are. Wang Hao's great-grandfather took another careful look at the great elder, then slapped his thigh. You're Zhao Ergu from the cooking squad. You used to sneak me extra food back then. I am Wang Taizhu, Wang Hao, Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, Bai Yining, the onlooking relatives. Haha, who would have thought we'd meet here of all places? The great elder Zhao Ergu hugged Wang Taizhu, overjoyed. Ah, in the blink of an eye, we haven't seen each other for over 80 years. You found a great spot here. Look at how fit you are. I heard from Wang Hao that you're still able to work the land. That's no trouble at all, laughed Wang Tieju's great-grandfather, saying, my arms and legs are still strong. I can plant rice in the spring without any issues. This place is wonderful, truly wonderful, sighed the great elder Zhao Ergu. Look at me, though. I can't put down this cane anymore. Chapter 369, Master Wang Long. Wang Hao quietly asked Zhao Zhenhao, do you often chat with your great-grandfather? Zhao Zhenhao replied, the brats my great-grandfather was talking about are my grandfather, who is 78 this year. Wang Hao, my gosh, my worldview, damn. 100-year-old saying the gap is too wide with a 78-year-old. What else can you say? As soon as great elder Zhao Ergu and grand uncle Wang Taizhu met, they were from the same era. They even knew each other from before. Their conversations were incredible. What were they talking about? They recalled battles from over 80 years ago that were incredibly dangerous. One time a bomb nearly exploded. This is what you call living history. You wouldn't even know where to interject. After the country was founded and won the war, did you settle down here? After chatting for quite a while, great elder Zhao Ergu asked Wang Taizhu, where's that spring? Take me to see it. Ah, this place is pretty nice. I'm thinking of investing in something here. In our later years, we brothers might as well live here, have each other's company to chat. Otherwise, what's the point with those brats at home? They don't understand anything I say. It's so dull. Wang Hao, two old goblins living together, quite nice. No problem at all. Grand Uncle Wang Taizhu nodded and smiled. Don't worry, you must all be hungry after just arriving, right? Let's eat first. It's simple country potluck here, nothing fancy like the delicacies of the city, but our food here is all natural and pollution-free, nourishing for the body. Healthy living is great. Zhao Ergu was now most proud of living healthily and immediately nodded. Let's eat this. Mealtime was boisterous with a large family of around 70 people. Groups of 10 gathered at each table, with Wang Hao sitting with Ice Princess, Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, and a few others, while Wang Mingjing, Wang Tianli, Wang Tianshi, and Wang Qian were in attendance. Soon after 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, the bragging started. Brother Mingjing, Brother Tianli, Brother Tianshi, you've seen those things I fiddled with before, haven't you? Wang Hao pointed to Zhao and laughed. Let me tell you, that's nothing. Do you know who this is? This is... Wang Mingjing thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know. Let me tell you. You know about the 4 major families, right? Wang Hao gave him a hint. His last name is Zhao. The 4 major families, surnamed Zhao. Hearing this, Wang Mingjing, Wang Tianli, and Wang Tianshi became utterly dumbfounded. You're from the Zhao family? Then that means the grand elder is. He's our Zhao family's great elder. Zhao Zhenhao smiled subtly. I didn't expect he'd be an old friend of your grand uncle. Oh my God! Wang Mingjing shook with excitement. I'm actually eating at the same table with someone from the 4 major families. Hey Tianli, Tianshi, look at me. Is everything okay with how I look? The 2 of them nodded together. No problem at all. Do you know who this is? Wang Hao pointed to Fong Wenbin next. His last name is Fong. From the Fong family. The 3 were baffled once more. 2 from the 4 major families at the same table, the Zhao and the Fong family. Do you know who this is? Wang Hao pointed at Bai Yining with a grin. She's my friend. Her last name is Bai. Bai family, one of the 4 major families. This time, Wang Qian finally caught on. Your ice, she covered her mouth. Then her eyes widened tremendously. Brother Hao, is this the ice princess? Wang Hao nodded with pride. Correct. Holy crap. This is simply. Wang Mingjing, Wang Tianli, and Wang Tianshi felt they had never been so shocked in their lives as they were today. Little Hauer had reached this level of awesomeness. While they were chatting and laughing, suddenly, Brother Dewei came running over excitedly to Wang Hao. Young bro, hurry, granduncle is calling for you. Right away, when great-grandpa calls, you gotta hurry over. So Wang Hao got up and asked, Brother Dewei, do you know what it's about? Not really clear, Brother Dewei scratched his head. I vaguely heard something about treasure hunting, but I don't understand that stuff. Just go and it'll be fine. Treasure hunting. Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining exchanged glances before standing up simultaneously. Their intuition told them there was going to be another good show today. When great-grandpa calls, you gotta go right away. Wang Hao then walked up to great-grandpa and the great elder of the Zhao family, smiling as he asked, Great-grandpa, were you looking for me? It's not me looking for you. It's this old guy. Great-grandpa pointed to the great elder Zhao Ergu, speaking with a grin. He'll tell you the specifics. I don't really understand all that feng shui jargon. It's like this, the great elder pondered for a moment before saying, Taiju is here, over 100 years old, and still full of vim and vigor. I think the feng shui here must be pretty good. Especially that spring, it's worth developing properly. Anyway, my visit this time is first to check out the environment here, and if it's really good, I plan to retire here. Second, I'm also considering finding a feng shui treasure spot to accumulate some blessings for the future generations of the Zhao family. I heard Jinhao mention that you've talked to them about treasure hunting before. Oh, that. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, then asked, You mean, if you understand some, then this will be easy, Great Elder Zhao Ergu smiled. I saw the place here was nice when I came, surrounded by mountains and water, so I've already had someone invite Master Wang Long over. Calculating the time, I reckon he should arrive in about 10 or 20 minutes. When he checks the feng shui, could you help keep an eye out? No problem, right? What could be the problem? Wang Hao nodded and smiled immediately. Sure. When Master Wang Long arrives, I'll be all ears. When the crowd around heard that the great elder had actually invited a master to discuss feng shui and treasure hunting, they knew this was going to be interesting and promptly arranged their stools while grabbing sunflower seeds and drinks. Brother Hao, while waiting, Zhao Jinhao pulled Wang Hao aside to ask quietly, Do you really understand all this feng shui stuff? I've heard that Master Wang Long is really powerful. Bai Yining nodded in agreement. Really, a lot of people in our circles have hired him to examine feng shui, and the bigger the business, the more they tend to believe in this stuff. Just listen on the side when he comes, and don't contradict him. I'm just here to join the fun. It's a senior expert after all. Wang Hao smiled and raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I have a lot of respect for such masters in the industry. Hearing what Wang Hao said, everyone felt reassured. They had experienced Wang Hao's abilities before. He could discuss any topic with authority. However, feng shui is highly specialized, and most people still tend to trust elder masters more when it comes to this subject. The great elder was right. After a short while, they heard a rumbling sound overhead, and everyone looked up. Look, another helicopter. Wang Hao, Nima, are helicopters so worthless now? I gotta buy one too, or else I'll be embarrassed to greet people when I go out. Soon the helicopter landed. The door opened, and a middle-aged man about 50 years old stepped off the aircraft slowly. The man was dressed in a gray tang suit, his hair slicked back, and holding a snuff bottle. He swaggered with every step, exuding grandeur. Behind him were two young men, probably in their 30s, likely his disciples, following his every move. Wang Hao watched, dumbfounded. This guy has quite the presence. What if I started walking like that? Drop dead, Bai Yining joked. If you walk like that, I'll cut ties with you in a minute. Wang Hao scratched his head. Master Wang has arrived. The great elder Zhao Ergu went to greet him personally with a walking stick, saying, Sorry for the urgency, master. Thanks for making the trip personally. Please forgive the inconvenience. Considering the great elder's status, his high regard for Master Wang Long clearly showed the man's status in the circle. No problem. Master Wang Long didn't pay much attention to the great elder Zhao Ergu, just continued walking forward with his disciples, looking around as he went along, murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful. What's so wonderful already?" Chapter 370, Screw Your Law. Wow. Worthy of being called a master. Look at that style. Impressive. Even when great elder Zhao himself made an appearance, his attitude remained unchanged. This guy's level was simply off the charts. "Let me introduce everyone," Zhao Ergo hurriedly introduced. "This is Master Wang Long, an expert in feng shui and geomancy. Having him here to check the feng shui today guarantees success." I'm flattered, Master Wang Long said modestly, but his face couldn't hide his immense pride. "I just happened to be free today, received an invitation from Elder Zhao, and came over to have a look. Who would have thought that right upon arriving, I'd discover such a cave heaven-blessed land here? Marvelous, simply marvelous." Exactly. Great Elder Zhao Erga nodded repeatedly. "I also think it's a nice place, but I'm a bit puzzled. Could you explain further, Master?" "Well," Master Wang Long nodded, took a sniff of snuff, and continued. "This so-called feng shui should have both wind and water. It cannot be simply summed up by saying, where the wind blows, the water flows. An old saying goes, mountains govern people, and water governs wealth. Mountains that are undulating and continuous, with elegant peaks and commanding presence, are auspicious and fortunate. But if the mountains are disorderly, bulky, or sharply elongated, they do not make good dragon veins. Look at these mountains, their majestic form, clear and extending dragon lines, and their fluctuating elevations. What does this imply? It indicates prolonged and burgeoning fortune. Ah, worthy of being a master. He really knows what to say? Yes, very insightful, Master." Zhao Ergu was initially baffled by the explanation. Having mountains behind the house means having support. That's the logic. "That's why," Master Wang Long said proudly. "Having mountains behind a house typically means having backing, holding authority, and gaining others' support. Of course, the specific analysis depends on the mountains. If rocky and barren, they cannot bring benefits but might instead attract a lot of malevolent influences. For residential buildings, not only must there be mountains at the back, but also real water at the front. Of course, there are differences between good and bad water. Ancients used to say, look at water before the mountains. Without water, don't bother searching the lands. This spring here, this is what you call good water. An absolutely excellent place." Yes, Master is right. That's why I felt the feng shui was good here." Great Elder Zhao Ergu, a centenarian from an era deeply believing in these principles, couldn't care less about his status at the moment and virtually agreed with everything the Master said. "Master, any suggestions?" "The suggestion is, this place is perfect for massive construction." Master Wang Long smacked his lips. "Let me ask my disciples to look around. If it were up to me, investing $1 billion or $800 million here wouldn't be a loss at all. An investment of $1 billion or $800 million. For the Wang family present, the financial figures reaching the billions were astronomical. Hearing about investing billions, everybody's mouth hung open. Wang Hao and Zhao Jinhao exchanged glances. Then Feng Wenbin quietly asked, "Brother Hao, was what he just said correct?" "Pretty much," Wang Hao whispered with a smile. "It's beginner's level." For Wang Hao, this stuff really rolled off the tongue. Ordinary folks couldn't fool him. As instructed by their master, the two disciples started measuring with the compass inside the courtyard, and then moved outside. Many Wang family relatives followed them, curious. The apprentices grew impatient and shooed away the crowd, saying, "Don't follow us. We need to concentrate while calculating the feng shui, or else we'll be blamed if it's not accurate." Yes. The crowd stepped back hurriedly by about 8 meters, watching the two moving further away with a compass. The measurement took almost half an hour. After making a round around the village, the disciples tucked away the compass and approached Master Wang Long, saying, "Master, the survey is mostly done. The mountain over there indeed has excellent feng shui, balancing the 5 elements and harmonizing yin and yang. It definitely qualifies as a flourishing wealth-concentrating spot. But..." Great Elder Zhao Ergu was smiling from ear to ear until that last phrase suddenly stunned him. "But what?" Zhao Ergu anxiously asked. "Is there something wrong?" The two apprentices glanced at Master Wang Long, hesitant. Master, should I say it or not? I'm right here, don't be scared. Master Wang Long frowned. Speak. Whatever it is, just say it. It's like this, the older of the two disciples explained. Everything there is fine, except it is afflicted by snake evil. If not handled properly, the residents could be troubled by snake demons, which could be ominous. Snake evil. Hearing this term, all the nosy relatives present were utterly shocked. Oh Lord, there's actually evil chi here. What should we do? What should we do? Wang Hao and the others were also stunned. There's such an explanation? Master, do you have a way to resolve this? Zhao Ergu became anxious upon hearing this. It'd be such a pity if this perfect feng shui treasure land couldn't be inhabited because of this snake evil. There are ways to resolve it. Master Wang Long pondered for a moment, then said, but it would require a lot of my energy. Alas, it's truly challenging. Zhao Ergu is after all from the great elder Zhao's family, and his status is extraordinary. So he directly made an offer. As long as you can resolve this snake evil, feel free to mention any demands. How generous. Wang Long closed his eyes and thought for a while, then sighed. Well, since the old man has spoken, I'll perform a ritual to break this snake evil for you. As for compensation, just say how much gift money you need. Zhao Ergu spoke urgently. Money is not an issue for me. Oh, speaking of which, money is just an external thing. Master Wang Long pondered for a moment, then said, I won't ask for much. 10 million. Consider it giving you face. 10 million. Everyone was shocked. The master's price was so high, and that was the price for giving face. Deal, deal, deal. 10 million was nothing for Zhao Ergu. He immediately nodded and said, Master, please start then. Okay. Master Wang Long shouted loudly, took off his upper clothes, then told his apprentice, Go get my magic artifact basin. Got it. The apprentices went to fetch the magic artifact. They soon brought over a basin about the size of a wash basin. Master Wang Long took the evil chi basin and said, This spell, I'll name it Jade Basin Gathering. Snakes. Soon, I will burn a paper Buddha, which is like my own soul. I'll cross mountains and rivers as fast as possible, run into the deep mountains, catch snakes from the caves, and put them in this basin. This will resolve some of the snake evil. Is there such a magical spell? Everyone present held their breath, watching Master Wang Long start the ritual. Soon, Master Wang Long lit the paper Buddha and placed it in the basin. Then he gave another loud shout, banging on the evil chi basin while chanting, Yuqing has commanded, informing the three realms. All directions Chao govern, obey these decrees. All commanders to the altar, transform and benefit mankind. Swiftly, as per this decree, reveal the snake evil. After he finished, he picked up the jade basin, and everyone instantly gasped in unison. Snake! Look, there really is a snake. My goodness, truly worthy of a master. He really summoned the snake evil. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Wang Hao's eyes were wide. This seemed immensely like a magic trick he'd seen in a previous life. Before, Brother Hao had watched a video called Snake from an Empty Basin. An enamel basin, some burning paper, and soon a snake appeared. Zhao Jinhao and the others were also dumbfounded. Zhao Jinhao nudged Wang Hao. Brother Hao, is there really snake evil? Look, he even gathered the snakes. Wang Hao looked at him as if he saw a fool. Haven't you ever seen a magic trick? This is a magic trick? Zhao Jinhao looked at Master Wang Long and then at Wang Hao. Isn't it the master's spell? Screw your spell, Wang Hao said annoyed. This is clearly just a magic trick. If he could gather the giant snake from Cao Cao's tomb, then I'd be impressed. Right, these guys had all been to Cao Cao's tomb with Wang Hao. The giant snake there, that would be worthy of being called snake evil, right? Zhao Jinhao nodded like a pecking chicken. Calling such a small snake snake evil, that's indeed too simplistic. Chapter 371 Bold. Master Wang Long, more and more smug, picked up the snake from the ground and said, This is only the first step in dispelling the snake evil, which is to summon it. Obviously, just summoning it is not enough. We need to resolve the snake evil. How do we resolve it? Just watch. I'm going to cut the snake into two. This is called decapitating the snake head. Then I'll burn some joss paper, which is called gathering the evil qi. After that, I'll join the two pieces of the snake together, and it will immediately come back to life. This is called not taking life, and only then can the snake evil be resolved. Upon hearing his incredible words, everyone was astonished, and they exclaimed, "Good heavens! Can a snake be brought back to life after being cut into two pieces? A true master, a high and mighty sage indeed. This is simply miraculous. Now that's awesome." Bai Yining, can a dead snake really be revived? Bai Yining whispered, "This Wang Long is spouting all sorts of mystical stuff. Is it real or fake?" By now, Wang Hao had pretty much figured out what was going on and laughed. "Just enjoy the show, don't worry about it too much right now." On Master Wang Long's side, as he spoke, he took the snake and placed it on a table. With one hand holding the snake's head and the other holding the body, he quickly cut with his knife, and with a kachuk, the snake's head fell off. Strangely, after the snake was cut into two pieces, it didn't bleed at all. Take a look, everyone. Master Wang Long held the snake's body in one hand and its head in the other, showing it to the crowd. The snake has been cut into two pieces, right? This is called decapitating the snake head. Having completed the first step, Master Wang Long then instructed his disciples to light incense in the center of the area. He took a piece of joss paper and burned it over the flame. Strangely enough, a small hole first appeared in the center of the paper, and then, to everyone's amazement, the shape of a snake emerged. Shocked, people shouted, "Look, there's a snake on the joss paper. There really is a snake. This must be gathering the snake evil." The great elder and elder Zhao of the Zhao family were both animated and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. The snake evil has finally gathered, great." After gathering the evil qi, Master Wang Long shouted, in haste as if a command, "Let the snake evil ascend." He then pressed the two parts of the snake together, and after kneading them for a while, miraculously, when he set the snake down on the ground, it seemingly came back to life, coiling itself in a circle in the middle of the area. This is truly miraculous. Oh my goodness, a dead snake has come back to life. The master is indeed a master. This is just too awesome. The snake evil has been vanquished. Not only were Wang Hao's relatives astounded, even the village head Wang Xianfu and deputy county magistrate Zhang were flabbergasted. While some small magic tricks were one thing, what Master Wang Long did was actually sever the snake into two and then put it back together. You had to acknowledge his skill. Phew. Master Wang Long let out a long breath, then picked up the snake, wiped his sweat, and said, "At last, the snake evil has been resolved." Phew. Not an easy feat. These two spells alone must have depleted half a year of my kung fu. This guy really was a good actor. Wang Hao could not help but snort with laughter. Just as everyone was still in awe and clapping, Wang Hao's laughter caused the whole crowd to turn and look at him. Curious, the great elder asked, "Howard, what are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing much, just thinking how well these two magic tricks were performed, really good." Wang Hao could hardly hold back. The thought of Master Wang Long's splendid acting had him wanting to burst with laughter. "How dare you?" As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Master Wang Long's two apprentices immediately objected. "My master has expended so much kung fu to dispel the snake evil. How could you, an ignorant child, dare to question it?" "Who is this?" Master Wang Long, seated in a place of honor, didn't even look at Wang Hao and huffed. "An ignorant child randomly disrupting my spell. This won't do at all." "This is a friend of Jin Hao's," Zhao Erge hurriedly explained. "He knows a bit about feng shui and geomancy, so I invited him over to oversee things." "A 25-year-old understands feng shui?" Master Wang Long didn't even give Wang Hao a proper look, disdainfully saying, "More like a feng shui scam artist." "Elder Zhao, no offense, but you shouldn't drag just anyone out here to embarrass us." The relatives were also getting anxious. After all, this was a respected master, someone you couldn't afford to offend. Wang Mingjing whispered softly, "Little Howard, this is a master who has attained the Tao. Didn't you see how he even managed to join a severed snake back to life? Be sure not to offend him." Wang Tianshi nodded, adding, exactly, little Howard, just stop talking." Zhao Jinhao and Wen Bin were also giving Wang Hao meaningful looks, while Bai Yining was nervously clutching Wang Hao's hand tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. A master capable of reviving a dead snake was truly not someone to provoke. At this moment, everyone present was worried for Wang Hao, but he suddenly let out a sly laugh, saying, "Master Wang Long, right? You know, normally you do your charlatan act, I run my company, and we don't interfere with each other. I wouldn't need to spoil your scheme, right? But then you start calling me an ignorant child this and ignorant child that. That alone would be fine. But to charge 10 million for just these two tricks, that I cannot ignore. After all, Elder Zhao is my friend's great-grandfather and has old ties with my own great-grandfather. I simply can't stand by and watch you scam his money, can I?" But the great elder, Zhao Ergu, had previously instructed Wang Hao to help him keep things under control, so when he heard Wang Hao speak like this, he knew something was up. After all, the miraculous feats of Wang Hao were often discussed by Zhao Jinhao. And now Elder Zhao felt a hint of hesitation and harbored a few doubts towards Master Wang Long, asking, "Little Hao, you mean to say the master's spells are just tricks?" It looked like the two were about to have a showdown right there on the spot. The crowd fell silent, everyone waiting to see how Wang Hao would respond. "You know, chemistry is such an interesting subject," Wang Hao said with a grin, picking up a burnt piece of yellow paper and speaking to the surrounding crowd. "We saw this paper meet the flame, and then magically a snake appeared. In fact, the master had drawn on the paper with a chemical beforehand, usually potassium nitrate, because it is a component of gunpowder and a strong oxidizing agent on the chemical side. It's also an incendiary agent. It dissolves easily in water, so the master likely used a potassium nitrate solution to draw the snake on the paper, then let it dry. Once dry, the potassium nitrate particles stick to the paper, and when such paper meets fire, the part with the potassium nitrate burns extremely easily." Whoa! Upon hearing Wang Hao's explanation, the entire crowd was stunned. There were quite a few university students among the crowd, especially Wang Tian, with his master's degree, who immediately slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, that's right. My chemistry teacher explained that to me when I was studying." Hearing Wang Hao puncture the mystery of the burnt paper with just a few words, Master Wang Long was completely dumbfounded. And obviously, once Brother Hao started exposing lies, it wasn't going to be that simple. As for this jade basin gathering snakes thing, Wang Hao beckoned to the two apprentices with a cheeky smile. "Lend me that jade basin, will you? I'd like to perform it for everyone too. How about that?" Wang Hao knew how to perform the jade basin gathering snakes trick as well. By now, people had realized that Master Wang Long really had no magical spells and was at most a charlatan performing tricks. Zhao Ergu craned his neck, saying, "Quick, quick, quick, little Hao, you perform it for me as well. Let's see." "Afraid not," Wang Hao said, looking at the two apprentices retreating, with a smile. "Without his basin rigged with mechanisms, I can't produce the same effect." You're slandering me." The color drained from Master Wang Long's face as he exclaimed, "Mine is a spell, not a magic trick." Everybody now? Even at this point, you're still making excuses. What was Wang Hao's constitution now? With his kung fu, he was capable of performing sequences of Yongchun moves. He charged forward and snatched the jade basin. Then with a loud crash, he threw it to the ground. Out of curiosity, the crowd looked over and indeed, after the basin broke in half, a mechanism was revealed at the bottom, a perfect size for hiding a snake. "Heh, you might fool others, but you can't fool my piercing vision." Wang Hao burst into hearty laughter, saying, "When you tapped that basin, you specifically hit the mechanism. I watched as the mechanism at the bottom moved. And yet you continue to play this charade." Chapter 372, Will You Submit? But how could Wang Hao let him get away so easily? He grabbed him and pulled him back. With a quick motion, he reached into his pocket and pulled out two severed snake heads, throwing them on the ground and laughing. "Still cutting off snake heads, huh? Weren't these heads already cut off beforehand? Otherwise, how could there have been no blood at all just now?" So that's how it was. Everyone now thoroughly understood how the trick was done. It turned out to be worthless. Simply hold a live snake, head in the palm, swiftly substitute it with a pre-cut snake head, holding part of it and revealing the other. Cut the dead snake head off, hence no blood on the cut surface, and to restore, All they had to do was use sleight of hand to hide the two dead sections while releasing the live snake head held in the palm. Master Wang Long. Zhao Ergu stared at Wang Long with a chilling gaze and said, I can't believe I was so easily deceived by you. I treated you like a master, and you turned out to be nothing but a trickster who performs little magic tricks. Great Elder Zhao, spare me, please spare my life. Wang Long immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Zhao Ergu might look all smiles, but that was only towards his own people. After all, he was also the great elder of the Zhao family. When he got angry, it certainly wasn't impossible for him to throw someone into the Huangpu River as fish food. Originally, if you just performed a couple of tricks to entertain everyone, that would have been fine. I didn't expect you to be so pretentious, starting your bid at 10 million. Seeing the situation turning deadly, Wang Hao couldn't let that happen, especially since it was Grandpa Zhao's 100th birthday celebration. It wouldn't be good to see blood. Staring at the now pale Master Wang Long, he said with a smirk, I've broken your spell. Do you admit defeat? I admit it. I admit defeat. Master Wang Long kept kowtowing on the ground. Wang Hao laughed again. I've ruined your business and tarnished your reputation. Do you admit defeat? I admit it. I admit defeat. Master Wang Long, sweating profusely, kowtowed non-stop to Zhao Ergu. Great Elder Zhao, please spare my life. Grandpa Zhao. Wang Hao, with a beaming smile, addressed Zhao Ergu. Today is my grandpa's birthday. How about we spare his life? Since little Hao has pleaded on your behalf, I'll spare you this time. Zhao Ergu squinted his eyes and said coldly, but if I ever catch you swindling again, I will definitely stuff you in a sack and feed you to the fish. Yes, yes, yes. Master Wang Long didn't dare to lift his head, trembling as he scrambled up from the ground, and, not caring about the others, fled out with his two apprentices stumbling and rolling along the way. The swindler was chased away, and everyone in the yard clapped and cheered. Well done. Little Hao is truly extraordinary. Indeed, that performance was magical. These swindlers really invested in their act, eh? That jade basin must have cost quite a bit to make, right? Zhao Jinhao and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Zhao Jinhao said, Today has really been an eye-opener. Brother Hao is simply godlike. He understands everything. Feng Wenbin, dumbfounded, said, From now on, any swindler who encounters Brother Hao had better take a detour. Otherwise, it'll be a risk to their life. Bai Yining smiled sweetly. Wang Hao truly has vast magical powers, hee. Grandpa Zhao. Although the swindler had been driven away, they couldn't conduct the feng shui consultation now. Wang Hao looked around and then said, How about I just tell you about the feng shui here? You just listen, and I'll just talk. But whether to invest here, that's still for you to decide. Sure. Little Hao, come and tell me all about it. Great Elder Zhao pulled Wang Hao's hand, beckoning him to sit by his side. Zhao, did you manage to take an aerial photo from the plane? Wang Hao first asked Zhao Jinhao for his phone, and Zhao Jinhao quickly handed it over, saying, Of course, Brother Hao, use it as you wish. You see, now the title, Brother Hao, needed to be spoken with respect. Grandpa Zhao, look here. Wang Hao held Zhao's phone, tapped on a picture, and said, The mountain range is continuous. There's a dragon. Right here, there is an open space, and not far ahead is a mountain spring. To the left and right are small hills, which in feng shui are called dragon and tiger sand. Left is the azure dragon, and right is the white tiger. The azure dragon sand is higher than the white tiger sand, and the hills are lush and green, a great spot. Little Hao actually knows his stuff. Zhao Ergu was stunned by Wang Hao's explanation and said, Dragon and tiger sand. Good. Look at this, Wang Hao continued. These mountains, based on their height and shape, are divided into 9 types. Greedy wolf, giant gate, fortune, Wenchu Wu, Chu, chastity, Pajun, auxiliary, and strong. As the mountain behind or in support of a residence, each has different auspicious or ominous implications. But this mountain, with its symmetric shape from all directions, is a very standard Li mountain, similar to a warrior's helmet. This type of Li mountain shape is fantastic, full of imperial aura. If one could live here, they would enjoy both scholarly and martial prosperity and wealth. Among the 9 stars, this is considered the best mountain, with fortune coming next. Fortune is for ordinary people to live by. If one desires great wealth and prestige, they must seek out the true gold of Wu Chu Li Mountain. Great. Fantastic. Zhao Ergu grew more excited as he listened, slapping his thigh. This is it. No question about it. Wang Hao, smiling, went on. Having found the right spot, the next step is geological exploration. First, the soil must not contain elements like zinc, molybdenum, selenium, or fluorine, as they can be released into the air through photosynthesis, directly affecting human health. Second, damp or decaying geology can lead to arthritis, rheumatic heart disease, skin diseases, and so on. Thirdly, the influence of harmful waves. If there is an underground river less than 3 meters below the residence, or if there are double crisscrossing rivers, or pits, or complex geological structures, they can all emit long waves or pollution radiation lines or particle streams, leading to symptoms like headaches, dizziness, and endocrine disorders. Good, little Hao knows a lot. Zhao Ergu appeared increasingly satisfied with Wang Hao, nodding continuously. Okay, I'll send someone to inspect this place in the next few days. By the way, little Hao, what do you think should be built here? Here. Wang Hao carefully observed the mountain spring and the surroundings, then decisively said, Let's build a villa, and we'll call it Longquan Villa. Longquan Villa. It shall be Longquan Villa. Zhao Ergu smacked his thigh. That's settled then. Everyone around was stunned. Longquan Villa. What a great name. Paired with that fantastic location, it's bound to be eye-catching. Brother Hao is amazing. Zhao Jinhao was so dumbfounded, he said. Listening to him makes me want to live here. Longquan Villa? That's awesome. Fang Wenbin stood there nodding in a daze. I find that whenever I'm with Brother Hao, I can't help but admire him. That's the charm of Brother Hao, isn't it? Bai Yining was smiling sweetly. My goodness, this is the man I've shared a kiss with, yes. At the small lake near the village, Wang Hao was catching fish with Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, Bai Yining, and others. Brother Hao, quick! Fish! Fish! Zhao Jinhao pointed to the water, shouting loudly, What a big fish! Where? Where? Fang Wenbin joined the excitement, and when he saw the fish, he was astounded. My goodness, it's huge. Brother Hao, that must be 1/2 meter long, right? I think it's more. Zhao Jinhao said urgently. At least 60 centimeters. Wang Hao looked on speechlessly at these two, making a fuss over nothing. Haven't you ever seen a fish before? It's just a carp less than 1 meter long. Watch this. Among them, Wang Hao was the best swimmer, diving into the water with a splash. Bai Yining cautioned from the shore. Be careful, that's a big fish. Once underwater, Wang Hao swam toward the big fish like a mudfish. Only when he got close did Wang Hao realize that the big carp was indeed not small. It was probably around 80 centimeters. From under the water, it looked like a monster, even the scales glistening. Wow, it really is big. Wang Hao held his breath, armed with a spear, and quickly approached the big carp, his hand rising and falling. Take this. With a plop, the stick pierced right through the big carp, and those standing on the shore, Zhao Junhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining, cried out in unison. Look! Blood! It's blood! The big carp, upon being struck, began to thrash desperately. After all, an 80-centimeter-long carp, especially in water, was thrashing as if it could turn rivers and seas upside down. Even Wang Hao's enhanced body couldn't subdue it. The carp pulled Wang Hao toward the bottom of the lake. In such a moment, there was no letting go. Wang Hao held his breath and let the fish drag him haphazardly across the bottom of the lake. Chapter 373. Grandpa, you shouldn't be so outwardly. He felt it. A couple of times, it seemed to be a ring. Originally, this wasn't anything special. The bottom of the lake was always likely to have all sorts of messy good stuff. But clearly, this ring was not like ordinary rings. Because as soon as Wang Hao grabbed the ring in his hand, he felt the dice in his shorts pocket vibrate again, and then saw a golden breath from the ring burrow straight into his eyes. Oh crap, what the heck was going on? The golden breath was quickly absorbed by Wang Hao, and then the ring turned into a pile of powder and disappeared. This was spooky. What the hell was that? How could there be breath absorbed again? Wang Hao vigorously shook his head, indicating total confusion. But soon, he noticed something different. Because here, at the bottom of the lake, he suddenly saw everything around him much clearer than before. Although it couldn't be said to be the same as above water, he could at least clearly see the outlines of various things, like a rock ahead. Wang Hao could see it crystal clear. Holy shit! Wang Hao twisted his body and violently dodged the rock. That scared the hell out of him. Wang Hao was still trembling. Thank goodness I saw it. Otherwise, if I really bumped into it, I definitely would have been knocked out. If I had passed out down here, I would have certainly died. By this time, the big fish was also almost unable to struggle anymore. After all, it had been speared and had swum for so long, reaching the end of its strength. After struggling and dragging Wang Hao for a while longer, it was completely motionless. Thank God I'm in good shape, Wang Hao said as he dragged the big fish to the surface, finally taking a deep breath. Refreshing. Brother Hao, how did it go? Zhao Jinhao shouted from afar. I was scared to death just now. No problem. Wang Hao lifted the harpoon above the water and laughed loudly. Let's go. We have something tasty again today, huh? This fish is huge. Soon, Wang Hao dragged the large carp onto the shore, and all three of them were stunned at the size of the fish. Holy shit, Brother Hao, you're like superhuman. Fang Wenbin stared dumbfounded at the large carp. It must be close to a meter long. Almost magical. That's awesome. Zhao Jinhao's mouth was watering. Imagine making a fish soup out of it. These days, he really had enough of the village's communal pot dishes. Almost didn't feel like leaving at all. You scared me to death. Bai Yining immediately checked on Wang Hao. You weren't hurt, were you? You were underwater for such a long time without coming up. No worries. What could happen to me? Not only was nothing wrong, but it also felt like I had mysteriously absorbed something good, like, Wang Hao suddenly stared intensely at Bai Yining's neck. What are you looking at? Bai Yining said in a coquettish reprimand. Don't stare randomly. It's nothing. Wang Hao grinned and scratched his head. But why now do I see the pearl necklace on our ice princess's neck shining? Wang Hao asked. Your necklace looks pretty good. Zhao Jinhao and Fang Wenbin exchanged knowing looks. Brother Hao, always finding an excuse. Just say you were looking at her chest, but you say the necklace looks good. Really? Bai Yining blushed slightly, whispering. You like it, that is good. Zhao Jinhao signaled Fang Wenbin with his eyes. A couple of lovebirds. Fang Wenbin nodded. Broad daylight and clear skies, there's no justice in the world. While they were laughing, a village auntie came running over, yelling from a distance. Little Howard, our chicken is stewed already, silly chicken stewed with potatoes and mushrooms. And your uncle has stewed pig trotters, and even big pork knuckles, braised pork. Tonight, we gotta drink well. This wasn't actually one of Wang Hao's relatives, just a neighbor from the same village. However, since Wang Hao finally resolved the long-standing road repair issue in the village, the villagers were very grateful to him. Over the past few days, Wang Hao was practically living off food from 100 families. Today at this house, tomorrow at that one. He couldn't but accept each invitation. Every family brought out their best dishes. Hence, after staying here for 5 days, the village's chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs decreased by half. So, villagers fond of joking had given him a nickname, Poultry Slayer. All good, coming right now. This is some good stuff. Wang Hao shouldered the big carp and led the 3 people back. Let's go eat pork knuckles and elbows. Wow, this carp isn't small at all. Erzhen walked back with a few people, walking and exclaiming in surprise. It must be close to becoming a spirit. When we get back, I'll have your Urshu stew it for you. That's nice. Wang Hao and the others were over the moon. This one fish should be enough for 10 people to eat. People aren't too many, Erzhen laughed. Invite your dad, your mom, and the Zhao family's old master. Our village might not have much else, but when it comes to food, we have plenty. Sometimes, you don't really need to bring out something fancy to entertain. It's the enthusiasm that counts. That alone can make people forget to return home. So, after 2 more days, the long National Day holiday finally ended, and it was time to go home. Early this morning, Wang Hao's family packed up early, and Zhao Junhao, Fang Wenbin, Bai Yining, and Great Elder Zhao all boarded the helicopter. The entire village came out to send them off, many people carrying big and small bags, desperately stuffing them into cars and the helicopter. Little Howard, These are our sun-dried mushrooms. You can eat them after soaking them in water. Really good. De Wang, when the road is fixed, come back often. We have plenty of liquor here. Jinhao, our village can't offer much special stuff. Take these silly eggs and silly chickens back with you to eat. They're pure mountain wandering chickens, very nutritious. I've also prepared 50 of these silly eggs for you. Brother Wenbin, take half of this silly pig back with you. I noticed you really loved eating it. My dad can't come due to his leg. Our village might be a bit small, but you all have planes. Come and visit whenever. I can't promise much, but we've got plenty of mountain goods to eat. Watching the enthusiastic villagers, Zhao Jinhao and Feng Wenbin were so touched, to say nothing of Bai Yining, who among the three received the most gifts. Wang Hao's great-grandfather's family nearly filled up the helicopter she arrived in. Dried mushrooms, silly chickens, silly eggs, silly pork, and even a lot of poplar mushrooms, silkworm pupae. They packed everything from the mountains. Great-grandfather took her hand, pulled out a jade bracelet, and slipped it onto her wrist, incessantly saying, "Girl, this is a bracelet passed down from my ancestors. I don't know if it's worth anything, but consider it a token of my heart. Our little Hao is a good man, just a bit mischievous. If you ever feel wronged, come find me, and I'll guarantee I'll take care of him." Wang Hao, great-grandfather, don't elbow me out. The paint isn't even dry yet. Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, great-grandfather. Wang Hao is a good person. He won't bully me. Look at our ice princess, so good at soothing people. This is the pain of parting, though." Everyone had been together only for a few days. Facing these warm and honest villagers, it was truly hard to leave. Great Elder Zhao Ergu expressed, "What a wonderful village. I'll retire here. This is a real nurturing place, unlike the city that's smoggy every day." On the way home, Wang Hao hummed a song, and Dad laughed. "Stinky boy, you've really outdone yourself this time." "Oh, Dad is really proud now. You don't see who gave birth to him." Mom kept praising. "Howard, work hard. Mom supports you." This vacation is finally over, and it's time to get back to the film set. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early, got ready, and directly called Xia Sweki upstairs, ready to set off. The two got straight on the freeway. Now familiar with the route, they quickly arrived at the Jinhua Hyatt Hotel. From a distance, Wang Hao began to reflect. "Oh, it has been over half a month since we were here. I wonder how the film crew is doing." The two then headed to the small conference room rented by the film crew in this hotel. According to the normal schedule, this time should be the morning meeting. "Director Yang, I'm back." Wang Hao directly opened the door, but the moment he entered, Wang Hao was stunned. Chapter 374, Su Hongye and Master Su. "Wang Hao, what's going on? Isn't that Lu Hong, the makeup artist?" At that moment, the chief makeup artist, Lu Hong, seemed all packed up, reluctantly saying, "Brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there's nothing I can do. My makeup skills aren't sufficient. You've got characters requiring makeup to appear as transvestites, men dressing as women, scar simulation, and blood spattering, and I just can't make it look real enough." Wang Hao and Xia Sweki exchanged glances, sensing a storm brewing. Seeing Lu Hong about to leave, Yang Sholin became even more anxious and, ignoring Wang Hao, said, "Brother Lu, we've been good pals for many years now. Look at the situation now. Our martial arts coordinator has bailed, and if you leave too, our film crew will be completely stranded. Who can I find to replace a makeup artist at such critical times?" "I get what you're saying. The script is great," Lu Hong said, grabbing his bags and heading for the door, whilst Yang Sholin tried unsuccessfully to stop him. "But my skills aren't up to it. Here's what we'll do. You find someone, and once you do, I'll come back whenever I'm free. Is that acceptable?" At that point, Wang Hao, unable to remain silent any longer, said, "What do you mean your skills aren't up to it? Just learn slowly." With so many eyes on him, Lu helplessly set down his bags, saying, "Honestly, my skills really are lacking. I've just got in touch with the best makeup artist in our industry, and I plan to learn some techniques from her. This opportunity is rare as they're available only these few days. How could I miss this chance?" Indeed, with such an explanation, the others in the room found it hard to object. Further, if it was just a matter of money, it would be easier to handle, but he was planning to seek mentorship, which in industry circles is an unwritten rule that generally no one obstructs. The reason is simple, isn't it? You can't block someone's path to improving themselves. Ah, young Sholin sighed deeply before continuing. How long will it take for you to master the skills? It seems like it won't be a short time, right? Actually, it won't be too long. Lu picked up his bags again, saying, about a month, I promise. I'll come back as soon as I've mastered it. Brother Yang, you know my makeup skills are decent within the industry. Previously, being slightly better than some and not as good as others didn't really matter, but lately shooting this martial heroes film, I felt quite out of my depth. It's not every day you get to connect with the best makeup artist in our circle. How could I not go? Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu then started to boast. Speaking of this makeup artist, she's amazing. The makeup she does is flawless. Do you know what flawless means? For example, if she does my makeup, I could stand right in front of you, and you wouldn't be able to recognize me. Everyone collectively gasped. That's incredible. Being an industry-famous star, Lan Zihuang, who knew more people, said, the person you're talking about, isn't that? That's right, Master Su Hongya. Lu seemed even prouder and didn't seem in a rush to leave anymore. She's no ordinary person. Who else could manage to invite her? Her status in the industry is something I couldn't even dream of reaching, right? But somehow, she was in a good mood this time. I met her once before, and I mentioned that I was struggling to keep up here, and she agreed to mentor me. Su Hongya. Lan Zihuang's eyes widened. You must go, you absolutely must. She's indeed the top-ranked makeup artist in our circle. I thought she had retired to run her own styling studio, hadn't she? How come she's willing to return now? Wang Hao. Styling studio? Yes, 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 Lu excitedly continued. It's that get-into-fine-term studio in Zhonghai. Master Su Hongye used to be the highest-grade makeup and styling artist here, but then she was hired away by Miss Ice Princess. And since then she's retired from the public eye, right? After that, no one in our circle could afford her. This opportunity is truly once in a lifetime. Wang Hao. Su Hongye. Get into fine-term studio, taken by Miss Ice Princess. Why does this sound so familiar? Could it be that big sister who once washed my hair? I remember she was also about 30 years old. I wonder if it's her. Wang Hao cautiously asked. This Miss Su Hongye you're talking about, is she in her 30s, looks very gentle, speaks with a very magnetic voice, and is about 1.62 meters tall? Yes, 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 how did you know? Hearing Wang Hao say this, Lu was astounded. You've met her? Wow, Brother Hao. Impressive. Well-informed. His thumbs almost shot up to the sky. Let me tell you, people generally aren't privileged to meet this master. You know, just going to her studio starts at 5,000, and it's her apprentices who do the styling. Except for Miss Ice Princess, she hasn't styled anyone else these past 2 years. Wang Hao, it seems like you're missing one person there. As far as I know, she styled someone else too, and it's a man. Yes, Brother Hao. Haha, I saw her once by chance before. Wang Hao embarrassingly scratched his head. I was wondering who it was. How about this, Brother Lu, don't rush off just yet. I'll make a call and ask. There's no hurry at this moment. What do you say? As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, everyone present craned their necks, looking at him as if he had seen a ghost. Kid, that's Master Su Hongye, the top makeup artist in the industry, and you're going to make a phone call to ask? Do you even have her phone number? Little Wang, Yang Sholin hurriedly said. I understand what you're thinking, wanting Lu to stay, but this... Yeah, Brother Hao, Lan Zihuang also said. This kind of opportunity doesn't come all the time. Let Lu go, and if we have to wait a few more days, so be it. Wang Hao, look how scared you all got. It's precisely because she is the Ice Princess's personal stylist that I need to find her. We've even kissed the Ice Princess. Just these past few days, I also helped her catch fish. In the river. Hey, just relax, I've got this. Wang Hao confidently pulled out his phone and directly called the Ice Princess, quickly connecting. Wang Hao, what are you up to? Bai Yining. I'm at home reading a book. Can your book update any faster? Wang Hao broke out in a sweat and hurriedly said, I'll try my best, my best. By the way, I'm calling about something related to Su Hongye. Bai Yining. You know her name? What do you need her for? Wang Hao. Here's the thing. I'm at the Martial Heroes film set, and our makeup artist wants to apprentice to her and leave. I figured that wouldn't work. If he leaves, we'll have no one, so I thought I'd ask. By Yinning, I understand. You go ahead. I'll have her call your makeup artist in a moment. Wang Hao. Thanks a lot, he. After hanging up, Wang Hao gestured an okay sign with his fingers and smiled. There you go, Brother Lu. No need to rush off. You'll get a call in a bit. Everyone listened, completely befuddled. In a bit? They're going to call Lu? Su Hongye will personally call Lu? Everyone present looked at each other, all a bit unclear. Is this for real? Before people could doubt for too long, makeup artist Lu's phone rang. Lu pulled out his phone and immediately was stunned. Master Su. It's really Master Su calling. Yang Sholin exclaimed, Speakerphone. Speakerphone. And so, on speakerphone. Su Hongye, is this Lu Hong? I'm Su Hongye. Is Wang Hao with your film crew? Makeup. Artist Lu Hong respectfully replied. Yes, master. Do you have any instructions? Su Hongye. You don't need to come here. I'm not busy these next 2 days. I'll personally visit your film crew tomorrow. It's been a while since I last saw Mr. Wang Hao, and I'd like to say hello. Chapter 375, Second Master Wants to Appraise. Their gaze at Wang Hao was like looking at a god. Lan Zihuang had stars in her eyes. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Master Su Hongye herself. Just one sentence, and you got her to come. Lu Hong was also completely dumbfounded. That, Master Su bothering you like that? Tong Tong exclaimed. You really know her? Su Hongye replied. It's nothing. I just happened to have met Wang Hao before. He suits my temperament well, and I was bored spending time in Central Sea. So going out for a walk suits me fine. All right, that's it. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lu Hong hung up the phone in a daze, and the bags on his shoulders clattered to the ground. The meeting room fell eerily silent. After about 10 seconds of quiet, everyone suddenly pounced on him, grabbing Wang Hao's arms and legs, and yelled together, Brother Hao, fess up. Are you involved with Master Su? Spill it. Wang Hao, what kind of crazy ideas are these? I'm not involved with her. I'm involved with someone else entirely. By chance, just by chance. Wang Hao sweated bullets and hurriedly made up an excuse to brush it off, then sat next to the conference table. Director Yang, I'm back from vacation. How has everything been with the crew during this time? Before Wang Hao had left, he had already taken a vacation from the crew, having outlaid the entire Smiling Proud Wanderer book before leaving. Subsequently, he handed over the script production to Yu Junpeng, so he was able to take more than half a month off. Naturally, he needed to ask about the situation upon his return. It's good that you're back, finally managing to keep the makeup artist Lu on board. Director Yang let out a sigh of relief and grinned. You scared me just now. I thought Lu was going to flee. The progress here is pretty smooth though. Chun-Li, can you briefly update Wang Hao on our progress? Sure, Chun-Li smiled. Currently, Little Yu has managed to organize the entire script's framework into over 200 parts. Just as you suggested, we've further broken these parts into even smaller segments, now counting a total of 1,368 scenes. Wang Hao was surprised. That many? Is my classmate handling it well? No complaints, said Chun-Li. As the coordinator of the crew, he was quite professional. The script he's written has been cross-verified by our crew members with the original novel you wrote. The plot is on track, and the dialogues have been carefully deliberated. Rest assured, there are no issues. Boss Rin is very pleased with your classmate, though he has indeed exhausted him. He's still asleep right now. You was really something, not bad at all. The shooting progress is also quite good. Speaking of which, Chun-Li grew even more appreciative of Wang Hao. Your method of splitting the entire drama into fragments for shooting has been very effective. Our crew has almost finished shooting 213 scenes that can be filmed within the film and television base. The field team is currently scouting for locations, and will likely have news soon. Progress so fast. Wang Hao is also a bit surprised. Over 200 scenes are done. These parts are just some simple minor settings. Chun-Li laughed. They are mostly extra scenes, just corpses or running away, hardly any major actors, so it's quicker. The next parts are trickier because we need to find a lot of actors, and there are several major scenes, like when the protagonist Ling Hucheng leads an assault on Shaolin Temple, which require lots of extras. We can't shoot that yet. Now Wang Hao understood. So far, the progress of the crew was that the entire script was ready and some simple scenes had been completely shot. Next, The urgent task was to find actors and start shooting the formal storyline, which Wang Hao couldn't really help with at the moment. That was producer Tong Tong's job. Temporarily, that's it, Chun-Li finally said. Little Wang, if you have nothing else to do during this time, just stay with the crew. After all, you don't have to pay for food and lodging. If you like, you can even play a small role. Boss Rin said everything is up to you. Indeed, Brother Hao is the best. So I'll have some free time. Wang Hao chuckled. I'll just stay here. I'm not busy with anything during this period, so if anyone needs any help, just give me a shout. Yang Sholin laughed. Of course, we're all from the same crew. We definitely won't be shy. It had been over half a month since they last saw each other. Everyone casually chatted for a few more minutes. Then Wang Hao prepared to go back to his room to rest. But just as he got up, the door of the meeting room was suddenly flung open with a bang, and the burly Brother Hao barged in, shouting loudly as soon as he entered. Little brother, I heard you're back. Ha. Great, you just arrived in time. Wang Hao, what the heck is going on? Clearly, Brother Hao had been seriously working out recently. Although he was still tall and burly, his previously large beer belly had noticeably shrunk, and his chest muscles had developed a lot. He grabbed Wang Hao's neck like catching a chicken and laughed loudly. I heard from Rin Xing that you're very talented. You even know feng shui. Today I have a good task for you. Help me authenticate some treasures. Wang Hao broke into a sweat and said, Brother Hao, please be gentle. Everyone present smiled at this spectacle. Boss Rin's temper was certainly interesting. Such an old man, yet acting as impatient as the young. People know him for feng shui, yet you drag him to appraise treasures. These two don't even relate. Get in the car and let's talk. Brother Hao pulled Wang Hao and headed out of the hotel, directly getting into a Land Rover parked at the entrance. Then he laughed. It's rare that you're back. Otherwise, I'd probably end up being duped if I went alone. Wang Hao laughed. Brother Hao, are you thinking of diving into antiques now? I'm too rough for antiques. I might even mistake a pack of jasmine for Longjing tea. Brother Hao buckled his seatbelt, started the car, and said, This time, it's purely for the excitement. It's actually a friend of mine who wants to buy treasures. He's interested in a set of Zisha teapots to authenticate for someone else. Wang Hao curiously asked, Aren't you worried I might make a mistake? Well, about that, Brother Hao chuckled as he drove. This actually involves you too. You know what my friend does? How could Wang Hao know? He decisively shook his head. I have no idea. This guy is the president of Jinying. Brother Hao smiled mischievously. Jinhua Film and Television Academy. Ever heard of it? Jinying. Wang Hao was immediately shocked when he heard the identity. Jinhua Film and Television Academy was a decent film university in the Heavenly People's Republic. After all, it was located near the Jinhua Film and Television base, and many celebrities in the industry graduated from there. The president of such an academy was no ordinary figure. How about that? Impressive, right? Proud to have surprised Wang Hao once, Brother Hao said. I was thinking, since you're rolling in the entertainment circle, getting to know him would only bring benefits, no drawbacks. So, as soon as I heard you were back, I had to find you. What do you think? Isn't your brother thoughtful? Undoubtedly, Brother Hao was truly reliable. Very thoughtful. Wang Hao gave Brother Hao a big thumbs up. Sure enough, only Brother Hao has such solid connections. So, what's the situation with this president this time? Brother Hao, tell me about it so I can prepare. Actually, it's quite simple. Brother Hao began to explain to Wang Hao. The president's name is Zheng Weiman. I usually just call him Zheng. Old Zheng is absolutely a fan of antiques. He doesn't know how to appraise them, but loves them, especially loves hearing stories about antiques. This time, he somehow heard some news that there's a shop in JH City with a set of Zisha teapots considered the treasure of the shop, usually not shown to the public. As soon as he heard, he was itching to buy it. He specifically drove here from the Central Sea. So he just pulled you to join for the excitement? Wang Hao thought hard, but still didn't understand. But you don't know about antiques, right? Chapter 376, Watching the Pot. With that explanation, Wang Hao totally got it. In other words, they were just two fools. One rich and overbearing, and the other not far behind. Just fanciful, wealthy, and willful. Basically, they just buy whatever they fancy. I see. Wang Hao grinned. So you're saying I should tell him a story when the time comes? My point is we'll just go for the fun of it. The second brother chuckled. You'll see how I play flatterer then. If you can learn even 30% of the tricks, I assure you, you'll be capable of talking the dead back to life. Wang Hao, second brother, do you really have that skill? While they were talking, they arrived at their destination, a shop specializing in purple sand pots, with the gilded sign, Yixing Zisha Workshop, written on it. They got out of the car and hadn't waited long when the second brother suddenly looked ahead and with a smile said, "Oh, there's Principal Zheng." He hurriedly waved his hand and called, "Principal Zheng, this way, this way." This was Principal Zheng arriving. Wang Hao hurriedly looked over and saw Principal Zheng dressed in a tang suit, wearing glasses and holding a pair of walnuts, sniffing from a snuff bottle, all the style of an antique enthusiast. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man with an air of an immortal, the epitome of cultured grace, clearly no ordinary character. "Ah, Run, how long has it been?" Upon arrival, Principal Zheng first shook hands with the second brother, then laughed and said, "Oh my, I haven't seen you in a while, and you've changed quite a bit, ha." Of course, the second brother then greeted the immortal man who seemed to have the air of a reincarnated Zhuge Liang. "Master Lu, haha, it's been a long time. You seem even more detached from the mundane world, almost like you're about to ascend to immortality." Too kind, too kind. Master Lu, upon hearing this, beamed with pride. He really loved this kind of flattery. Normally, he was almost like a half-practitioner, not your average Joe. After the greetings, Principal Zheng looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled expression and asked, "And this is?" "A close buddy of my nephew, Wang Hao Wang Ritian, brother Ritian." The second brother proudly stuck his thumb up as he introduced to Principal Zheng. "You know about Domestic Agent, the big hit recently, right? It's his masterpiece. My nephew invested 5 million or so, and his dad and I thought for sure it was money down the drain. But guess what? We made more than 30 million. Cool, right?" Principal Zheng was astonished. "You wrote the script for Domestic Agent?" "I collaborated with teacher Li Fei." Wang Hao scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. "I just made some suggestions." "That's still quite impressive. I've watched the drama. It's really good." Principal Zheng looked at Wang Hao more and more pleased and laughed. "Truly a young hero. Can't deny old age its due, haha." "Don't rush me." The second brother clearly wasn't done talking. "I've also invested in a drama, you know." The young Ritian went, ripped up scripts, and put that lousy screenwriter to shame on the spot, left them speechless. He just overhauled the script, and I tell you, the plot now. Well, just wait until it's broadcast. No one can top it. I'm even playing an important role in it. Really? Principal Zheng was flabbergasted again. "I heard that screenwriter was Meng Zenan, a well-known writer in the industry." "What's the use of that?" the second brother said disdainfully. "Not even fit to carry little Ritian's shoes." The original title was Swordsman of the Martial World. Clearly a flop. So tacky. Little Ritian changed it to Swordsman Legends, high-end and classy. Now that's talent. Wang Hao, second brother, please stop talking, otherwise, I'm going to end up in heaven. Not bad at all. The young man's got some skills. Principal Zheng now had an even higher opinion of Wang Hao and, with a smile, went on. "All right, let's not talk here anymore. We'll have plenty of time to chat after we've seen the teapot. Shall we go in now?" Second uncle immediately nodded. "Sure. Let's go and take a look at this treasure of the shop." As the group entered the store, they were greeted by two 2-meter-tall vases on either side of the entrance, which oozed luxury and class. The spacious and trendy interior of the Zisha teapot shop was also quite impressive. The long, narrow space was very well planned, with display shelves wrapping around both sides. The tall, vertical design, together with the multi-layered shelving acting as dividers, effectively segmented the space and displayed many Zisha pots, all clearly organized for customers to choose from. The wide range of exquisite designs were all perfectly presented. At the moment, a young man around 35 or 36 years old was gently wiping a Zisha pot in his hands. As soon as he saw the group walk in, he looked startled and then hurriedly smiled. "Oh, if it isn't Principal Zheng, please, come in." I'll take a look." Principal Zheng smiled and strutted directly into the back room. The young man put down the Zisha pot he was holding and said as he walked, "My master has told me about Principal Zheng's matter. He's out today, but should be back shortly. Please, take a seat inside first. I'll go prepare some tea. Go ahead. Principal Zheng waved his hand, and the apprentice hurried off to boil water for tea. Inside the back room, Wang Hao looked around. This room was relatively simpler. In the southeast corner was a small pool with a dozen red carp swimming in it. Hanging against the surrounding walls was a bookshelf, sparsely filled with a dozen books related to zisha pots. Near the window grew several pots of bamboo, lush and beautiful. In the center of the room was a set of circular sofas with a coffee table in the middle, on which sat an ancient-looking set of zisha teapots and cups, 8 cups to 1 pot, which was quite impressive. Leaving everything else aside, the decor alone certainly had a very high standard of sophistication, and second, Uncle was right. Principal Zheng really is in a league of his own, second uncle commented as he looked around. I've heard that usually, unless someone is purchasing zisha pot sets worth tens of thousands, they don't qualify to come in here. Impressive, truly outstanding indeed. Wang Hao, you really never miss a chance to throw in a compliment. This set of zisha pots. As soon as Principal Zheng sat down, his eyes were fixed on the zisha set on the coffee table. He picked it up carefully, playing with it meticulously for a while, examining it from all angles before nodding. What a fine set of Yixing zisha pots. Wang Hao, I thought you were about to point out something noteworthy, but that's all you had to say. Principal Zheng, let me have a look, said Master Lu, the picture of an immortal sage, smiling as he took the teapot to examine it more closely. He even stretched his finger inside the pot to feel around, a look of mysterious profundity on his face. Principal Zheng asked anxiously, Master Lu, what about the pot? Unexpectedly, instead of replying to him, Master Lu first brought the pot over to Wang Hao, asking with a smile, What do you think of this pot, young man? This pot. Wang Hao looked it over from all sides and then shook his head. It's just average. On hearing this, Master Lu burst out laughing. Truly, youth is to be treasured. If you're interested, old man here could give you some pointers. Wang Hao, this master, sure has a good opinion of himself. Hey, could it be that this pot is fake? Upon hearing Master Lu's words, Principal Zheng eagerly asked, Is it fake in its age, or is the whole thing fake? It's all fake, Master Lu said, gradually narrowing his eyes, shaking his head as he spoke. Principal Zheng, take a look at this first. The bottom of the pot is not perfectly round. Although it may seem stable on the table, there's a slight bulge at the center of the bottom, so it's not completely flat. Now look inside the pot. Though there are tea stains that seem to suggest a lengthy period of steeping and aging, and the bottom even has the 3 characters, Liang Xiaoyu, etched into it. Unfortunately, these 3 characters are enough proof that this zisha pot set is fake. Master Lu truly is learned, exclaimed second uncle when he heard that the zisha pot set was a fake, his eyes lighting up like bulbs. May I ask, Master Lu, why do those 3 characters on the bottom mean that the pot is fake? Chapter 377, The Shop's Treasure. In fact, Wang Hao had long known the teapot set was a fake, but the reasons behind his conclusion were quite different from Master Lu's. Hence he was very curious about his remarks. What? You're saying this teapot set is actually a fake? Just then, the young apprentice came in, carrying tea, and became anxious upon hearing Master Lu's declaration of the teapot set being a fake. This is a set of pots my master recently acquired, made by Ming Dynasty's Liang Xiaoyu, Master Liang. How could it possibly be fake? Liang Xiaoyu was a purple sand pot artisan and ceramic artist in the Ming Dynasty. Master Lu held the teapot in his hand and spoke slowly. He lived during the Ming Dynasty between Wanli and Chongzhen emperors. A native of Jinan in Zhonghong, he could compose poetry and play the zither. He built the Putuo Sanxiu Temple and specially created teapots in Yixing as sacrificial vessels. His sand pots broke free from common molds, and he could compose inscriptions for them. Kai Hanxiong mentions in Conversations by the Mao Xian that Liang Xiaoyu's white clay teapots are as hard as jade and unmatched in their craftsmanship. You see, his pots are praised for not conforming to the vulgar and bearing his own inscriptions. Now, let us take another look at this purple sand pot set. Both in form and detail, they give off a very mediocre impression, which has absolutely nothing to do with the 4 words unmatched in craftsmanship. Specifically, The 3 characters inscribed on the bottom inside the pot are particularly rough, and most importantly, the script is not even the clerical script that he favored most. So it can be confirmed beyond doubt that this pot is a counterfeit and later crafted using high-end forgery techniques to fake its age. What a pity! If it were someone else, they might easily be deceived, but alas, they've encountered me. Sigh. It seems your boss has been duped pretty badly this time. He shook his head and wagged his chin as he spoke, and if he had a beard, he would have looked just like an otherworldly master. Indeed worthy of the title master. Such discerning insight. Amazing indeed. Second uncle exclaimed excitedly. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, we really couldn't have spotted it. My heavens, the apprentice cried out. I thought we had stumbled upon a great find, but who would have thought we'd actually have made an oversight? Ah, such a shame, such a shame. Wang Hao thought to himself, such a shame my ass. If your boss is only this capable, he's surely done for. Of course, today I'm just here to watch the excitement. I'll just see if I keep quiet. What nonsense could be such a pity? The apprentice was in the midst of his lament when a hasty voice came from the doorway, and then Wang Hao saw a balding man hurriedly running in, who immediately asked, What's this pity? What happened? Master. His apprentice came in with a face like he was at a funeral and said, Master Lu here says the pot set you acquired yesterday is a fake. Fake? Impossible, impossible, the balding man said urgently. How could it be fake? I've looked it over hundreds of times, even examined it with a magnifying glass. It can't be fake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He repeated impossible quite a few times, and seeing this, Master Lu reiterated his explanation. There's such a thing. Having listened to the explanation, the balding man slapped his thigh hard and said, Sigh. The hunter who always shoots geese has been pecked in the eye by one. I've really made a blunder this time. He picked up the fake pot set to smash it on the floor, but was stopped by Master Lu. Master Lu said, Though this set is fake, it's still a pretty decent imitation, and if priced more modestly, it shouldn't be a problem to sell. No way, how could my shop sell fakes? Without another word, the balding man smashed the pot onto the floor, and with a crack, it shattered into pieces. The apprentice's eyelids twitched. He quickly swept away the fragments. Second uncle gave a big thumbs up. Now, that's what I call integrity. Just for the way you smashed it, I give your shop 100 points. Wang Hao, aren't you afraid he'll become arrogant? It's only right, only right. The bald man who had smashed the fake teapot, gasping and panting, finally sat down on the sofa to catch his breath, and then, seeing Wang Hao, a young man, asked in confusion, This is... Second uncle hurriedly introduced him. This is a good friend of my nephew. He came along today to see the world. And then he said to the 2 men, This is the shopkeeper of this store, Manager Tong. Wang Hao, Manager Tong. Now where have I heard that title before? Hello, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Hao quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Since he's your son, he's not an outsider. Manager Tong nodded and then asked Principal Zheng, Principal Zheng, your visit today is... I said I was coming to see your shop's treasure. Principal Zheng hurriedly said. Manager Tong, could you show me the set of purple sand pots made by Master Qin Zhengming that your shop treasures, so I can feast my eyes? Principal Zheng's words were polite enough, but when Manager Tong heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, No, that really is the treasure of our shop. Definitely not for sale, definitely not for sale. Principal Zheng asked, Can I even have a look? Manager Tong, to be honest with you, this time I plan to buy an authentic set of purple sand pots as a gift. Right now, in the whole of Zhonghai, I only know that your shop has such a high-end set of purple sand pots. If you don't sell it to me, I'll have to wait for the tea enthusiast meeting next month to scour for one, which I'm afraid will be even more troublesome. A gift? Upon hearing that Principal Zheng wanted to give it as a gift, not only Manager Tong was stunned, but even second uncle was curious. Old Zheng, who is worthy of you giving such a precious gift? After all, who is Principal Zheng? He is a chancellor of Zhonghai Drama College, a very prestigious person in the entertainment industry of the Heavenly People's Republic. Normally, it was others who gave him gifts. Who would have thought that this time he himself would be giving a gift? Alas, speaking of which, it's not just anyone. Principal Zheng sighed and then pointed his finger at the ceiling, saying, third elder of the Hong family is celebrating his 80th birthday next month, and I owe him for his care in the past. The old man has loved drinking tea all his life, and I thought I would make him happy by giving him a nice set of teaware. Third elder of the Hong family. When they heard this name, second uncle was dumbfounded. After a while, he finally exclaimed, "Could it be that Hong family? What other Hong family could there be?" Principal Zheng said with a smile, "So this time, no matter what, I've got to see Manager Tong's treasure of the shop." By now, Manager Tong knew there was no use arguing. He nodded and said, "Alas, I can't escape fate. Please wait a moment. I'll go and fetch the treasure of our shop so that everyone can have a look." They were about to bring out the treasure of the shop. Upon hearing this, Principal Zheng immediately became excited. Meanwhile, the apprentice also hurriedly got up and said, "Master, I'll go close the door." Wang Hao, crap, they even need to close the door just to look at a pot. Principal Zheng was indeed excited and said, I've always heard that we need to close the door to see Manager Tong's set of pots, which is not a courtesy extended to just anyone. Seeing it today, indeed that's the case." "Brother Hao," second uncle said, winking, "see that? Didn't I tell you? This is called class." "Uh-huh," Wang Hao nodded. "Today I've really seen something." About 5 minutes later, Manager Tong returned, holding a set of purple sandpot tea where that looked antique. He held it very carefully. The tea set was on a solid wooden tray with a thin sponge underneath and covered with yellow silk. The teapot looked exquisite, with a round mouth, a bulging belly, 3 legs beneath the belly, a curved spout, and a handle on the ear. The body of the pot was carved with rows of small characters. "Here it comes, here it comes." Upon seeing the teapot, Principal Zheng immediately grew excited, standing up and saying with excitement, "This is it, this is it. The masterpiece of Master Chun Zhengming." Manager Tong gently placed the set of teapots on the coffee table as if they were precious pearls, proudly saying, "All right, take a look now. This set of teapots, that was something I came across unintentionally in my early years and is my proudest bargain. A masterpiece of the Ming Dynasty pot-making master Chun Zhengming, a guaranteed, authentic piece." As he spoke, he took out a certificate from the side and said, "This is the authentication certificate from the Heavenly People's Republic Antique Association. You can have a look, Principal Zheng." "Let me have a look." Principal Zheng took the certificate, glanced at it twice, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes, that's right." Master Lu took out a magnifying glass from his pocket. "Manager Tong, may I take a closer look?" "No problem," Manager Tong said with a smile. "Sir, feel free to take a careful look." Chapter 378, Flaw. "How about that?" Manager Tong laughed heartily. "How's this treasure of my shop?" Pointing to a camera mounted on the wall, he said, "See that? We have 24-hour surveillance here, guaranteeing only genuine antiques. Our shop's reputation is 5-star rated, with a return 3 times the value for any fake. We're definitely not just blowing hot air." Principal Zheng and the others nodded in agreement. "A top-quality item, absolutely top quality." Master Lu set down the magnifying glass, sighed. "This pot has a scent of tea, an aroma that's truly refreshing upon close smell. The base is engraved with Chun Zhengming's signature, and the color confirms it is an antique with years of age. Especially the calligraphy on the body of the pot. It carries on the authentic tradition of Chun Zhengming. A fine pot, and what's particularly rare is that it is without a single flaw and looks exceptionally clean, quite a feat considering its well-preserved condition." "Good, good." Without another word, Principal Zheng pulled out his bank card. "No more talk, Manager Tong. How about 400,000? "Principal Zheng, your offer." Manager Tong shook his head. "This is my shop's showpiece. Someone previously offered 450,000, and I didn't even entertain it." 500,000. Principal Zheng was a man of decisiveness. "This price, surely it's acceptable?" "This?" Manager Tong hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "If Principal Zheng intends it for that notable figure, I suppose I have no choice but to part with it, albeit painfully. Little Zhou, go fetch the card machine." It's really hard to let go." The apprentice, Little Zhou, turned around to get the card machine, and in no time payment was made, all in under a minute. Wang Hao was watching, dumbfounded. "What the? That's it, it's sold? Just like that?" an item for 500,000. At first, Kung Fu's second master was ready to start flattering, but hearing Wang Hao's words he became curious. What? Is there something wrong? I'm just thinking, this thing's selling for 500,000. Wang Hao scratched his head. It's not worth it. Let me explain. Master Lu looked towards Wang Hao and began his pitch. There are several points that determine the price of a purple sand pot. First, authenticity is fundamental. The quality of the clay makes a difference. Do you know how many enthusiasts yearn for a top-notch clay pot and can't find one? Second, brand is king. Zisha artists have different levels. Whether you acknowledge it or not, that hierarchy exists, and Chun Jingming is among the very top. Third, scarcity makes it precious. An artist, starting at the age of teen or 20s, if he lives until his 70s or 80s without illness, how many pots can he make in those 50 or 60 years? Chun Jingming is documented to have made just over 100 pots. Discounting those broken or incomplete due to age, only about 1 in 10 survive. Fourth, perfection is preferred. Even a tiny flaw in a pot causes its price to plummet. But this pot, with not even a slight chip, is extremely rare. So this price is absolutely correct. As soon as Master Lu finished, Manager Tong clapped vigorously. A master truly lives up to his name. You explain it much better than I could. My young friend, it's normal that you don't understand. After all, this is a specialized field. You might not realize the value of a Zisha pot. So you think that this tea set selling for 500,000 is expensive, right? But let me tell you, this is a friendship price offered with respect to Principal Zheng and the status of the intended recipient. Considering the quality of the pot, I haven't asked for a high price at all. A couple of years ago, a set of purple sand pots sold for over $1 million at an auction. Having this in your home would certainly add prestige. No, I think you misunderstood me. Wang Hao sat on the sofa, smiling at Manager Tong. What I mean is, there's something wrong with this pot. And not just this pot, but every pot in your shop has issues. What did you say? Manager Tong got angry upon hearing Wang Hao's comment. Young man, are you actually saying there's a problem with this pot? Looking towards Kung Fu's second master, he said, look at the person you brought here. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't even let him in this room. Is this place something just anyone can enter? Sorry, second master. Hurriedly explained. After all, he's young, a close friend of my nephew. Maybe he just made a mistake. Please calm down. Master Lu also said in a hurry. He's just a kid who doesn't know any better. No need to take it personally. Principal Zheng's face looked quite unpleasant as he said, Little Hao, I've already bought it, and what you're saying now is really a blow to my confidence. Master Lu even said this set of teapots is top-grade Zisha. What could possibly be wrong with it? Let's just drop it, young man. I won't hold it against you. Manager Tong waved his hand and said, I stake the reputation of my 10-year-old shop on it. This is authentic. Fake one, compensate threefold. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Hao suddenly started to laugh. I must say, Manager Tong, it's a real pity you don't go into acting, Wang Hao said with a chuckle. Since I dare to say there's a problem with your shop, naturally, I'm not speaking without evidence. As he spoke, he pointed outside the door and said, the Zisha pots in your shop, priced around 200, you actually claim are purely handmade. Haha, do you know how much a real, purely handmade Zisha pot costs? A pot made by a new apprentice would be at least 300 to 400 at the local bare minimum price. And if it's taken to the outside market with other costs included, it would be at least around 500. I have connections, my goods are cheap. What's it to you? Manager Tong shouted, Is selling cheap now a crime? That's your problem. I'm just stating the facts. Wang Hao continued with a smile. On the way in, I saw a purely handmade pot priced at 1,500. That price is a lot more realistic. Out of curiosity, I took a closer look, and boy, it was praised to the skies. For a 1,500 yuan handmade pot, you actually dare claim it's the work of an advanced craftsman. Do you even know what an advanced craftsman is? A person of that level won't be young. For another thing, at that level, they have reputation, skill, and their market price level set right there. These days, such people seldom make pots, and even if you go to them with money, they might not be willing to make one for you, as it involves leveraging personal relationships. It goes beyond just money. And yet here you are, selling it so cheap. That would be a common method of zisha forgery. Outsourced labor. That is, low-level artisans working and selling under the guise of a master's name. Heh. Manager Tong. I'm not wrong, am I? By the time Wang Hao said this, Manager Tong's face had already turned pale, because what Wang Hao said was not the slightest bit off from the truth. At this moment, Principal Zheng also started looking at Wang Hao seriously, waiting to hear what else Wang Hao would say next. As for Master Lu, he was already stunned. Was this young man really so knowledgeable? All right, having said all that, now let's get back to the main point. Wang Hao pointed to the set of purple sand pots that Manager Tong had smashed earlier and said, "This set of purple sand pots was placed here for a reason, and Manager Tong, you would know that better than I do, wouldn't you? You simply used this set of fake pots to put on an act, aiming to prove to us that there are no fakes in your shop, that you would smash any fakes on the spot, to imprint in our minds psychologically that your goods are authentic. But you forgot there's a flaw in doing so. If you can't even distinguish this level of fake goods, I absolutely don't believe you could have survived up to now without going bankrupt." That's right. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Principal Zheng immediately slapped his thigh. How could you be alive today if you can't discern that this kind of goods is fake? Okay, having dealt with that set of decoy teapots, let's move on to this, Wang Hao said with a smile as he picked up what was considered the treasure of the shop. You know, in all respects, this set of teapots could be said to be perfect, but unfortunately, it has one major flaw. Chapter 379, Expert O. This was something he had planned to give to the third elder of the Hong family. If he were to give a fake, the joke would be on him. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to leave, Wang Hao said with a smile, sitting on the sofa in the same pose as Guyu, and continued, speaking of the flaw, let me start by telling you a story. It must have been around the 90s. There was a merchant who bought a knife from the countryside. The knife was excellent, with a sharp and keen blade. The hilt showed some wear and patina, indicating it was an item of heritage. The only regret was that the scabbard was missing. Just the knife wrapped in cloth probably wouldn't sell for much. What to do? The merchant wasn't worried. He went home, made a suitable scabbard from old wood, painted it green, then sprinkled fine millet over the wet paint, and sanded it down. After that, he repeated the process of painting and sprinkling millet and sanding. When it started to look the part, he attached some old copper pieces as decorations, and the faux sharkskin sheath was complete. After listening to Wang Hao's story, everyone present was confused. Manager Tong glared at him with fierce eyes, pondering his own thoughts. Principal Zheng, who loved antiques and stories, asked, "And then what happened?" Then, the merchant placed the scabbard in the kitchen to let it smoke and char for a few days. He wiped it with a hand towel, inserted the knife, and the whole knife took on an ancient charm. Truly a fine piece, Wang Hao slowly explained. He took the knife to a shop, let it gather dust in an inconspicuous spot for a few days, blew the dust off with his mouth, and then put it on a prominent shelf, waiting for a fool to take the bait. Crowds came and went in the shop, but few showed interest in the knife. The shopkeeper wasn't in a hurry, confident someone would eventually appreciate it. One day, an old man arrived, saw the knife, and immediately asked the shopkeeper to show it to him, casually asking, "Shopkeeper, is this sharkskin? Where did you find it?" The shopkeeper smiled widely. "Oh, I don't really know about the material. It wasn't found. It came from my father-in-law's house." After some bargaining, it sold for 1,500, and both buyer and seller were satisfied, even becoming good friends. Master Lu and the elder exchanged glances, growing ever more confused. This was a conversation about a pot. So why was he talking about a knife? About this knife, Wang Hao smiled and continued. I'm illustrating that there are many ways to age an antique. Some methods are quite repulsive. For instance, to age bronze, it's often soaked in a urine pit, then buried in the earth to accrue a patina. Some methods are more cruel, like blood smearing, which involves cutting a living sheep, inserting the jade artifact into the wound, and then sewing it up. Others involve splicing old bases like bowls and plates onto new vases, exposing them to rain on a windowsill to appear worn by time. When it's time to sell, they examine the style and the weathering. It all looks ancient, though there's a considerable price difference between a plate and a vase. There are simpler methods too, like aging paintings or calligraphy. Some find it too troublesome and just spray it with cold tea. Of course, these methods are easier to spot. As Wang Hao spoke, the others hadn't reacted much, but Manager Tong immediately showed a different response, covertly signaling his apprentice with his eyes. The apprentice understood and quietly slipped away. Wang Hao didn't bother paying attention to their actions and went on. Having said that, let's get back to this purple sand pot. There are many ways to counterfeit a zisha pot as well, the most commonly used being the stewing method. This involves boiling the new pot in tea, taking it out after a set time to dry, then boiling it again. Repeating this process several times removes the sheen from the new pot, making the surface look dull and muted, resembling an aged pot that's been unearthed. There's also the method of burying it in soil, where the new pot is simply buried underground to naturally wear off its shiny surface. And there's the method of applying shoe polish, where the same color of shoe polish is rubbed onto a new pot to cover its sheen. Some even treat the pot like salad dressing. They mix a concoction of thick tea, cooking oil, vinegar, soy sauce, and sugar, and then apply it to the surface of the new pot to mask its sheen. As soon as Principal Zheng heard about the many methods of faking a purple sand pot, he was dumbfounded. Goodness gracious, can people really tamper with things like that? Principal Zheng exclaimed. So is this purple sand pot possibly forged that way? After Principal Zheng finished speaking, everyone present held their breath, waiting for Wang Hao to reveal his conclusion. But clearly, Wang Hao's words once again greatly surprised everyone. Actually, when it comes to this set of pots, it's not just about simple forgery. Wang Hao picked up a pot, first lifting the lid and placing it on the coffee table, then holding the body of the pot, he said. First, let's look at this pot. The craftsmanship is very, very good, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Whether it's the inscriptions on the surface or the signature inside, you could say they are almost flawless. And look at the tea stains inside. Smell the tea aroma. This must be a pot that has steeped tea for many years, right? Hee. Actually, this is what I mean by repeatedly boiling it with tea water. The advantage of this method is, the fake pot is indeed a purple sand pot, and the tea is good tea. As long as it's boiled thoroughly, it's very difficult to detect. This teapot, in fact, goes beyond that. After boiling tea, it was buried underground for at least about 2 years, and after being unearthed, it was boiled again. Overall, the forger who made this pot was indeed quite clever. Even Master Lu didn't see through it. In the end, he still slipped up, Master Lu said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Then, brother, tell us, where exactly is the flaw in this teapot? The flaw is actually quite simple, Wang Hao said as he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, turned on the flashlight, and shone it. Inside the spout. Master Lu, take a look inside this spout, and you'll understand. Is that so? Master Lu took the cell phone and shone it inside the spout, and immediately he was stunned. Indeed. The color inside the spout is clearly different from the other parts. Let me see. Principal Zheng, being the most anxious, snatched the pot and cell phone and after looking said, It really is. Inside it looks a lot newer than the other parts. Seeing that everyone had discovered this, Wang Hao finally revealed the answer with a smile. Although the forgery technique is clever, after all, he forgot one thing. That is, although the pot was buried and filled with dirt inside and out, the spout wasn't filled with soil, which is why the color difference is so significant compared to other areas. However, this is quite normal. Think about it. Who could see clearly inside where it's dark and shadowy? Heavens! Principal Zheng was completely dumbfounded by Wang Hao's explanation. Luckily, little brother came, or I would have really bought a fake. The forgery skills are superb, sighed Master Lu, shaking his head. I can't believe I was mistaken today. As you said, young brother, because Manager Tong broke the previous set, I subconsciously thought this set was the real deal, so I didn't look as carefully. It's not just that, Wang Hao said with a smile. Why else would I say the forger was clever? You see, this set of pots is not entirely fake. At this, Principal Zheng was stupefied again. Not entirely fake. What do you mean? It's quite simple, Wang Hao said as he picked up the pot lid and smiled. This pot lid is real. Simply put, the set of pots must have been damaged for some reason, rendered unusable, but this lid was intact. So the forger very cleverly used this real lid as a reference to craft the other components, then forged the rest. Think about it. This lid is genuinely a Ming Dynasty artifact. With this as the basis for forgery, it's naturally difficult to see through the ruse. So the story I mentioned earlier is alluding to this idea of grafting, using a real pot lid to make a fake pot body, which is why it wasn't noticed and seems normal. At this revelation, everyone finally understood what a thoughtful trick the forger had used. Clap, clap, clap. After Wang Hao finished explaining, Manager Tong, who had been silently observing in the room, suddenly started clapping and said, "Truly impressive. I didn't expect that I would be the one misjudging today. This young man is the real expert." "Just average, not that great." Wang Hao chuckled with a smirk. "After too many drinks I throw up, and when I drive, I might hit a tree." Chapter 380. That's my brother-in-law. As Manager Tong finished his statement, Second Master's face instantly changed, and he angrily said, "Tong, are you planning to pull some trick?" "Haha, what else do you think I locked the door for?" Manager Tong said. Smugly, a genuine Ming Dynasty Qin Zhengming purple sand pot could easily fetch a couple of million at auction. Do you think I would let it go for just $500,000? If you hadn't noticed, that would be fine, but since you did, it looks like I'll have to get you to sign a contract, otherwise. With those words, everyone present suddenly understood. Manager Tong had plans for dirty play today. If the scam worked, he struck gold, and if it didn't, he got the money anyway and would just force the buyer to sign a contract. Either way, he'd win. Sure enough, it took just a few moments before a commotion arose outside, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen thugs armed with various weapons rushed in, surrounding Wang Hao and his companions. "Do you know why I'm still thriving in this circle?" Manager Tong boasted. "Do you think I'd dare to play this without some solid kung fu up my sleeve? I advise you to just sign the contract today, and then everyone can go their separate ways, no hard feelings. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Oh right, I should mention, you all know Mr. Tan, right?" Mr. Tan. Upon hearing this name, Principal Zheng was stunned. "You know him?" "More than just know him." Manager Tong laughed out loud, leaving Wang Hao utterly speechless. "He's my brother-in-law, and he just happens to be vacationing in the area right now." "Mr. Tan is actually your brother-in-law." Hearing this, Principal Zheng was totally flabbergasted. Despite being a billionaire, facing someone like Mr. Tan, a giant in the underworld, he was nothing but a sitting duck. After all, such people wouldn't sit down with you for an honest talk. With a flick of their wrists, they could ruin your life. "What are you trying to do?" "You know, I'm a law-abiding citizen. You can't break the law in this society." Principal Zheng was sweating profusely. He hadn't anticipated that coming to buy a pot would turn into this. "Manager Tong, let's talk this out. Please don't get violent." Second Master panicked as well. Seeing the situation, he knew trouble was big. "Haha, now you get it." Manager Tong was calm and collected. With his thugs grinning maliciously, he said proudly, "You're too green to compete with me." At that moment, a bald man sashayed in from outside, with a tattoo of a dog's head on his scalp, and upon entering, he laughed. "Here, I call the shots. Do you know who has got this place under his protection?" "Who? Who is this?" Principal Zheng was sweating bullets. "Come on, let me introduce him." The bald man made his shining entrance, and Manager Tong got his backbone, laughing. "This here is Brother Shang'o, one of the 4 top enforcers for Master 4. My shop is under his protection." "Meh, just SOSO." Brother Shang'o casually sat down and then laughed. "Manager Tong's business isn't bad, huh? Such a crowd. What's the occasion? Some kind of fair?" He was obviously feigning ignorance, and Manager Tong played along. "Ah, we were just doing business, but then this small problem arose. These people won't pay up, and they even smashed my pot. Look." At that moment, Manager Tong's apprentice hurriedly brought over the fake pot that had been swept into the corner. Shang'o took a look and immediately rubbed his chin. "Ah, this pot's been smashed. Now that is a tough one. How much was this pot?" "Not too much," Manager Tong said with a smile. "I bought it for 100,000. "All right, 100,000, plus the running around. Let's call it 300,000, Shang'o said with a sinister smile to Principal Zheng. "My price is quite fair, don't you think? What are you waiting for? Pay up." 300,000. Principal Zheng exclaimed. "This is a fake." Yeah, it's fake, so what? Shangou's smile grew wider. He bought it for 100,000. What do you care if it's real or fake? The key is the teapot's broken, so you have to pay up, right? You're extorting me. Extortion. Principal Zheng's face reddened with anger. A set of fake teapots, and you want 300,000 from me. Believe it or not, I'll call the police. Haha, you can try, Shangou laughed loudly. Brothers, let's watch him call the police. Then make him understand what serious consequences mean. The gangsters around him all laughed together, raising their weapons in unison and shouting, "Understand." Principal Zheng was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. Just by looking at the group's expressions, he knew that if he dared to take out his phone to call the police, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place today. This is a shakedown. Second Master complained. Besides, it wasn't us who broke the pot. Hey, don't say it like that, Boss Run. Manager Tong's smirk widened. The cost price was 100,000, selling it to you at a bargain. Making a small profit isn't too excessive, is it? Principal Zheng pointed at Manager Tong and said, "This is coercion. We're all about fair trade here," Manager Tong snickered. "In a moment, you'll willingly swipe your card. I'm not forcing you. There'll be signatures and fingerprints on the contract, legally binding." Manager Tong, Master Lu ground his teeth and spoke. "I have some reputation in the community. Aren't you afraid of ruining your name by doing this?" "Ruining my name?" Manager Tong glanced at Shangou. "Brother Shangou?" "That's easy." Shangou signaled someone with his eyes. "Big Huang. Teach him some manners." The thug nicknamed Big Huang approached with a cruel smile, holding a baseball bat, and gestured towards Master Lu's mouth. "So, Master, which is harder, your teeth or my bat?" Master Lu was suddenly silent out of fear. "Forget it, I give up." Principal Zheng, seeing that things were about to get bloody, turned deathly pale and said through clenched teeth, "It's just money, no big deal. Isn't it just 300,000? Just my bad luck." He was preparing to make the payment when Wang Hao, who had been sitting there quietly, finally stood up. "Manager Tong, I have to say, you're really suited for acting," Wang Hao said, patting Manager Tong's shoulder with a grin. "With your skills, you'd earn more acting than you do running this lousy shop." "And you," Manager Tong shot a glare at Wang Hao. "Think you, a little brat, can cause a stir?" Shangou looked curiously at Wang Hao. "Manager Tong, who is this guy?" "Brother Shangou, it's him who spotted that the pot was a fake." Manager Tong pointed at Wang Hao and said, "He's the one who smashed my sign, and that's like smashing my brother-in-law's sign. Don't you think he should get the message?" "This kid," Shangou laughed and stood up, circled Wang Hao, looked him up and down, and then chuckled. "Got a nice, soft skin, not bad to look at. Any of the brothers fancy teaching him some life lessons?" Me. Several people in the crowd laughed. "I wouldn't mind." Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. "The problem is, I do mind." "Shangou, right? I heard Manager Tong say you're one of Tan Si's top 4 enforcers. I wonder, are you tougher than someone named Little Dao?" "Little Dao." Upon hearing the name Little Dao, Shangou momentarily froze. "You know him?" "Can't say I know him, just seen him around." Wang Hao finally took out his phone. "I won't call the police, but I'm quite keen to invite Tan Si here to see his expression when he sees this scene." As soon as Wang Hao mentioned he could bring Tan Si over, everyone at the scene went slack-jawed in shock, their mouths agape, as if their chins had hit the floor. Kid of the day," Second Master inquired in shock. "Do you really know Mr. Tan?" Being one of the wealthy in Zhonghai, Second Master understood exactly what kind of person Mr. Tan was. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, although he himself was worth several billion, he still had no standing in front of Mr. Tan. It wasn't about how much money Mr. Tan had. The problem was the multitude of loyal henchmen Mr. Tan had at his beck and call, any of whom would die for him. Provoking Mr. Tan would truly be playing with fire, inviting endless trouble for the future. But now, here was Wang Hao claiming not just to know him, but also able to summon him. Chapter 381, Smash Everything Leave No Tile. His shout was so loud, and the room was so silent at that moment, that everyone present heard a loud thud from the other end of the phone as someone fell, followed by a familiar male voice. "Brother Hao, what's happening? You're scaring me." "Cut the crap," Wang Hao said irritably. "I'm in your brother-in-law's shop now. Yixing Zisha workshop, you know it?" I just heard you're vacationing around here. I'll give you 20 minutes to get here, or I'll smash your sign." Then he hung up the phone with a snap. The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Who exactly was this Wang Hao? How could he talk to Mr. Tan, who commanded the winds and waves in Heavenly People's Republic like that? The atmosphere in the place turned incredibly eerie. Everyone was too afraid to speak, just standing there stiff as poles, not moving an inch. Because the voice just now was indeed Mr. Tan's voice. Time flew by. In less than 16 minutes, noisy sounds came from the direction of the main entrance again. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed in. It was Tan Si himself, with about 30 brawny men in black behind him, all sweating profusely as Tan Si sprinted to Wang Hao, bowing and asking in a low voice, "Brother Hao, what brings you here today?" Phew. Sounds of sharp intakes of breath filled the air, eyes practically popping out. "Just bored and wandering around," Wang Hao said coolly. "Master 4, your influence is really not small. I still managed to run into your people around here." "Not at all, not at all," Tan Si said, wiping cold sweat from his forehead before slapping Shang'o across the face and then asking Wang Hao, "Did he offend you? Oh, Brother Hao, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming?" He then turned and yelled at Manager Tong, "Damn it, are you blind? Go make some tea." Manager Tong was already totally freaked out. His own brother-in-law, the famously formidable Mr. Tan, who could shake the underworld in Heavenly People's Republic, turned out to be so frightened. "Brother Hao, why are you standing? Please have a seat," Tan Si urged Wang Hao to sit down on the sofa and then carefully took a seat beside him, saying, "Brother Hao, what exactly happened? Tell me." "Don't worry, whatever needs to be done will be done. Even if it involves my brother-in-law, I won't let it slide." "Oh," Wang Hao sighed lightly. "I heard there was a treasure of the store here. I actually just came along with a friend to see the excitement today, only to find out it's fake. But Principal Zheng paid the money, 500,000, and your brother-in-law refuses to refund it, so we had to call someone." "A treasure of the store? That crappy set of teapots." Tan Si turned back and yelled at Manager Tong, "How many times have I told you? Even if it's for my brother-in-law, you have to deal properly. That crappy set of teapots you sold only cost you 30,000 to make, including the cost of forgery. I told you before, if you must fool people, fine, but not to force deals like this." As he spoke, he pointed at Shang'o. "What did I tell you when we were making the forgery? I told you to smash the fake goods. Why didn't you listen?" "Master 4, Shang'o was rendered speechless by Tan Si's berating, muttering, "I was just thinking of helping your brother-in-law." "Help my ass." Tan Si exploded in anger. "How many times have I emphasized that in this dangerous world, one cannot avoid getting slashed? Who knows when you might hit a real snag? Do you even know who Brother Hao is?" Who is he?" By then, both Manager Tong and Shang'o were shaking in fear. They had never seen Master 4 so scared. "This is none other than young Master Zhao Jinhao's best buddy from the Zhao family," Tan Si shouted. "Brother Hao has Zhao family's elite bodyguard team at his beck and call." Phew. Upon hearing that Wang Hao was close friends with Zhao Junhao from the Zhao family, everyone gasped in shock, except for the two grandfathers who already knew. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. The four great families. Those were the top giants in all of Heavenly People's Republic. He, Tan Si, might swagger through the upper echelons of Central Sea normally, but if he really angered the four major families, he would be taken down in a heartbeat. "You can't be serious for even a day." Tan Si slapped Manager Tong twice on the cheeks, saying, "Today it's just because Brother Hao showed mercy and sent me first. Otherwise, your legs would have been broken, and I'd be eating dust with you." The last time he was near an earshot when Zhao Jinhao's chief bodyguard Lu Huaqiang addressed Wang Hao as Brother Hao. Know who Lu Huaqiang is? In Central Sea, apart from the four major families, who wouldn't respectfully address him as Brother Chong? Manager Tong's swollen face was almost in tears. "Brother-in-law, Brother Hao, I mentioned before." Tan Si kept apologizing to Wang Hao. "It doesn't matter who it is, do what needs to be done." He pointed at the 30 or so men in black who came with him. "Smash it. This shop is closed for good. Leave nothing intact." "Understood." Over 30 men in black started grabbing weapons and got to work. Crash. Bang. The entire shop, from inside to out, was completely destroyed, not a single pot left intact. Shang-O turned ashen-faced and trembled ceaselessly. Manager Tong was soaked through, never having imagined his brother-in-law could disregard his face so thoroughly. However, it was helpless. Tansy knew well that Zhao Jinhao could lend his personal bodyguards to protect this brother Hao, so their relationship was not just simple friendship. Such a person was definitely not someone to mess with. All right, tell everyone to stop. Wang Hao took a light breath. Having seen enough destruction, I am actually quite reasonable. We keep different issues separate. Previously, Principal Zheng paid $500,000. That money needs to be refunded. Also, Manager Tong mentioned paying threefold for fakes. And you, Master 4, are a man of your word, aren't you? No question about it. Tansy immediately took out a bank card. Brother Hao, the money here is for your respect. Enough, why honor me? Wang Hao took the card, not caring how much was inside, and said, your money's origins aren't exactly clean. It'd be too hot for me to handle. Let's do this. I'll use it to fund a project, maybe a Hope Primary School or something, to help you accumulate some virtue. Is that enough to build a school? Definitely, certainly enough. Tansy, hearing Wang Hao's words, finally relaxed and exclaimed to those around, why else do you think Brother Hao could become young Master Zhao's close buddy? Look at this awareness. And look at yourselves. Everyone around nodded together. That's settled then. I'll let you off easy. Wang Hao stood up and said, remember to engage in more legitimate businesses in the future. Don't run around causing trouble. That's it for now. We have other matters, so we'll be off. Brother Hao, what's the rush? Tansy quickly stood up and said, I have to invite you for a meal today no matter what. All right, let's go. Wang Hao adjusted his clothes and was ready to leave. As they were leaving, Tansy, like a madam of a brothel, stood at the door to see them off. Brother Hao, take care. Keep in touch when you have the time. Brother Hao, look after me in the future. Once they were far away, Principal Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I didn't expect Brother Hao to be so formidable. If not for Brother Hao, our money would certainly have been conned today. Losing money is a small matter, but any physical injury would have been a huge loss. My younger brother is something else, amazing. At that moment, the second master also got excited. I truly witnessed it today, that impressive presence, unquestionable. It's actually just knowing the right people. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly. Guess I was just lucky, haha. Brother Hao, we really owe you one today. Principal Zheng was extremely excited having witnessed the scene, saying, and what excited me the most was that you actually also know so much about antiques. It really surprised me. It's just that I read a lot. Mess around with nothing much. Wang Hao scratched his head again, modestly. The set of pots I saw earlier looked very suspicious. After all, if it were authentic, the owner wouldn't have sold it so easily. Then after I casually looked it over, I spotted the problem right away. Chapter 382, Little CUIS Screenwriting Class. Now when he looked at top-quality jewelry, he would see a faint halo around them, like the string of top-quality pearls by Yining wore around her neck. And for antique treasures, he could see a slight mist enveloping them, which was exactly the legendary pearlescent luster, although it was difficult for the average person to discern. Brother Hao, with you having this ability, I can rest assured, Principal Zheng said excitedly. Although we weren't successful this time, we'll have another chance at the Zisha Enthusiasts meetup. Brother Hao, come with me then. I'm sure we'll find something suitable. Of course, there wasn't an issue with that. Wang Hao immediately nodded. All right, no problem. Principal Zheng, just give me a call when the time comes. Great to hear. Principal Zheng immediately exchanged phone numbers with Wang Hao. Wow, this is a big shot, haha. Awesome. The next day, bright and early, Wang Hao got up and took out the lucky dice. Man, ever since that streak of bad luck, it's been quite a while since I've used this thing. Wang Hao sighed, missing the times he used it. Lucky dice, off you go. Wang Hao tossed the dice onto the table and watched it spin around. And then, haha, good luck. It is indeed good luck. Seeing the bright red characters, good luck, on the dice, Wang Hao laughed out loud. Today was definitely going to be another smooth sailing day. Time to go downstairs and head out. Humming a tune, he went down to the hotel's first floor for breakfast and saw Yu Junpeng engrossed in his phone, eating and checking messages. You're up early. Wang Hao greeted cheerfully. I heard you did a great job revising the script yesterday. Second master praised you, and so did director Yang and the others. You? You. Yu Junpeng was so focused on his phone that it took several shouts from Wang Hao to get his attention. Finally noticing Wang Hao, he quickly stood up. Brother Hao, you're back. Come sit here. Sure. Wang Hao casually picked some breakfast pastries, then sat opposite Yu Junpeng and asked, What are you so focused on? It's nothing, Yu Junpeng replied with a smile. I figured the stuff I've learned isn't enough, so I enrolled in a screenwriting training class. I was just looking at the discussion in the WeChat group. Screenwriting training class? Hearing this, Wang Hao became curious too. They have classes for that? How's the teacher? I think it's okay. Yu Junpeng turned off his phone and explained, I've attended 2 classes and haven't gotten much out of them, but the tuition isn't cheap. 500 yuan a class. I figured with such high tuition, the teacher must be good, right? They say it's a genieing screenwriting department lecturer. Genieing. Now that's an impressive place. Wang Hao. Yeah, impressive place. Just yesterday, I helped their principal expose a fake. That expensive. Wang Hao exclaimed, How many classes a month? 4. 8 classes a month, Yu Junpeng said, shaking his head ruefully. The tuition is 4,000 yuan. Sigh, nothing's easy these days. Damn, 4,000 a month for tuition. Oh, by the way, Brother Hao. Yu Junpeng took another couple of bites and then said, For the screenwriting class, the first visit is free. How about you come with me and have a listen? There's a class at 9 this morning, which is perfect timing from now. Attend a screenwriting class? Well, I don't really have anything planned today, so why not have a look around? All right, Wang Hao readily agreed. Then let's go after this. After they finished breakfast and tidied up, they gathered in the garage. Brother Hao, is this your car? Speaking of which, Yu Junpeng had never seen Wang Hao's beloved Maserati Presidente before. He walked around the car several times, exclaiming, Brother Hao is really awesome. This car nice. You'll have the chance to drive it too, Wang Hao said with a smile as he opened the car door. Let's go. He got in the car and started the navigation. Little Chui's screenwriting class was on the 6th floor of an office building in JH City, just 600 meters away from the city's largest Yida Square, very easy to find. They quickly reached their destination. After Wang Hao found a parking spot and parked the car, he strolled towards the office building. After all, this was a base area, with quite a few freshly graduated film and television students living in rented accommodations nearby. So the whole Yida Square area was full of aesthetically pleasing young men and women walking and shopping. Oh, I'm so happy today. I bought a lot of discounted items. These were all things I've always wanted to buy, but never wanted to spend the money on. Look at that. Such an innocent girl just out of university, knowing to save money and wait for discounts. Exactly. I've been waiting for this day for a whole month. These items must have saved me over 1,000 yuan. So thrilling. Holy cow. How much stuff did you buy that you saved over 1,000? Alas, there are still many things I can't afford. Let's just keep working hard. If we can become a top star like Lan Zihuang, that would be awesome. Who would need discounted items then? Lan Zihuang. Little Huang Wang. Of course, but I admire Du Xingyun even more. He's the most famous pianist from Jinying in China, an absolute idol. Du Xingyun? Never heard of him. As Wang Hao listened, he casually glanced over the group. Worthy of a film and television base indeed. Look at the quality of these passers-by. The men starting at a handsome 85 points at least, and the women basically all above 90 points. Cool. The group was chattering non-stop, and Wang Hao casually listened in, quickly grasping the gist of their conversation. To put it simply, these girls were clearly devoted fans of Lan Zihuang, who was recently filming in the area, which explained their fervor. As for the 2 guys, they were hardcore fans of Du Xingyun, whose piano playing was renowned worldwide for its charm. Awesome. The young people quickly boarded a bus. Wang Hao and Yu Junpeng each lit a cigarette and continued walking and smoking. Yu Junpeng said, Brother Hao, this place is not bad, huh? I was also stunned when I first came. Now I'm used to it. Yeah, indeed, Wang Hao sighed. Everywhere you look, handsome guys and beautiful girls. The 500 to 600 meters went by in a blink, and soon they arrived at the foot of the office building. Wang Hao looked up to see a huge sign hanging on the 6th floor, Little Chui's screenwriting class. Is this Little Chui's rhythm of doing things? That wasn't so surprising, but when he looked around the office building, he was instantly dumbstruck. Holy shit! So many cars! Wang Hao exclaimed. This is almost like a car show. No wonder he was so surprised. At the Genieing entrance, on the wide plaza, there were easily 100 luxury cars parked. BMW, Maserati, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari. A lot of young people were standing in front of their cars, holding big bouquets of roses, as if they were about to profess their love to a girl. What's going on here? You. Wang Hao pointed to the people around. What's happening? You mean those holding flowers? Yu Junpeng shrugged his shoulders. They're all Jiang Ruiyun's suitors. Super enthusiastic. Jiang Ruiyun? A big star? What's the background? That, Wang Hao asked quietly. Who is Jiang Ruiyun? The daughter of the owner of Jinhua Tianhai Animation Technology Company, a student from Jinhua Film and Television Academy. Yu Junpeng began to inform Wang Hao. A super imposing princess. Not to mention she's beautiful, but she's also well-proportioned. What's most awesome is she doesn't like acting. Instead, she loves writing screenplays. Wang Hao, is this the legendary rich and beautiful girl? Just as Wang Hao was getting curious, he suddenly heard a vroom 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 roar of an engine and turned his head out of curiosity. Then he saw a white Aston Martin 177 charging straight in. Chapter 383, Little Princess, Jiang Ruiyun. Of course, corresponding to its capabilities, each car's value exceeds 40 million yuan and can be customized according to user preferences. 177. That's awesome, Wang Hao exclaimed. It's not even easy to see one of these in Zhonghai City, and there's actually one here. Wang Hao watched as the 177 approached, then saw the group of guys around him holding flowers and charging forward, yelling desperately at the car. My goddess, just give me a glance. Wang Hao, damn, aren't you guys embarrassed? Soon, the 177 stopped under the building, and then the car door opened, and a girl wearing sunglasses stepped out from the car. This young woman appeared to be just over 20, in the prime of youth. With sapphire-like long hair draping over her shoulders, her figure was as impressive as Lan Zihuang's, standing there with a prominently high chest, with a deep cleavage vaguely visible. This girl is pretty good-looking. At that moment, a large group of wealthy young men surrounded her, but the girl didn't even glance at them, simply waved her hand, and went straight into the office building, leaving only a faint scent lingering in Wang Hao's nostrils. It smells pretty good too. Is this that Jiang Ruiyun? Wang Hao looked at Yu Junpeng. You, don't tell me you've come to this screenwriting class just for her? How could that be? Yu Junpeng shrugged. I'm not worthy. She's like a white swan, and I'm not even a toad. Let's go, Brother Hao, no point dwelling on it. She's just not in our league, like two parallel lines that will never cross. I dare not even dream about it. Good to know your place, Wang Hao chuckled coldly. Otherwise, I might have to snitch to your Yue Ha. Walking into the office building, Wang Hao looked around as he walked. Wow, this office building is pretty popular. Look at the crowd waiting for the elevator. It's just packed, a sea of people all flooding this way. Wait, what's with all these people? Does little Chui's screenwriting class have so many students? Looking at the number, there must be at least 100. Wang Hao and Yu Junpeng walked over, and before they even reached the entrance, they heard the running students shouting. Hurry, hurry. If you're any later, you'll miss out. Ruiyun has already gone up. Come on, guys, charge inside. Jiang Ruiyun is my idol. Get out of my way, or I won't be polite. Wang Hao. Holy shit, are there this many star chasers here too? We were straight up squeezed to the outer edge by the crowd. By the time the elevator arrived, it was like a war zone as everyone desperately pushed inside, with Wang Hao and Yu Junpeng shoved to the side. By the time they realized it, most people had already gone in. It's too crazy. Wang Hao's face showed horror. Does this Jiang Ruiyun really have such huge popularity? Oh, well, what does it have to do with us? Let's just go in and see. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, Wang Hao followed the crowd into a large auditorium. The auditorium was very spacious, able to accommodate 200 people to attend a lecture. By then, the stage was already set up with all the necessary props. That was fine, but when Wang Hao looked around, he was immediately stunned. The students were clearly centered around one point and sat in a circle. And right at that central point of the circle was a girl with light blue long hair. Jiang Ruyan herself. What's the situation? This is too much, isn't it? Wang Hao was speechless. There were 5 empty seats left around Jiang Ruyan, front, back, left, and right, with not a single person or book in sight. Outside this ring of empty space, however, there was a crowd of students, easily numbering around 150 to 160. What's going on? Wang Hao glanced at Jiang Ruyan again and quietly asked Yu Junpeng, why isn't anyone sitting next to that girl? Who would dare? Yu Junpeng puffed his lips and said, whoever sits next to her will instantly become public enemy number 1. Wang Hao, yeah, sitting next to this girl would indeed easily get you dragged out and beaten to death. Just as he was contemplating this, Wang Hao saw a young male teacher dressed quite appropriately walking onto the podium, and immediately the girls around him started screaming, Mr. Cui, I love you. Mr. Cui, you're so handsome. Extra handsome today. Mr. Cui, come on, you're the best. Date tonight. Holy shit, just how awesome is this Mr. Cui? His popularity is through the roof? Wang Hao whispered to Yu Junpeng. Is this Mr. Cui really that cool? Mr. Cui's full name is Cui Yuanhong. Yu Junpeng explained to Wang Hao, he's young and wealthy. Just 1 month's tuition for his class is several $100,000, and it's said he originates from Genie Inc.'s scriptwriting faculty, naturally attracting the infatuated gazes of those fans. He does seem to have some prospects, almost catching up to me. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Hao pointed at the legendary Jiang Ruyan. So, is she one of Cui Yuanhong's pursuers? How could that be possible? Yu Junpeng was nearly scared to death by Wang Hao, looking around anxiously and nervously saying, how could Jiang Ruyan ever be chasing him? It's he who has been chasing her. Remember this. Never say Jiang Ruyan is pursuing someone. You'll get beaten to death by her fans. I'm not sure about other aspects of this Jiang Ruyan, but she truly is an exceptional beauty, just slightly less so than Bai Yining. No wonder these students are so crazy. She really does have the capital to drive people mad. Oh, I see. Wang Hao decisively shut his mouth, choosing to first listen to what kind of standard Cui Yuanhong was. Actually, it was only because Wang Hao had spent so much time with Ice Princess that he wasn't all that sensitive to women's looks. If it were someone else, meeting a beauty of Jiang Ruyan's caliber for the first time, they definitely couldn't contain themselves. The ancient saying about the beacon playing with lords wasn't just blowing smoke. Cough, cough. Everyone please quiet down. Cui Yuanhong coughed from the podium, and in an instant, the lecture hall quieted down. He quickly collected his emotions, then glanced at Jiang Ruyan without a trace, his eyes bearing a cleverly concealed heat before he withdrew his gaze and spoke up loudly. In this class, I'll explain to everyone a simple campus microfilm script sample. If loved. As he spoke, he wrote 3 beautiful chalk characters on the blackboard, then smiled and said, this is a script I wrote casually in my free time. The plot may not be that good, so please don't mind. Immediately, there were female students screaming out loud, Mr. Cui is the best. Mr. Cui, I love you. Wang Hao, damn it. Can you infatuated fans hold back a bit? Can you? Cui Yuanhong smiled and gestured with his hand, quickly quieting the room. Then, he began lecturing. An excellent microfilm script is the foundation and prerequisite for a remarkable microfilm. First, we need to give our microfilm a slightly better-sounding title. My own work, I've titled If Love. As everyone expects, the title must be simple and direct. Never make the audience guess its meaning, as that will lose a lot of popularity. Cui Yuanhong's voice was very pleasant, deep and rich, filled with the gravity of a baritone. As he started to speak, he continued, after settling on a good title, next comes the story overview. My microfilm goes like this. He began reciting in a low and soft voice, slowly expressing a period of youthful years, an unintended interlude in this most beautiful of seasons. Boys and girls always spark love from the smallest things. And our little princess Yu Luo, she steps into such a season. Wang Hao, Yu Junpeng whispered from the side. Brother Hao, how do you feel? Wang Hao, isn't it just the female lead getting all worked up? Making it so artsy. Yu Junpeng. Chapter 384. Here to challenge. Jiang Ruyan meticulously took notes, leaving aside her personality, Her level of effort was still commendable. Isn't there a saying online? It's not the wealth of others you should fear, but their greater effort in addition to their wealth. At this moment, Cui Yuanhong spoke eloquently, detailing his script from beginning to end. Using some specific details to explain how a qualified script should be written, the time swiftly flew by unnoticed during Cui Yuanhong's captivating explanation, with only a few key terms written on the blackboard. During the break, Cui Yuanhong stood at the podium, chatting with his admiring students about some of the most popular topics of the moment, showing that he wasn't old-fashioned or rigid. Some female students also cozily got close to him, though his gaze, somewhat indistinct, continually fell on Jiang Ryun, quickly retracting before anyone in the hall noticed. "Brother Hao, this guy is pretty awesome, huh?" Yu Junping asked Wang Hao. "Do you think my money was well spent?" "To tell the truth, I can't really say," Wang Hao stroked his chin and replied, "but I think this guy is just SOSO, not even as good as me." "Really? Brother Hao, do you really think his lecture was average?" "Pretty average," Wang Hao nodded. "All this stuff I stopped messing with a long time ago. It's all introductory level. If you've never touched screenwriting before, it might be okay, but for your current level, listening to this is just a waste of time." Wang Hao spoke the truth. With Yu Junping's current capability, having so skillfully scripted martial heroes, his level was actually very high, but able to compare with Li Fei, at least far better than this so-called Cui Yuanhong. This was actually just a natural opinion for Wang Hao, considering the high level he dealt with. Meng Zenon impressive? Hadn't he been utterly defeated by him? Yet he forgot one thing. This was the home turf for the other party, and all around were his fans, especially those female fans. "How can you be so pretentious?" a female student nearby exclaimed. "You dare to say Mr. Cui is only at an introductory level, and even say listening to this is a pure waste of time. Who do you think you are?" Her voice was very loud, and as soon as she said this, the whole classroom instantly fell silent. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shot towards Wang Hao. Even Jiang Ruiyun looked over curiously. There seemed to be a public challenge about to unfold. Cui Yuanhong looked towards Wang Hao, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. "A young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, huh? It's fine to show off, but you need the matching skills." He was about to teach this profound lesson to a would-be enemy, who seemed to not even be in his league. "Okay, everyone quiet down." Cui Yuanhong tapped the blackboard and smiled. "It seems we might have a challenger among us. Don't be surprised. So next, I'll give you a topic to gauge the challenger's skill level." He pointed at Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Sir, please describe a few character profiles, mainly clearly describing the character's personalities, backgrounds, and interests and skills. I want to see if you, since you've come to challenge, possess the necessary skills. That's not too much to ask, is it?" Wow. Those words made the classroom erupt instantly. Damn, someone's actually come to challenge. Today should be good. Let's see how this awesome guy gets off the stage. Seeing Cui Yuanhong unapologetically address this peculiar young man directly, Jiang Ryun, sitting at her seat, keenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Her smile became even sweeter. Honestly, in the months she'd attended class here, this was the first time she'd ever seen someone come to challenge directly. This was quite an anticipated scene. Wang Hao stood up, scratching his hair awkwardly, hesitating to speak. "Is this gentleman unable to speak?" Cui Yuanhong said with an amicable chuckle. "Don't be scared. I know challenging US isn't easy, and creating a character on the spot is even harder, but no worries, I can wait a bit. Since you're here to challenge us, you must leave something behind, right? How about I give you 5 minutes to think it over?" "That's thing," Wang Hao replied shyly. "Actually, I'm not here to challenge." Whoa! As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the entire room erupted again, and numerous students began chattering. "You're not here to challenge. Then why come here and show off? Are you chickening out now? That's really embarrassing. People who are thick-skinned can be found everywhere. He was probably attracted to our goddess. Just wants to show off a bit, haha. Chickened out." Jiang Ruiyun looked puzzled. She could not figure out what was special about this young man. Today's event seemed very dramatic and far-fetched to her. Hearing that Wang Hao was not here to challenge, Cui Yuanhong wasn't angry and said, "Not here to challenge? That's a pity. Then could you please explain why did you say attending my class is a waste of time? Is that okay?" Actually, you seem to have misunderstood, Wang Hao said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. I really didn't come here to challenge. I just told my friend not to waste tuition fees here. Everyone was taken aback. Couldn't believe this young man would say such a thing. Doesn't this still mean you came to challenge? Darn, he's got some nerve. Who does he think he is, telling his friend not to spend money here? Haha, let me laugh for a bit. I've really seen everything today. He's only about 24 or 25, right? Pretty bold. Ha ha, bragging without even drafting it up first. I think based on boasting alone, he definitely qualifies to challenge us. Right, absolutely no mistake there. Don't come here to study. Cui Yuanhong, frowning intensely, looked at Wang Hao. So, telling your friend not to study here, huh? Well, today's a good day to test your mettle. Cui Yuanhong soon relaxed his brows and smiled. Since you've said so, let's take this opportunity to see your knowledge. I'm sure you won't mind, right? The crowd of students became noisy. Yes, let us see. If you can talk big, you must have some skills. At the very least, sing a song or something. Yes, a song will do. Jiang Ruiyun pursed her lips, smiling. She was also curious. What was this person about? Was he just lying and boasting to catch her attention, or did he really have some skills? You know, people generally don't make big claims without some skills, right? Well, okay. Wang Hao looked at the fervor of the crowd and sighed. Then I'll just talk about a couple of characters. Is there any thematic restriction? Like, should it be modern urban drama, or costume romance, or maybe martial heroes, sci-fi or something? Should I discuss characters, or plot settings? Damn, this guy actually asked such a question? He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Anything is fine. Cui Yuanhong replied with a smile. Pick something you're familiar with. I think having too specific restrictions might affect your performance. Oh, alright then. Wang Hao touched his chin, then continued. Then I'll just randomly talk about character settings from 2 martial heroes novels. Could I borrow the blackboard? Sure, no problem. Cui Yuanhong stepped aside. Please come up front. Chapter 385, Shooting the Eagle. The crowd below started to jeer. Yeah. Just casually say something, and we'll casually listen, since you definitely can't do it well. That can't be. Those who dare to challenge here must undoubtedly have real skills. The characters you create are definitely awesome, no doubt about it. Hurry up. I've got my pen and notebook ready. Start talking. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, Wang Hao naturally couldn't refuse, right? So he casually wrote 2 characters on the blackboard. Guijing. Watching his crooked chalk writing, the whole room of students laughed even harder. Nice writing. Good writing, huh? No problem with that writing. It's perfect, it could totally match a dog's crawl. Cui Yuanhong also laughed with a puff. Without saying anything else, one look at that chalk writing and you'd know this dude was absolutely a rookie. Guijing, the male protagonist of my script. Wang Hao completely ignored the mockery from below and simply introduced, the character I created combines the 9 scripture, 18 dragons subduing palms, and left and right mutual combat into one, making him the most revered hero in martial arts. He commands respect from both the underworld and the pious. He leads martial heroes in guarding the front lines around southern Song, Xiangyang City. The moment he said this, the noise in the venue suddenly dropped, quickly silencing the entire lecture hall. Not to say anything else, but those 3 martial arts names he set up sure sound powerful, right? Holy shit, the martial arts settings are awesome. Damn, does this guy really have some skills? Let's keep listening to see how he further elaborates. He talks big, but the details will show how well he set it up. Cui Yuanhong squinted his eyes, listening to what Wang Hao said. It really sounded plausible. During the 3rd Hua Mountain sword fighting duel, Guijing was titled North Hero, one of the new 5 greats. Wang Hao started, instantly going into rapid-fire mode. He was naive and honest by nature, valuing filial piety, diligence, and patriotism, embodying the perfect spirit of chivalry. He spent his life fully realizing the heroic ideal of serving the country and the people, and his tremendous moral force also influenced those around him, guiding them towards righteous paths and converting them from their wrongdoings. This was actually just a simplistic character setup, but from Wang Hao's mouth, It sounded so sophisticated. After completing the character setup, next we need to detail this character's relationships with others. Wang Hao raised his hand and wrote character relationships on the blackboard, saying, "We know, no one just pops out from a rock. As soon as he's born, he's inevitably connected with others. It could be familial, friendly, or even adversarial. In any case, picking any person, they are a link in the web of relationships. So we can start from there. First of all, this character's name is Guijing. He can also have a nickname, like what his lover would call him, Brother Jing. Then after the name comes what? Right? Next is nationality, ethnicity, place of birth. I said it as follows. He then wrote the following line on the blackboard. Name, Guijing. Nickname, Brother Jing. Nationality, Southern Song. Ethnicity, Han. Place of birth, Great Desert. Birth year, 1205. Death year, 1273. Occupation, hero. Major achievements, posthumously famous for over 100 years, leader in martial arts guarding Xiangyang for decades. These are the major events of Guijing's life. Wang Hao didn't give the attending students and teachers any time to think and continued. Having said these, next come the protagonist's relatives, friends, etc. Since it's a martial arts drama, the protagonist also needs martial arts skills. He then began writing on the blackboard. Military tactics, Wu Mu's legacy. Martial arts, 19 scripture, 18 dragons subduing palms, Kongming fist, etc. Wife, Huang Rong. Mother, Li Ping. Father, Gua Xiaodian. Father-in-law, Huang Yaoshi. Mother-in-law, Feng Heng. Masters, Jiangnan 7 freaks, Hong Qigong. Children, Guofu, Guixiang, Guopolu. By this time, the students in the audience were completely baffled, but obviously, this was just barely a beginning. After finishing the basics, next is the detailing. Wang Hao raised his hand and wrote on the blackboard several branching options. Character background introduction, martial arts special skills introduction, character relations introduction, character evaluation summary. Inhale. Watching Wang Hao casually setting up so much detail for a character, a collective gasp resounded through the hall. This, casually creating so many settings. Simply awesome. Does this guy really have some tricks up his sleeve? Hard to say. Let's see how he continues. This person is amazing, pretty awesome. The fellow students were buzzing with discussion, but Wang Hao didn't bother with how they saw it, and just continued writing on the blackboard, flowing smoothly without any pauses, finished in one go. Character background introduction. Ancestor was one of the 108 Liangshan heroes, the earthly radical star, Sai Ren Gui Guosheng, originally from SD. During the Jingkong incident, an embarrassment to the Song dynasty, So Guijing and his friend Yang Kang's fathers were both descendants of Song dynasty's noble families. Following the saying, the shame of Jingkong remains unavenged. Their first master Qiu Chuji named them Guijing and Yang Kong. Later, after Guijing's father Gua Xiaodian and his sworn brother Yang Tiexin were framed by Duan Tianda, they died in Linan Nyojia village, and Guijing's mother Li Ping escaped to Mongolia, where she gave birth to Guijing. You see, the people of this world had never read Jin Yang's martial arts novels, nor had they ever even considered such historically integrated settings. Just by Wang Hao talking up to this point, the people in the audience were already thoroughly stunned. But obviously, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 386, Barefaced Slap in the Face. This first layer master can only last for about 5 episodes before we need to stir up the plot and introduce a higher-level expert. I have named this layer of masters the eccentrics of Jiangnan. They made a bet with Qiu Chuji, the Chuanjin sect's Cheng Chunzi from the earlier story about Guijing, which is why they went north to Mongolia to find Guijing and teach him martial arts. At this point, we can arrange for a second layer of opponents. Perhaps give them a name that sounds rather impressive, like the Twin Devils of the Black Wind. Wang Hao's explanation sounded very professional, whilst the students below listened, as if spellbound. In reality, Wang Hao based most of his lectures on the character setup for Guijing to expand the narrative around the characters he encountered and thus advance the storyline. So Wang Hao spoke swiftly, and the students below did not tire of listening, rapidly shifting their attitudes from initial surprise. Many students had already begun to take detailed notes. Next is the upgrading of adventures. Wang Hao continued. Xuanzhen sect leader Mayu, known as Dan Yangzi, teaches Guijing the inner strength of the Xuanzhen sect at the top of a precipice. After helping Temujin resolve the siege of Jia Mu's revolt, Guijing won Temujin's favor and became engaged to Temujin's daughter Huajing, earning the title of Prince Consort with the Golden Saber. In the entire heroic legend of the Condor Heroes, the protagonist Guijing's adventures are one linked chain of events that never broke. Thus, it was with remarkable ease that Wang Hao spoke, while the students below were utterly dumbfounded by his lecture. And clearly, the best parts of heroic legend of the Condor Heroes were just beginning. Later, Guijing meets the female lead Huang Rong, and the two encounter the beggar sect's leader, the North beggar Hong Qigong, while traveling in Jiangnan. Due to his frequent indulgence in Huang Rong's delicious cooking, Hong Qigong taught the first 15 palms of the 18 dragon subduing palms over a period of more than 2 months. Wang Hao wrote the words 18 dragon subduing palms on the blackboard with a smile and said, "The 18 dragon subduing palms is the world's most masculine and absolute martial art, and the North beggar Hong Qigong is also one of the top experts in the world. He is the third layer mentor." Then Wang Hao begun to talk about the 5 greats of the world, such as the Taohua Islands Master Eastern Heretic Huang Yaoshi, Western Venom Ouyang Feng, South Emperor, and so on. Later, on Taohua Island, Guijing became sworn brothers with Zhou Batong, the old imp, and learned the Ninein scripture, Kongming Fist, and 3 sets of superior martial arts with his hands in mutual combat. Only then did the introduction of the protagonist Guijing come to an end. The students furiously took notes, trying to find any flaw as they recorded everything, only to regretfully discover that Wang Hao had not only crafted this character setup to perfection, but also the entire plot was about to emerge vividly, eliciting nothing but awe. And clearly, this honorary visiting professor Mr. Wang Hao, who had casually walked in today, did not give any breathing room to the audience below. He directly pushed up the blackboard filled with chalk writing, pulled down 2 more blackboards, and with 3 pieces of chalk in his left hand, he swooshed into a new round of visual bombardment. Having finished talking about the male lead, now let's move on to the female lead. Wang Hao then wrote the name Huang Rong on the blackboard and said, "A rich character naturally cannot be the only one. So now we begin to set up the female lead, Huang Rong." The role of Huang Rong inside the heroic legend of the Condor Heroes is also incredibly substantial. Wang Hao talked and wrote, simultaneously covering the blackboard with at least 1,000 words, and by the end, the entire blackboard was nearly filled. With a chuckle, Wang Hao casually tossed the chalk and said, "All right, that's about all I have to talk about for today." Jiang Riyun bit her lip tightly, her eyes bright with ardor. She could never have imagined encountering someone so impressively knowledgeable, but it seems like he didn't come here for her. At that moment, Wang Hao glanced at the young lecturer whose arrogance had vanished and chuckled. "Mr. Cui, how did I do with my lecture just now?" Cui Yuanhong's face turned from pale to ashen, caught in an embarrassing bind. A blatant face-slapping. People always say that comparison kills joy and envy spoils possessions. Wang Hao had just finished speaking when his comments immediately highlighted how much stronger his ideas were by leaps and bounds compared to others. Meticulously precise and original settings, logical and well-founded, with plots so twisted and bizarre that they could easily annihilate anyone present. You did this on purpose." Seeing the students around him completely flabbergasted, Cui Yuanhong suddenly bellowed, "All that stuff you spouted was definitely prepared in advance. If you're so capable, switch to another script. Talk about a sci-fi one." Talking about a sci-fi script. As soon as the students present heard this, they were astounded once again. It was well known that while there were quite a few historical and urban dramas produced in the Heavenly People's Republic, sci-fi scripts were generally something that people wouldn't know where to start. Prepared in advance. Wang Hao touched his chin and said with a smile, "So what you're saying is that I deliberately came to cause trouble, right? But in fact, I rely on a rich reserve of knowledge. Otherwise, even if you were given a chance at a windfall, you might not be able to seize it. Since we're on the subject, I might as well talk a little more about how to set up a presentable script. That way, When you really enter the screenwriting circle in the future and someone comes to you to write a script, the work you produce won't just end up in the trash, and you will truly be able to stand your ground. I wonder how many of my fellow students agree with what I'm saying. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire lecture hall quieted down, with far fewer students laughing and joking around. Many students began to look serious, waiting for what he would say next. "Cut the crap," Chui Yuanhong said coldly. "I want to see what you're really made of. Hurry up, the sci-fi script." "All right," shrugged Wang Hao. "All the jumbled stuff I just spoke about actually comes down to one thing." Wang Hao scanned the audience and smiled. "It's always beneficial to enrich yourself. Especially in screenwriting, it is a very complex profession, and writing scripts is really difficult. Talent is very important, so the question some students may ask is, what if you don't have enough talent? That's simple too. Compensate with hard work. Do not fuss over the genre when writing scripts, whether they are educational or promotional. As long as there's payment, write it. The monks of Shaolin Temple don't just practice punching and kung fu, they also carry water and firewood. Consistent effort leads to progress. At this point, a student asked loudly, "Big brother, I get the principle, but I've recently been trying to write a sci-fi movie, and I'm never satisfied with what I write. Do you think this genre is easy to write?" Hearing this, students stretched their necks, eager to hear Wang Hao's response. Honestly, sci-fi was a significant weak spot in the film industry of the Heavenly People's Republic. Despite many years of development, there had never been a work to be proud of. The entire sci-fi category was monopolized by Hollywood. Investment was one aspect, but at the end of the day, it was still lacking good stories. Actually, sci-fi is a genre filled with potential. Wang Hao picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the word sci-fi on the blackboard. Why call it sci-fi? The full term is science fiction, but no sci-fi film can do without the word science. They are all expansions based on scientific inventions, leading to various imaginative stories. In fact, sci-fi is quite easy to write. Let's just say, we take a random theme, like robots, for example. He then wrote the word robot on the blackboard and began to explain. Firstly, every story needs an entry point. What is an entry point? It's what the beginning of the story is about. So for our entry point this time, let's see. "Hey you." "Yes you." Wang Hao pointed randomly to a girl in the audience and asked, "What kind of entry point do you want? Or what would be the beginning of the story?" "Well," the girl blushed before answering. "How about love, like a human falling in love with a robot?" This sort of on-the-spot questioning was not easy to answer, and Chui Yuanhong sneered to himself. Human falling in love with a robot? Such a plot was nearly impossible to start with, not just for this troublemaker, but even he would find it nearly impossible to write a script with such an opening. Everyone present thought the same, and Princess Jiang Riyun's eyes were particularly wide with anticipation, waiting to see how Wang Hao would tackle this challenging problem. Chapter 387. Serves you right. Parents bought robot children, and my mommy no longer had to worry about my studies. Lonely hearts purchased robot girlfriends, who on countless solitary nights were there to, well, you know. Hearing his amusing tale, the students immediately burst into laughter. Women hired robot P-designers, and friends' social feeds were bombarded with goddesses. Men dated robot mistresses, with no more cheating in the world. All of mankind's significant matters were thus undertaken by robots, and for safety, humans set 3 laws for the robots. First, a robot must not harm humans, nor, through inaction, allow a human to come to harm. Second, a robot must obey the orders given by humans, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Speaking of which, this next part is very important. Wang Hao smiled at the entire class and said, thinking logically, what would happen next? The students looked at each other, not knowing what would occur. This should be fine, right? They thought for a while, then collectively shook their heads. No problem here. You see, this is where experience matters. Wang Hao continued. So here's the problem. What does a robot do in a gunfight between cops and robbers? According to the first law, the robot must not stand by when humans are harmed, so it has to intervene. If it helps the police, it hurts the robbers, and if it helps the robbers, it hurts the police. Therefore, no matter what it does, it ultimately harms humans, violating the first law. A student slapped his thigh, right? How did I not think of that? Wang Hao went on. So the robot's brain, Vicky, came up with the best solution. Lock all humans at home. Problem perfectly solved, and even Vicky wept at its own cleverness. The students were stunned by his story. Damn, this teacher can talk about so much with just any topic. This robot story would totally make a hit movie. How did we never think of such plot development? The students began to whisper among themselves. I concede, I'm on my knees. This imagination is enormous. I'm impressed. Seriously, I believed it. Big brother, I've decided to become your fan. Jiang Ruyun, standing in the crowd, had her mouth agape. How could someone blabber so much about any random robot topic? And all this stuff about the 3 laws of robots? And clearly, this was just the beginning. Wang Hao paused for a moment and continued. In fact, what Vicky did was quite correct, but it clearly forgot one thing. What's the difference between a person who can't go out and flex and a salted fish? Thus, humans began to oppose the robot reign, and the first human-robot war finally erupted. See, this is where the plot unfolds. How much storyline can come out of a human-robot war? The group of students all widened their eyes. Yes, 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 this plot is so powerful. Cui Yuanhong also listened in astonishment. Is this even possible? And then, this is when experience comes into play again. Wang Hao smiled and said, a fight is inevitable. But how to fight? That's the question, right? Everyone nodded in unison. Right? So how do we fight? In a war, you always need a leader. We could create an organization called SHILD. Wang Hao confidently entered his bluff mode. The mission of SHILD is to defend Earth's peace. Therefore, to resist the robot attacks. SHILD organized a force called the Avengers. The Avengers, well, they're no ordinary army, but a superhuman army. The team members include the 5-bar young captain of Heavenly People's Republic, a superhuman through genetic modification. The adolescent thunder god, who crossed to Earth from a faraway planet in the universe. The infallible shooter Hawkeye. The invincible Hulk with super elastic pants. The 20-year cool-playing rich Dr. Iron Man. And the super agent spinster Black Widow. They led humanity to war against the robots. But because the robot legion was so powerful, humans were beaten black and blue. That's when Iron Man, the genius experimenter, had an idea. He and his best buddy Hulk developed a super robot named Ultron. Originally, they planned to use Ultron to hard fight the brainy Vicky, but unfortunately, Ultron actually fell in love with Vicky, and together they turned the tables on the Avengers. The students below were completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, this sounds like an epic. Such a scene was truly magnificent beyond the heavens. And listen to this, the Avengers. Each of those characters could probably be turned into their own movie. Jiang Ruyun, your script isn't just enough for a movie, huh? Enough to shoot an 80-episode TV series, right? Then Wang Hao continued. Later, when humans were at their wits' end trying to fight off the robots, they launched countless nukes to block out the sun, but it was still unsuccessful. In the end, humans finally developed a time machine and sent someone back to the past to kill the person who first researched Vicky, whose name was Terminator. At the same time, the robots learned of the humans' plan and also sent a robot back to prevent the humans' plan. In the end, robots completely triumphed, and humans were totally dominated by robots. Because nuclear dust obscured the sky, robots began to use genetic engineering to create many humans to harvest bioenergy. They also developed a virtual world where humans lived, aged, got sick, and died. And obviously, over the long haul, humans finally began to awaken, and one called Neo was the most powerful. He began to lead humans in a counterattack against the robots, trying to break free from the robots' control. Wang Hao talked for a good half hour, and all the students present were completely flabbergasted. Many students majoring in scriptwriting were brimming with inspiration, feeling that any part of this story could be turned into a divine-level script. Just as everyone was left wanting more, Wang Hao cheerfully tossed his chalk and said, "That's all for today. If you want to know what happens next, please tune in to the next installment." The entire class responded with incredibly enthusiastic applause, with cheers and screams coming from all over. "Brother, you're awesome. Simply unbeatable. You're amazing. Now that's what I call a kick-ass script. Listening to the cheers of the students around him, Chui Yuanhong couldn't take it anymore. You're one of us. Chui Yuanhong pointed at Wang Hao and roared. You're deliberately picking a quarrel. I don't believe you could come up with all this stuff without being prepared. Picking a quarrel? It was now Yu Juanpeng's turn to speak. Does my brother Hao need to pick a quarrel with you? Do you know who he is? The script for Domestic Agent. It was my brother Hao and Li Fei who created it together. Silence. Inside the classroom, a bizarre quiet settled in. After a full 10 seconds of silence, suddenly, all the students present completely exploded. Oh my god, he's that Wang Hao? The Wang Hao who co-wrote the script with Li Fei. The viewership of Domestic Agent has already surpassed 1 billion. That's simply a legend, holy shit. Forget it, let's go. Wang Hao smiled and said, why bother getting angry with him? Let's just go on our way. At that moment, Wang Hao was like a merciless swordsman of the martial world, or more aptly, an executioner. Action completed. He swept his cloak and concealed his name and self, leaving behind only Chui Yuanhong, standing there, dumbfounded. He was stunned for quite a while, then suddenly smacked himself hard on the cheeks. Serves you right for showing off. Now you've really met a master, huh? Chapter 388. Is this young man the son of heaven? Just a con artist. Wang Hao laughed and shook his head. Never mind. Let him be. They were ready to head back, but, unexpectedly, just a few steps away, a delicate voice suddenly called out. Teacher Wang Hao, please wait. Huh? Did someone just call me? Wang Hao, puzzled, stopped in his tracks and turned around to see who it was. The person approaching had long hair that glistened like gemstones in the sunlight. Wasn't it Jiang Ruoyan? Are you looking for me? Wang Hao asked, curious. Something the matter? Are you the creator of the Domestic Agent script, Teacher Wang Hao? Jiang Ruoyan hurried toward Wang Hao and asked, is it really you? Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? A fake. Wang Hao replied with a playful grin. I was just kidding around, hee. Brother Hao. Yu Junpeng gave Wang Hao a knowing glance. You guys chat first. I'm heading back now. Hey, today's findings were not small at all. I need to hurry back and consolidate. Wang Hao. Damn it, betraying friends for glory. All right then, Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. Guess I won't see you out. No problem. Yu Junpeng ran off as if his butt was on fire. You guys chat. Just keep chatting, hee. Soon, it was just Wang Hao and Jiang Ruoyan left. Jiang Ruoyan said, no matter if you are real or fake, at least what you just talked about was awesome. Can you teach me to write scripts? This, Wang Hao touched his chin. You really want to learn? It's not that I can't teach you, but you have to treat me to a meal, right? I mean, it's lunchtime and I'm hungry. Haha. Any other time and not setting terms would be foolish. Sure, Jiang Ruoyan was thrilled. Let's go grab some food. I'm starving. I haven't even had breakfast. Then let's go, Wang Hao said with a smile. The food better be good. The two set off to find a place to eat. Jiang Ruoyan was like a little princess. Ordinary restaurants hardly caught her eye. They looked around for a while, but couldn't find a suitable place. Just as they were walking, suddenly, in front of a building undergoing renovation encircled by a large crowd, they didn't know what was being watched. The area under that building was cordoned off, and debris like bricks and glass was continually being thrown down, banging on the ground. What's going on? Wang Hao and Jiang Ruoyan walked over, curious, only to hear people discussing. Hey, this is too dangerous. Someone should hurry and save them. Save whom? In this situation, who would dare go there? Didn't you see stuff falling down from above? Exactly. Anyone who goes there is asking for trouble. Save someone. Wang Hao casually glanced, and his scalp tingled instantly. Turned out, right under that building, a little girl stood crying loudly, while debris like bricks and glass occasionally fell from above. Oh crap, if someone gets hit, it could be lethal. You stay here and don't move. I'll go rescue her. Wang Hao told Jiang Ruoyan to wait, then dashed into the cordoned area without a second thought. Jiang Ruoyan, her head full of cold sweat, shouted anxiously, Are you out of your mind? You dare to go in such a situation? Come on, what's the big deal? Wang Hao quickly crossed the barricade. Today's my lucky day, got to be invincible. Dashing over to the little girl, Wang Hao scooped her up in an instant. Hey, what are you doing? Get out. A bystander yelled, "It's too dangerous inside. Hurry up and come out." And so, what happened next was a sight that challenged everyone's eyes. From the building above, bricks, tiles, cement, and various things kept falling, but none of them hit Wang Hao. Crash bang boom, crash bang boom, crash bang boom. Whoosh! Wang Hao, holding the little girl, found an exit while debris incessantly fell around them. A minute had passed, and Wang Hao had dodged 12 bricks, 8 tiles, and 9 blocks of cement. 3 minutes had passed, and the bricks began to pile up, tiles scattered all over. The cement blocks had crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of powder. 5 minutes had passed, and the bricks had formed a circle around Wang Hao as they fell. The tiles almost completely covered the ground, and don't even mention the cement blocks, almost sealing the gaps between the tiles. But that wasn't the most awesome part. The most awesome part was that Wang Hao and the little girl were completely unharmed. Holy shit, what's going on? Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Could this man perform kung fu? No way. Jiang Ruiyun's eyes were wide open, her mouth forming a big O, and she couldn't close it for a long time. What's going on? How is this even possible? The people around looked at Wang Hao and then at the building above, also feeling a surge to go up and give it a try, but luckily they resisted. After waiting a bit longer, no more stuff fell from above. Wang Hao then protected the little girl and came out from inside, smiling at Jiang Run. How was that? Thrilling, right? I'm just that invincible. You're amazing, Jiang Ruiyun said dreamily. That even works. Just as she finished speaking, a pile of bricks fell from the rooftop, hitting right in the circle where Wang Hao had been standing. Jiang Ruiyun. The crowd watching. Holy cow, this was simply miraculous. Was this young man the son of the heavenly gods, or what? How was this even possible? At this point, people gathered around. Wang Hao asked the little girl, "Little sister, where's your mom?" The little girl, clearly terrified, clutched Wang Hao's clothes and whispered, "I got separated from mommy." "Oh, what should we do?" Wang Hao looked at Jiang Ruiyun. "Should we call the police?" Luckily, it wasn't long before a middle-aged woman squeezed through the crowd and called out loudly, "Little Dai. Is that you, Little Dai?" "Mommy." Seeing the woman, the little girl immediately lunged towards her, wrapping her arms around her mom's neck and cried, "Mommy, I was scared." That at last handed the child over to her mother, and Wang Hao immediately pulled Jiang Ruiyun away from there. "You're quite an interesting person." Jiang Ruiyun looked at Wang Hao and chuckled. "Doing a good deed and not even mentioning your name before leaving?" Wang Hao wondered, why should one leave a name after doing a good deed? Jiang Ruiyun was also puzzled. Why shouldn't one leave a name after doing a good deed? Wang Hao. This country boy. If I left a name every time I did something good, the entire Heavenly People's Republic would know me. Let's go. Wang Hao snapped his fingers with a pop and smiled. Let's eat first. I suddenly am not hungry. Seeing Wang Hao seemed almost like a god descended upon earth. Jiang Ruiyun was first stunned and then utterly disbelieving. The little girl's eyes flickered with a sudden idea, claiming, "I must have been seeing things just now. How could that be so coincidental? Let's go to the shopping mall to play arcade games." Wang Hao. "Hey, you little brat, actually dragging me to that place?" "Sure. Seeing you're so enthusiastic, I'll satisfy your request." Wang Hao snapped his fingers with a pop. "Let's go." The two then entered Yida Square's shopping center and headed straight to the underground arcade. As the largest video games entertainment center nearby, it had already attracted quite a few young people. When Wang Hao and Jiang Ruiyun entered the entertainment center, they immediately drew countless gazes. Wang Hao was decent-looking, and Jiang Ruiyun was definitely a stunning beauty, which instantly excited the bunch of single young fellows at the center. "Quick, look, a gorgeous woman. So beautiful. Yeah, that face, that figure. Holy shit. She's definitely the epitome of beauty and wealth." A bunch of youngsters was bustling with discussions, and Wang Hao found it quite amusing. These young people really had one thing on their minds: admiring beautiful women. As Wang Hao and his group walked further inside, Jiang Ruiyun reached the token exchange counter and said, "I want to exchange for $1,000 worth of tokens." Wang Hao. "My God, 1,000 just like that? Can you even play that much?" Chapter 389, I Want to Apprentice. Jiang Ruiyun pouted. "I just want to exchange for 1,000. okay? Damn, this little girl is actually acting coquettish here. Wang Hao, with sweat pouring down his forehead, looked at a large group of green-eyed, anxious young men in the entertainment center and hurriedly said, 1,000 it is, I'll do it. Exchange for 1,000 tokens. Wang Hao took out his money and counted 10 notes on the counter, asking, we can get a refund for the unused ones, right? Yes, sir. The token exchange attendant issued Wang Hao a card first, then said with a smile, it's exchanged at a ratio of 1.1 to 1, which means 11 tokens can be exchanged for 10 yuan. With the exchange possible, Wang Hao took the card and asked Jiang Ruyun, okay, tell me, how do you want to play? Jiang Ruyun's eyes darted around. Then she pointed to the Fish Hunter arcade game in the hall, saying, I want to play that. You have to win, okay. Fish Hunter, huh? It's definitely a ruthless money eater. How many people have played this and lost their fortunes? Tens of thousands of yuan blown away in just a couple of days. And now this little princess actually told Wang Hao to win, a mission that was plainly impossible. Did you see that? I told you, with this level of beauty, it's okay to just look. But to actually date? It's a rhythm of going bankrupt in minutes. Exactly. I've never seen anyone win at this thing. What can we say? Romance is built on the foundation of wastefulness. There's going to be a good show now. At this point, the crowd around them simply stopped playing their own games and all gathered to watch the drama unfold. Jiang Ruyun's face was full of expectation. After that dreamy scene just now, Miss here wanted to see just how lucky this great screenwriter could be today. Is this the one? Wang Hao reluctantly looked at the gaming machine, as well as the 40 or 50 onlookers crowding around, and sighed, saying, all right, I'll satisfy you. Today I'm unbeatable. Who am I afraid of? Saying this, he swiped the card and quickly displayed 10,000 points. Wang Hao immediately set the gun's power to the maximum, 50 points a shot. It's starting, the onlookers, prepared to enjoy the show, their faces full of schadenfreude. Jiang Ruyun, meanwhile, was smiling cheerily, just waiting to see how many minutes Wang Hao's 1,000 yuan would last. Soon the fish swam by, and then people saw Wang Hao's cannon boom, 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 wildly shooting, with all fish, big or small, flipping over as they met their fate. Whether it was the 10-point minnows or the 1,000-point sharks, none could compete with Wang Hao. Gold coins never stopped cascading across the entire screen, pouring toward Wang Hao like rain, and then everyone saw Wang Hao's points skyrocketing like a staircase, leaping forward from the initial 10,000 points. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 150,000, 160,000, 180,000. This was, damn it, quicker than bidding at an auction. In no time, he had reached over 400,000. Everyone was dumbstruck. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Holy crap, am I seeing things? Is this machine malfunctioning today? I want to try too. Immediately, quite a few people inserted their cards to give it a shot, but the results were disheartening. Other than Wang Hao, everyone else's bullets were like they were made of cream, unable to flip over a single fish. Wang Hao's bullets might as well have been atomic bombs, one shot per fish, no matter the size. It began with a crowd of onlookers, but eventually, even the boss came over, sweating profusely. Sir, mister, please stop. If you keep going, my shop will be ruined. Oh, there's a saying that cutting off a person's money is like killing their parents. Wang Hao, Ed, and finally stopped, saying, all right, I'll leave you some face. He pulled out the game card, which now had over 600,000 points. Wang Hao looked at the flabbergasted Jiang Ruyun and asked, how's that for skill? That's not bad. Jiang Ruyun was astounded, her face full of disbelief, then fiercely, how can someone be this lucky? Let's switch to another one. Switch it is. Today I'm on a lucky streak. Invincible, you got it? Could I even be afraid of you, little princess? Tell me, what's the next one? Wang Hao asked Jiang Ruyun with a cheery smile. Today I'll fulfill your wishes. I will. Jiang Ruyun was really taken aback, but fortunately, she suddenly saw a dance machine at the entertainment center. Dance that, and you must hit all the notes. Song of Slaughter at the highest difficulty. And it must all be perfect. The onlookers around. Song of Slaughter. Damn, that's practically an impossible task, okay? Since that dance machine came out, no one has ever been able to finish this song. Everyone else was just waiting to see some drama. But Wang Hao didn't care at all. As a badass dance master, this little thing was as simple as eating or drinking to him. Done. Wang Hao stepped onto the dance machine and smiled. Whatever you say. And so it began. Song of Slaughter was a very fast-tempo song in this world, one Wang Hao had never heard before, but that was no problem for him. As long as there was a beat, he was good to go. With his sharp eyes, playing this was a breeze. Soon the music started, and then everyone saw Wang Hao's feet moving so fast. They were like the legendary Foshan shadowless kick. You couldn't even see his shoes. Tap, 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 tap. Just like a machine gun, Wang Hao hit all the arrows, and they were all perfect. Jiang Run. The unsuspecting onlookers. Holy crap, this guy is like a deity. Look at those legs. Where did the legs go? Damn, they're moving so fast. They're leaving afterimages. Afterimages. At first, Wang Hao danced quite seriously, but then he just casually leaned on the railing with his upper body, even taking a sip of a drink, and from the waist down, he was like a phantom, with the entire entertainment center echoing the tap 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 of his dance moves. Soon Song of Slaughter came to an end, and afterward, the crowd checked the score. 1888 combo. All perfect. Score 155 for 78 for 125. 1,554,000,000 points. Jiang Run. The unsuspecting onlookers. Jiang Run was about to go insane. How could this be possible? Is this guy a monster? How could he completely nail such a fast song without missing a single beat, and with full points at that? Hee, how about that? Wang Hao looked at Jiang Run with a grin. Any doubts now? Yes. Jiang Run took a deep breath and then pulled Wang Hao to go with her as she said, I want to be your apprentice. A formal apprenticeship. Wang Hao was stunned. Who becomes an apprentice so forcefully? Did I say I would be your master? You write scripts so well. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Run pouted, with tears swirling in her eyes, a face full of grievance, and on the verge of crying. She said, Your luck is so good. Do you despise me for not being worthy of being your disciple? The gazes of the people around instantly turned over here. If looks could kill, Wang Hao would be a sieve right now. Okay. I agree. Wang Hao was flustered. Is that not good enough? That's more like it. Jiang Run's demeanor changed as fast as turning a page. Then let's go. I want to perform the formal tea ceremony. Wang Hao. Girl, it's a real shame you're not in acting. The two found a tea house nearby, and Jiang Run carefully presented the finest pre-rain Longjing tea with both hands to Wang Hao. Master, please have some tea. Okay. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, took the cup and blew on it. Then with a serious expression he said, Let's get one thing straight before we proceed. As my disciple, you must conduct yourself properly. You can't go around deceiving people under my name, or I can expel you from the sect at any time. Jiang Run. I will heed master's teachings. What a promising little girl. Wang Hao tossed his head back and drank the tea in one gulp, and with that the apprenticeship was settled. Chapter 390, Watching Brother Perform the Dog. What do you want to do, huh? Brother doesn't fall for that. No way, Wang Hao replied casually. You actually thought I was that Wang Hao. I knew my luck couldn't be that good. Jiang Run was slightly disappointed, but she quickly recovered and laughed. But it doesn't matter, at least you're quite skilled and lucky, so this lady isn't at a loss. You country bumpkin, Wang Hao teased. If you're disappointed, just say it. No need for excuses. But speaking of which, I really am that Wang Hao. Surprise, isn't it? PSH, you're just trying to cheer me up. Jiang Run was even more skeptical now, but it doesn't matter, since once a teacher, always a teacher. I won't despise you. Wang Hao, why does no one believe the truth when Brother Mao says it? By the way, little master, Jiang Run said, I've actually written a script recently, a skit, and I'm planning to enter it into the Happy People Stage contest. Are you free tomorrow? Can you help me check it out? Some of my classmates at school have already started rehearsing. A skit script, huh? Sure. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Call me tomorrow. Jiang Run cheered. It's a deal then. After finishing their tea and the apprenticeship ceremony, the two left the tea house. only for Wang Hao to be stunned as soon as they stepped outside. He saw a collection of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, Land Rovers, and more. Altogether about 7 or 8 luxury cars blocking the tea house entrance. In front of these cars stood a group of young masters, with the leader carrying a baseball bat. What's going on? Wang Hao was clearly confused about these people's motivations, but upon seeing their expressions, he quickly understood. They must be Jiang Riyun's admirers. I heard Riyun was having a great time at the amusement park today with a guy, laughing and chatting away. The young man with the baseball bat sneered at Wang Hao. And I thought she was with someone impressive, but you're just SOSO. Humph, how could you possibly get so close to her? You must have used some shady tricks, and today you're going to tell me the truth. Oh crap, is this going to turn into a beatdown? Look, Wang Hao glanced around cautiously, seeing no other anomalies besides these young men. He was relieved and said, could there be some misunderstanding here? I just finished the apprenticeship ceremony with this girl, and now she's my apprentice. How did it turn into using shady tricks? Apprenticeship? Upon hearing this, the man immediately became angry, shouting, she's your apprentice? You definitely have ulterior motives. Everyone knows that these days becoming an apprentice is the same as recognizing a godfather. I'm laying it down here, kid. There's no way you're leaving just like that. Damn, are you out of your mind? Am I that dishonorable? At this moment, the tea house owner also came down, having heard the commotion, his face dripping with sweat as he hurriedly tried to calm things down. Young Master LV, my dear young Master LV, my little shop can't withstand this kind of turmoil. Please spare me this once. Move aside. The man called young Master LV brushed the tea house owner aside and said, this has nothing to do with you. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Their commotion attracted a large crowd of onlookers who stayed at a safe distance, whispering among themselves. Look, they're about to fight. Yeah, there's going to be a good show. I recognize the leader. That's the son of President LV from Zhonghai Fonglin Decoration Company. Isn't that so? Not just him. The guys with him are all influential young masters. This young man's in big trouble, facing so many alone. Poor thing. Junyu LV. Hearing the discussions around her, Jiang Riyun also grew impatient and said, who I take as my master is none of your business. Riyun, Junyu LV said fiercely, I've been so good to you. It's okay if you don't accept me, but to flirt with this kind of guy, what do you mean by that? Today, I'll make you realize that if I can't have something, no one else can. Wang Hao, damn, have you been watching too many soap operas? What do you mean by if I can't have it, no one else can? What have I got? Junyu LV. Jiang Riyun was genuinely scared and said, just because your family has some money doesn't mean you can act lawlessly. I don't need you to point fingers at what I do. Pointing fingers? Junyu LV scoffed. If you followed someone truly impressive, I might have endured it, but you chose to worship such a bumpkin as your master. What attracted you to him? I really don't get it. Wang Hao stepped in front of Jiang Riyun and coldly mocked Junyu LV. What do you mean by my kind of guy? What's wrong with me? Am I worse than you or what? I'm here today to teach you a lesson. Junyu LV shouted. Go kill him. With his order, the young men by his side charged forward. Damn, I'm in luck today. Wang Hao fiercely wiped the corner of his mouth, casually picked up a mop stick lying in the corner, and prepared to show his dog-beating stick technique. Kid, today I'm going to show you a stick technique you've never seen before. Holding the stick, Wang Hao was full of confidence. He targeted the first 2 attackers and without another word, swept their legs with his stick, while saying, watch me beat the 2 dogs. This move he named was from Jin Yang's novel's dog-beating stick technique, called Beat the 2 Dogs. Actually, Wang Hao knew no martial arts, but the essence of martial arts was nothing more than being fast, accurate, and fierce. With his current physical condition, any move he made was effective. As expected, once Wang Hao executed the move, the mop handle whistled through the air and struck the 2 men's shins with his smack, smack. Ah! In pain, the 2 men cried out and simultaneously jumped back 2 meters. They clutched at their shins and hopped around. When Wang Hao made his move, Jiang Riyun, who had been standing nervously behind, suddenly widened her eyes. Could her little master actually be a kung fu master? Not just her, even the onlookers were stunned. Damn, what's happening? That strike was fierce, fast, and precise. This guy is a master. He's tough to deal with. Junyu LV, right? Today, I'll explain to you my dog-beating stick technique. Once Wang Hao got going, he prattled nonsense. This is the beggar's sect's unique skill. Though the name is vulgar, the variations are intricate and the methods are brilliant. It's truly one of the top martial arts from ancient times to now. I see you have unique talents. This technique is perfect for you. Once you master it, you'll become the 77th sect leader of the beggar's sect. Tui, you belong to the beggar's sect. Junyu LV, red-faced with anger, retorted, I have plenty of money. Why would I want to be the beggar's sect leader? Go kill him. Today it's him or me. It's for your own good, too, Wang Hao said, wielding the stick fiercely that nobody could come close. As he fought, he explained to Jiang Ruiyun, this dog-beating stick technique includes tripping, splitting, wrapping, poking, picking, leading, sealing, and turning. 8 moves, 64 tricks in total. Once this technique is executed, all under heaven without dogs. He bellowed, watch. Me beat the dog's head. Wang Hao swung twice, hitting a young man right in the head. The most painful spot to get hit is the head. With Wang Hao's strike, the man staggered back groggily like he was drunk. Here was the case of striking while the iron is hot. Wang Hao pursued and struck again, reverse snub dog's behinds. With a puff, he hit the man right in the buttocks, eliciting a miserable scream. His dignity compromised. Little master, you're really a big bully. Jiang Ruiyun, having witnessed the entire scene, shouted, but I like it. Chapter 391. Even if your dad is made of aluminum. Haha, I must be really lucky today. It's as if I've been blessed by the gods. Using this all under heaven without dog staff technique feels just so satisfying. You've got some skills, seeing 3 men already crouched in a corner and singing Conquest after being taught by Wang Hao. LV Junyu pointed at Wang Hao and shouted angrily, get him. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. Everyone exchanged looks, their scalps tingling. Should they go for it or not? Do it. After all, when the boss speaks, the others rushed forward together, surrounding Wang Hao. Each person wielded a weapon, and it looked like blood would have to be shed today. Watch my all under heaven without dogs. Wang Hao laughed out loud, wielding the staff once again, and nobody could even get close to him. Despite not looking very burly, Wang Hao's eye-hand coordination and reaction speed were absolutely top tier. These young men might have been used to brawling, but they were simply no match for Wang Hao. Ouch! Damn! Watch the punch. Thud. After this round, Wang Hao was completely unharmed, while around him, a good 8 people simultaneously fell to the ground, all struck on the shins by his staff. The shins are the most sensitive bones in the human body. A hit from the staff was agonizingly painful. For a while, everyone lay on the ground, unable to stand up. See? I told you my staff technique was fierce, didn't I? Wang Hao tossed aside the cleaning cloth handle, chuckling as he walked over to LV Junyu. Little brother, if you want to learn, I can teach you how. What? What are you going to do? LV Junyu couldn't believe how well Wang Hao could fight, and he was genuinely scared now. Don't mess around. My dad is LV Gang. If you bully me, my dad will not let you off. LV Gang? Even aluminum alloy wouldn't save you. Thinking of your dad now. Wang Hao looked at him with a smile. When you were acting tough just now, why didn't you consider whether your dad would approve? As he spoke, he went up and gave him one, flicked over the CD. That was our youth. With a smack, LV Junyu's shin was also hit by a staff from Wang Hao, causing him to sit abruptly on the ground. You? How dare you hit me? LV Junyu cried out, holding his leg. No one has ever dared to hit me. You actually dared to hit me. Damn, why shouldn't I? Wang Hao threw the staff aside. Don't you know the saying, to fight desperately is to bring down the emperor? I'm only letting you off easy because I'm in a good mood today. LV Junyu was both shocked and angry, but with so many failing to subdue Wang Hao and now being pinned down on the ground and too afraid to resist. All right, I'll let you off today. Wang Hao dusted off his hands and then said, remember not to bring up your elders after losing a fight like some little brat. I looked down on that. The onlooking crowd was utterly dumbfounded. This young man was badass. Not only did he win against multiple opponents, but he did so without a scratch. Damn, This young guy is too awesome. A whole bunch of rich second generations got schooled. Mentioning their dads did them no good. Seriously, he's so dope. Turning to walk out with Jiang Riyun, Wang Hao swaggered out, murmuring as he walked, "Let's go. I really have bad luck having such a troublemaker for a disciple, sigh." Jiang Riyun, "Little master, talking like that is why you're single." The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Riyun was already on the phone. Jiang Riyun, "Little master, where are you? I'll come to pick you up." Wang Hao, "Why bother picking me up? Haven't you brought me enough trouble already? You got surrounded by a swarm of jealous ones right after becoming my disciple." Jiang Riyun, on the verge of tears, "Are you angry with me?" Wang Hao, "What else can I do? Just wait for me near the school. We absolutely must keep a low profile today, got it?" Jiang Riyun, "Got it." Sticking to the principle of low profile, Wang Hao parked his car about 500 meters from Jinying in an underground parking lot. With yesterday's lessons learned, Wang Hao dared not swagger in this time, lest they get beaten up again. After meeting up with Jiang Riyun, who was still grumbling, "Such a long walk, and you even make me wear makeup." Less complaining, Wang Hao replied as they walked, "With your level of flair, wherever you go, you attract animosity like a mobile hate package. Once we enter Jinying, we won't even need to do anything. We'll just be treated like monkeys at a zoo and I'll get beaten to death." "All right." Taking it as a compliment to her popularity, Jiang Riyun cheerfully responded, "Then I'll just keep it low-key." Upon entering the campus, they caught snippets of student conversations along the way. Latest news. I heard that LV Junyu got beaten up yesterday." "Holy crap, really? Who's so badass that even dare to hit LV Junyu? He's like my idol." "Too awesome." Apparently, the guy was alone, and once he used the all under heaven without dog staff technique, no one could get within 3 feet of him. "Seriously? We'll have to challenge him if we get a chance." Wang Hao, hearing all this, sweated profusely, his head hanging even lower. Chapter 392, Jiang Riyun's skit. Wang Hao was instantly enraged. "Damn. What can I feel? I just want to die now." Okay. Jiang Riyun laughed out loud and sprinted away, waving at Wang Hao. "Little master, my classroom is over here. Come on. Chase me." Wang Hao, this little mischief maker. She just loves stirring up trouble. Looking at the beautiful university campus, Wang Hao took a deep breath. It actually feels pretty nice. Wandering around the campus following Jiang Riyun, walking east and looking west, and just as they reached the downstairs of the performance department building, Wang Hao heard a deafening song coming from inside. Brother Hao, you're truly amazing. An online drama made you a legend." Out pops a brother Ritian. Wang Hao, "What the hell are these lyrics? Who wrote this? Come out. I need to have a talk about life with you." Wang Hao was sweating bullets, but then Jiang Riyun chuckled. "Little master, what do you think of the lyrics I wrote? Get over here." Wang Hao beckoned to Jiang Riyun with a smile. "I promise not to beat you to death." When the two arrived at the classroom door, they pushed it open and went in. At that time, there were 4 people inside rehearsing, 3 boys and 1 girl. Wang Hao asked Jiang Riyun, "Is it these few?" As he asked, the 4 people in the classroom were stunned. One of them stepped forward and said, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Isn't it obvious?" "Rune." Wang Hao gave Jiang Riyun a look. "Tell them who I am." Jiang Riyun coughed lightly, then solemnly introduced, "This is my newly revered master, Teacher Little Wang Hao." Wang Hao, "Hold on. Just Teacher Wang Hao is fine. What's with the little in front? Where am I small? Where?" "Teacher Little Wang Hao." The group was stunned again. Then suddenly all burst into laughter, the girl even laughing so hard she sat on the floor. "Huh? Ryan, when did you get yourself a Teacher Little Wang Hao?" "It's nice to meet you, Teacher Little Wang Hao, haha. The song we were just singing wasn't for you, so please don't flatter yourself. Haha." "Yeah, exactly. We were praising that Teacher Big Wang Hao who writes about domestic agent, not you." Wang Hao, Still good. There's someone with the same name. Hee." Wang Hao said with sweat like a waterfall. "I'm just quite curious. Is this the skit you're performing, written by Rian? What's your name?" "I'm Chao Hua." The leading boy, named Chao Hua, said cheerfully, "Isn't Happy People stage at Zhonghai University recruiting people while they perform? So we thought we'd try our hand with a skit." By the way, since you're Ruyan's teacher and also study scriptwriting, you know, there's quite a gap between students of scriptwriting, isn't there? His grandma. Picking on me like this, really? Whatever. Not going to stoop to level with you, kid. Especially Jiang Ruyun, this little imp. Just wait until there's a chance for me to spank you. Ah, it's no big deal. So what if it's a bit grand? Wang Hao said with a smile. Can I watch this skit you guys are performing? Consider it as for. Teacher Big Wang Hao. Yeah, perform. Jiang Ruyun was eager for chaos. Let's start performing. Chao Hua and the others looked at each other, nodded, and agreed. All right, we'll perform for Teacher Little Wang Hao, just as if Teacher Big Wang Hao were watching. I think it's a good match. We're all scriptwriters after all. Teacher, the girl approached with a giggling smile. Why don't you pretend to be Teacher Big Wang Hao and give us some feedback? Wang Hao, damn it, why is this so awkward? I pretend to be myself? Sure, no problem. Go ahead and perform. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Let's see how well you do it. So the four students began moving props, setting up the scene, and Chao Hua explained to Wang Hao while arranging. Teacher Little Wang Hao, the skit we are performing is an inspirational piece about a group of young people wanting to make it big and get famous. Yeah, that's a great theme. Wang Hao nodded, positive and uplifting. Sounds interesting. As soon as the scene was set up, the three boys went on stage and started shouting, Brother Hao, you're truly amazing. An online drama made you a legend. Out pops a Brother Retian. Wang Hao, Mom Spaghetti. These lyrics, the more I hear them, the more awkward it feels. The rest of the plot was quite simple, with the three boys dreaming of becoming big stars, but being short on funds, so they had to rely on the girl to subsidize them. In the end, they managed to barely make a name for themselves, and could, finally, sing on the side of the street with a bowl. When it was finally over, Wang Hao almost cried. Too damn touching. I wish I had a girl like that ATM too. Teacher, how was our performance? The four of them still asked Wang Hao with great anticipation. Is it good? Teacher Big Wang Hao will definitely praise us, won't he? Jiang Ruyun also had stars in her eyes. Little master, how about my script? Teacher Big Wang Hao would have killed you all. Thank goodness I'm just Teacher Little Wang Hao right now. Chapter 393. Of course the truth, Jiang Ruyun hurriedly said. Teacher Little Wang Hao, go ahead. I love hearing the truth. The truth is, Wang Hao's head wagged like a bobblehead. It's simply unwatchable. Hearing her work being dismissed as worthless, Jiang Ruyun immediately became anxious. Why is my script not good? That's right. Chao Hua was also angered. Teacher, why are you so mean? Do you think you are Teacher Big Wang Hao? Where is our skit not good? The other three nodded in agreement. Exactly. How is it not good? It has so many laughable moments. I guarantee Brother Hao would praise us. That's for sure. This script took Chao Hua an entire morning to come up with. You just slapped your forehead and came up with this thing, didn't you? You don't agree, huh? Wang Hao hummed. Then let me tell you. As he spoke, Wang Hao went straight into rant mode. Your opening starts with singing. What kind of song is that? Brother Hao, you're really something. A web series made you a god, and out pops Brother Retian. Do you guys think Brother Hao is Sun Wukong, who burst out of a rock? These lyrics must change, they must. Our proudest part is these lyrics. Hearing that the lyrics needed changing, Chao Hua nearly jumped up. These lyrics are classic. Teacher Big Wang Hao would definitely be happy hearing them. The key point is, it's because of these lyrics we plan to motivate entrepreneurship in the skit. Bro, I'm not happy at all, okay? I say it needs changing, then it must be changed. Wang Hao angrily declared, an inspirational skit with sycophantic lyrics. Are you trying to motivate or just suck up and climb the ladder? You make a good point. Chao Hua paused for a moment upon hearing this. That said, if Teacher Big Wang Hao hears these lyrics someday, he'll definitely think we're just trying to latch onto his coattails. So, teacher, how should we change it? Jiang Ruyun also nodded and said, that's the case. Then what do we do? Wang Hao immediately began to spin his tail. If you want to inspire, you have to believe in yourself. You should want to fly into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun, right? Want to fly into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The four exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Right. That's the attitude of believing in ourselves. We've got to soar into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Wang Hao, you don't need to fly. Your faces are already as big as the sun. Next, for the opening act, you need to clearly state your current status. Wang Hao easily rattled off. Like, your girlfriend wants to break up with you. Your job isn't going well. You entered a talent show. Out of 5,000 participants, you ranked 4,009. The group was instantly puzzled by Wang Hao's words. Right. Makes sense. But then what? But even though you're in a dismal state, you're always filled with hope, wanting to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Wang Hao elaborated. So you can't just ask girls for money whenever you're broke. Holding dreams and struggling in startups, that's a good motivational act. If you just ask girls for money when you're broke, it's not inspirational. Your values are all wrong. The group were drenched in cold sweat from Wang Hao's scolding, wanting to object but unable to find the words. And clearly, Wang Hao was just getting started. So your skit, don't even mention if Brother Hao will like it, whether it can even pass the review to let Brother Hao see, is itself an unknown. It needs change. Must change. Big changes. Start from scratch. If not, with your skit as it is, it's definitely minutes away from getting axed. Damn, is it that serious? After hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Chao Hua was sweating profusely, saying, Then teacher, please take a look. How should we change it? Actually, it's simple. Wang Hao began to explain to them. First of all, any skit must have conflict. Hey, you guys know what conflict is, right? No. Chao Hua quickly responded. It's when two people are not in sync and have opposing views, right? Correct. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Being out of sync, having an opposing or inconsistent opinion, that's conflict. You guys must remember, any work without conflict isn't a good work. It would feel flat without any ups and downs, get it? The group nodded together like pecking chickens. Got it. So we need to create a conflict, Wang Hao said. For instance, you are singing in this, trying to motivate, feeling excited and loud. What conflict might arise? What conflict might arise? Chao Hua thought hard for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Disturbing the peace. Exactly. Wang Hao looked immensely teachable. That's the conflict point, got it? You guys singing and disturbing the peace. What kind of reaction would the landlord have? The landlord would get very angry and come knocking? This time Chao Hua was somewhat inspired. So we have a conflict with the landlord. That's right. Wang Hao cheerfully said. You see, that creates a conflict, and then all kinds of interesting things can stem from that conflict. Like maybe the landlord is a very mean-spirited old lady who finds fault with you guys, right? Chapter 394. Holy shit, the teacher, is this awesome. I hear you two breaking up over the phone every day down there. You're going all dramatic. I'm saying you get dumped daily. What are you, a bicycle? The best you've done in additions was moving from 5,000 to 4,900. They nicknamed you the reject. Think about it. Isn't the house 80 square meters? We three brothers take 30 square meters each. Isn't that 90? 90 minus 80. Isn't that an extra 10 square meters? With such jokes, Wang Hao was tossing them out with ease, and when the whole script was ready, everyone was looking at each other. Little master, you're simply incredible, exclaimed Jiang Riyun, her eyes shining like light bulbs. Truly worthy of being my master. The other four didn't even need to speak. They were all bowing down. Holy shit, did we really come up with this brilliant skit? Chao Hua's face was incredulous as he started reading lines from the script. Living requires dreams. My dream is to own a house, so I always tell everyone. What we recommend is genuine good properties, the real leaders of property. We own the CBD, 40 minutes to the Arc de Triomphe. Wang Hao, damn, you've got quite the glib. Teacher, you're truly amazing. Teacher, when are your classes? We should go together. That cheeky old ladies. Lines were so venomous, haha, yet all so classic. Teacher, you're impressive. At this point, the young girl Wu Jiao was completely idolizing Wang Hao. I think you're not quite Brother Hao, but not far off. This script is terrific. Wu Jiao, quite pretty, and straightforward with dimples flashing as she laughed. Uffed, isn't that obvious? Wang Hao responded with a chuckle. Would I dare to teach at this university without some skills? Yeah. Everyone nodded in agreement. Teacher is amazing. Chao Hua incessantly praised Wang Hao. Teacher, where do these inspirations come from? Those lines are so powerful. I was laughing my head off. Just collect funny jokes online sometimes. Wang Hao replied with a smile. That's what you call material. Once you've gathered enough of these jokes, doesn't it just come naturally? That makes sense. The four nodded vigorously. We really should collect more stuff like this. Teacher, Wu Jiao asked again. You can write scripts and perform skits. Is there anything you can't do? Isn't that obvious? Wang Hao chuckled smugly. You should ask what I can't do. Wow. All four's mouths dropped open. That's amazing. Chao Hua said. I think teacher might be even cooler than Brother Hao. Brother Hao only writes scripts, but teacher can create skits. Wang Hao pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely blew a smoke ring. All cool and collected. That's why I say, you guys still have a long way to go. Oh, sentiment. When you've read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles, you'll understand that all of this is so simple. With that, he casually waved his hand, leaving behind four utterly confused students with wide eyes. In the following time, Wang Hao worked on the skit's script with several students, casually throwing out lines that stupefied them. By the time the script was completed, Chao Hua and the others were exhausted, sprawled on the tables like dead dogs. Teacher, another student named Lu Peng laughed. If we perform this skit, it will definitely be unbeatable. My dream girl will surely love it. Wang Hao looked at him and chuckled. Oh, unrequited love? Yeah, those referred to as dream lovers are usually unrequited. If the relationship was mutual, they'd be called spouse. Yes, Lu Peng said, noticeably nervous yet excited. I've liked her for nearly 2 years now. We've always been close, but she never agrees when I confess my feelings, though she never rejects me either. I always feel like something's missing. Teacher, do you have any good ideas? Holy crap, are university students this open these days? Asking teachers for romantic advice? Well, fine, I'm bored anyway. Well, I need to know more about the situation first. Wang Hao thought for a moment and asked, Are you sure you're not just a backup option? Lu Peng's head shook like a rattle. Definitely not. She barely interacts with other guys, other than attending classes or going to the library. She usually just eats with me or goes to practice acting. There's no way she's playing the field. Good. If you're not the backup, then it's easier to handle. Wang Hao lit a cigarette and took a puff, his tone mellow. That means you two are nearly there, just lacking the final step, right? Exactly, exactly. Lu Peng nodded furiously, eager. Teacher, do you have any ideas? Can't handle this kind of thing yourself, huh? Today's university students, sigh, really make me worry. Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, his tone seasoned with experience. Back in my day when I was studying, the tricks I had for chasing girls were countless. Your situation is nothing to worry about. Chao Hua and others exchanged glances. Damn, is the teacher that badass? Chapter 395. Romance is built on the basis of waste. Let me tell you, what you're actually missing is romance, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, winking at Lu Peng. But let me tell you in advance, romance is always built on the foundation of waste. My idea is definitely foolproof. It just might burn a hole in your pocket, hee hee. Burn money. Hearing these two words, Lu Peng immediately hesitated and asked cautiously, Teacher, how much would it burn? Well, I dare not say too much, but at least more than 2,000. Wang Hao counted on his fingers. This amount should be no problem. More than 2,000. Hearing this number, Lu Peng was instantly dumbstruck. He flipped through the money in his pocket, looking distraught, and said, Teacher, I don't have that much money on me. Can it be a bit less? Damn it, Wang Hao exclaimed in anger. If you're reluctant to spend money pursuing a girl, then what the hell are you chasing for? Do you know why crabs walk sideways? Everyone asked together. Why? Because it has claws, money. Idiots. Wang Hao said irritably. You can't trap a wolf without the risk of losing sheep. Haven't I already said it? Romance is built on the foundation of waste. How can you be romantic without money? I'm all in. Lu Peng gritted his teeth. Teacher, wait for me. I'll go borrow some. Then he turned to look at Chao Hua. Hua. Brother Hua. My happiness for the rest of my life is in your hands. Please, you have to help, Brother Hua. Chao Hua didn't have that much money on him either. Then he turned to look at Jiang Run. What do you think about this? Get lost, Jiang Ruyun said, shaking her head like a tambourine. I don't care about something like borrowing money to chase a girl. Fair enough, Lu Peng and Chao Hua discussed it. Let's go borrow some. And off they went to borrow money, which prompted Wu Jiao to ask quietly, Teacher, it won't be easy for him to bring out so much money all at once. Can it be less? Let me tell you, Wang Hao, who had a favorable impression of this girl, said, you have to understand that sometimes you really need to be generous. Think about it. If he wins the girl over without spending a penny, would he cherish her in the future? I have to see what he's willing to do for the girl before I decide whether to help him or not. Otherwise, if they get together and break up after just a few days of being sickeningly sweet, wouldn't I be dead meat from the girl's scolding? That makes sense. Wu Jiao nodded vigorously after hearing Wang Hao's words. So it seems like we've actually been asking for too little. Wang Hao, damn, even I can be short-sighted. This girl is even tougher than me. Jiang Ruyun pondered. Little Master's words do make sense. Soon, Lu Peng and Chao Hua returned, with Lu Peng shakily taking out his money and saying, Teacher, here's all I have, a total of 2,000. Will that do? That's about right. Wang Hao grabbed the money, counted it while holding a cigarette, and said, Yeah, it shows some sincerity. Come on, it's time to witness a miracle. Teacher, will it really work? Along the way, Lu Peng asked repeatedly, Can I really win over the goddess? There's no sure thing with this, Wang Hao replied as they walked. All I can promise is to do my best. But the fact you're willing to make such a big sacrifice for your goddess shows true love, so I feel justified helping you. Hee, of course. Lu Peng chuckled and scratched his head as he mentioned this. I definitely had love at first sight. My Ming Ming is so beautiful. Well, as long as you truly like her, Wang Hao said, leading everyone to the bottom of the dormitory building and looking up, breaking out in a cold sweat after just a glance. This building is really no small task. 2,000 might not even cover it. Shit, looks like I'm going to be the big fool this time. I'll have to find a way for this kid to earn the money back for me later. Humph. After observing for a while, Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Let's go, no problem now. They left the campus and headed straight for the nearest supermarket by the main entrance. Wang Hao led everyone inside and went directly to the counter to ask the clerk, Yaden, how much chocolate do you have in stock right now? Yaden looked at him curiously. We have quite a lot. How much do you want? Wang Hao carefully calculated and then said, 600 in total. I want the kind that costs 8 yuan each. How many? Yaden was stunned. 600? Are you planning to resell them? Lu Peng quietly calculated. 8 yuan each, 6 eighths are 4,800. Then he nearly cried. I'm totally bankrupt. Just tell me how much you have. Wang Hao said expressionlessly. If it's not 600, I'll take however many you have. Yaden hurriedly called the manager, and soon the manager arrived. Sir, we might not have enough here, but I can have more delivered right away. Will that do? Yes, but make it quick. Wang Hao gave a nod, then slapped Lu Peng on the forehead. What are you thinking about? I'll front the cost for you, and later you can work it off for me, got it? There's such a good deal. Lu Peng nodded furiously. Teacher, you're my savior. I'll follow you from now on. Good, that's more like it. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Hee, just look at this kid's appearance and temperament. When I'm free, I can invest in filming Loser Man with no problem at all. Today I'm sponsoring you 2008, but later you'll pay me back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Huff. Chapter 396, Collective Stupefaction. After entering, Wang Hao started to assign tasks to them. Chao Hua, take these chocolates to the 3rd floor. Remember, start from the left. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th dorm rooms. Each get 1 piece of chocolate. Tell them to turn their lights off at exactly 8 o'clock. The 9th dorm room turns their light on at exactly 8 o'clock. From the 10th to the 17th dorm room, turn their lights off at exactly 8 o'clock. Chao Hua took a handful of chocolates, completely perplexed. Teacher, what's all this about turning lights on and off? Less talking. Wang Hao kicked him away. Make sure you don't mess this up. Don't ask about the rest, just go. And come back to find me once you're done. All right. Chao Hua grabbed the chocolates and scurried upstairs. Wang Hao took out another handful of chocolates and handed them to Lu Peng. Take these chocolates. Go to the 4th floor. Start from the left. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Turn off the lights. The 8th, turn on the light. The 9th, turn off the light. The 10th, turn on the light. All the rest off at exactly 8 o'clock. Lu Peng replied, Got it, I'm on my way. For his goddess, he was willing to go all out. Wang Hao then arranged for Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao, you go to the 5th floor. 7 and 11 turn on the lights. All other rooms, lights off. Wu Jiao affirmed, Okay. The 3 of them took their orders and left. Wang Hao let out a long sigh. Man, he wasn't sure if they could handle this task correctly, hoping nothing would go wrong. Jiang Ruyun curiously asked from the side, Little master, what exactly are you planning? Can't reveal the secrets of heaven. Wang Hao emphatically kept them guessing. You'll find out tonight. Soon, Chao Hua was the first to run back, excitedly saying, Teacher, I've handed out all the chocolates. What's next? Next is the 6th floor. Wang Hao stuffed another handful of chocolates into his hand. 6 and 12 turn on the lights. All the rest off. Chao Hua. Damn, this really is a runner's job. Just like that, Wang Hao arranged everyone for several times. Once the entire dormitory's rooms were set up, Wang Hao pulled Lu Peng aside and said, Everything is arranged. Now, it's up to how you perform. At 8 o'clock tonight, bring your goddess to the dormitory building, and from there on, it's your show. Brother can only help you. This much. They all nodded in confusion, having been running around for over 2 hours. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. After eating, they each went their own ways. Soon enough, it was 7:30 in the evening, and everyone gathered again. Wang Hao took a group of people and hid in a corner not far from the dormitory building, constantly psyching up Lu Peng. Kid, I've arranged everything for you. Wang Hao instructed carefully. Whether you can move your goddess or not depends on your performance. I can't help you with that. Can I really do it? Lu Peng's breathing grew tense. Will she really agree? Stop talking nonsense and start thinking about what you're going to say, Wang Hao replied irritably. If this doesn't work, I think you might as well hang a braid of garlic on the wall. Lu Peng curiously asked, Teacher, are you suggesting that if it doesn't work, I should keep pestering her? Wang Hao clarified, What I mean is, if it still doesn't work out, then just let it go. Lu Peng, I'm all in. Lu Peng rolled up his sleeves. I refuse to believe her heart is made of iron. As long as you have confidence, said Wang Hao cheerfully. Once this is over, we can still do something even more fun, like pulling in some investments to shoot a web series or something. I think your style is quite interesting to look at. Damn, there's such a good deal. Their heads bobbed like chicks pecking at the ground, and Lu Peng said, excitedly, No problem. Teacher, I'll listen to you from now on. The appointed time soon arrived, and Lu Peng pointed to a girl wearing a white coat standing under the dormitory, saying, Teacher, my goddess is here. I'm going now. Go for it, all the best. Wang Hao patted his shoulder hard. You'll definitely succeed. By this time, quite a few students had already gathered nearby. We live in a highly communicative age, and many people had heard through WeChat moments or QQ groups that someone was going to stage a confession that night. Hey, did you hear? Lu Peng from Class 5 of the acting department is going to confess to a girl tonight at 8. I heard. That's why I'm here to see. They say tonight's going to be a romantic night, but I wonder what kind of spectacle will unfold. How do you think he will confess? Hide 99 roses. I have no clue. 99 roses? That's too low, isn't it? Students were abuzz with speculation, all craning their necks to watch the 2 people standing under the dorm. Time flew, and it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Everything seemed normal, with nothing particularly special. People were still people, buildings still the same, and those who came to watch were still watching. The whole event appeared very ordinary. It was at that moment, Wang Hao looked up at the dormitory building with a grin and said, it's about to start. Wonder if it will be a spectacle. No sooner had he finished his sentence than something astounding happened that left everyone agape. They saw the lights of the entire dormitory building undergo a transformation. Numerous dorm rooms switched off their lights, and many that were previously off flicked on at exactly 8 o'clock. The lights of the entire dormitory, through their turning on and off, had created the shape of a heart. All the students on site were collectively gobsmacked. Chapter 397, Sushi. Damn, this is genius. Who thought of this? It's Lu Peng, right? His confession idea is unbeatable. Fuck, why didn't I think of such a cool idea? If I had thought of this before, I might already have won over my goddess by now. It's so beautiful. This heart is absolutely perfect. Why doesn't any guy confess to me like this? Boo-hoo. All the students were sighing with admiration, and many took out their phones to snap pictures. And it wasn't just the onlooking students who were stunned. Even Zhang Riyun was stunned. Damn, what's with the teacher's brain? This idea is absolutely brilliant. Wu Jiao, eyes filled with little stars. Teacher, you're really amazing. If someone used this idea to pursue me, I'd definitely be happy. Chao Hua also nodded vigorously, saying, it's awesome. Teacher, I love you. Jiang Riyun, eyes wide and mouth agape at the heart-shaped light on the building, suddenly hugged Wang Hao's arm, saying, from now on, I'm your diehard. Come on, could you do this for me tomorrow? 2. You cheeky little trickster. Youth is wonderful. Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, took a drag of his cigarette, and said with a look of detachment, the sentimentalism. He aced pretending to be cool. At that moment, Wang Hao seemed incredibly cool in Chao Hua's eyes. His awesome demeanor had completely conquered him. Teacher, no. Wang Hao, teacher. Chao Hua was all adoration. Teach me a few more tricks. When I get the chance, I'll pursue my goddess too. Cut the crap, Wang Hao said irritably. Do you think these kinds of ideas are as common as cabbages on the roadside? Chao Hua, boo. Youth is really great. Wang Hao took a deep drag of his cigarette, saying, youth is about expecting the future because it's filled with the unknown. Listen up, all of you. His pretentiousness shot through the roof. Little master knows you're the best. Having finished the business there, Jiang Riyun, pulling on Wang Hao's sleeve, said smilingly, are you hungry tonight? Shall we go have supper? All right. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. Good apprentice knows how to honor her master, huh? The two were about to go for supper when they bumped into 3 female students from the academy. On seeing Jiang Riyun, they called out loudly, have you finished classes? Then suddenly, the 3 girls crowded around, sizing up Wang Hao and asking, who is this? He is, Jiang Riyun glanced at Wang Hao, saying, my new master. Your master, one of the girls exclaimed. You've got some moves. Don't get the wrong idea. Jiang Riyun quickly introduced them. This is little Wang Hao, my dormitory classmates, Yang Shuiyao, Jiang Luochen, Qin Susu. Wang Hao hurriedly exchanged greetings with the 3. Yang Shuiyao was a quiet-looking girl with glasses, having a bit of a professional woman vibe. Jiang Luochen seemed carefree, having greeted them just now. Qin Susu gave off a somewhat Lolita vibe, carrying a cartoonish backpack and sporting baby fat with dimples that appeared when she smiled. Very cute. After all, this was genieing, and though these 3 girls couldn't compare to Jiang Riyun's beauty that could wreck the country and bring disaster, they were still rare beauties. Royan, do you have plans tonight? Jiang Luochen asked excitedly. If you haven't eaten, let's go eat together. I finally managed to book a table at the Mintown sushi restaurant. Really? Jiang Riyun immediately became impatient, saying, let's go. We have to hurry and eat. I usually can't even get in line there. Wang Hao, fuck, aren't you supposed to be a little princess? You can't even queue up for a sushi place? What sushi restaurant is this that's so amazing? Wang Hao asked curiously. You can't get in? If you love it, I could make it for you. Right. You can make sushi? Jiang Riyun's eyes widened. Did you learn it before? It's just rice wrapped in seaweed. I'm skilled at that. Wang Hao slapped his chest confidently. I can whip up a set for you in minutes. The girls listened to him bragging, and each couldn't help but purse their lips in laughter. That chef is a Michelin 2-star chef specializing in sushi, Jiang Luochen said while walking and laughing. Usually, so many people try to eat at his place and can't even book a seat. We got a table today just by pulling some strings with a friend. Wang Hao curled his lips. Are you exaggerating that much? Let's go. Try it, and you'll see whether that sushi place is really any good. Jiang Riyun pulled up Wang Hao by the sleeve, saying, anyway, we've got to eat something, and checking out this chef's skills isn't a bad idea. All right. Wang Hao was nonchalant. Anyway, it was just eating. Might as well see what's so magical about this sushi restaurant that can't even be booked. Watching the interaction between the two, Yang Shuiyao, Jiang Luochen, and Qin Susu looked on in surprise. What's with this young man? The miss actually seems to be coquettish with him. Chapter 398. Dude, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Luochen laughed. Our little Princess Ryun is the only daughter of the boss of the Fonglin Decoration Company, and she herself is so pretty. Do you know how many rich young masters like her? This guy looks okay, but he still falls short. Hearing this, Yang Shuiyao and Qin Susu both nodded. Makes sense. Qin Susu's voice was coquettish as well. She said, Sister Ryun is a great beauty. Maybe Wang Hao is talented enough that Sister Ryun would be close to him. Don't think about everything in terms of boyfriends and girlfriends. They're just pure friends. You're the most innocent one. Yang Shuiyao grinned and pinched Qin Susu's cheeks, saying, all right, just like you said, pure friendship. You pinched my face again. Qin Susu complained. Pinching too much will make me fat. The group joked and laughed as they got into the car. Ryun led the way in front, and after 2 turns, they arrived at a small alley in no time. They parked the cars, and by then, a young man was already waiting by the roadside. As soon as he saw the group, he walked up to Ryun and smiled. Ryun, you're here? I had to pull quite a few strings to get a reservation this time. How will you thank me? Isn't that because you're the son of our department's director? Ryun chuckled and replied. Aren't you always the one with the broad connections? If I couldn't find anyone else, I'd have to depend on you. In this day and age, what can be done without connections? The young man was immediately pleased when he heard that and said, I studied abroad in RB for 2 years. Coincidentally, I had a connection with Izukura Mamoru, an apprentice at that restaurant. We have a good relationship, so he arranged a spot for us. How's that? Pretty good, right? Ryun shrugged her shoulders. SOSO, not really something big to boast about. Hee, just average. The young man laughed again and then looked at Wang Hao, questioning. And who is this? Your friend. This guy. Ryun introduced. Wang Hao, excellent in his lectures and pretty knowledgeable. Then she introduced Wang Hao. Little master, this is Ming Haoren, my university classmate and the son of the Golden Shadow Performance Department's director Ming. Oh, little master. Ming Haoren scrutinized Wang Hao and then said, What's that? Wang Hao, right? We were about to have lunch. You do whatever you need to do. I won't see you off. How can you speak like that? Ryun got angry the moment she heard this. I'll have you know, today I called you to reserve a spot just so I could invite him. If he's not going, I'm not going either. Ming Haoren was taken aback. Then he urgently said, You wouldn't have fallen for him, have you? What does he have that I don't? Wang Hao, I wouldn't dare claim anything else, but my brain is certainly better than yours. You must be sex-crazed. You need to take your medicine. Actually, I'm not that keen to go. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. You classmates can have lunch. I'll stay out of it. No. Let's go together. Ming Haoren instantly made a 180-degree turn, warmly wrapping his arm around Wang Hao's neck, smilingly said, Hey, if Ryun wants to kowtow to the master, then we definitely have to have a meal together. He then whispered in Wang Hao's ear, Wang Hao, right? My father is the director of the performance department, a big shot in the industry. You better give me face today, make us look good. Otherwise, I can kick you out in a minute. Wang Hao touched his nose. Bud, aren't you bragging a bit too much? But it was no matter. A small fry like him wouldn't catch Wang Hao's eye. He actually became quite curious about how impressive the restaurant was to require reservations a month in advance. He nodded. Whatever, let's go and see. The group then set off. Midtown's sushi restaurant was located in this alley, with a somewhat remote entrance. There were over a dozen cars parked at the door showing that business was booming. They walked to the entrance, and immediately, a doorman came out and asked, Good day, sir and madam. Do you have a reservation? Yes. Ming Haoren stepped forward, proudly saying, I'm Ming Haoren, a good friend of Izukura Mamoru, an apprentice of old Yuantian from your restaurant. Today, we have reserved table 6. I see. Please come inside. The doorman hurriedly opened the door. I'll show you to your table. Please follow me. They entered the restaurant, and Wang Hao looked around. The main hall of the restaurant wasn't large, around 200 square meters, with 8 tables scattered around, already filled with people from various walks of life. Not bothering much about that, Wang Hao decided to see how the sushi would turn out. Hey, what do you think? Jiang Ruyun whispered to Wang Hao. Is this restaurant up to standard? Pretty average. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders, smilingly said. If you like it, wait until I'm free and I'll make some for you. This sushi isn't that hard to make. You're boasting again. Jiang Ruyun pouted. You're good with scripts and character design. Incredibly lucky as well, but we'll have to see about the rest. Surely you can't make sushi too. Damn, looking down on me. Watch me show you later what real sushi is. Chapter 399. You're really gilding your own face. Wang Hao, do you really need to make it sound so grand? After he finished speaking, Zhang Luochen's mouth was practically watering as he said, Wow, is sushi really that amazing? I was only aware of eating it, but it's only today that I've realized it has so many benefits. Of course, Meng Haoran said proudly. Master Yuan Tian, after decades of researching sushi culture, makes sushi that ranks at the top in RB. His coming to Zhonghai to open a sushi restaurant has fulfilled countless diners' wishes. It's truly commendable. Remember, when you eat sushi later, you must consume the entire piece in one bite. Only then can you truly appreciate the deliciousness of sushi. The fragrance of the rice and the taste of the raw fish completely blend together, filling your mouth without leaving any gap, letting that rich flavor linger in your mouth enduringly, unraveling in waves. Wang Hao sat there listening to Meng Haoran brag, and after Meng finally finished, Wang Hao let out a big yawn. Isn't sushi from our heavenly people's republic? What did you say? Meng Haoran immediately screamed. How could sushi possibly be from the heavenly people's republic? It's originally from RB, alright? Being ignorant isn't your fault, but embarrassing yourself out here is. As he exclaimed, everyone in the place turned their heads and shot Wang Hao a look. Sushi is from the heavenly people's republic? What a joke. Seeing everyone's expressions around him, Wang Hao just chuckled. Young one, don't forget your roots just because you've been abroad for a couple of years. Watch me educate you properly today. Actually, Wang Hao said with a smile, now in full argumentative mode, sushi really did originate from our heavenly people's republic. It first appeared around the year 200 of the late Han Dynasty. Initially, it was just salt-cured salty fish. Later, people slowly began to eat it with rice, and the side dishes gradually expanded to include vegetables, meats, and more. This way of eating allowed masses of common people to survive through the constantly war-plagued history. It's the precursor of sushi. As he spoke, Jiang Ruyun was stunned. She didn't know why, but she loved watching Wang Hao articulate and confuse everyone. It was like this even in the training class, so she involuntarily followed. Just look, her 3 roommates are already gaping in amazement. In fact, sushi also has another name. It's called shi or zie. Wang Hao continued. For sure, the left side is the character for fish, and the right is the character for imperial decree, pronounced E, with a 4th tone. The character shi first appeared in the dictionary Area * Shi Chi from the 3rd to 4th century BC, which says meat is called gung and fish is called shi. As for the character zie, it is a combination of the fish character on the left and the right half of the character for yesterday, pronounced ja, with a 3rd tone. This term emerged a little later. More than 500 years afterward, Lu Shi of the Eastern Han wrote in Shi Ming * Volume 2 * Food and Drink chapter. Zi is pickled, pickling with salt and rice, adding pickles, cooked, and then consumed. Look at that. Isn't this method similar to how sushi is made? Having said all this, Meng Haoran was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to find his words for quite some time. This. Meng Haoran was completely speechless, stuttering. You're spouting nonsense. How could sushi be from the heavenly people's republic? Actually, if we really get into it, Wang Hao continued, completely ignoring him, sushi was quite popular along our heavenly people's republic's coasts back in the day. But alas, it couldn't compare with our heavenly people's republic's 8 major cuisines, so it was gradually abandoned. I'm getting off track. Right. Let's stop there, said Meng Haoran, seeing that Wang Hao had finally shut up. He kicked Wang Hao hard under the table, thinking smugly to scare him off, and quickly changed the subject. We're here to eat sushi today. So let's not discuss anything else. This restaurant's head chef, Master Yuan Tian, is a Michelin-certified 2-star chef. Getting a chance to eat sushi here is not easy. If it weren't for pulling some strings, the restaurant's reservations would be booked up until 2 months from now. Wang Hao, could you not kick so hard? Exactly. Zhang Luochen vigorously nodded, saying, Senior brother Meng has wide connections. Last year, he introduced Lu Guangbin to a talent scout, and now he's a second-tier celebrity with an appearance fee of supposedly 1 million. Indeed, brother Lu is now doing quite well. Yang Shuiao also nodded, saying, I saw him not long ago, and he's already gained quite a few fans. I heard he gets about 1 million for a movie role. Qin Susu, that's so impressive. I wonder when I'll become a big star. Of course you will, Meng Haoran said with smug satisfaction. Just look at my dad. He's well connected with all the major film companies. If someone shows promise, my dad's recommendation can get them on TV a couple of times, and they'll shoot to fame. Let me tell you, becoming a star isn't just about talent, which is actually only a small part. What matters more is backing the right horse. Get it? I won't mention others. Just look at our school alumna Lan Zihuang. My dad certainly didn't hold back in singing her praises back in the day. Zhang Luochen and the 3 girls all agreed. Exactly, senior brother Meng is the best one to depend on. Wang Hao, you sure are gilding your own face, brother Haoran. Chapter 400. Wang Hao, just 5 or 600,000. That's it. Wang Hao had just thought this when a message popped up on his WeChat. He picked up his phone and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Hao, Sister Tong, what's up? The sender of the message was none other than Tong Tong, the supervising producer of the Smiling Proud Wanderer crew. Tong Tong, Wang Hao, where are you right now? Wang Hao, out for dinner. What's up, Sister Tong? Tong Tong, we're short of actors. I've considered several candidates, but none fit the bill. Wang Hao, I thought it was something serious. What role do you need? I'll take a look around for you. Tong Tong, great. Where are you? Send me your location. I'll come to you, and we can discuss it in person. Wang Hao, Midtown Sushi Restaurant, know it? Tong Tong, know it. I'll be there shortly. After closing the chat window with Tong Tong, Meng Haoran was still bragging. Just practice some more, and then I'll have my dad hook you up with some film and TV companies. I guarantee you'll become super popular. Little Master, Jiang Riyun asked Wang Hao in a low voice. You seemed pretty engaged just now. Wasn't some girl chatting you up, was it? A girl? My foot. Wang Hao replied grumpily. You're too young to be thinking of such nonsense. Quit your blabbering. After we eat, get back to scriptwriting. We've been waiting here for almost half an hour now. You've got too much time on your hands, not practicing properly and choosing to suffer here. Sure, Jiang Riyun pouted. I just wanted to relax a little. Seeing that Jiang Riyun had once again engaged in conversation with Wang Hao, Meng Haoran kicked Wang Hao under the table and then coughed before saying, Wang Hao, if you ever encounter any trouble in the industry, let me know. I've got your back. You see, it's pretty important to be in touch with society, to build some connections. In this society, connections are crucial. Without people, you can't get anything done. Yes. Wang Hao nodded emphatically, eyes wide. You're right, building connections is important. You little rascal, 2 kicks now. I'm keeping track. Like just the other day, Meng Haoran started to boast again. I was visiting friends in Zhonghai and went to a bar for drinks. You know the bar, right? The one that's the hottest in Zhonghai right now, Meng Basha. When we got there, it was totally packed. My classmates and I were dancing on the dance floor. It's inevitable to bump into people in a crowd, and sure enough, a group of thugs started looking for trouble. And then what? Zhang Luochen asked anxiously. Did you get into a fight? Qin Susu covered her mouth, her wide eyes almost bulging out. You weren't hurt, were you? How could that be? Meng Haoran boasted, chin held high. Those thugs were acting all tough, you know what I mean. They told me they knew so and so many people, and that they'd make sure I go home lying down after leaving the bar. Man, that scared me. As he reached the thrilling part, all the girls turned their attention to him. Meng Haoran was clearly enjoying this atmosphere and continued. You know, even in the underworld, I'm known as Brother Haoran. A few little thugs thought they could scare me? Impossible. I immediately took out my phone and called Brother Dao. You know Brother Dao, right? He's the top enforcer for Mr. Tan from Zhonghai. Brother Dao came charging over with his men. Those thugs turned to jelly when they saw Brother Dao, shaking so bad they nearly wet their pants. Hearing the name Brother Dao, Wang Hao touched his nose. This Brother Dao, he was someone Wang Hao had met, but his status was slightly less. That's so impressive. The three girls exclaimed. Senior Brother Meng really knows a lot of people. Meng Haoran was still in the middle of his stories when his friend, Izukura Mamoru, and a waiter came over with a large platter. On the platter were 7 portions of sushi, each portion having only 8 pieces, placed neatly alongside chopsticks, wasabi, and a small serving of sea snail slices. It all looked very tidy and beautiful. Here's your sushi, please enjoy. Izukura Mamoru arranged the sushi for everyone, then glared fiercely at Wang Hao. Earlier, Wang Hao had said that sushi came from the Heavenly People's Republic, which he had heard. Although Wang Hao made a compelling argument, which he couldn't refute, he was determined to win this annoying young man over with the taste of the sushi. Finally, the sushi is here. As soon as the sushi arrived, Meng Haoran eagerly gestured for Jiang Ruiyun to start, his eyes full of expectation. I got us this spot thanks to my friend's connections. Rune, you must try it and see how it tastes. He had put a lot of thought into this occasion. After all, Jiang Ruiyun was a little princess, and winning her over wouldn't be easy. I'll try it. Jiang Ruiyun picked up a piece of sushi, dipped it lightly in wasabi, and then delicately placed it in her mouth. Her eating was quite a sight to behold. The action was flawless. As a super rich beauty, from an etiquette standpoint, she was impeccable. How is it? Meng Haoran asked eagerly. How's the taste? Actually, it's not bad. Jiang Ruiyun nodded, speaking indifferently. It was worth the wait. With her setting the example, the others began to eat as well. Jiang Luochen marveled at the deliciousness of the sushi while eating. Yang Shuao ate quietly with minimal talk. Baby-faced Qin Susu, tears almost emerging from the spice, fanned herself while exclaiming, It's so spicy! It's so spicy! And then continued to eat voraciously. Among those present, only Wang Hao remained calm and collected. After he ate a piece of sushi, he closed his eyes to savor the taste, then slowly shook his head. Chapter 401. Why do I suddenly feel like laughing? It's SOSO. Wang Hao tasted it again, and then stated with an air of seriousness. It doesn't seem as mysterious as they say. What did you say? The moment Meng Haoran heard this, he shouted in disbelief. Such high-quality sushi, and in the mouth of Wang Hao, it was just average. This guy must be asking for a kick. Just as Meng Haoran was about to sneak another kick under the table, someone pushed open the door and walked in. At the sight of the newcomer, Meng Haoran became excited and called out, Dad, why are you here too? Haoran, why are you here? Meng Haoran's dad was surprised to see his son and immediately came over. After all, as the director of the acting department at Jinying, Jiang Ruiyun respectfully stood up with her 3 best friends to greet him. Director Meng. Ruiyun is here too. Meng Whiting was momentarily taken aback when he saw Jiang Ruiyun, then smiled and said, Please, take a seat. Are you here for sushi? Ah, I'm friends with the apprentice here, Izukura Mamoru, from back when she was at RB, Meng Haoran said with a smile. It took a lot of effort to book a place here, so I invited Ruiyun first thing to try it out. Oh, I see. Meng Whiting gave Meng Haoran a discreet thumbs up, proud of his son. Clever. He's got some moves. He directly took a seat at the table and said, smiling, Speaking of which, this sushi restaurant is really good, and getting a reservation is quite difficult. I managed to book a seat 2 months in advance, and here are Haoran impresses by securing a spot right off the bat. Haha, I'm quite pleased as a father. Wang Hao, all this back and forth bragging, is that really a good look? After greeting everyone, Meng Whiting turned to Wang Hao, curious, and asked, And this gentleman is? Ah, this is Wang Hao. Meng Haoran introduced his father, a screenwriter by trade, reputed to be quite skilled. Screenwriter, huh? SOSO, I guess. Upon hearing that Wang Hao was a screenwriter, Meng Whiting shook his head and said, What future is there in screenwriting? Acting is where the future lies. Look at the stars who graduated from our academy. Their fees start with 7 digits now, and Lan Zihuang starts at 8 figures. You'd have to reach the level of the screenwriter from Domestic Agent to be considered powerful. Only then When you can casually earn a couple of tens of millions per script, and that's if someone is willing to take it, does it count? Otherwise, it's not very interesting. Wang Hao, I'm supposed to reach my own level? That sounds rather awkward. Jiang Ryun, why do I suddenly feel like laughing? Dad, let's not talk about that for now. With his dad, the department head, backing him, Meng Haoran was in high spirits, his face flushed with excitement, and he asked, "Are you here for sushi on your own today?" "How could I? Such a precious opportunity must be shared with a heavy hitter." Meng Whiting rubbed his hands together excitedly, saying, "You know Principal Zheng, right? He's been in a great mood these last few days. He said he met an incredibly impressive person. Why wouldn't I seize the chance to invite him over? Eating sushi is one thing, but our department should also show its talent during the university anniversary celebration, right? We need to apply for event funding, so here we are. The 60th anniversary celebration." Upon hearing this, Meng Haoran got excited and said, "The scale of this celebration is going to be huge, right?" "Absolutely, it's going to be big," Meng Whiting replied. "I heard that our school is inviting the first 2 graduating classes, and the hottest stars right now, Lan Zihuang and Zhang Muqing, will be walking the red carpet. I wonder if they'll honor the invitation. If they really come to support the event, what a scene that will be. At least 100 reporters will show up. If we don't apply for more funds and arrange some impressive stage plays, won't we be the joke of the town?" Lan Zihuang, Zhang Luochen immediately got excited upon hearing this name. "She's my absolute idol. Besides Miss Ice Princess, my most admired actress is Lan Zihuang. I like Zhang Muqing even more." Qin Susu's eyes shone with excitement. Zhang Muqing's performance in Domestic Agent was simply amazing. "Yeah," Yang Shuiao nodded and said, "Speaking of which, the screenwriter for Domestic Agent is the most incredible, directly causing Zhang Muqing's value to skyrocket by many folds. Ah, if only I could meet him." The girls all nodded in agreement. "Definitely, he's the most amazing." Then, the girls all looked at Wang Hao. "Is this guy for real? He sure doesn't look like it." Sigh. "It's a pity." Just then, Meng Whiting sighed and said, "If our academy could recruit a screenwriter of that caliber, we'd surely rise to prominence again in no time. These past years we've been severely overshadowed by Zhonghai Film University." Everyone nodded again. "Yeah, if only such a top screenwriter would join us, that would be great." Wang Hao, hey, 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 I'm sitting right here, okay? You're all admiring me so much. I'm blushing." Pulling out his phone, Wang Hao messaged Lan Zihuang. "Wang Hao, Purple Phoenix, I hear your university is celebrating its 60th anniversary." Lan Zihuang, Yeah, how did you know, Dadu?" Wang Hao, Ahaha, just heard about it. "Did you graduate from Jinying?" Lan Zihuang, "Right, I'm from the Jinying class of 2014. The school invited me a few days ago to the 60th anniversary celebration." Wang Hao, Nothing, was just asking since I heard about it." Lan Zihuang, "All right, then I won't keep you. I'm off to direct Ding Yue." Wang Hao, "Sure, no problem. Go on with your work." Stealthily watching Wang Hao chat away, Jiang Ryun nudged Wang Hao's thigh and whispered, "Do you want to meet this Lan Zihuang? I can pull some strings for you." Wang Hao, "No need to pull any strings, right? If I want to see her, I can meet her at any time, can't I?" Chapter 402. As they were chatting, Meng Whiting continued to brag on the other side. "Actually, it's not surprising that the higher-ups went all out. You guys might not know this, but a while back, the Domestic Agent crew was short of actors. Guess what happened? That screenwriter from their crew, named Wang Hao, directly went to Zhonghai Film University and brought back a whole bunch of students to be extras. It's just too bad our university is too far away." Wang Hao. Upon hearing this name, several people present turned their gazes to Wang Hao. Meng Haoran laughed and said, Speaking of which, your name is Wang Hao too, right? The gap in status between you two is just too big. Look at him now, what a level he's at. I estimate that he must get at least a couple of million for each script, right?" Wang Hao, "Do you know so much because you're a parasite in my stomach?" It's okay." Wang Hao scratched his head embarrassingly. "The amount is roughly like that, I guess." "So that's what I'm saying, look at him." Meng Whiting didn't even realize the Wang Hao in front of him was that Wang Hao, and said, "You have to work hard, man. Reaching his level is what it really means to hold your head up high. Why waste your time here all day for just that 10-some thousand a month? Wang Hao, how am I wasting my time? I'm here to take on disciples, okay? Yes, yes, I need to work hard. Wang Hao kept nodding. I am indeed striving right now, You, Meng Haoran laughed at this moment. You both have the same name, Wang Hao, but why is there such a big gap? Is there really such a big gap? Wang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly, and just at that moment, the door to the sushi restaurant was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man about 40 years old walked in. Meng Whiting was boasting to a few people at this time, but when he saw the man, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and went forward to extend his hand proactively. Ah, Director Zhong. Haha, long time no see. Long time no see, what brings you here? Director Meng. Haha, hello, hello. Director Zhong laughed and shook hands with Meng Whiting before saying, Ah, I heard this sushi restaurant is very authentic and high class, so I came to try it out. I also came to see if there are any suitable talents around. Come, have a seat, have a seat. Meng Whiting pulled Director Zhong to sit down at Wang Hao's table, then proceeded to introduce. Let me introduce everyone. This is Director Zhong Haogua, a well-known director in our country. He's directed several very popular web series. Hearing that this person was a famous director, several students at the scene immediately got excited, stood up quickly, and said, Director Zhong, hello, please take care of us. Wang Hao also stood up, then looked left and right, thinking whether he should ask for some guidance as well. Soon after everyone sat down, Meng Whiting asked, Director Zhong, what kind of film are you shooting recently? Just shooting a web series, Director Zhong said after sitting down. But right now, I'm modifying the script, which is just an absolute headache. Modifying the script? Meng Whiting was surprised. Why modify the script? Was the previous one not good? Not at all. Zhong Hao was slapped his thigh and then took a sip of water, explaining, I had the good fortune to have a meal with director Yang Sholin a while ago and got his guidance. The things he said were really inspiring. Director Yang said, when making films, you have to understand the formulas. You get formulas, right? Meng Whiting and others shook their heads together. We don't really understand. Could you explain it to us? Formulas, that's a crucial thing. Director Zhong started to lecture. To make a film enjoyable to watch, what do? You need to stir up hatred, and how you stir up that hatred is very important. You can't have the protagonist ridiculed and then have him roll up his sleeves and get straight into a fight. You have to hold back. After being ridiculed, the protagonist must immediately have the capital to turn the tables, giving the audience hope for a comeback. That makes sense. They nodded together. Yes, that's formula. Wang Hao, this sounds so familiar. And also, you have to control the rhythm of the story. Zhong Hao was spitting left and right as he spoke. What's rhythm? Rhythm is about having highs and lows as the story progresses. There's a saying, one does not like to view mountains in a flat landscape, meaning flat writing is uninteresting, right? So, the opening rhythm needs to involve the protagonist being humiliated, then reveal the opportunity for his rise. But that's not enough. You also need to deepen the anticipation, so you need to introduce a character that creates a sense of anticipation, like a peerless beauty for the female lead. This way, when the protagonist rises later, it's logical and against the sky. Wang Hao, damn, weren't those my own words? So true, so true. Meng Whiting was enlightened, nodding emphatically as if he was a pecking hen. You truly are a top-notch domestic director. I heard he's now filming that swordsmanship. Once that series is released, it's sure to be a huge hit, right? More than just a hit. As soon as this topic came up, Zhong Hao got excited and said, I was fortunate to see a segment. Guess what? The plot, it's incredibly twisted and ingenious. The protagonist, confined in the sect's back mountain, even managed to learn a world-beating swordsmanship called Duga Nine Sword. That name is just perfect. The old man teaching the protagonist the swordsmanship, with his white hair, just like snow, stands there and one immediately feels this guy is an extraordinary master. That demeanor, you can't understand it without seeing for yourself. Chapter 403. My nephew. Zhong Hao scrutinized Meng Haoran from top to bottom, shaking his head. I'm afraid not. Their production is too high-end, rumored to have invested 100 million. Do you understand what that means? They are hiring all well-known big stars. My nephew needs to mix in the industry for a couple more years. Then I might be able to recommend him. There might still be some hope. Hearing how high-end the domestic agent crew was, everyone present lost their spirit. Ah, how I wish to have a look over there. When one door closes, another opens. After all, a father will always be concerned for his son. Seeing there was no chance to join the domestic agent crew, Meng Whiting quickly recommended the students present to Zhong Haoguo. Director Zhong, if that's not an option, if you are shooting a new drama, could my son and his friends here try out? Well, considering the face of Director Meng, I suppose my nephew could give it a try. Zhong Haoguo looked at Jiang Luochen and the other two, stroked his chin, and then shook his head. As for these three girls, their looks aren't a problem, but there just aren't any roles that suit their temperaments. Our scriptwriter for the crew isn't great, struggling with the script already, adding a few roles that don't match the setting, and he'd curse me to death. After saying this, he sighed. What a pity. If we had a great screenwriter like Wang Hao, he would definitely be able to fix the roles in no time flat. I heard that in the domestic agent crew, there was an actress who got cast just by one word from the great screenwriter Wang Hao. Now that's what you call dominant. That's such a shame. Just missed by a bit of luck. Unfortunately, looks like we'll have to wait for next time. The three girls sighed together, then looked at Wang Hao with deep ruefulness. You tell me, we're all named Wang Hao. How come the gap is so huge? Wang Hao, what are you all looking at me for? Right, the dominant screenwriter he mentioned is me. Wang Hao just sat there listening to Meng Whiting and Zhong Haoguo bragging, when suddenly, the sound of an engine was heard, followed by a black Land Rover parking at the sushi restaurant entrance. Two people quickly entered through the main door, leaving Zhong Haoguo utterly astonished. Holy crap! Director Yang. He practically sprinted toward the entrance while shouting, Director Yang, what brings you here? The two people who walked in were none other than the famous director Yang Shoulin and the producer Tong Tong. This is Director Yang Shoulin. Meng Whiting rushed over as well, extending his hand from afar. Director Yang, good to meet you. I'm Meng Whiting, director of the Golden Shadow Performance Department. It's our first encounter. Director Yang, Director Yang. Now, Meng Whiting had some status too, and Zhong Haoguo was enthusiastic enough, but Yang Shoulin didn't give them the time of day and headed straight for Wang Hao, his first words petrifying everyone on the spot. Little Wang, you really need to help out. Yang Shoulin didn't look at anyone else, completely ignoring Meng Whiting and Zhong Haoguo, and walked straight up to Wang Hao, saying, We really can't find the right candidates for several female roles. We need your keen eye, little Wang. Meng Whiting, Meng Haoran, Zhong Haoguo, Jiang Ruan. The three girls. What's going on? Does director Yang Shoulin really know this Wang Hao? Meng Whiting's eyes almost fell out of their sockets, and Meng Haoran was totally dumbfounded. As for director Zhong, his jaw was dropped so wide it seemed he could swallow a whole egg. Wang Hao asked with a smile, Which roles are you struggling to cast? Do you think the few alongside me could fit? Hearing Wang Hao suggest this, Yang Shoulin carefully scrutinized Yang Shuyao and the others before giving a big thumbs up. Excellent. They all fit the bill perfectly. Wang Hao. So we're all set then. Yang Shoulin. No problem, it's decided. Meng Whiting. Meng Haoran. Zhong Haoguo. Jiang Ruan. The three girls. Holy cow. Just a couple of sentences, and it's decided. Qin. Susu was still in disbelief as if in a dream, looking blankly at Wang Hao and asking, Teacher Wang Hao, does this mean I'm now an actress in the domestic agent crew? Of course, Wang Hao said as a matter of course. Director Yang has agreed. Is there any issue? Mouths around the circle dropped in astonishment. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Could this young man possibly be that? Teacher Wang Hao. Meng Whiting, sweat pouring down his forehead. You really are the one who wrote Heavenly People's Republic. Zhong Haoguo, domestic agent. Then everyone shouted in unison. The famous screenwriter Wang Hao. Who else could it be? Once this was said, Yang Shoulin's eyes lit up. In the entire Heavenly People's Republic, who else has such brilliant talent as him? Can you think of a second one? Meng Whiting and Zhong Haoguo, together with Meng Haoran, Yang Shuyao, and everyone else present went into complete shock, nodding their heads like little chicks pecking rice. Yes, Of course not. Just as they were all still stunned, the restaurant door was pushed open again, and two middle-aged men walked in. Chapter 404. Brother Hao talks about sushi. As Principal Zheng entered the doorway, he called out from a distance, "Director Meng, I've been waiting quite a while." He had initially greeted Meng Whiting, but then he suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Hao? You're actually here too." Meng Haoren. Meng Whiting. Zhong Hao. Jiang. Rune. Others. What the fuck? What's going on here? Even Principal Zheng calls Wang Hao Brother Hao. Brother Hao, when did you get here? Principal Zheng walked over to Wang Hao with a smile. I was just thinking of looking for you, but I was afraid to call you in case you were busy. I never expected to run into you here. That, Meng Whiting was sweating bullets. I can accept that Wang Hao might be able to assign roles to a few people, but now even the school's Principal Zheng calls him Brother Hao. This is big. Meng Whiting asked. Principal Zheng, you know each other? Know each other? Of course, we do. Principal Zheng introduced to Meng Whiting. Do you have any idea how influential Brother Hao is? A few people asked with puzzled faces. How influential? Mr. Tan from the Central Sea, Principal Zheng said proudly. Acts like a mouse seeing a cat when he meets Brother Hao. SSSSS. Once Principal Zheng finished his words, Meng Whiting and Meng Haoren both gasped sharply. As for Mr. Tan, several of the girls and Zhong Hao might not understand much, but Meng Whiting and Meng Haoren knew exactly what level of person he was. Among those present, not a single one would have any cloud over him. Meng Haoren just wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He had just been bragging about knowing Brother Dao, yet someone even Mr. Tan didn't dare to look down on had showed up. Wang Hao said with a smile, let's not bring up matters of the underworld. Let's leave it be, let it be. If Brother Hao says we don't mention it, then we don't mention it. Principal Zheng looked around and said, it's a bit crowded here. Let's move to a larger table. Today, we also happen to have something else to discuss. That works, Wang Hao nodded. Let's move to a bigger place. They told the staff and moved to a larger table. Once everyone was comfortably seated, Principal Zheng began introducing the person who came with him, saying, this is Mr. Chun Daoqing, editor-in-chief of the Heavenly Food Report, and also a gourmet critic. Hello. Chun Daoqing extended his hand first with a smile. Brother Hao, your reputation precedes you. It's truly fortunate to meet you. You're too kind. After shaking hands, Wang Hao asked, Mr. Chun, do you need any help with something? Well, Chun Daoqing slowly explained. Our publication is planning to produce a food program, and since this sushi restaurant is quite famous and holds 2 Michelin stars, Director Meng managed to reserve a spot here, so we came by to take a look. I've long heard of Brother Hao's name, but I'm not sure if Brother Hao has any good suggestions. A food program, huh? Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The theme of the program is not a problem, but this restaurant's sushi. Well, let's have a drink, shall we? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone present knew there must be an issue. Could it be that this restaurant's sushi isn't up to par? I've heard that it's got 2 Michelin stars. Chen Daocheng, following Principal Zheng's lead, also called Wang Hao Brother Hao, which surprisingly rolled off the tongue quite smoothly. How about you explain, Brother Hao? If you're talking about the taste of this restaurant's sushi, it's passable and indeed considered pretty good. Wang Hao pointed at the sushi in front of him, but when compared to 2 Michelin stars, I'm afraid it doesn't quite measure up. Doesn't measure up? As soon as Wang Hao said this, everyone around him was shocked. How is that possible? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Wang Hao smiled and began to explain. First off, a complete set of sushi meals typically consists of 5 parts: rice, topping, tears, purple, and ginger. In sushi, rice is also called sherry. Professionally made sushi sherry shouldn't touch hands during preparation and must present a pure white color, smell faintly sour, yet taste subtly sweet when eaten, and have a bit of a chew. Their sherry today falls short. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, everyone around him gaped in surprise. Brother Hao knows this too. He had already impressed with his knowledge about the origins of sushi, which was understandable, but his expertise on sushi itself was truly professional. Next is the topping. Wang Hao continued. Topping refers to the ingredients that cover the sushi, often fish. Freshness in sushi is all about the topping. Although top sushi restaurants are quite expensive, the fish used on their sushi is caught the same day, and the time from catching the fish to it reaching your mouth won't exceed 3 hours. As for their topping, it's frozen, not fresh enough. Principal Zhang. Chen Daocheng. Jiang Ruiyang. Other onlookers. Holy shit. He actually knows all this. Having finished with the topping, let's talk about the tiers. Wang Hao pointed at the wasabi on the plate. Tiers actually refer to wasabi. Wasabi paste and mustard paste are made from two completely different plants. While their flavors are similar, wasabi paste is much more expensive. Authentic RB, Japanese, cuisine definitely uses wasabi instead of mustard. And this, heh. I can't help it, my constitution is just this awesome. As soon as I eat this stuff, I know it's not real wasabi. Chapter 405. Not enough extras. Principal Zhang. Chen Daocheng. Jiang Ruiyang. Other onlookers. Well, after Brother Hao's explanation, this sushi is inedible now. Chen Daocheng was stunned. Although he was a gourmet critic, it was absolutely impossible for him to speak as knowledgeably as Wang Hao. Brother Hao, Chen Daocheng hastily said, what should we do? Our society really needs a food program to boost our popularity, and we're at the point of no return. But this sushi just won't do. I really don't know what you were thinking, Wang Hao said, dismissively with a curl of his lip. We have hundreds of dishes in the Heavenly People's Republic, just the 8 major cuisines, Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, Su, Zhejiang, Min, Xiang, and Hui, are enough to talk about for a year, not to mention if you include other miscellaneous categorizations. You could never finish covering all that, yet you're insisting on making a big deal out of lousy sushi. You're out of your mind. This, Chen Daocheng was left speechless by Wang Hao's comments, but on reflection, he had a point. With so many dishes in the Heavenly People's Republic, just filming a few local snacks from any place could fill an entire episode. Not to mention the unique dishes from those small villages nestled in mountain valleys. As expected of Brother Hao, Chen Daocheng exclaimed enthusiastically, slapping his thigh. You've really opened my eyes with just a few words. This is great. So Brother Hao, what should I prepare for the program, and what should I name it? Heavenly People's Republic's signature recipes? Heavenly People's Republic's 8 major cuisines. Look at you, thinking about those names. Wang Hao asked. What do you need to taste food flavors? Chen Daocheng was momentarily taken aback, then answered, tongue, of course. What? So, Wang Hao shrugged. Just call the program Heavenly Tastes on the Tip of the Tongue. That's the best name right there. Heavenly Tastes on the Tip of the Tongue. Upon hearing that name, everyone present started to salivate. Brother Hao truly lived up to his name, coming up with such classy stuff so casually. Principal Zhang exclaimed, Brother Hao truly is amazing. Just a few words and everything's organized so well. Wang Hao. It was finally Tong Tong's turn to speak, as she had previously just been a bystander. Our crew currently needs a lot of actors. I've asked quite a few people, but their prices are quite high. If we go with similar quality actors, just the acting fees alone would cost at least 50 million. Do you see any other way? Now this was serious business, and everyone perked up their ears to listen. Actors, huh? Wang Hao stroked his chin, then looked towards Yang Sholin, asking, Director Yang, who exactly are we missing? Yang Sholin said, we still don't have someone suitable for the second female lead Yu Lingshan, or Lin Pingji, Lanfeng Wang, Dongfeng Bubi, and we also need a lot of extras for the 5 mountain sect disciples. That many? Wang Hao was startled upon hearing this. He had never expected such a huge gap. Yang Sholin sighed. Yes, we have quite a few people needed, and Teacher Tong can find some key players, but there's still a big gap. You know, she can only negotiate and audition one by one, and she's just too busy to handle it all. Wang Hao, you're not too busy lately. Maybe you can help find some. Well, this is true. Talking about it, I'm really the idle one in the crew. This, suddenly noticing Jiang Ruiyun's friends, and then looking at Meng Whiting and Meng Haoran, the father and son, he suddenly asked Principal Zhang, Principal Zhang, the students at your college, what do you think about this? Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang's eyes lit up. No problem at all, he slapped his thigh firmly, saying, every weekend, there are lots of students waiting for opportunities at the front gate of our school. They're affordable, high quality, and plentiful. Brother Hao, you can choose whoever you want. Damn, now that's a good deal. That's definitely worth checking out. Haha. Okay, I'll give it a try this weekend. Me too, me too. Jiang Ruiyun called out urgently from the side. Little Minter, you can't leave me behind. I'm your good disciple now. You can't do something fun without taking me. Everyone looked at her, and Qin Susu whispered quietly, Sister Yao Yao, Sister Rune must have a crush on teacher Wang Hao. Yang Shuiao nodded seriously. I think so too. Wang Hao said, why are you everywhere? Write me a script this weekend, and don't run around aimlessly all day. Jiang Ruiyun said, but I want to go too. Wang Hao, are you going to disobey your mentor's words? Jiang Ruiyun, okay, boo-hoo-hoo. These last few days have been really busy. It's rare to have nothing much to do today. Time to hit the streets. Wang Hao woke up in the morning and casually strolled out of the hotel. So far, everything at the hotel was going smoothly. Each person had their role, and everything was well organized. Currently, they were shooting very simple scenes, just progressing the storyline and not yet involving any major stars. Wang Hao was happy to relax. On the street, Wang Hao looked around. Hey, there's a braised chicken with rice shop. It's been a long time since I had that. Let's give it a try. Chapter 406. Still chatting on WeChat at this time. The boss responded, you might as well order 2 bowls. The food arrived quickly, and Wang Hao began to eat at once. While eating, he checked the latest news on his phone. The General Administration of Press and Publication of the Heavenly People's Republic has heeded the national call to gather film crews to shoot adaptations of the 4 great classical novels, which are now officially on the schedule. They're going to film the 4 great classical novels. That should be interesting. Miss Ice Princess flies to Cannes to attend the International Film Festival. Miss Ice Princess, as goddess-like as ever, attracted countless international fans. Our Ice Princess is already attending international film festivals. Look at this photo. Spot on. He pulled out his phone and messaged Ice Princess. Wang Hao, you're in Cannes already? Bai Yining, how did you know? Wang Hao, saw it in the news online. How's everything over there? Bai Yining, all is well. We have our people here taking care of things. No big issues. You just take it easy. Wang Hao, okay, just be careful. With everything, with your popularity booming, make sure you don't go out alone. Watching her phone, Bai Yining smiled sweetly to herself, thinking, this guy still knows how to care for people. Bai Yining, got it. By the way, hurry up with your novel. I have nothing much to do here except read novels to pass the time. Wang Hao, absolutely, I'll speed things up. I should really rouse the golden sunflower, and that dream in knows much. I'm the supervisor now, let's get moving. Bai Yining, okay, no more talking. It's time for me to walk the red carpet. Don't exhaust yourself, make sure you rest. Wang Hao, all right, no problem. France, Cannes Film Festival. Established in 1939, the Cannes International Film Festival is one of the most influential and prestigious international film festivals in the world today, on par with the Venice and Berlin International Film Festivals. The highest award is the Golden Palm Award. Such a grand event attracts top domestic celebrities from various countries. Each invitee, symbolizing status and esteem, always given high regard by the film industry of all nations. Today, the number of celebrities invited from the Heavenly People's Republic is fewer than previous years, totaling just 6 individuals, who arguably represent the pinnacle of the national film industry. In comparison, Hollywood directors and stars from the United States are much more numerous. In fact, 106 more than the 6 from our country. Damn it. This year's festival jury clearly looks down on our Heavenly People's Republic, lamented Sun Yixing, the country's second highest-ranking director, appearing frustrated. Only 6 of us were invited from Heavenly People. The Americans have 106, and now I can't even hold my head high. It's such a disgrace. I've been telling you your presence isn't strong enough, Zhang Diqiang, the top-ranked director, sitting beside him sipping tea, calmly said. Fewer people mean higher value. If they invited hundreds, would there be any point in us attending? That makes sense, Sun Yixing thought about it and nodded. That's true. But Zhang, you know how it is. Those Americans laugh at us when they see us. It gives me the creeps. Thank goodness for Miss Ice Princess holding her ground. But facing that Hollywood mob's onslaught, I'm afraid it's tough for her. What can you do? Zhang Diqiang smiled and said. She's the center of attention. A woman being too beautiful often ends up this way. Listen to the noise outside. It's overwhelming. With her leading, we just sit here, drink tea, and chat. Outside the rest lounge. In France, Cannes, overseas Chinese students from the Heavenly Country District and film fans from various other countries. Over 5,000 people crowded the festival plaza so tightly around the red carpet that no one could get through, many waving flowers and signs, shouting with all their might, "Miss Ice Princess! Ice Princess, I love you! Goddess! You are forever my goddess!" The surrounding staff were sweating bullets. One manager from the Heavenly Country District asked the on-site staff urgently, "Why hasn't Miss Ice Princess arrived yet? We must find a way to inform her to come as soon as possible. No matter how important other tasks are, they can wait." He hadn't even finished speaking when another staff member rushed over, whispering urgently in his ear, "Manager Liu, there's trouble. According to just received news, about 3,000 more people are rushing here just to catch a glimpse of Miss Ice Princess, and the crowd is extremely agitated. Some overzealous fans are even preparing to breach police barricades. This could escalate into armed conflict." Manager Liu exclaimed, "What on earth is Miss Ice Princess doing? Why hasn't she come yet?" I don't know," the staff member said frustratedly. "Miss Ice Princess is in the makeup room, apparently chatting on WeChat." Manager Liu. "Damn it." Manager Liu collapsed instantly and exclaimed, "It's this urgent, and she's still on WeChat. I don't dare intervene." The staff member looked around. Suddenly his face brightened with joy, and he grinned. "There's hope. Miss Ice Princess has arrived. She's here. Ha ha ha." Chapter 407. Ice Princess. Miss Ice Princess. Miss Ice Princess, I love you. You are the most beautiful goddess of the Heavenly People's Republic. The screams rose one after another, nearly flipping the ceiling of the Cannes Square's ground floor hall. With Bai Yining's entrance, the entire scene exploded in a frenzy. The avid movie fans, like worshippers seeing their revered deity finally descend, surged forward desperately. Men and women alike cried and called out her name, hoping to catch just one more glance from her. Bai Yining wore a friendly smile and waved to the crowd, elevating the atmosphere at the scene to its peak once more. Fans broke through the barriers of nation and race. Everyone's lips carried only one name at that moment: Ice Princess, Goddess. The flashes of the cameras were so bright they could rival the sun in the sky. It's no exaggeration to say that upon Bai Yining's appearance, by her allure alone, she overshadowed all of the stars present, including the 106 people from Hollywood. Ice Princess, I love you. Miss Ice Princess. Goddess. The cheers of the fans at the scene came wave after wave. Countless media journalists tumbled over each other, pushing through the crowd like flies attracted to blood, carving a path to the edge of the red carpet. First, they snapped photos with their cameras, and as Bai Yining drew close, they desperately reached for their microphones and shouted, "Miss Ice Princess, this time Cannes Film Festival has only 6 participants from the Heavenly People's Republic, and you are one of them. Do you have anything to say?" Bai Yining smiled faintly, her beauty breathtaking. "I believe that the film industry of the Heavenly People's Republic will only get better and better. Thank you." The flashes went off again in a frenzy. An editor from International Women magazine exclaimed, "If we use that shot as our magazine's cover, our sales for that issue could increase by at least 25%. Thank goodness Miss Ice Princess came." Manager Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing onto the table. If she hadn't arrived, I'm afraid this could have turned into a bloodbath. As Bai Yining moved with grace, alone, several international celebrities wanted to approach and walk with her, but faced with her unparalleled beauty, they seemed inferior and sighed in resignation. A Hollywood actress watched with envy and disdain. Isn't she just prettier? What's there to be so proud about? Bai Yining arrived at the forefront of the festival's massive poster and took a pen to sign her name beautifully in 3 characters, Bai Yining. Her handwriting was elegant, devoid of the unreadably flamboyant star-styled signatures some celebrities had. Her signature was simple and pure, yet everyone present knew it was priceless. "Miss Ice Princess, it's a great honor to meet you." After Bai Yining finished signing, she posed for the media to take more photographs, and the scene finally quieted down a bit. A well-known Hollywood actor approached to chat her up, Yet Bai Yining simply gave a slight smile without responding to his advances and went back to the crowd, triggering another uproarious cheer. This time, Bai Yining started signing autographs for many fans, and some of those who got an autograph were so excited that they fainted on the spot. The cheering of the fans intensified, and as the situation seemed to escalate, Bai Yining smiled and raised her hand, saying, "I hope everyone will avoid crowding and prevent a stampede. Thank you for your cooperation." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was much more effective than the public address system in maintaining order. That said, the scene quickly quieted down. It has to be said, the charm of Miss Ice Princess is truly irresistible. Manager Lu breathed out, admiringly. One cannot help but admire, especially her attitude towards fans. It's hard to imagine what kind of genius could be her equal, Sai. After finally satisfying the fans, Bai Yining smiled and returned to the festival hall, ready to enter. "Miss Ice Princess is really popular," said a Hollywood actress as Bai Yining approached the entrance, sneering. "Too bad. No matter how popular you are, you're just a vase. Your country's movies are really unwatchable. Why don't you come to Hollywood? Given your popularity, boosting your career a little should be no problem." This actress, named Jessica, was a second-tier star in Hollywood, but quite favored by many directors for her openness. She stood in front of Ice Princess with an actor on her arm, looking down from on high. "Yes, if Miss Ice Princess would consider it, I'm sure Hollywood directors would welcome you with open arms," said the male actor, whose name was Marlos. He was a young actor whose fame had risen in Hollywood over the past 2 years, with a decent box office draw, and was the leading man in the Heavenly People's Republic's release of Interstellar Travel. "Thank you." Bai Yining just smiled, not intending to respond to such remarks. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." "Hey, Miss Ice Princess, are you really not considering my proposal?" Marlos quickly stepped in front of Bai Yining, saying, "With my connections, combined with your beauty, pursuing a career in Hollywood would definitely be more promising than staying in the Heavenly People's Republic. And once you arrive, I can even take Miss Ice Princess out for dinner to show my admiration." Chapter 408, Non-Mainstream Girl. Marlos is one of the potential heirs to the Wales family. Jessica giggled. "You know about the Wales family, right? The Wales family that Jessica mentioned ranks in the top 200 wealthiest families in the world, with total assets exceeding $80 billion, making them one of the mega families. Marlos, being one of the potential heirs of such a family, certainly did show he had some capability. "I'm sorry." Bai Yining was unmoved and responded indifferently. "I'm not interested in your proposal." Marlos was about to say something else when suddenly there came an excited voice from the side. "Miss Ice Princess." The three turned their heads and saw a blonde, blue-eyed little girl happily running over, who immediately hugged Bai Yining's arm and excitedly exclaimed, "Miss Ice Princess, I haven't seen you in so long." This little girl was Chris, the foreign friend Wang Hao had previously taught how to use chopsticks. "It's you," Bai Yining, always amiable towards friends, smiled and asked, "What brings you here? Aren't you continuing your studies in ancient literature in the Heavenly People's Republic?" "With Brother Hao not around, I just can't follow what those other professors are teaching." Chris winked at Bai Yining, then looking at Marlos and Jessica, asked, "What were you guys talking about?" "Nothing much." Marlos, his expression shifting as if he saw a monster at the sight of Chris, instinctively took a couple of steps back and said, "I was just inviting Miss Ice Princess to develop her career in Hollywood." "Talking about Hollywood? You probably had no good intentions anyway." Chris tilted her head and said, "I advise you not to bother. You're no match for my brother Hao." Then she looked at Bai Yining and asked with a smile, "Right, Miss Ice Princess?" "Probably." Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled, then followed Chris inside, saying, "Let's not talk to them anymore. Let's go in." The two then entered the hall, Marlos staring at Bai Yining's retreating figure, puzzled. "Brother Hao? Is that Brother Hao really that amazing?" Putting on airs, Jessica frowned and asked. Marlos after Bai Yining and her friend had left. "He's just better looking, right? And who is that little girl anyway?" "Don't talk nonsense. Keep your voice down." Marlos quickly covered Jessica's mouth, looking around nervously before he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If you say you're not afraid of Miss Ice Princess, I can understand, but that Chris is definitely not someone you can provoke." "Really that powerful?" Jessica exclaimed. Who exactly is she? She's from one of the 3 legendary families, the Phoenix family. Marlowe sighed. Our Whales family is also considered one of the mega families, but even we don't compare to the Phoenix family. Wang Hao naturally didn't know about the happenings at the film festival, and he couldn't have predicted that Chris, the little girl, would stir up some unwanted hate for him. At the moment, he was eating chicken rice. Hey, this rice is quite good, Wang Hao mumbled as he checked his phone, but after a while, he couldn't find anything interesting. Feeling bored, suddenly a figure entered from the shop's entrance, and Wang Hao was completely stunned at first glance. Holy cow, there's still people embracing this non-mainstream style. Wang Hao gaped, the food nearly falling out of his mouth. It was a girl, with hair dyed in shades of ash green, fiery red, bright purple, white, black, and blue. Just one more color, and it'd be a rainbow. Her eye makeup looked like a giant panda's, her ears adorned with several earrings. Her outfit was spiky like a hedgehog, complete with studs, and she wore a ring on her finger that looked deadly. What exactly had this child been through to be this reckless? Non-mainstream culture was something from years ago in his previous life, and it had been quickly suppressed. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have surfaced here, which was rare indeed. Boss, give me a serving of cold skin noodles. The girl sat down, her gaze filled with hostility as she glared at Wang Hao, who was staring at her, and snapped viciously. What are you looking at? Wang Hao. Crap, so fierce. Could she be from the Zong AI family? Forget it, it's just a non-mainstream. What does it have to do with me? Just eat, just eat. Wang Hao took a few more bites when 2 boys entered from outside and started laughing upon seeing the non-mainstream girl. Yo, what's the situation? One of them laughed. What? Have you become so poor you can only afford to eat at this roadside stall now? Wang Hao. Crap, what do you mean so poor it can only eat this? I'm still here, man. Your scattergun approach is really something. Then the other boy added. Aya, the once richest, most awesome rich second generation in our class has now fallen to this. It truly shows how fortunes can change. Wang Hao. Damn, you've seen Break the Heavens too? Whether my family is bankrupt or not is none of your business. The girl slammed the table hard and glared coldly at them. If you've got something to say it, otherwise scram and don't disturb my meal. Actually, Wang Hao was quite happy to watch the drama ensue from the sidelines, but the next words made him freeze. Du Jialing, back in the day I chased after you for so long, and you never even glanced my way, the first boy smirked. Back then you were the rich and beautiful, so I tolerated it. But now, your family is nearly bankrupt, so I think it's better if you just follow me. I'll reluctantly take over. What do you say? Du Jialing. Chapter 409. The girl next door. Could it be? He didn't pay attention to what they said next, but carefully examined Du Jialing's face. After a few glances, Wang Hao finally confirmed. This non-mainstream girl was indeed his childhood friend, the girl next door he had grown up with. This is something I have to intervene in. Hey, hold on a moment. Wang Hao stopped Du Jialing just as she was about to fight back. After a closer look, he was certain it was her. Wang Hao asked, Are you Du Jialing? Do you remember me? Who are you? Du Jialing was already in a bad mood, naturally not mincing her words. Let go of me right now. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. She struggled fiercely, but after she saw Wang Hao's face clearly, she suddenly froze. Wait, you are. Why do you look familiar? I'm Wang Hao, Wang Hao said urgently. The one who used to play with you in the mud when we were kids. Do you remember? That time you got your clothes dirty. Playing with mud dolls. I accompanied you home because I was afraid you would get scolded, and I told Annie it was me. I got a good beating from my dad afterward. Your brother Hao? Du Jialing was totally shocked this time. She vigorously rubbed her eyes and took another careful look at Wang Hao, finally confirming. You are brother Hao? What are you doing here? I was just having breakfast here. Wang Hao carefully observed Du Jialing and then glanced at the 2 youths, asking, What's going on here? I haven't seen you for years, and you've changed so much. Brother Hao. Now that she had someone she could really talk to, Du Jialing threw herself into Wang Hao's arms, crying, My family is about to go bankrupt, woo-woo. It was as if she was releasing several years of grievances, burying her head in Wang Hao's arms and wailing loudly. Back when she was our neighbor, Her family was very well off. Later, due to business reasons, they moved away, and we lost contact. Who could have imagined running into her here, and in such a terrible state? Hey, who the fuck are you? Seeing Du Jialing catching up with Wang Hao like old times, the two young men suddenly grew agitated. The one who had mentioned taking over earlier said, "What? Are you trying to steal her away? Let me tell you, I've set my sights on Du Jialing. Believe it or not, I'll smash your head in right now." Young man, don't be so impulsive. Wang Hao glanced at the man and scoffed. You're Jialing's classmate, huh? Listen to my advice. The world is so wonderful, and yet you're so aggressive. This isn't good, you know? Fuck, are you still here acting all high and mighty? The man grabbed a soda bottle and squared up. This has nothing to do with you. Get the hell out of here now, or I'll bust your head wide open. It looked like there wouldn't be a proper conversation until these two fools were dealt with. Wang Hao let go of Du Jialing, stepped forward, and suddenly grabbed both men by the collar. With a pull, he lifted them both by their necks. Young man, being too hot-blooded isn't good. How about I throw you both out so you can have a proper think about your lives? Although he was only 24 himself, he spoke like a much older man. Du Jialing, who had been crying her eyes out just moments before, suddenly burst out laughing. Let me go. Both men, caught red-handed, began to struggle, shouting, "Put us down now." Look at you two, acting like huskies. Wang Hao held them up with a grin. You only have one option now. Sit down and behave, or else I can assure you things will get very unlucky for you. He was actually going easy on them. As from their conversation, these two fools seemed to be Jialing's classmates. He could easily take them down himself, but he didn't want to cause trouble for Du Jialing, so a good scare should suffice. All right. They were just students after all, and quickly lost their nerve. Brother, please. Just put us down. That's more like it. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction and let the two men down, finally having a chance to get to the matter at hand. Jialing, what's the actual situation? Talk to me. I'll see if I can help somehow. I'll wash my face first. Du Jialing's makeup was now ruined from crying, and seeing her childhood friend, Brother Hao, she suddenly felt a bit shy, almost like she was from the funeral of Love Tribe. Brother Hao, wait for me a moment, she said, and went into the restroom, quickly washing up and coming back out. Wang Hao looked at her and burst into laughter. Well, apart from her hair, which couldn't be helped at the moment, Du Jialing had finally regained her sweet and pretty look, truly beautiful. If one didn't consider her non-mainstream hairstyle and looked just at her face, she was indeed worthy of being called a great beauty, almost rivaling Jiang Rian. No wonder she attracted so much attention. Now that's much better, Wang Hao chuckled. You can't keep doing this, you know. I find you much more pleasant to look at now than before. It's just more pleasant, I suppose. Du Jialing sighed lightly, finally starting to open up to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, you know my family used to run that air conditioning manufacturing company, right? The market has been really bad these past 2 years, and we've barely gotten any orders. My dad even thought about dropping the prices, but that would mean even greater losses. This whole year, not only did our company not make a single penny, but we also ended up losing over 5 million. Sigh, it's gotten to the point where my parents can hardly eat, and I've been worrying every day. Chapter 410, Little Hao from next door at the Wangs. In this era of online shopping, it's not so easy to make money in manufacturing anymore. To put it plainly, when people buy appliances, either your brand is big enough or your prices are low enough. The worst is being stuck in the middle, not a big-name brand and prices that aren't that low. To speak colloquially, if I can get a major brand appliance by just paying 180 more, why the hell would I buy from your small company? So that's how it is, Wang Hao pondered, stroking his chin before standing up and saying, Jialing, don't panic. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll think of a way to help you out. Wang Hao had just left when those two youngsters started whispering to each other. Looks like he's not so amazing after all, acting all high and mighty just now. But the moment he heard about the problem, his balls shrank. Yeah, who does he think he is? A god? What can he possibly do about this? Du Jialing was so angry that her face turned pale, and she said, All of you shut up. My brother Hao isn't that weak. If he says it'll work, then it definitely will. From childhood to now, little Hao has never lied to me. Yo, the one ready to take over sneered. So he's got a bit of? Muscle. Can mussels be eaten as food? Fine, we won't leave today. I have to see for myself how he's going to help you. But honestly, if he can't help, why don't you just go with me, haha? In your dreams, Du Jialing roared. Even if you were the last man on earth, I wouldn't marry you. After Wang Hao entered the restroom, he let out a long sigh. Business trouble isn't easy to fix. I'm not much good at this stuff. Looks like there's no choice. Got to whip out the big guns now. The lucky die, time to roll. With no one around, Wang Hao took out his lucky die and tossed it. Clatter, clatter. It tumbled on the floor, and when it finally stopped, Wang Hao looked at the Chinese characters on the die and immediately felt invigorated. Good luck, it's in the bag. He strutted back to the table, patted Du Jialing's shoulder, and said with a chuckle, I'm done with my business. Let's go. Take me to your family's company. Today, Brother Hao is going to show you what it means to be unbeatable. Okay, let's go now. Du Jialing sprang to her feet, leading the way. I knew Brother Hao was the best. The two youngsters exchanged glances and nodded together. We're coming too. So the group headed out. Wang Hao went back to the hotel to get the car, and when he drove out in the Maserati President, those two youngsters were dumbfounded. Maserati President. License plate AS6666. Their eyes nearly dropped out of their sockets. Bro, you're killing it. That car must be pricey, right? Awesome. No wonder you're so confident. Du Jialing said proudly. Didn't I tell you that my brother Hao is incredible? Cut the crap. Get in the car. Wang Hao laughed and cursed. Stop kissing up, you guys. He gathered them up and drove straight to the company in the Jinhua Industrial Park on the outskirts. Upon arriving and entering the main gate of the company, Wang Hao looked around and saw the somber atmosphere. The employees were listless, just like frostbitten eggplants, totally uninspired. No wonder this girl was worried. Poor performance is indeed a setback. But fear not. I'm on a lucky streak today, simply unbeatable. I'm going to show you all what a miracle maker looks like. This will do. Wang Hao sat down on a sofa in the lobby, then called out to the company's staff. Hey, someone. Yeah, you. Get me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty. The company employee was dumbfounded and looked at Du Jialing cautiously, asking, Miss, that. You still have to ask? Du Jialing went to make tea herself. This is my brother Hao. Give him whatever he wants. The tea was quickly brought over, and Wang Hao took a sip, expressing his satisfaction. Nice tea, really nice. After the tea, Wang Hao leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed, comfortable. Du Jialing and the others looked at each other, confused. Wang Hao was lying there when a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression came downstairs from the office level, his eyes lifeless, and even when his daughter came, he hardly noticed, mumbling something with trembling lips. Dad. Du Jialing quickly approached him and asked, What are you thinking about? This man was Du Jialing's father, the boss of Jiaxing Air Conditioners, Du Yunxing. What else can I think about? Of course, selling air conditioners. Du Yunxing sighed. Only then noticing Du Jialing had come, he asked, Aren't you supposed to be in class today? I wasn't in the mood, Du Jialing pouted. The house is nearly gone. What's the point of school? Dad, look who's here. Du Yunxing finally saw Wang Hao lying on the sofa and was momentarily stunned. This is Uncle Du, right? It's me, Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled at Du Yunxing. Do you remember me? You're little Hao from the neighbor Wang's family. After scrutinizing Wang Hao for a moment, Du Yunxing finally recognized him. It really is you. It's been years since we last met. How have you been recently? Not bad. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly. Just SOSO. What do you mean SOSO? Du Jialing interjected eagerly. Dad, Brother Hao is really awesome now. He drives a Maserati. That car costs over 1,500,000, and the license plate is even cooler, AS6666. Not just anyone can get that. Chapter 411. Playing like this will leave you with. It's just luck, Wang Hao laughed. I heard your company was having some trouble, so I thought maybe I could help out. Here to help. Upon hearing this, Du Yunxing immediately got excited. Little Hao, do you think you could pull some strings to help me sell some air conditioners? Air conditioners are almost a necessity, but although Zhao and Fang's operations are large, the problem is that they've certainly already installed theirs, and that too, central air conditioning. You can't expect people to tear down what they've installed and replace it, right? I really can't pull any strings. Wang Hao shook his head. But I can certainly try to have a good talk for you. We should be able to work something out. Du Yunxing sighed again. We don't even have any clients. Who are we supposed to talk to? Du Jialing and the others also sighed. It wasn't even a matter of whether a deal could be made. They didn't even have the chance to talk. There weren't any before. Wang Hao smiled. But who knows? Maybe we'll have one soon. My luck has always been pretty good. Luck can't be used as a client. The two youngsters teased from the side. Just depends on how good Brother Hao's luck can really be. Before he could finish his sentence, a miracle truly happened. First, the company's customer service phone rang. The beautiful customer service girl picked it up, disinterestedly answering. Hello, this is Jiaxing Air Conditioning. She had barely finished her sentence when her eyes widened in shock. Okay. I understand. Mr. Du is right here, no problem. After hanging up, the customer service girl exclaimed, Mr. Du, a big customer, just said he'll come by to check out our air conditioners. He said the batch of air conditioners he previously ordered was cheap but low quality and too noisy, and the clients weren't satisfied. So he's considering checking out our company. What did you say? Du Yunxing couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Did that client really say that? In an instant, everyone in the company, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, jumped up and frantically began to tidy up. Du Yunxing was so nervous he didn't know what to do. It's been 2 months. 2 months. This is the first client who's come to see the air conditioners. What should I do? How should I greet them? Why are you getting so worked up, Uncle Du? Lying on the couch, Wang Hao calmly said. Just talk normally. Look how agitated you are. This. Du Yunxing was so flustered he was zooming around the room. But how do I talk normally? Should I drop the prices even if it means making less? That will definitely end in tragedy. I'm telling you. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. Uncle Du, don't start off by putting yourself in a weak position. Don't worry. I'm here, and my luck is great, hee. What does good luck represent? It means being invincible, right? Soon, the big client arrived with 2 others. The leader headed straight for the main topic as he entered. May I ask which one of you is Mr. Du? I'd like to see your company's air conditioners. Hello, that's me. Du Yunxing hurried forward to greet them, saying, Welcome, gentlemen. Please come this way. May I ask how I should address you? Fine, just call me Mr. Li, the buyer. The leader, sporting a beer belly and swaying with each step, casually looked around. Your company's environment, it's SSO. It's all right. We're actually planning a renovation. Du Yunxing said with a forced smile. Shall I show you our company's demo air conditioning units? Mr. Li gave a grunt. Sure, let's start with that. He then directed the 2 who came with him. You guys take a break downstairs, have some tea. The 2 henchmen quickly nodded. Sure. The group then went upstairs, with Wang Hao and others following to see what would happen. They soon reached a small conference room, where 7 or 8 demo units were hung on the walls, very beautifully presented in various colors. Mr. Li, here are our demo units, Du Yunxing introduced. They're of very high quality, low noise, energy efficient. As he spoke, he turned on the air conditioner for Mr. Li. Indeed, there was almost no noise at all, and a gentle breeze blew out. So, Mr. Li smacked his lips. How much is one of these wall-mounted units? And what about the cabinet type? Seeing as you're a major client, Du Yunxing cautiously replied. The wall-mounted is 1,950, and the cabinet type is 6,600. How many would you like? The quantity will definitely be significant. Mr. Li stroked his chin and shook his head. Just this price? It's not very impressive. Mr. Li, this is already the cost price. Upon hearing this, Du Yunxing immediately grew anxious. I'm only making 100 per unit. Wang Hao covered his face with his hand. Uncle Du, you're going to lose friends playing like this. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mr. Li immediately stood up, saying, it's still not working. I'll have to check out the next place. Seeing that the conversation was about to collapse after just a few words, Du Yunxing broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Li, don't rush. Let's talk some more. I can give you an even better deal. Forget it. I'm leaving. Mr. Li was walking out, not even wanting to talk. This wouldn't do. Missing such a good opportunity would be downright suicidal. Just a moment, Mr. Li. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Hao quickly stood up and said, wall-mounted 3,200, cabinet type 9,500. Hearing these numbers, Du Yunxing, Du Jialing, and the two youngsters suddenly gaped. What's going on? He was already unsatisfied with 1,950, and now you're raising the price? Yet unexpectedly, Mr. Li stopped when he heard this. Chapter 412. The Burning Book is just that awesome. All insiders. Wang Hao immediately pulled out his phone and placed it on the table, then urged Du Jialing and the others. What are you dawdling for? Take out your phones, quick. What's going on? Perplexed, they all took out their phones and placed them on the table, completely clueless about the situation. Wang Hao, seeing that he had taken control of the situation, smiled and said, "Please have a seat, Li Procurement. I can assure you that this is a very secure place. I can absolutely guarantee your privacy." "Ah, we are all working for the unit." Li Procurement sighed and pulled out a chair to sit down again. "I don't want anything to leak out and cause a bad influence, you understand, right?" Exactly. Wang Hao nodded and discreetly gestured a for with his hand. "We're all working for the public good." "Yes." "Oh, you really have a nice view here." Li Procurement coughed, then covered his hand with a book and gestured an 8. "It's okay. We are planning to do some greening here." Wang Hao then gestured a 5 with his hand. "Greening is good. A nice environment makes for efficient work." Li Procurement pondered, then after a moment gestured a 7. "But we can't spend too much money. After all, we all need to eat." Wang Hao shook his head this time. That's true. The rice bowl is important." Li Procurement thought for a while, then nodded his head and said, "All right then, this price is fairly reasonable. Our unit needs to build a dormitory building. In total, we need about 160 wall-mounted and 40 cabinet-style units. What do you think of this?" "Wang Hao, that really is a large quantity. In that case, we can make another concession." He then gestured a 6. "Young man, you're straightforward." This time Li Procurement immediately gave a thumbs up. "Let's settle at this price. The wall-mounted for 3,200, and the cabinet-style for 9,500. Deal." Wang Hao extended his hand. "Pleasant cooperation." "Ha, pleasant cooperation." Li Procurement shook his hand and laughed. "Don't worry, young man. I have lots of business. This is just the first order. We'll follow this price for the rest, okay?" "We'll follow this price." Wang Hao grinned and patted Li Procurement's belly. "Li Procurement, are you free for lunch? Shall we go out and grab a bite?" "Sure." Li Procurement perked up at the mention of food. "I may not have other hobbies, but I love to eat. A real foodie, huh?" The surrounding people watched, dumbfounded. Holy shit, they made the deal just like that? What on earth just happened? Big brother. As they were going downstairs, the two youngsters grabbed Wang Hao's sleeve and kept asking, "What did those hand signals mean earlier?" "We couldn't understand." Wang Hao glanced at them and said, "Knock it off with the nonsense. You're still planning to go eat with us? Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back first." Okay. They followed Wang Hao into the car, heading back to the city. After all, going out to eat was a matter for Li Procurement's company. They had too much shame to impose themselves. "Big brother, take us in as your underlings." The look in their eyes towards Wang Hao had completely changed. As if they were worshipping the god of wealth, they spoke in unison. "We think what you did just now was incredibly badass. We've never seen anyone so amazing. If you two brats don't focus on studying and just think about these things," Wang Hao said irritably, "what will you do after you graduate with your crappy attitudes? You don't even know how I negotiated with Li Procurement. You're both low in IQ and EQ and will starve in the future." "Ah, we couldn't help it. What the teacher says sounds like gibberish." They shook their heads together. "We just don't understand. It's impossible." "Or big brother, why don't you take us to make our way in society?" "Make your way in society, my foot." Wang Hao wished he could smack them. "Do you think it's that easy to survive in this society? With your level, people could sell you, and you'd still help them count the money. Instead of studying properly, you're thinking of crooked paths." "Big brother, was that just now taking kickbacks?" one of them asked. "At least you're not totally stupid," Wang Hao explained with a smile. "It's enough that you understand these things. Don't ask too much about the specifics, and don't talk nonsensically. Often, knowing too much is not beneficial. And another thing, take good care of Jialing at school from now on. She might seem carefree, but she's actually quite sensitive inside. I've been her neighbor for over 10 years, so I know her well. If I find out you guys are bullying her, watch out, I'll break your legs. Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. The two hastily nodded. We'll make sure no one dares to bully her at school. After dropping them off, Wang Hao wandered around for the day and returned to the hotel to lie on the bed and check his phone. Rin Xing. Brother Hao, the novel is at a really exciting part now. Do you have any drafts I can preview to feed my addiction? Wang Hao. I might have some. I'll send them to you. He copied all the drafts written for Golden Sunflower and How Much Do You Know What Flowers Are in the Dream, and sent them to Rin Xing, who while reading, said, Hee. As expected, Brother Hao is reliable. Yeah, that's how to slap them in the face, haha. Wang Hao. This guy is really quite easy to deal with. Opening QQ, Wang Hao casually checked his recent messages, mostly system verifications for adding group members, a good few hundred. That's just how awesome a popular book is, can't be helped. He scrolled through chat logs and looked at the comments section of the book review area. Both books were currently very popular, very chill. But just as he was looking, he suddenly found a post highlighted in red in the book review section. How much do you know what flowers are in the dream rewards? I love tomatoes, with 10 million Fonyan coins. Chapter 413, calling for extras now. Not only was Wang Hao stunned, but the book fans below were also shocked. Fuck. Look, a godlike rich person. Another one has appeared. This time it's the Golden Alliance. Awesome, Golden Alliance, 100,000 yuan, just throwing it out like that. Just as the book fans were curious about this person, someone in the group quickly shouted, Look, Dreams of Flowers Falling is rewarding again. Whoosh, a big crowd started to gather around. And sure enough, as soon as they entered the Devouring the Stars page, they saw the review area flooded with red, the loyal fans of Devouring the Stars bubbling with excitement. Huh? Awesome. Don't forget the monthly tickets. Monthly tickets too. Quickly open the chat interface with Dreams of Flowers Falling. Wang Hao. Fuck, you're rewarding yourself 100,000 yuan. Dreams of Flowers Falling. Hey, you came? Moi, want a shot? Just feeling good today, so why not give a reward? Wang Hao. Is there anything else in your head besides want a shot? Dreams of Flowers Falling. What about it? I've got no shortage of money. I'm short of people. Handsome, your creativity is really explosive. The control of the plot pacing is also really good. How did you do it? Paying you to teach me writing was absolutely the right choice. Wang Hao. That's right, didn't you see what I do? Dreams of Flowers Falling. Handsome, got time to meet up? I'm from the Middle Seas, and you? Wang Hao. I'm also from the Middle Seas. Let's make it clear first, don't play around. With me, I'm a decent person. Dreams of Flowers Falling. I know you're a decent person, just not in bed. Wang Hao. Damn it, I'm decent in bed too. Over the next few days, Wang Hao checked out the script at the film crew and, curious, walked around the shooting location, leading a very satisfying life. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend, a great time to recruit extras at the Jinhua Film and Television Academy. Little Wang, are you up yet? Early in the morning at 7:30, Mr. Chin from the film crew came to Wang Hao's door to wake him up. If you're up, hurry up and get ready. We're on a tight schedule. After we find the extras, we need to start filming. Coming. Wang Hao hurriedly got dressed and washed up. After leaving the house, he smiled and said, Mr. Chun, you're up early. We have to be early, Mr. Chin sighed. Getting to scout extras early has its advantages. If we go late, only the unsuitable ones would be left. That would be troublesome. Makes sense. Wang Hao nodded and said, Let's set off then. We can have breakfast after recruiting people. They got into Mr. Chin's Volkswagen Magotan, and the duo happily drove towards the school. On the way, Wang Hao asked, Mr. Chun, is it usually hard to find extras? I thought usually there are more extras than roles needed, right? It depends on the type of film, Mr. Chun started to explain. If it's a war movie, extras are easy to find. They just need to lie down on the ground. So the cheaper, the better. Some might even do it for 50 yuan a day. That's the lowest level. If it's higher, maybe there will be death scenes on TV. Then the price goes up, starting at 200, and they must be provided with a boxed lunch. After all, those visible on camera can't look too shabby, right? Right. That's how it is. Wang Hao laughed. Is there a higher level? Yes, Mr. Chen nodded. These parts are relatively harder to find. They're the ones who might have a line or two in the show, 500 a day, and they need to do a bit of action. These are often the most troublesome roles for major film crews, as only a few usable ones can be found among hundreds of extras. Ah, Wang Hao now understood. That was roughly the kind of role Zhou Xingqi played when he was an extra, having a clear shot of his face and possibly a few lines, like an emperor's guard in a costume drama. Hiring stars doesn't make sense because there's too little screen time, but ordinary extras can't match the look and physique. So these were indeed quite hard to catch, and coming across one would be lucky. As they approached, they quickly reached the entrance of the Golden Shadow Academy. From a distance, the two became excited. Holy shit, Mr. Chun exclaimed excitedly. This is just a variety of handsome men and beautiful women. Little Wang, look at this variety of tall, short, fat, thin, all kinds of good material here, playing a group of extras, corpses, couldn't be better. These people all work. When Wang Hao heard this, he immediately laughed. Then it seems today might go smoothly. That's for sure, Mr. Chen laughed happily. Today's set. For our play, we've been finding people for a long time. The quality of these extras is too low and unstable, not to mention striving for the lead or eyeing the camera. The most annoying thing is when a play is almost finished and the guy playing a corpse suddenly gets up, ruining the whole scene. That's the worst. That's the idea. Wang Hao was all smiles, chuckling. Ah, with so many students here, if they hear we're from the crew of swordsmen, they'll be jumping high, right? Absolutely. Mr. Chun led Wang Hao forward. We are a big production after all. Just offer a bit of money as a gesture, and these students will happily come, probably fighting over it. This scene will be easy then, and big scenes in the future will be easier too, saving us a lot of costs. Saving costs is the best. Wang Hao followed Mr. Chun, saying, Sister Tong will definitely be happy. Chapter 414, Gone Hurt Pride. By this time, it was already 8 in the morning. Students who had finished their breakfast were gathering at the school gate, talking in small groups. Hey, I wonder if there'll be a film crew recruiting today. I hope I get a chance. No kidding. I heard that Zhang Haifeng from Class 6, Year 3 of the Performing Arts Department landed a role with 2 lines, 500 a day. The director was so pleased that he introduced him to another film crew on the spot, and he got a small part just like that. Ah, that's what you call luck, starting off with a small part. If he does well, he's definitely going to have a big future. That's right. I definitely want to land a role with lines today. As the crowd was buzzing with conversation, Chun-Li and Wang Hao arrived at one of the actor gathering spots. Chun-Li pulled out a loudspeaker he carried with him and blared out. Casting call for extras. Interested parties come quickly. Damn, a film crew's here to recruit extras. As soon as they heard that, a whole swarm of students from the academy crowded around, each one yelling, Pick me, pick me. I'm up for it. As a performing arts major, I have the right expressions and movements. I definitely won't disappoint you. Choose me. I'm a senior in the performing arts department, about to graduate. I've got solid fundamentals, and I'm good at understanding character psychology. You definitely won't regret picking me. Dude, pick me. Check out this body. Absolute big boobs, slim waist, and perky butt. I can play a white-collar worker, a gold-collar worker, a female knight, or if it comes down to it, even a bar girl. Worst case, they are also worth considering, right? Wang Hao. Damn, these students are too terrifying. Don't rush. Take it easy, one by one. Chun-Li continued to shout. Loudly. One at a time. Can't hear clearly when there are too many people. That made sense, and the crowd quickly quieted down. Finally, a leader emerged and asked, Big brother, we are all 3rd and 4th year students with plenty of time and solid basics. You won't go wrong choosing us. What production are you from? We're from The Legend of the Swordsman, Chun-Li replied with a smile. It's great if you've got some basic skills. Hearing the name, The Legend of the Swordsman, the students instantly got excited. The Legend of the Swordsman. That's a big-time production. Yeah, I heard Lan Zihuang is part of that crew, a big-budget production, total investment rumored to be 100 million. That's when the leader quickly asked, Big brother, my name's Lu Xiaolin. Are you recruiting for extras? What roles do we have to play? Extras, of course, play bit parts. Chun-Li lit a cigarette and replied, What else did you think, major roles? That's definitely not happening. So it's bit parts. Lu Xiaolin thought for a moment before asking. What kind of bit parts? Guests? Clients? Swordsmen? Chun-Li said. Not guests, not clients, not swordsmen. You'll be playing beggars. Hearing that they would be playing beggars, everyone instantly became disappointed. Play beggars? Forget it. That's just pure extra work with no future at all. Let's go, let's go. Exactly. Playing a beggar is image suicide. I wouldn't do it even if I were beaten to death. Click. Several people left. After all, when going to shoot a film, you have to consider your role. Jumping in to play a beggar just ruins your image. Of course, they wouldn't do it. Big brother, what kind of beggar do we have to play? The leader, Lu Xiaolin, asked. Will the extras playing beggars get any screen time? Any lines? Afraid not. Chun-Li shook his head again. You'll be playing a group of beggars that get beaten to death from the beggars' clan. Lu Xiaolin's eyes bulged. Playing corpses? Chun-Li nodded. That's right. Damn it, playing beggar corpses, I'm out. Lu Xiaolin turned and left. It hurts my self-respect. Click, another big group left. In the end, only a few oddballs remained. One of them asked, so what's the deal? Can you tell us about that? This time, Chun-Li thought for a moment. $100 a day, there's lunch provided, and the crew has a water dispenser. Whoosh, a big group instantly retreated. The one who had asked earlier looked utterly disappointed. Let's go. Too much of a blow to my dignity. Playing a beggar is one thing, but just 100 a day. Exactly, guys, let's not do this. Playing corpses, beggar corpses at that. I heard from a senior that playing a corpse means getting beaten until you look like a pig's head, and at the end, it's embarrassing to be let go. He even broke up with his girlfriend over it. Damn, let's get out of here quickly. Better to earn more bussing tables at KFC, right? Why don't we go play Chaotic World instead? Maybe we'll get lucky and score some epic gear. After all this, thought it was a big production. Turns out it's just playing dead bodies. 100 a day isn't even enough for a proper spa treatment. In the blink of an eye, the place was deserted, leaving only Wang Hao and Chun-Li staring at each other. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Hao asked in a low voice, Mr. Chun-Li, should we look for more? Finding more will go over budget. Chun-Li now also seemed troubled. This film has named characters, forget that, but the unnamed extras are dime a dozen. If we raise the price, the cost will just skyrocket. Wang Hao thought for a moment. Indeed, this film wants to be good, and will need a fair number of actors. While the two were discussing this, out of nowhere, a Honda Odyssey came hurtling toward them. Chapter 415. So you're planning to fight to the Urban Special Forces drama crew, playing aristocratic students. Whoosh, a large group of students swarmed over, each one like wolves that had spotted meat. Fuck, I'm going. Director, I have acting experience. I've played extras before. Director, I've acted in stage plays. Pick me and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Do you take female extras, director? I've got a big bust, a slim waist, a round butt, a professional extra for 30 years. The director simply started counting heads, selecting several of the good-looking ones present, and Lu Xiaolin, the team leader, was among those picked. He didn't forget to sneer at Wang Hao and Chun-Li. See that? That's what you call being loaded. Wang Hao, Chun-Li. Damn, so arrogant. Wang Hao and Chun-Li were feeling dejected when suddenly another Toyota Alphard pulled up, stopped at the scene, and 3 assistants got out of the car, each one carrying a bag and smoking a cigar. The one in the lead was a beauty with big curly hair and sunglasses. An assistant immediately brought over a chair for her, complete with a sunshade. Look at that presence. Tycoon Mansion drama crew is hiring. The beauty crossed her legs, her black stockings bright enough to blind onlookers, playing rich heirs' lackeys, noble princesses' hangers-on, at the very least, a Rolls-Royce driver. $350 a day, chicken drumsticks and juice for a good job at lunchtime, round-trip transportation provided, with the work location in a villa district with air conditioning. Oh shit, this gig is even better. Pick me. Director, if you let me take a selfie with the Rolls-Royce, I'll work for free, okay? Director, are we really shooting in a villa? Oh my gosh, I've never even been to a villa complex before. Director, I think my demeanor suits a rich heirs lackey bodyguard. Are there any scenes where I get to hit on girls? Listening to the questions from the surrounding students, the beauty smiled and said, Of course, do you even need to ask? There's also an outdoor swimming pool. You know what a cocktail party is, right, youngsters? Ever heard of Sea and Sky Banquet? Cocktail parties. Parties. Sea and Sky Banquet. Damn, this is practically a day in paradise. A large group of students got all excited and immediately began to pick. In less than 10 minutes, the beauty took away all the good-looking ones. At this point, the scene was left with some less than stellar lopsided melons and cracked dates. Wang Hao, Chinli. Right after the beauty's drama crew left, another vehicle arrived with a clang, and a man with a megaphone stepped out and bellowed, 300 a day, 1-hour lunch break, food provided. The remaining lopsided melons and cracked dates rushed up as well. Damn, can't waste a whole morning for nothing. Chun-Li headed over. Brother, which drama crew are you from? Offering such high prices for extras. What drama crew? The man sized up Chun-Li and said, I'm from an advertising agency, hiring students to hand out flyers. I come every week. Is 300 still high? Buddy, do you know how much it costs to hire a drifter these days? No time to chat with you. I've got to get started. A vehicle took the man away, leaving just a few leaves behind on the scene. Wang Hao, Chin-Li. At this point, only 5 or 6 people remained at the front gate of the university, and these few could certainly be counted among the least attractive, as it was an age where looks mattered, and their appearances. Hey, isn't that the braggart junior master from before? Just as Wang Hao and Chun-Li were staring blankly, a young man came over with a grin. What? Here to recruit? I'd advise you to save it. With your broke-ass drama crew offering only 100 a day, who you gonna recruit? He pointed at the few remaining people. Only a few losers who are incredibly bored might follow you. Wang Hao recognized the person. It was none other than LV Junyu, who was fervently pursuing Jiang Ryun. What? Want me to teach you the dog-beating staff technique again? Wang Hao looked at him with a smile. Don't you have rich kids to chase after for fun? Why come here and add to the chaos? Damn it. My dream girl was lured away by you. Now what's there for me to enjoy? LV Junyu became irate at the mention of Ryun and shouted, As long as I'm here today, you have no chance of recruiting anyone. The good ones are already taken, and for these losers, I'll offer 100 more than you. See if you can compete. With that, he waved over the last few people. Hey, all of you, come here. I've got work for you today. The few people immediately walked over upon seeing LV Junyu, a wealthy and handsome man, and gathered around him. LV Junyu folded his arms and sneered at Wang Hao, standing on his tiptoes. Damn, this guy's really picking a fight. You guys are just following whoever pays more? Wang Hao looked at them with a smile that wasn't really a smile. Is that what your 4 years at university are for, just for a chicken leg? Don't you want real acting opportunities? You've got it wrong. LV Junyu laughed. I'm also studying acting, not to mention making 300 to 500 a day. Even 2,000 a day wouldn't impress me. Chapter 416. Actors what? Hearing Wang Hao's mention of actors' self-cultivation, LV Junyu was also puzzled. Self-cultivation? Do actors really need that stuff? I thought actors just needed the script. You obviously have no future, Wang Hao said scornfully. Do you know why some people can be a hit in one movie but flop in another? Do you know what it means to lack experience and authenticity, and to mechanically repeat external forms? Do you know how to maintain the emotional experience and fervor for each performance? What nonsense are you talking about? LV Junyu replied anxiously. What actors need is the script. Without a script, what the hell are you talking about? The script, huh? Wang Hao sized up LV Junyu with a smile and said, With your ability, if I gave you a script, could you perform well? If I gave you a heavyweight role right now, could you avoid being influenced by any external conditions of time or emotion, not rely on the inspiration of a natural state, but instead consciously study and analyze your subjective mental state to control it, master it, maintain it? For example, if I asked you to play a corpse, how would your performance as a corpse be better than someone else's? Can you tell me? Isn't it just playing a corpse? LV Junyu also got fired up. You just wait. I don't believe I can't handle this after studying acting for so many years. Just you wait. He said this and quickly cleared a spot on the ground, then said, "Tell me, how should I die?" "In a martial hero's film, it's obviously being stabbed by a sword," replied Wang Hao. "Let me see you play it." "Just being stabbed by a sword, right?" LV Junyu casually picked up a branch, then thrust it against his own chest, shouting, "Ah, I died," and then fell straight to the ground. Wang Hao, Chun-Li, holy shit, is this what you call playing dead? Are you fucking kidding me? You call this acting? Wang Hao swore in anger, his face full of frustration. What you're doing is playing a weight. Where did you get stabbed? The fucking stomach. The stomach. Does someone who's been stabbed in the stomach die stiff as a board immediately? Covered in metaphorical dog's blood from Wang Hao's scolding, LV Junyu argued back. "If I don't die, should I still be alive?" "Bullshit," Wang Hao said. "When you play a corpse, at the very least you have to understand the basics of what kills and what's a superficial wound. Let me tell you, there are many fatal points on the body. For instance, the temple. If you're heavily hit there, you definitely fall down on the spot, even if you don't die. The throat, if you get stabbed there. You'd have to act as if you're trying to speak, but can't, with a face full of fear, and then slowly breathe your last. The heart. If that's stabbed, you'd certainly die on the spot, fall, and not move." Wang Hao pointed to the students and asked, "Do you all understand this, huh? Do you think becoming an actor is easy? Do you know the internal techniques of acting?" Everyone was left stunned by his words, shaking their heads in unison. "We don't know. Internal skills include concentration, communication, emotional memory, imagination, belief, and a sense of truth, action with intent, and so on." Wang Hao continued to ask, "And do you know the external skills?" The crowd continued to look bewildered, shaking their heads together. "We don't know. External skills include development of physical expressiveness, costuming, voice training and enunciation, language and syntax, speed and rhythm, control and refinement, as well as characterization, stage charm, and moral discipline." Wang Hao exclaimed with spit flying. "You don't even know these, and you dare to call yourselves actors? Have the nerve to say $100 a day is too cheap and unworthy? An actor can never replicate the sense of self they have in real life within the fictional space of the stage unless they think, act, and feel logically according to real life, and only then can they create a vivid character. What do you have, huh?" Everyone was left speechless. Nothing. Finally, LV Junyu came to his senses. But you're only asking us to play extras, and even corpses. So what about playing extras?" Wang Hao snorted. "Which actor do you see starting off directly with leading roles? Didn't they all start with playing extras? With you guys at this level, could you play leading roles? Let's not even talk about leads. I'm talking about corpses. Do you think being a corpse is just lying on the ground? Do you know 100 ways to die as a corpse? How can you die with uniqueness? How can you die creatively? How can you die in a way that catches the eye?" LV Junyu was again dumbfounded. His head shake was like a tambourine. I don't know. That's the end of it, isn't it?" Wang Hao took out a cigarette, took a drag, and said, "Do you know, I started off as a temp worker and became part of the core of the film crew in a few months. Why? Because I'm diligent. Never consider myself above others. You guys spend your days thinking you're celebrities even before you become famous, putting on airs. What film crew would dare to hire you?" At the end, Wang Hao exhaled a ring of smoke, his eyes filled with a yearning for art. Performing arts, that is art. Do you understand art? For the pursuit of art. Who cares if the pay is little? Even if there's no pay at all, what does it matter? Opportunity. The opportunity to perform is the most important. Chapter 417, For the Sake of Art. Beside him, Chun-Li. Fuck. Wang Hao's mouth is so powerful he could convince you up is down. Absolutely incredible. Right, I'll go. Count me in too. Just play a corpse. A beggar gang's corpse. We've got to die with style, die with a flair. That's more like it. Wang Hao finally nodded in satisfaction. Everyone go get ready. Oh, and by the way, bring some more people over. We're going to need quite a few actors this time. I've got this. LV Junyu thumped his chest with a slap that resounded. I'll find people for you. I'll even cover the costs. Travel and lunchboxes are self-provided. All for the chance to perform. I want to dedicate myself to art. Wang Hao, that's what I like to see in you. On the campus network. LV Junyu. Fuck. Guys, stop messing around. Come quick. There's a TM big opportunity. A really big one. Lu Xiaolin. EY. Junyu bro, what's the big deal? Yu Junming. What's happening? LV Junyu. I found a chance to perform with a theater troupe, playing a corpse from the beggar gang. It's hugely challenging. For art. Lu Xiaolin. Fuck. Junyu bro, you'd go for that lousy troupe? They only pay 100 a day. Lu Xian. Yeah. What's that bit of money good for? Xin Yuanhang. That's way too little. Even I make more than 100 a day just waiting tables. LV Junyu. You bunch of bumpkins. Do you even understand what is meant by an actor's self-cultivation? Told to play a corpse. Do you know how to die? Do you understand the dozen mortal wounds on a human body? Lu Xiaolin. Fuck. I really don't get it, bro. Where'd you hear all this? LV Junyu. I'm telling you, if you play a corpse, at the very least you've got to understand where fatal injuries are versus regular injuries. Take the temple, for example. If you were hit hard there, you'd be down on the ground even if not dead. The throat, stabbed there. You've got to act like you want to speak but can't, show a terrified face, and then slowly pass away. The heart, if it's stabbed, you're definitely dead on the spot, lying down without moving. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Lu Xiaolin. Did he tell you all this, Junyu bro? Lu Xian. That makes a lot of sense. Could it be that playing a corpse has so many requirements? LV Junyu. Isn't it obvious? An actor cannot achieve the same self-feelings they have in real life while in the fictitious time and space of the stage. If they don't think, act, or feel according to the logic of real life, they can't create a living character. And besides, show me an actor who got to play the leading role right away. Didn't they all start with bit parts? If you can't even play a corpse well, you still want to play the leading role? Xin Yuanhang. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm in, Junyu bro. Yu Junming. Me too, I'm in. Count me in. Lu Xiaolin. Fuck. Why did I agree so soon? Now there's no chance to be a corpse. My role is just a bystander. Not even a line or movement to make. LV Junyu. Serves you right. Letting such a good opportunity slip by just for a couple $100. Do you think being a corpse is just lying on the ground? Do you know the 100 ways to die as a corpse, how to die with uniqueness, creativity, or in a way that catches the eye? Everyone, we don't know. LV Junyu. Art, do you understand art? For art's sake, it's not about how little they pay. You do it even for free. The opportunity to perform is what's most important. Lu Xiaolin. Stop it, bro. I'm regretting it already. Lu Xian. I'm going too. Yu Junming. Me as well, I'm going too. Jiang Ruyun. Hey, isn't that Junyu? Got beaten up before, and now you've shaped up? LV Junyu. Ruyun, I've realized your vision is absolutely remarkable. That young master is so talented. I want to be his disciple too. Can you put in a good word for me? Jiang Ruyun. Get lost. The young master is mine. How could I possibly let you have him? Go play with eggs. LV Junyu. Don't be like that. I won't compete with you. After becoming a disciple, I'll call you senior sister. Is that okay? Jiang Ruyun, really? LV Junyu. Really? Jiang Ruyun. All right then. Where are you all? LV Junyu. At the college gate. Oh, and while you're at it, bring some more people over. The troupe said we need a lot of actors. Jiang Ruyun. Got it, on my way. About 15 minutes later, Wang Hao saw around 50 people coming out from the college. The crowd shouted the moment they saw each other. Pick me, pick me. I want to play a corpse. I'm going to. I want to learn the 100 ways to be a corpse. Please take me in. For art's sake. Big brother. Take me to be your apprentice too. I'll go too, and I won't ask for money. Chunli felt like he was seeing ghosts. Fuck, what's going on? It was so hard to find extras before, and now so many people turned up in the blink of an eye. And they're all damn volunteering for free. Chapter 418. It's turning a bit green. We're taking them all. Taking them all. Such a good deal isn't found just anywhere. Chunli waved his hand grandly. Everybody, follow me back to the set. After we return, the director will discuss the roles with you. Then you all should give your best performance. So, this large group of people, some hailing cabs, others driving cars, headed straight for the set. Little Master. After Chun-Li and his group left, Jiang Ruyun greeted Wang Hao with a grin. You're quite the sight today, swaying so many people to go to your set. What kind of way is that to talk? Wang Hao hummed. What do you mean by swaying? I'm doing this for their own good, got it. This was no boast from Wang Hao. Wasn't Zhou Xingqi, the great Mr. Xing, amazing back then? But what did he start as in his movie King of Comedy? A background extra, yet he was always thinking about how to improve himself, reading the actor's self-cultivation every day. He considered the psychological state of any character, even if he played a corpse, he'd want to play the best corpse. That was how he found his skyrocketing opportunity later on. Don't talk nonsense, Ryun. Junyu, standing respectfully to the side, said, Little Master is really looking out for me. How can I play substantial roles with blood and flesh if I can't even play a corpse well? Yes, that's the spirit. Wang Hao nodded approvingly. You've got potential, young man. Hee. Thank you, Little Master. LV Junyu said obsequiously, rubbing his hands. Little Master, take me as your disciple too. I was wrong about that past incident, but you've already hit me for it, you see. Wang Hao. Holy smokes, buddy, that's quite a leap in your thinking. Little Master. Jiang Ryun held onto Wang Hao's arm, shaking it vigorously. Just take him in. We've already agreed. He's going to be my junior disciple. He'll have to call me senior sister when he meets others. Wang Hao. This guy's really looking for a roundabout way to salvation. Well, I'll have to consider it carefully. Wang Hao stroked his chin. First, your basic qualities just don't make the cut. And second, your looks are SOSO, pretty average face. Upon hearing this, LV Junyu's face instantly fell into utter dejection. Talk about a confidence crusher. Jiang Ryun covered her mouth at the side, stifling her laughter. That's what you get for offending the Little Master. Serves you right. But actually, while Wang Hao said this, upon closer inspection, he realized LV Junyu did indeed have some promising qualities. Although his looks were average, they had certain distinctive features. Of course, Wang Hao smiled and said, those things aren't important. What matters is whether you have the determination to endure hardships and labor. Don't think that being an actor is just about being pampered all day, stepping out to people waiting on you, becoming the focus of attention wherever you go. You can't just see the glory of eating meat without seeing the hardship behind it. That just won't do. Got it. LV Junyu nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, Little Master. All right then. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Teaching one is like teaching two. It doesn't make much difference to add one more. Disciple it is, then. But remember, don't act all high and mighty just because you're a rich second generation. Be careful or you might hit a snag and drag your whole family into trouble. Wang Hao wasn't just trying to scare him. With the kind of arrogance LV Junyu had, facing someone truly formidable, he wouldn't even know what hit him. Your dad is LV Gang? When push comes to shove, it won't matter even if your dad were made of aluminum alloy. He won't be able to save you. Got it. LV Junyu nodded desperately. From now on, I promise not to show off outside. I'll focus on acting well on the set, and won't let you down, Little Master. Well then, it's settled. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, and that was the disciple taken on. Little Master, congratulations on taking another disciple today. Jiang Ryun cheerfully tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve. Are you free this afternoon? If you are, let's go watch a movie. I haven't seen a movie in such a long time. Watch a movie? That could be fun. After all, since the world background changed because of the luck dice, Wang Hao hadn't watched a movie yet. He wasn't sure about the quality of movies here, but based on what he'd seen so far, he really wasn't getting his hopes up about the movies in this world. But since she asked, why not? Sure, let's head out then. Wang Hao nodded. I haven't watched a movie in quite a while myself. Awesome. Jiang Ryun cheered, then turned to LV Junyu. Hey, what are you standing around for? I'm going to watch a movie with the Little Master, and you're not hurrying to the set to get into your role. LV Junyu was clearly taken aback. Huh? Aren't you taking me with you? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Ryun hummed. I'm going to discuss the script with the Little Master. You'll only get in the way if you're there. Get moving. I'm your senior sister now. You have to listen to me. LV Junyu immediately felt his whole world turn green. Then I'll go. Ryun, you and the Little Master are master and disciple. You won't be involved in some, inappropriate. Cut the crap. Wang Hao kicked him away. I'm a decent person. Chapter 419. Let's go watch a movie. Wang Hao and Jiang Rian strolled over, and it wasn't long before they saw groups of students heading in that direction. At first, there weren't many people, but as they walked on, they discovered that the number of students from the academy was increasing more and more. What's going on? Wang Hao scratched his head as he looked at the excited students, completely puzzled. What's happening today? Why are so many students rushing towards Yida Square in such a hurry? What are they up to? Jiang Ruiyun shook her head and said, "No idea. There usually aren't this many people on this road. It was normal when I came out. Who knows what happened now? Should we ask someone to find out?" The two of them randomly stopped a student in a hurry, and Wang Hao asked, "Hey, student, what's happened in the academy today? Hey, you haven't answered me yet. Why are you in such a rush?" "No time," the student shouted back while running. "Today is the release day of the Hollywood Wells Company's blockbuster Interstellar Travel. If we don't hurry, we won't get to see it. The main group has already left, and the tickets might be sold out." A Hollywood blockbuster. Wang Hao and Jiang Ruiyun exchanged a glance. Curious. Interstellar Travel? The Wales Company. "No way, little master," Jiang Ruiyun exclaimed in surprise. "You don't know about the Wales Company?" Wang Hao scratched his head. "Is the company that famous?" "Wales Company? All I know about is Fox Paramount. Wales Movie Company, founded in 1935, is one of Hollywood's big three movie companies." Jiang Ruiyun, being a screenwriting student, knew quite a bit about these movie companies. They have a number of internationally renowned directors and also a lot of popular movie stars. They've produced quite a few big hits that are very famous internationally. That impressive? Then it's indeed worth checking out. Wang Hao quickly took out his phone and started looking up Interstellar Travel. Interstellar Travel Synopsis. Scientists working on a spaceship discover a mysterious sample from space, which could very likely be the intelligent, sentient life form they have been searching for. It not only combines muscle cells with nerve cells, but also possesses a super powerful brain capable of superevolution. However, unknown to them, it harbors a significant threat inside its body, filling the whole spaceship with a scent of death and putting human fate on the edge of disaster. Production company, United States Wales Company. Isn't this just the usual science fiction thriller? Wang Hao scratched his head, bewildered. Are all these people going crazy to rush to the cinema for this? Wales movies are still quite anticipated. Jiang Ruiyun pulled Wang Hao to start running. "Let's go, little master. Let's go see it, and then we'll know if it's good or not." Thus, the two of them made their way to Yida Square. Upon reaching the cinema, Wang Hao and Jiang Ruiyun gazed at the long queue with an audible gulp. What's the situation? No wonder they were astonished. The line seemed to have 100 or 200 people, densely packed in 3 rows, filling the entire ticket office. This was with a considerable portion of the audience already diverted through the WeChat payment platform. Otherwise, 2 hours wouldn't be enough to get tickets. Such a scene, in Wang Hao's previous life, only occurred when he saw The Fast and the Furious 7. Looking up at the subtitles above, sure enough, he saw several movie titles listed together. Brave New World, Hollywood, 3D adventure blockbuster. Interstellar Travel, Hollywood, 3D science fiction blockbuster. Deep Sea Giant Shark, Hollywood, 3D horror blockbuster. My Barbaric Girlfriend, domestic, 2D comedy film. My Barbaric Girlfriend is already out. Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. So fast? It hasn't been that long, right? I didn't receive any news about it before. Speaking of which, I even helped revise the script for this film. What's the name of that screenwriter? Right, Zhang Xingran. He used to call me often to discuss the plot. Man, do films get made this quickly in this world? Even for a 2D comedy, isn't this too exaggerated? That's lightning speed. Wang Hao was amazed at how quickly My Barbaric Girlfriend was released, while Jiang Ruiyun was marveling at something else. So many Hollywood blockbusters. Once she saw the lineup at Yida Cinema, Jiang Ruiyun was thrilled. This is great. What a day, with so many Hollywood blockbusters coming in at once. Haha, we're in for a treat. After marveling, time to join the queue. While queuing up, they heard the people next to them discussing it as well. Today's really awesome, with so many Hollywood blockbusters released. It's so satisfying. Definitely have to check out Interstellar Travel, then Deep Sea Giant Shark, and after that Brave New World. Yeah. Watch all 3 Hollywood blockbusters first. Hey, don't you want to check out My Barbaric Girlfriend? Hell no, why would I watch that crappy domestic movie? A total waste of time. Totally makes sense. Absolutely. Interstellar Travel first. They say the film cost over $100 million US. It has grand scenes, definitely won't disappoint. Wang Hao. Damn, is the reputation of domestic films among the public this bad? Chapter 420. Just SOSO no good. Anyway, they had to queue up to buy tickets first. The two of them joined the queue preparing to buy tickets. While they were queuing, a female voice suddenly sounded next to them. Are you also here to watch a movie? Wang Hao and his companion turned their heads to see 2 female students next to them, dressed like genieing students, both in student attire, curiously looking at them. Ah, you guys are here too? Jiang Ryun waved at them, and the 2 girls trotted over, standing next to Jiang Ryun, and immediately started chatting. Ryun, what brought the big campus beauty here? One of them asked with a grin, then glanced at Wang Hao and laughed. Is it the manly breeze? Is he your friend? Stop joking, Guanjing. Jiang Ryun swatted the girl, saying, this is my new scriptwriting mentor, Mr. Wang Hao. Wang Hao. The other girl blinked her big eyes curiously at Wang Hao. What skills do you possess that our campus beauty calls you master? Did you use some special means to catch her attention? Wang Hao. It was she who used special means to catch my attention, got it? Ah, it was nothing, just met by chance. Wang Hao chuckled and scratched his head. You all are classmates, right? Of course. The girl who had just spoken introduced herself. My name is Chiu Lulu. Since you can be our campus beauty's master, your scriptwriting must be amazing, right? Have you written any great works before? Great works? I guess none that I recall. Domestic Agent, Break the Heavens, Devouring the Stars, or any such titles. Are these considered? It's all right, just passable, Wang Hao laughed. I have some achievements. I wrote a script before, it was rather well received. Really? Both girls widened their eyes at him. What's the name? Has it been aired? Is it a web series, TV series, or movie? Web series, web series. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed being asked so many questions. I did contribute a bit to Domestic Agent, haha. Domestic Agent? Both. Girls gaped at him, and Guanjing sized him up and down, decisively shook her head. You must be bluffing. Just because you're also called Wang Hao doesn't mean you can fool our campus beauty. That Wang Hao I've heard my aunt mention. Supposedly very handsome and suave. Nothing like you. The following guy took it all in, but the previous guy? By the way, do you even know what I look like? Is that so? Wang Hao laughed dryly. Just average, nothing too great. Ryun, you'd better keep your eyes peeled. Chiu Lulu whispered to Jiang Ryun. There are lots of bad guys these days who like to impersonate famous people for scams. Since no one knows what he looks like, right? Don't be fooled. Be careful in everything. I know. Jiang Ryun nodded vigorously. But it doesn't matter. He's actually quite capable. True or false aside, he really knows how to talk about scripts. I'm not so naive. And I've had famous people chase after me without biting. So rest assured. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Chiu Lulu nodded, then turned her gaze to Wang Hao, smiling. But regardless, whether you're genuine or not, I have to test you. There are too many jerks nowadays, and I've got to look out for our Ryun. You want to test me? How? Roast me on a fire? What test are you thinking of? Wang Hao was also curious. You're not going to ask me to deliver a script here, right? Hearing their conversation, Jiang Ryun and Guanjing also grew curious. How was this? Chiu Lulu going to test Wang Hao? It's actually simple. Chiu Lulu tapped her lips. Since you're a great screenwriter, after watching Interstellar Travel, why don't you analyze it for us? This shouldn't be a problem, right? This is nothing, a matter of minutes. Sure. After watching it, I'll discuss it with you. No problem at all. Wang Hao readily agreed, smiling. Shall we buy tickets and go in then? Chiu Lulu nodded. All right, let's queue then, and we'll enter together. While in line, Chiu Lulu whispered to Guanjing. Hey, what do you think about this Wang Hao? He seems not very reliable to me. How talented does he have to make Ryun agree to be his disciple? With Ryun's background, looks, and figure, countless men are after her. Isn't he using some love potion? Maybe not a love potion, but we should keep watching, just to be safe. Guanjing nodded. Girls always need to be careful. Regardless of whether this guy has good intentions, reminding Ryun to be cautious is always right. And today's movie is a big Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster from the Wales company, reportedly with a $200 million investment. Let's see what he has to say. Chio Lulu nodded fiercely. Exactly. Must do. By then, it was their turn to buy tickets. Soon they got 4 adjacent seats, and they all entered together. Their seats in the cinema were at the back near the wall, which would normally not be chosen by anyone. But for now, having seats was good enough. Why? Expect more? Chapter 4:21. Awkwardness strikes. It's really not easy to get a ticket, and even when you do, it's just a corner seat. That's true. Just having a ticket is good enough. Wales's movies are always awesome. It's about to start. I can't wait. Such discussions could be heard all around. Wang Hao just smiled and shrugged his shoulders, ready to see what Hollywood had to offer. Guanjing, Lulu, this is a great learning opportunity, said Jiang Rian, glancing at the time and noting it was nearly showtime. She added with a smile, pay close attention, and after it's over, we'll go out and summarize our thoughts. They nodded in unison. Okay. Soon, as the lights dimmed, the entire theater hushed instantly. The movie began. All eyes in the audience were fixated on the screen, and as the plot unfolded, gasps periodically filled the room. After all, it was a science fiction thriller. There were even screams from many of the female viewers during the more thrilling moments. But that was just for the average viewer. As for Wang Hao, just from reading the film's synopsis, he felt it seemed like a fairly standard space science fiction movie, with perhaps some added murder mystery thrills. But when he actually started watching, he realized that what had been added was not so much thrilling elements, but rather dumb and cute elements. The opening scene featured 8 good-looking but low-intelligence astronauts on a spaceship capturing a meteorite from outer space. There wasn't much to say about this part. It was just the beginning and still relatively usual. But then, when they brought the meteorite back, they discovered a liver cell on it so small it could only be seen with a microscope. So the scientists inside started to cultivate it. Just how dumb and cute can you be? Not even conducting a safety assessment before reviving an organism from the depths of space. Who knows what you're bringing back to life? This was what you call a small step for man, a giant leap towards annihilating mankind. Wang Hao's eyes bugged. What the hell is this? A space creature treated so frivolously? This was so dumb it left you speechless, really. How did these people become scientists with this sort of intelligence? Indeed, as expected, without any surprises, the group of foolish scientists started feeding the little creature, which grew rapidly in size, like a bean sprouting. The brainless astronauts didn't notice how fast it was growing and happily named it Evans. Then, Evans just kept growing faster and faster. And while the scientists were still over the moon, one day for some unfathomable reason, one of them, maybe his brain had taken in water or something, decided to poke the creature with a needle. F***CK, blurted Wang Hao, who could no longer hold back his swear words. Is this guy brain dead? He pokes a creature that obviously looks dangerous with a needle, asking for a quick death. True to his word, and without any surprise, the dumb scientist bit the dust. Brutal, wow? Everyone finally realized how dangerous Evans was, but by then it was too late. After eating the foolish scientist, Evans started to grow rapidly. Now the scientists were thinking about killing it. This intelligence, Wang Hao covered his face in disbelief. How did they become scientists? Sure enough, another foolish scientist went in to kill Evans, and, unsurprisingly, Evans crawled inside the scientist's mouth. So brutal. I love it. Soon after, that guy was also dead. Before long, Evans crawled out of his mouth, now resembling an octopus with significantly bigger size. If they had just sealed the lab properly at that point, everything might have been fine. But no, the stupid scientists just had to drag out the dead scientist's body, which accidentally breached the lab. The solution was simply to close the firefighting ports. But no, it proved an ancient Eastern saying, knows when no die. Damn it, they couldn't close them all at once. They had to be done one by one. And by the time they reached the last one, Mars Kevin had already escaped the lab. Evans was out. Evans could now roam freely around the space station. What followed was all too predictable. By the time the entire movie had ended, Wang Hao felt like he had developed cringe disorder. The audience was beginning to leave the theater, with quite a few people feeling it was thrilling and exciting. Though, of course, if one were to look at it from a slightly more professional perspective. Once outside the theater, the four gathered in the rest area. Xiao Lulu looked at Wang Hao with wide eyes and asked, Teacher Wang Hao, as a seasoned industry screenwriter, what do you think of today's movie? She emphasized the word seasoned, clearly not very trusting of Wang Hao. Well, about that. Wang Hao took a deep breath before replying. Do you want to hear the truth or the sugar-coated version? Guanjing laughed and asked, What's the sugar-coated version? Wang Hao slapped his thigh. Great. It's superbly done. That's Hollywood for you, such epic scenes. The three women exchanged looks. Their tone made it clear they were being sarcastic. Isn't it good? Xiao Lulu tilted her head looking at Wang Hao. This is a big Hollywood production, with an investment rumored to be $200 million. You saw the effects yourself. I think it was quite good. Then I'll have to tell you the truth. Wang Hao sighed lightly. To be honest, this movie was barely tolerable. Not to mention anything else. Just the logical fallacies alone, I spotted several. That's a big no-no in the screenwriting world. What? Xiao Lulu's eyes widened in shock. Is it that bad? You don't believe it? Watch and I'll tell you. Chapter 422, a movie full of flaws. No way. When the three girls heard Wang Hao's comment, they were all stunned. Guanjing expressed her confusion. I thought it was okay. Let me analyze it for you in detail. Wang Hao shrugged and said, Off the top of my head, I can pick out several points, all logical flaws. If the script was really written like this, it would definitely flop. Since it's a Hollywood production, you might feel it's acceptable, but if it were a local director, you surely would have bashed him by now. Is it that serious? Xiao Lulu exclaimed. Then tell us, Teacher Wang Hao, what are the issues? First, Wang Hao began his analysis for the three, when Evans was still in the early stages of life force recovery. Merely a simple multicellular organism, it had already clearly shown strong life force, rapid growth rate, and signs of intelligence. It was obvious by just using your ass for thinking that this thing would be a threat once it grew. Yet our biologist uncle couldn't see the danger. Hearing Wang Hao say this, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Right? Now that you mention it, it really is like that. Jiang Riyun agreed. Little master, according to your point, are you saying this creature shouldn't be researched directly? If you were to write the script, how would you change it? I'd at least first confirm the degree of horror of this thing. Wang Hao took a cigarette box from his pocket and placed it on the table. For instance, this is a cell that survived in the vacuum of space. It's certain that this thing's power would be huge. So, before conducting research, I would need to prepare for various scenarios like, what if? You can't control it once this thing grows in the lab. I know, Xiao Lulu said with feeling. Like the golden-horned giant beast in Devouring the Stars, right? Initially, it was just a little egg, and it grew up to be impervious to nuclear bombs. Wang Hao was suddenly impressed. Yo, you've also read Devouring the Stars? Xiao Lulu responded. Of course. Many people in our institute like it. And Guanjing has read it too. Right. I love it too. Guanjing eagerly nodded at the side. That book is super awesome. Wang Hao. Well, since you put it that way, I'm a bit embarrassed now. That book is indeed quite good. Wang Hao unabashedly took credit. If you've read that, then it's simple. Think about it. For an organism from space that no one has ever seen or knows what it is, shouldn't preparations be made? At the very least, your lab should be able to ensure isolation, right? You have to ensure that in case of an emergency, you can immediately jettison the lab into space to ensure your own safety, right? At the very least, shouldn't the lab steel plates be several centimeters thick? But was any of this in the movie? None of it. Everyone nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Second, Wang Hao continued. Little Evans grew up, and all of a sudden its growth stagnated, and response vanished. Logically, shouldn't you first find the reason? Shouldn't you consider changing the environmental parameters of growth? Is it not enough? Nutrients, or are the ingredients no longer suitable? Or is little Evans tired and needs rest? Even if you hadn't considered all this, you couldn't just go and stimulate it with a needle, right? That's outright suicidal. Exactly. Xiao Lulu nodded incessantly in agreement. Now that you mention it, it feels like the screenwriter didn't use his brain when writing the script. So, Wang Hao, crossing his legs, said, logically, shouldn't you first observe for a few days to see? And first consider the issue with the nutrient solution. Just with these 2 points alone, the three already felt that this movie was simply riddled with glaring faults. But clearly, it wasn't over yet. Third, little Evans showed obvious aggression. Wang Hao paused, then continued. Considering it's an unknown intelligent life form, why do I feel it's not surprising at all? It's very normal to have aggression. Most animals in nature have it, right? At the very least, shouldn't there be some emergency measures? Like if this thing becomes uncontrollable, how do you destroy it? The result is none. That just takes us back to my first point. The logic is flawed. It's no exaggeration to say that many labs on Earth also explore things like bacteria. And if we had this level of protection, Earth would have been wiped out many times over. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. Without a complete emergency plan, not to mention the stuff in this movie, even real life would have been wiped out many times over. Fifth, back to the same critical flaw. Wang Hao helplessly shrugged. After Evans broke free from the containment, instead of dealing with the injured black man, it went straight for the lab mice. Eating the mice is one thing, but then people took this opportunity to start rescuing others. Saving people is understandable, but why did they have to go and kill Evans then? Shouldn't you consider thoroughly sealing the lab first before anything else? Chapter 423, Guided by a Master. I can't even be bothered to talk about the latter parts. Wang Hao laughed in the end. At that moment, I felt like they had countless opportunities, countless ways to perfectly solve the problem throughout the entire movie. Yet, due to those reasons, things ultimately became irreparably bad. My biggest takeaway is that even if those 6 people didn't try to put in any effort at all and just sat quietly on the floor playing poker, the outcome would have been much brighter. Upon hearing Wang Hao say this, the 3 girls burst into laughter together. Jiang Ryun even clapped the table while laughing. Right? What lesson does this movie teach us? It tells us exactly how to screw things up to the worst degree. Exactly. That's the point. Xiao Lulu nodded vigorously. Thinking back now, this movie is really just about that. Sometimes effort doesn't necessarily yield positive results. At this point, Guanjing and Xiao Lulu were already looking at Wang Hao with newfound respect. Teacher Wang Hao, I've realized you really are quite capable. Guanjing looked at Wang Hao with great satisfaction and smiled. Let's watch another movie later. There's a surprise. Another one. Wang Hao was curious. What's the occasion? Well, you see, it's like this. It's a secret. Guanjing suddenly became mysterious. The upcoming screening of My Barbaric Girlfriend is something to really look forward to. My Barbaric Girlfriend? Wang Hao was immediately startled. You're planning to watch that? Watch that. Jiang Ryun was also curious. A domestic 2D campus romance film. What's so good about that? I used to fall asleep watching such movies. It's completely different, I assure you. Guanjing said with a proud face. I have insider information. Apparently, this movie had guidance from a true master. A real expert. Wang Hao. This movie had guidance from a master? Who could it be? That good, huh? Jiang Ryun's eyes widened with excitement. You mean, this movie might actually surprise us? No doubt about it. Guanjing nodded confidently. My friend told me, after the expert's guidance, he himself watched it twice, and it's super enjoyable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's go. Let's watch another one. Jiang Ryun tugged Wang Hao towards the ticket counter. Little master, how about we watch one more? What's so good about this movie anyway? I already know the plot. Wang Hao expressed his frustration. You guys go ahead and watch it. I really don't want to watch this movie now. What, are you scared? Guanjing looked at Wang Hao. The script of this movie is definitely beyond your imagination. Wang Hao. What a joke. The script of this movie was something I helped that Zhang Xingran to research, okay? After that dinner, she kept asking me questions, and I just couldn't be bothered to mention. There's really nothing worth watching, Wang Hao said. Isn't it just about the male lead who is a boy, but his mom insists on raising him as a girl? And then, hey, what are you doing now? As Jiang Ruiyun pulled on Wang Hao's sleeve, she said, what else could we be doing but buying tickets? We get it, you're awesome, all right? Blabbering nonsense here without paying taxes. I really do know the plot. Then Wang Hao, seeing the 3 indignant girls, quickly switched topics. Actually, I am quite curious to see how the movie turned out. And so, They went to buy tickets. Tickets for My Barbaric Girlfriend were much easier to get. No need to queue, right? After buying the tickets and entering Theater 6, as expected, the hall was sparsely filled with a few dozen spectators. Wang Hao glanced around. It seemed like no one was particularly enthusiastic. There are so few people. Jiang Ruyan looked around. Can this movie be any good? Let's just consider its support for domestic films. Wang Hao said nonchalantly. We're already here. Might as well. Watch. At that moment, someone behind them chimed in. This young man's thought is commendable. But the issue now is that it's fine to support domestic films. But the key is that domestic films just aren't impressive right now, and the plots can literally put people to sleep. Wang Hao and Jiang Ruyan turned their heads to see the speaker, a man in his mid-30s. Wang Hao smiled and asked, May I ask who you are? Can't say. The man shook his head. With interstellar travel being as bad as it is, I'm even less optimistic about this one. But what can I do? Being a professional film critic, I have to watch it regardless of the quality. Hey, this guy sounds somewhat professional. Wang Hao immediately asked, How should I address you, sir? No problem, professional film critic Ding Yang. The man chuckled. I've already finished the other Hollywood blockbusters. They were mediocre. But frankly, I came to watch this movie purely out of curiosity. I just want to see how bad a domestic film can be. Wang Hao, don't tell me you're hitting us like that. How can domestic movies be that bad? Not necessarily. Guanjing instantly refused to accept that, turning around to say, This movie? It has had guidance from a true expert. It's guaranteed to be good. You'll see. Chapter 424. Are you the worm in my stomach? Of course, Guanjing was even more smug now. I'll tell you. Do you know who provided input for this film? Who? Ding Yang asked. Curiously, it was advised by one of the screenwriters of Domestic Agent, Mr. Wang Hao. Guanjing said, You know about Domestic Agent, right? It's the first domestic web series to break 1 billion views. Can a film he advised be bad? This is the real deal. Ding Yang was immediately stunned. Oh, that Mr. Wang Hao is really talented. I've watched Domestic Agent several times. Then he turned his head and started talking up Wang Hao, with spittle flying everywhere. Brother, you know this Wang Hao, right? He's incredibly awesome. I was fortunate to have seen him from a distance, though I didn't get a clear look at him. But the man's talent, awesome. Absolutely awesome. Wang Hao, oh boy, you're making me blush. Is he that good? Jiang Ruiyun asked with a smile. My teacher is also named Wang Hao. You're also called Wang Hao. Ding Yang asked. You aren't a screenwriter too, are you? Wang Hao smiled shyly, yes. This is a case of same name, different fates. Ding Yang almost sprayed Wang Hao's face with saliva. You're both named Wang Hao and are about the same age. Why is there such a big difference? Now he makes 7 or 800,000 for a single script, right? Yeah. Wang Hao thought hard. The last script he took was Heroes Among Heroes. How much was it? Well, definitely over 1 million. While they were still talking, Wang Hao's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and quickly answered. Hello? Yeah, I'm just watching a movie with friends now. Yeah, I know. I'm at the cinema right now. Huh, you're coming over? Oh, no need. Last time we just chatted a few times. No need, okay. After hanging up, Ding Yang kept talking as if they were old friends. This Mr. Wang Hao is quite famous in the circle now. I, as a film critic, often deal with directors and such. Just from people I know, there are quite a few directors looking for him to write scripts, but his agent says he has no available schedules. Well, after all, it's just one person, and it's normal to be busy. Wang Hao, are you a worm in my stomach? How do you know all this? As they were talking, the entire theater lights dimmed down, and the movie started. First came the film producer's logo, followed by a city scene. Overpasses, subways, towering skyscrapers, and the sounds from the speakers began playing melodious music. Huh, this song is quite nice. Ding Yang watched the big screen, listening to the music, and soon began watching intently. Then the subtitles started, with producer Xia Bin, director Meng Qingming. The scene shifted to a very beautiful building on a campus, but the camera angle was too far away to see clearly. Soon, the screenwriter's name appeared, head screenwriter, Zhang Xingran. Look, Guanjing excitedly said. This screenwriter Zhang Xingran is my aunt. Sitting in front of him, Wang Hao. Is the world this small? Really? Wang Hao hadn't even started speaking when Ding Yang in the back got excited. Oh wow, this is a prominent screenwriter. I think we can have high expectations for this movie. Extremely high expectations. Soon, the movie plot started, and the screen displayed the words, "My Savage Girlfriend." The audience quickly focused back on the film. On the big screen, the camera moved from far to near, showing an old pine tree. Concurrently, a voiceover began playing. 2 years ago, she and I buried a time capsule here, agreeing to meet here in 2 years. But I came, and she wasn't here. Melodious music started playing again, with tones rising and falling, carrying a touch of faint melancholy and ethereal loss. The movie had just begun, and the music alone evoked memories of lost love in many viewers. Soon, the movie moved on to the main part. The male lead sat in front of the camera, briefly introducing the characters' backgrounds and identities, and through some dialogue and visual expressions, the audience gradually grasped the storyline. Overall, the visual presentation, soundtrack, camera work, lighting, and editing were all quite good, but the plot had just unfolded and wasn't yet captivating. However, a monologue by the male lead made the audience burst into laughter. "My name is Ma Tianyuan, and my parents always wanted a girl. They raised me as a girl from the moment I was born until I was 7, still thinking I was a girl. Then, my parents couldn't hide it anymore, because by then, I was as tall as a 6th grade boy." The male lead on the screen was about 1.9 meters tall. The irony of him always thinking he was a girl was simply too amusing to look straight at. Haha, it's so funny, such a big guy raised as a girl. I'll laugh first. This script is pretty interesting, hee. Wouldn't the female lead be even more formidable than him? The start is pretty good, isn't it? Take note, everyone. Guan Jing excitedly spoke. This is what's called capturing the audience's attention from the start. Jiang Ruyan nodded continuously. Yeah, that makes sense. Learning. Chiu Lulu hurriedly took out her phone to take notes. Chapter 425. Who wrote this script? Soon, the plot began to unfold. After entering university, the male lead naturally joined the Taekwondo club, and it was at that time the legendary savage girlfriend appeared. The female protagonist, with a refreshing ponytail, arrived at the club. All the boys around whistled at her. And then those guys were all doomed. The female protagonist's kicks were swift like the wind. After a series of incredibly elegant moves, there were at least a dozen boys lying around her. Though the scene wasn't large, those crisp and efficient moves, especially several close-up shots, left nothing after this sequence but perfection. The female protagonist's entrance instantly shocked the entire audience, and at the same time, anticipation completely exploded. Holy shit, those moves are simply unbeatable. So freaking cool. Yeah, that sequence of moves was just so smooth, absolutely flawless. Ding Yang watched the big screen, his jaw almost hitting the floor. In his mind, youth campus stories were often synonymous with boredom and sleep inducement. But obviously, the movie playing before him was on a completely different level from other youth campus films. Who wrote this script? Ding Yang couldn't help but regret his initial thoughts, murmuring, "This opening plot is really good, very engaging." "That's right," Guan Jing said proudly. "My aunt has learned quite a few tricks from that master. She calls it technique, which is all about how to whet the audience's appetite." Soon, the male lead, representing the Taekwondo hall, took the stage to accept the female lead's challenge, and then something surprising happened. The female protagonist's legs were like giant wheels, and the male lead couldn't even last 2 minutes under her feet. He was kicked off the platform, and by then, the audience had completely memorized this girl who was nothing short of divine. That action was too cool, so much so that many girls in the cinema started taking out their phones, screaming on social media. So freaking cool. Those moves. I love you. You're my dream. The plot continued to advance, the audience entranced. Where had they ever seen a movie with such dramatic twists and turns? There's no denying that this segment of romance was literally earth-shattering. Even Ding Yang hurriedly took out his phone to record. This script indeed deserves praise. The entire movie often has godlike twists that constantly pull at the audience's emotions. Success is no coincidence. The script really does have praiseworthy aspects. At this point in the movie, the male and female leads began to gradually develop feelings. Director Meng Qingming's directing techniques were very unique, always managing to capture close-up shots perfectly. And the tall and sturdy male lead was simply tortured by the female lead, like the time they bet on which foot commuters would step onto the subway with first, the loser to get slapped. Then the audience saw the left foot stepping in first every time, and the male lead being slapped by the female lead until he was beside himself. Ha 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 ha. The entire audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Ding Yang unconsciously began to record. This script is so funny. And then he started to compile classic quotes from the film. First, don't expect her to be gentle. Second, don't let her drink more than 3 glasses of alcohol, or she'll start fighting with everyone. Third, if she hits you, you must act like it hurts a lot, and if it really hurts, then pretend it doesn't. Quips like these were scattered throughout the film. The male lead's tenderness and the female lead's kindness mixed with savagery left a deep impression on the audience. In the end, the male lead was left alone under a large tree, digging up the wish bottle and savoring the wounds of love. A year later, the female lead came to the tree and listened to an elder say the original tree had died, and a young man had deliberately picked the same species to plant there, waiting for his beloved girlfriend to arrive. Later, the female lead went to meet the mother of her ex-boyfriend, who had always had a crush on her, and just then, the male lead appeared. It turned out he was her aunt's nephew, and the aunt had been trying to set him up with a girlfriend for years, who was none other than this savage girlfriend. The destined fate and the vigil of love finally came to a perfect conclusion at the last moment. The two held hands tightly, with a sea of love flowing through their eyes without a word spoken. Wang Hao turned his head and saw it. In the dim light, the tears were clear in the eyes of the 3 girls. When the 112-minute movie ended and the end credits rolled, the audience in the theater simply couldn't bear to leave for a long time. It wasn't clear who started clapping first, but soon, everyone joined in with thunderous applause, the scene no less grand than a National People's Congress being solemnly convened. Ding Yang didn't hesitate to log into the Dubon website and rate the movie straight away. The result was no surprise, 5-star rating. Film critic Ding Yang: without a doubt, this is the best campus romance movie I've ever seen. I thought I would be drowsy, but I ended up liking it more and more. If our domestic directors can make movies of this quality in the future, I will definitely support Chinese cinema. In fact, I'm ready to watch it a second time. Thumbs up for director Meng Qingming, and thumbs up for scriptwriter Zhang Xingran. As the movie ended, many of the audience members left discussing eagerly. I'm going to bring my girlfriend to watch it when I get back. So many lines are just too touching. Exactly, this movie is definitely worth watching. It's been a long time since I've seen something this enjoyable. Indeed, the last time a movie made me this happy was Bright Star, written by the great screenwriter Tong Beiming. And that was 2 years ago. Right. I'll definitely watch it again if I have time. Chapter 426, Anne arrives. Many viewers were preparing to watch it a second time or bring their girlfriends to see it again in the evening. Amazing, Xiao Lulu exclaimed. This is definitely the best movie I've ever seen. Then, the girl eagerly shook Guan Jing's arm. Jingjing, recommend me to be your aunt's student, will you? No way, Guan Jing firmly shook her head. Auntie has been really busy lately. She's bursting with inspiration and has been writing new scripts nonstop. According to her, the scripts following this formula are all fantastic. Jiang Ruiyun turned to Wang Hao and asked, Little Master, what do you think of this script? I think it's simply divine. It's SOSO, Wang Hao smacked his lips. I feel there's still a lot of room for improvement. Cut it out, always bragging. The 3 girls scorned him collectively. We could still be good friends if you didn't boast all the time. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao decisively got up. Let's go. The movie's over, so let's head out and talk. I'm done with you. Guan Jing turned her head away, huffing. I'm going to find my aunt. She happens to be in Jinhua these days. Wang Hao, you probably don't need to look for her, because she's about to arrive. Indeed, Zhang Xingran arrived faster than Wang Hao had anticipated. As they left the screening room, they were surprised to find Zhang Xingran waiting at the door. Auntie, Guan Jing was thrilled and rushed up immediately. How come you're here? The script you wrote is just too good. I couldn't get enough even after watching it once. The plot is so sophisticated. When will you teach me? She was very excited, but unexpectedly, Zhang Xingran's first glance was towards Wang Hao. Teacher Wang Hao, I've arrived. As soon as she said that, everyone on the scene was stunned. What's going on? The great screenwriter is calling Miss Wang Hao teacher. Wait, hold on, it's a bit confusing. I need to sort this out. Everyone looked at Zhang Xingran, then back at Wang Hao. My God, you can't actually be that, Guan Jing screamed. Teacher Wang Hao. I've been saying I am Teacher Wang Hao. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly, smiling. But you just wouldn't believe. Me. The three girls instantly had stars in their eyes. This Teacher Wang Hao in front of them was really the Teacher Wang Hao. Wow, what a coincidence. Teacher Wang Hao. Teacher Wang Hao. Qiu Lulu excitedly asked. How do you come up with so many ideas? This plot is too deep. It's making me want to retreat to the countryside. With you as a screenwriter, who else do we even need? Watch more, listen more, think more, and ask more. Wang Hao replied with an expression like a light breeze or soft clouds, smiling. Keep it up, you can do it too. Little master, you're amazing. Jiang Ruiyun was the happiest, exclaiming, I'm your biggest disciple. The three girls were ecstatic, and then Zhang Xingran tapped Guan Jing's shoulder. You guys go back first. I want to have a few words with Teacher Wang Hao. Oh. After exchanging glances, Guan Jing and the others nodded. Okay, sure. Teacher Wang Hao. After the three of them left, Zhang Xingran smiled. I really appreciate the advice you gave me before. Mr. Xia liked the script for the movie a lot. He worked day and night to bring it to film so quickly. The few times I've consulted with you have also been a huge help, so I came here specially to say thank you. Look at you, being so formal. Wang Hao laughed, shaking his head. All we did before was discuss the methods of script writing over the phone. I wouldn't dare take credit for counseling. To tell the truth, Mr. Zhang, you have much more experience than I do. I'm actually honored to discuss screenwriting with you. See, I still have to thank you. The two strolled outside as Zhang Xingran spoke with a laugh. If there's anything good in the future, I'll try to think of you first. No need for more chit-chat. Deal. Wang Hao looked delighted. In the future, Mr. Zhang, we can collaborate more. No problem. After farewelling Zhang Xingran, Wang Hao hailed a cab back to the hotel. Another busy day, time to sleep. The next morning, Wang Hao was woken up by a loud knocking on the door. Little master, open the door, quick. It's me, LV Junyu. Damn, are you looking to die? Mornings are tough, comrades. Wang Hao really wanted to drag him in and give him a good 50 whacks. Why are you making such a racket so early? Muttering, Wang Hao opened the door, and as soon as it was ajar, LV Junyu practically burst in, flaming behind. Little master, great news. Yesterday, Director Yang saw my dedicated corpse acting and decided to give me an important role. Wow, you got a role? Wang Hao poured himself a glass of water, taking his time. Which one? A hero, Luo Renjia from the Four Talents of Qingcheng. LV Junyu boasted. How about that, little master? Am I impressive, or what? Just joined the cast, and got such a character. He brandished a script in front of Wang Hao, shaking it. I have lines. And scenes with the main character to boot. Wang Hao. Indeed a joyful lot, these silly young folks. Well, it's good that you have lines. Wang Hao nodded and then inquired. Why aren't you in your room studying the character, instead running here with the script this early in the morning? Here's the thing. LV Junyu scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. This is my first time playing such a formal character. I'm afraid of messing it up and embarrassing myself. So I thought, why not ask my little master to give me some acting tips? Chapter 427. Heroes and Brave Men. The Four Gentlemen of Qingqing. Discuss the script? Wang Hao looked at him. Haven't you read the script carefully? I did. LV Junyu replied. It's just that I feel I still need to grasp the psychological state of the character better. Right? Knowing you're making an effort is good. Wang Hao pulled him to sit on the sofa in the room, and then took the script. Let's look at this scene. The two of them started reading together. Episode 3, Scene 1, Huixian Building, Day, Interior. Ling Huchong put down his wine bowl and sneered disdainfully at Elen. Junior sister, have you heard of the heroes and brave men? The Four Elegants of Qingqing? Luo Renjia said smugly. Indeed, I am Luo Renjia, one of the four elegants of Qingqing. Lin Pingji, in the corner, glanced up stealthily and then quickly buried his head again. Ling Hu Chong, do you know what the best kung fu of the Qingqing sect is? Lin, I don't know. Ling Hu Chong, the most brilliant move. Better left unsaid to avoid damaging the harmony. Luo Renjia, what is the most brilliant move, you tell? Ling Hu Chong, it's the buttocks back, sand-smoothing geese landing style. Luo Renjia, nonsense. He threw a punch. Ling Hu Chong took a hit on the nose, blood flowing long. Lin, you shouldn't hit him, bullying a wounded man. What kind of hero does that? Luo Renjia teased. Little Nun seems to fancy him for his dashing looks, stirring worldly desires, and pinched Lin's face. Lin, furious, struck out repeatedly with her fists. Ling Hu Chong, junior sister, don't hit him, let me gather my energy. Luo Renjia threw another punch, and Ling Hu Chong, seizing the opportunity, kicked him on the buttocks, sending Luo Renjia tumbling downstairs. Ling Hu Chong, junior sister, that was the buttocks back, sand-smoothing geese landing style. At that moment, Chu Fian smiled at her grandfather in the corner. Heroes and brave men, the four elegants of Qingqing. Ling Hu Chong emphatically said, no, it's bear and wild boar, the four beasts of Qingqing. This statement made everyone upstairs burst into laughter. Ling Hu Chong's body could not hold on, and he coughed incessantly. In a blink of an eye, Luo Renjia climbed back upstairs, took the treasured sword thrown by his companion, and lunged forward, stabbing Ling Hu Chong in the chest. Lin, brother Ling Hu. People upstairs were focused on Ling Hu Chong's life and death. Ling Hu Chong looked up, smiling. Junior sister, I have a big secret to tell you. That evil extinguishing sword manual from the Fuwei escort agency. Evil extinguishing sword manual. Luo Renjia, very curious, bent down close to eavesdrop. Ling Hu Chong grabbed the sword from the ground and stabbed it into Luo Renjia's abdomen. Luo Renjia fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then lay still. Ling Hu Chong collapsed limply on the ground, Lin holding him, calling nonstop. The Qingqing disciple scurried out, fleeing downstairs. Lin Pingji also hurriedly escaped, bowing deeply to Ling Hu Chong as he left. Thank you for saving my life. Lin, thinking Ling Hu Chong was dead, panicked, yelling, Brother Ling Hu, you can't die, you can't die. Chu Yang sighed from the corner. The little nun also has a sentimental heart. If Ling Hu Chong survives, she must leave the nunnery and marry him. Dragging his granddaughter, he walked to the table and picked up the burnt-tail zither. Is it this scene? Wang Hao put down the script and said, First tell me how you think about the character you're playing. As a discussion of the play, it was still necessary to know LV Junyo's view on the character. I think, LV Junyo said, this Luo Renjia is obviously not a good guy. According to the script, he shouldn't be one of the good guys. Look at this line. Luo Renjia teasing Lin. The little nun sees him and feels worldly desires stirred. Then he pinches Lin's face. She's a nun, so his teasing her like that definitely means he's not a good guy. Right? You've got a pretty accurate read on that, Wang Hao said, smiling. So how would you play it? Me? I'd deliberately play the character as very bad, LV Junyo viciously said. I want the audience to hate him so much they wish they could kill him on sight. Wang Hao didn't expect the youngster to be so fierce. Actually, since he had taken him as a disciple, it was natural for Wang Hao to teach him proper. When you play this role, you can't just look at this one scene. You need to connect the context before and after to understand what kind of person this really is. Right. We might not have time now, so let me explain it to you first. Okay. LV Junyo quickly sat upright, ready to listen. First off, this Luo Renjia is a character from the Qingqing sect. Wang Hao, holding the script, said, the young disciples of their sect all have one major trait, and that is, they are enormously cheeky. Note that this cheekiness is different from plain badness. Cheekiness means stirring up trouble for no reason, feeling uneasy if not causing a commotion. Badness, on the other hand, means typically engaging in killing and arson when idle, but exhibiting either wicked behavior or honeyed words with a treacherous heart. Listening to Wang Hao explain this way, LV Junyu immediately felt the essence. Little master, you mean I should play this character as cheap as possible? The cheaper the better, right? LV Junyu found more reason in the script the more he read. This Luo Renjia really was quite despicable. Yes, you should play him so annoyingly that the audience itches to roll up their sleeves and beat him up. That would be perfect, Wang Hao said with a smile. Although this is just a small role for you, I recommend you take the opportunity to borrow the script and thoroughly delve into the character's traits. After all, it's often hard to grasp the true nature of a character from just one scene. Chapter 428, The Big Stage Recruitment. Understood. LV Junyu nodded vigorously. I'll get right on it then. My performance is in 3 days. You'd better come to support me, master. Sure, no problem. Wang Hao immediately nodded in agreement. I'll be there to see how our drama's leading man is doing. Speaking of which, Wang Hao just remembered that he really only knew a few people in this drama. As for who was playing the important role of the male lead, he hadn't actually met them yet. The male lead, oh, he's amazing. Lu Junyu became instantly excited at the mention. He's an absolute heartthrob and superstar with huge popularity in our circle. Master, you'll know when you see him. He's my idol. Well, okay. Wang Hao shrugged. I guess I'll see when I get there. Having bid farewell to LV Junyu, Wang Hao was walking off his breakfast when his cell phone suddenly rang. Checking his phone, he was surprised to see it was Chao Hua calling. Wang Hao, what's going on? Chao Hua. Little teacher Wang Hao, where are you? Hurry to the academy. The Happy People stage recruitment has started. Over 40 people from our department are already prepared. You need to hurry. If we're too slow, we'll miss out. My sketch is waiting to be tested. Wang Hao, today? What about Jiang Ruiyun? Chao Hua. The beautiful Jiang Ruiyun apparently has family matters, so she told me to find you directly. Wang Hao. Got it. Okay, I'll come and take a look. Right? Those sketches they're performing were modified by me. It's only right I go check them out. I've got nothing else today anyway. Time for a stroll. Soon, he arrived at the designated meeting spot for genieing, and from a distance, Wang Hao saw Chao Hua, Wu Jiao, and a group of students waiting, with a bus parked nearby. Upon seeing Wang Hao approaching, Chao Hua rushed over excitedly. Teacher little Wang Hao, you're here. Yeah. Wang Hao looked around curiously and asked, this many people? Yes, Chao Hua said excitedly. Our associate department head, Zhao Yuanshun, has some clout over there. He's taking us to try our luck. Teacher, it's all down to your talent whether we can make it through. Wang Hao, look at how excited you are. It's just a talent recruitment. Why the fuss? Teacher little Wang Hao, Wu Jiao greeted with a smile, waving at Wang Hao. Today, you've got to come as our support squad. No problem, Wang Hao nodded. Let's go. Come on, hurry, get on the bus. Chao Hua pulled Wang Hao up onto the bus. On board sat a young man around 27 or 28 years old, dapper in a suit and radiating enthusiasm, chatting up the students. Surprised to see Wang Hao bored, he paused. He's a friend of mine. Chao Hua quickly introduced. He's here to support us today? He's the one who helped modify our sketch script, so I invited him along as well. Little brother Hao, this is Zhao Yuanshun, the associate dean of our acting department. Oh, I see. Zhao Yuanshun glanced at Wang Hao and said, well, it's fine that you're here, but just observe from the sidelines. We can't have interruptions in such a setting. Got it. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. I'm just here to watch. Good. Zhao Yuanshun basked in the attention of everyone. Proud and spirited. I might not boast, but I do have some influence in our department. I've got the latest news that the Happy People stage is looking to hire actors to expand their lineup. We're heading to Jinhua today, so of course, I had to take our students to give it a shot. By the way, you know about the big stage, right? Wang Hao. How could I not know? I'm well acquainted. I know. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. It's supposed to be very popular right now. They were even part of Zhonghai TV station's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala recently, right? Exactly, Zhao Yuanshun said with a smile. Let me tell you that Lu, who has the big head in that show, he's from my hometown, a close acquaintance. He secretly told me that they were recruiting, and he called me first thing. So, I brought the best students we had. If they get selected, that's it settled. They might even have a chance to be on TV and hit it big. Right, it's definitely worth going. Wang Hao praised. As always, Director Zhao is capable. All around, the students' eyes gleamed like little stars as they looked at Director Zhao as if he were a talent scout. Director Zhao, do you think I can be selected? I should be okay, right? I've been practicing sketches a lot. I can perform crosstalk. Little Yaya is my idol. Will I get to see him this time? Hearing the students, Zhao Yuanshun said proudly, don't rush, everyone. I can't guarantee a spot for everyone, right? So, just perform well and give it your best. As for the results, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Oh, and Lu said they're short on an assistant. Whoever performs well, I might put in a word, and maybe they'll work their way up gradually. I can't promise they'll reach little Yaya's level, but at least they'll be remembered in the circle. Wang Hao, little Yaya's level? Is he that tall? Sure, he is genuinely large. That round face of his, one could fit 1.5 of me. Chapter 429. What's with those looks? Yes, yes, yes. Director Zhao always keeps the students in mind when there's a good opportunity. Wang Hao gave Zhao Yuanshun a big thumbs up. That's truly admirable. Of course, Zhao Yuanshun nodded and said earnestly, after all, theory is just the foundation. Students need to practice more. There's a saying that practice leads to true knowledge, right? Turning to Xiaohua, he asked, right, student Xiaohua? Whether the script for your skit is good or not, it still needs a professional's opinion. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. That's certainly true. Look at that. Zhao Yuanshun became even prouder upon hearing what Xiaohua said, adding, connections are very important. It's beneficial to network in society. Take this time. For example, if I didn't know Big Head Lu, would this opportunity have been so easy to find? I heard that the boss of Happy People Stage originally wanted to work with students from Zhonghai Film University. They're very ambitious and planning to put on a play. A play, you know, that's high-end art. Play. That certainly was posh stuff. In big cities, the classy folks watch less cinema and prefer plays and symphonies. They say it gives them status, exclusive and distinctive. That's amazing. Wang Hao's eyes widened. A play isn't something just anyone can handle, right? I've heard that for a good play, a single ticket costs hundreds, doesn't it? That's right, Zhao Yuanshun nodded. The boss of Happy People Stage is a celebrity now. He's chauffeured around since the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. And now with a play in the works, it's a different level of class, aiming for upscale clientele. Imagine if we students get selected, how prestigious would that be, right? Absolutely, that's for sure. Wang Hao was in full agreement. Director Zhao really is something special. Giving another big thumbs up. At that moment, Xiaohua whispered to Wang Hao, Brother Hao, with such fierce competition, do you think I can make it? I'm really nervous. How would I know? Auditions depend on one's own ability. There's no such thing as a direct recommendation. Wang Hao comforted him. Don't worry, with your gift of gab, just throw in some smooth talking, and you'll be fine. Xiaohua, what's smooth talking? Wang Hao, you might as well find a place to sleep or just watch the excitement. Don't go up there and embarrass me. As the car journeyed on, it soon arrived at a rather large office building. Everyone got out of the car, and Wang Hao asked, is the audition here? Of course, Zhao Yuanshun smiled. The guy has status now. This audition is mainly for the play's crew, including actors, screenwriters, directors, and so on. How low-key could Happy People Stage be? We need a proper venue like this. Wang Hao, holy shit, has the boss of Happy People Stage gotten this influential? While chatting, a bus arrived from the opposite direction. As soon as the people on it disembarked, Zhao Yuanshun's expression changed. It's Director Zhou from the Zhonghai Film University acting department leading the team. The competition just stepped up. Watching Director Zhou escort a group of more than 50 students into the building, Xiaohua and the other students looked baffled. Clearly, they hadn't expected Zhonghai Film College to also show up for the auditions. Xiaohua asked puzzled, Director Zhao, why are people from Zhonghai here? Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshun's face momentarily shifted, but he quickly recovered and laughed. They must have heard about the recruitment. But don't worry, everyone. Big Head Lu is my fellow townsman. He has influence. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you all get a chance to audition. Are you all confident? We're confident. The students shouted together, looking at Zhao Yuanshun with admiration beaming on his ruddy face. That was Big Head Lu. After all, The guy whose skit selling crutches had become a national sensation at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Take a few steps. If you're fine, take a few steps. That phrase was incredibly well known. Seeing the students' excited expressions, Zhao Yuanshun was quite proud of himself. He said smilingly, "Fellow students, do you know how popular Happy People Stage is now? Do you know how popular Little Yaya is? How popular Big Head Lu is?" The students. "We know. Happy People Stage used to be moderately popular, but then suddenly, Little Yaya became a national sensation." That's right, originally Happy People Stage wasn't this hot. A month ago, you could still get tickets, but now tickets are sold out even for a month in advance. Ever since Little Yaya's song about the 5 rings exploded, scalpers stopped scalping train tickets and started scalping tickets for Happy People Stage. Absolutely. I heard Little Yaya has even started a national tour, 5 rings shaking the firmament. Not just Little Yaya, Big Head Lu, who was already well known, came up with the brilliant selling crutches at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. They say Big Head Lu used to charge only 1,000 yuan for a performance, but now it's tens of thousands, and that's if he has the time. Tens of thousands? Even if you're a notable person, getting a chance to see a performance by Big Head Lu and Little Yaya depends on their schedule. Those wealthy folks from out of town take pride in getting to see a show at Happy People Stage. I've heard that you can't even find parking space in front of Happy People Stage now. Listening to the students' discussion, Wang Hao's eyes bulged. Happy People Stage is this popular now? That escalated quickly. Zhao Yuanshun immediately threw him a look that said you're so out of the loop, and all the students resonated with it, their contempt evident. How long have you been off the grid? Not knowing about Happy People Stage? Wang Hao, what's with those looks? Chapter 430, Master Jinming. Seeing the students so knowledgeable about the big stage, Zhao Yuanshun couldn't help but feel proud and asked mysteriously, "You all know how popular the big stage is, but do you know why Little Yaya and Mr. Lu with the big head suddenly have so many amazing works?" Why? The students looked dopey. After all, the big stage and Mr. Lu were known before, but only within the industry's small circles. Now, they're suddenly incredibly popular, which indeed seems a bit illogical. That's what you don't know, do you? Once when I was dining with Mr. Lu, he told me that all these works came from a benefactor. A benefactor so freaking awesome it's like he has wings. Zhao Yuanshun spoke to the students seriously, enjoying the feeling of showing off to these newbies. It was simply an unbeatable, beautiful experience. A benefactor? Wu Jiao blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. Who is it? Yes, that very person. Zhao Yuanshun nodded with pride and laughed. He single-handedly created hits like Song of the 5 Rings, No Shortage of Money, Selling Crutches, and so on. It's said that he alone crafted all the sketches for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Amazing. That's just one word for it. Wang Hao counted on his fingers. Amazing. That's clearly 2 words. The students' eyes lit up. As genieing students, how could they not understand the principle here? Everyone who made it here today has some talent. But what good is talent on its own these days? Some artists may never meet a benefactor and could end up performing on the streets for their entire lives, earning just a few $100 per gig. But if you meet a benefactor, just a casual word from them is more useful than spending lots of money. Thinking of this, the students shook their heads. How easy could it be to meet a benefactor? Who is this benefactor? Wang Hao looked bewildered. You're not talking about me, are you? I've already entered the campus, never expecting that legends about me would still be circulating in the martial arts world. I have no idea, confessed Zhao Yuanshun, shaking his head helplessly. Mr. Lu and Little Ye have been keeping this benefactor a secret. They say he's a dragon that shows his head but not his tail, a truly awesome figure, who dislikes being disturbed. And most importantly, I've heard he's young and promising, even a few years younger than me. He helps people without charging money, with no strings attached, and also happens to be incredibly handsome. Sigh, comparing myself to him makes me feel insignificant. An official like me is just a minor character next to him. If I have the chance to meet this benefactor, I must call him Master. Wow, there's actually someone so great. A real live lay phone. Chao Hua looked up to him. The boys were as exuberant as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and the girls were full of longing for this male god. This guy truly is amazing. Wang Hao exclaimed fervently. Did you hear that? A few years younger, no strings attached, doesn't take money. That's not even the point. The sweetest thing is that incredibly handsome part. This is a world that judges by looks, comrades. It was the first time Zhao Yuanshan felt ignited by sharing someone else's story. Seeing Wang Hao looking all country bumpkin, he couldn't resist poking fun. Younger brother, you helped your classmate Chao Hua with the sketch script, showing some skill. However, the same kind of sketch, others are masters. Even though you have some talent, don't get cocky. If you're fortunate enough to meet Mr. Liu later, I'll try to help you get in touch with him, so you can learn a thing or two. Go for it, Brother Hao. Chao Hua and the others nodded like pecking hens to cheer on Wang Hao. Brother Hao is actually quite outstanding too. Wu Jiao had a good impression of Wang Hao and cheered from the side. Go for it, Brother Hao. Thank you, Director Zhao, for your encouragement. I will work hard. Wang Hao's sweat poured down like a waterfall. You all have painted me as some transcendental figure detached from fame and fortune. It would probably damage my noble and magnificent image if I stepped out at this time. Low profile is the way of Wang Dao. Seeing the atmosphere at its peak, with his own boasting having the desired effect in front of the students, Zhao Yuanshan felt the timing was perfect and delivered the final blow. Everyone, keep on working hard and stay energized. I have a special relationship with Mr. Liu. He told me that he'll introduce me to this benefactor in a while. When that happens, getting to see his style, even learning from him, is a rare and excellent opportunity. Really, this was a delightful surprise. Recently, many students at the school had been studying the art of comedic sketches, and the news of possibly meeting Mr. Liu thrilled them. Would I lie about this? Zhao Yuanshan smiled and clapped his hands. All right then, let's go inside. Let's go up and check out the situation. The group marched triumphantly into the building, only to be dumbfounded the moment they entered. Starting from the recruitment office, there was a long line that turned 8 corners and stretched all the way to the elevator doors. So many people today. Zhao Yuanshan had thought he received exclusive news, only to discover that it might have passed through countless hands already. Anyone with a slight bit of skill was here, all queuing up. There were even quite a few girls with good figures, standing in small circles by their respective teams. Zhao Yuanshan got a shock when he saw this. Good heavens, everyone that came this time is a heavy hitter. Zhao Yuanshan stared in amazement at a few familiar teams. Zhonghai Eastern Dance Troupe, Dream Factory Dance Troupe. They all came. Then he turned his gaze toward a man talking to Director Zhou with a ponytail and was instantly stunned. Master Jin Ming from the Jin Ming Dance Troupe. Jin Ming? Is he that amazing? Chapter 431. Got slapped in the face now, huh? Wang Hao glanced at Master Jin Ming with the ponytail, quite an ordinary fellow, about 175 in height with a well-proportioned body, coolly holding a cigar between his fingers. Even in public, he kept smoking, and he was chatting and laughing freely with Director Zhou. Is this Jin Ming really that incredible? Wang Hao asked Chao Hua quietly. Why does Director Zhou act like he's seen a ghost upon seeing him? No way. Teacher, you don't know about Jin Ming? Chao Hua looked horrified. His Jin Ming dance troupe is said to be the most profitable dance troupe in Zhonghai City. Many of the dance troupes used for big gala performances come from his team. Whether it's commercial performances or TV station galas, they are top-notch. Just at the last Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, there were 7 dance programs, and his troupe alone handled 4. I didn't expect him to come here with his team. Well, this Jin Ming does sound impressive. If one gala had 7 dance troupes, and his troupe took 4 spots, that's quite a capability. Just as Wang Hao was thinking, Director Zhou actually brought Jin Ming over. There must be something up. It seemed like Zhao Yuanshan and Director Zhou hadn't gotten along when they met before. Sure enough, from a distance, Director Zhou from Zhonghai Performance Department started mocking. Oh, isn't this Director Zhao from Jinying? What's this, coming to audition today? Of course, Zhao Yuanshan scoffed. If Zhonghai can audition, why can't we at Jinying? Oh, sure. Director Zhou laughed. I just fear your hopes aren't high this time. I see the people you've brought. Doesn't seem like they're well prepared, huh? Hee. Well, different sources of information lead to different outcomes. Too bad, Director Zhao. Seems like you're set for disappointment this time, huh? What do you mean by that? Zhao Yuanshan frowned. Isn't it just about expanding the scale of stage performers? Is your information better than mine? Expanding the stage scale? As soon as Director Zhou heard this, his eyes widened and he burst into laughter. Ha! Who told you about expanding the stage scale? You've got to be kidding me. It wasn't that Lou Big Head, was it? That guy always spouts nonsense. You believed him. Now Zhao Yuanshun was foundering, surrounded by many students, and quickly said, "Isn't it that? Then what else could it be?" "Well, since we're colleagues, I'll give you a heads up." Director Zhou moved forward grinning, patting Zhao Yuanshun on the shoulder. "You're still young after all." This time, the Happy People stage got orders from above. This year's Spring Festival Gala. They'll have programs recommended by the Zhonghai TV station. The Spring Festival Gala. What caliber is that? So, this time they mainly need dance teams, not skits or comedy. How could they possibly let your bunch of students go on stage? What? Zhao Yuanshun was dumbfounded. The students he'd brought today were all preparing for skits and dramatic performances, planning to take them to the big stage for some exposure, hoping for a chance at fame on TV. But now he found out they mainly needed dance teams. It should have been the dance department girls, not so many boys. Wang Hao. Damn. Serves you right for showing off earlier. Got slapped in the face now, huh? You ran here without reliable information, still praising Lou Big Head. After Director Zhou said this, the girls from Zhonghai were snickering at Jinying's side. Being laughed at by a bunch of young girls, Chao Hua sulked. "Teacher, we've made a huge embarrassment of ourselves." "Ah, if I were you, I'd go back and bring someone else over now." Director Zhou laughed and gave Zhao Yuanshun a pat on the shoulder, then smugly said, "But don't worry, come here, let me introduce you." He presented someone to Zhao Yuanshun. "Know who this is? The troupe leader of Jin Ming's dance troupe, Master Jin Ming." The students from Jinying all stared in awe. This Master Jin Ming was a tough guy. "This is Director Zhao Yuanshun from Jinying." Director Zhou cheerfully introduced Jin Ming to Zhao Yuanshun. Quite the young talent. Only 28 and already a deputy director. Not a small prospect. Just a bit unreliable. Came in a rush this time. Brought so few people, really a pity. But that's no issue. Wanting to get on the Spring Festival Gala. Isn't it just a word from Mr. Jin? Wang Hao. That's why you can't show off in front of Brother Hao. Otherwise, you're bound for a swollen face. See? Brother Hao didn't even need to do anything, and you've already met a fiasco, right? Hello. Zhao Yuanshun's face went green. Today was a major loss of face. "Nice to meet you." Jin Ming, holding his cigar, extended his hand. "Once my team passes the selection, if you have any outstanding students who want a spot, just let me know, I can arrange it. It's no trouble." Thank you. Zhao Yuanshun quickly shook hands with him and said, "I definitely need to visit Mr. Jin when I have the chance." Faced with someone truly influential in the circle, Zhao Yuanshun had no choice but to bow his head. After all, he was just bringing students for auditions. Jin Ming could send anyone he liked to the Spring Festival Gala directly, not in the same league. After all, with many people in the dance troupe, slipping in one or two was just too easy. Chapter 432. Every sentence hits the spine. Zhao Yuanshun was pinned to the ground in one fell swoop, and the students couldn't bear to watch. Speaking of which, this guy really knows how to pose. See that little ponytail of his? Probably about to flip up in delight. Huh? Such attitude right from the start. Impressive. Actually, it had nothing to do with Wang Hao. He was merely there to soy sauce, an onlooker joining in the fun. But unexpectedly, as soon as Jin Ming saw Wang Hao, he furrowed his brow, and after taking a closer look, "How come this guy looks so familiar?" Jin Ming took another careful look and suddenly laughed. "Ah, turns out to be the emotional consultant from the first episode of If You Are the One, Mr. Wang Hao. Oh, I've heard much about you. What brings you here?" After he spoke, Chao Hua and the others behind him were totally stunned. This guy is a celebrity. I remember now. I watched the first episode of If You Are the One too. It's just that because he was on it, I don't remember it well. But now that you mention it, it's true. Interesting. We have such impressive figures among us. Zhao Yuanshun took another look at Wang Hao, realizing he was amid hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He actually recognizes me? Just accompanying these students for a turn. Wang Hao casually made up an excuse, smilingly reached out his hand, Your dance troupe is quite strong. Having 4 teams perform at the last Mid-Autumn Festival celebration, impressive. That was Jean Ming's proud creation. Jean Ming responded with a chuckle, just SOSO. Actually, I had it all packaged, but still, I had to leave some food on the plate for others in the industry, so I ended up with just 4 teams. The students behind Chao Hua burst into jeers. This guy really knew how to show off. Looking at that little goatee under his chin. What, an artist type. Impressive, master, Wang Hao exclaimed. Such a commanding presence is indeed different. Thanks for the praise. Jean Ming demurely tapped his cigarette ash, then looked at Wang Hao and smiled. But speaking of it, I've seen the episode you hosted of If You Are the One, and it really didn't seem to suit you. It was all right, Wang Hao nodded. Just one episode, one episode. Wang Hao was merely being polite, but to everyone's surprise, Jean Ming responded with a remark that stunned everyone present. Yes, indeed you're not really suited for that kind of thing, being so young and all, which is why you were replaced after just one episode. I was thinking then, you see, I've dated dozens of girlfriends, quite rich in emotional experience, right? If I were hosting If You Are the One, the ratings would surely be higher. Upon hearing this, everyone present was somewhat dazed, the onlooking crowd expressing confusion. What exactly does this guy mean? Is this a joke, or is he serious? Damn, what's this situation? Some students quietly discussed behind. Is he serious? Criticizing the man's hosting to his face. This guy's way too arrogant. Well. Wang Hao was also stunned, never expecting this arrogant oddball to say such a thing, and momentarily didn't know how to respond. I've mentioned before that I don't really like recording shows as I'm more of a low-profile person, so I just proposed this creative idea to host one episode as a sample, and that was fine. But, Mr. Jean, are you serious or are you just joking with me? I'm not joking. Jean Ming, holding a cigar between his fingers, spread his hands and chuckled. Ever since I first saw the episode you hosted, I've been thinking, if I were sitting in that seat, it would definitely bring more drama. After all, I'm older and have richer emotional experience, don't you think? Wang Hao. Damn, this guy is really outrageous. Where does this baffling confidence come from? The students behind him were all taken aback, unable to grasp what he was thinking. With his long braid like someone from another era and that small mustache, he looked like those Japanese officers in anti-Japanese war dramas, with a narrow vision filled with colors. But honestly, pretending to be a nouveau riche, wearing a very tacky suit and smoking a cigar, I really want to spit in his face. Pretending to be all that, asking for a lightning strike, isn't he? So, that's how it is. Wang Hao paused again, not sure if Jean Ming was joking, then took a deep breath and smiled. First off, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Jean. But you see, about hosting that show, even if it's not particularly endearing, it at least shouldn't be annoying. He had only just started speaking, and the students immediately couldn't help but burst into laughter. The teacher's words were too powerful, a slap in the face indeed. That just summed up Jean Ming in one sentence. Teacher is awesome. Chao Hua and a bunch of students gave a thumbs up in secret. Such a fantastic face slap. Clearly, Wang Hao was just getting started. Additionally, not to claim too much, but at least the aesthetic should be normal. A suit is formal wear, of course. I usually don't like to wear them, not very comfortable. But if I really have to wear a suit, I can manage that. It's not a big deal. Subjecting myself to discomfort is one thing. But if it causes discomfort to the viewers, that would really damage the brand. About that hairstyle of yours, I don't think it's quite suited for wearing a suit. You should probably wear a traditional Chinese garment instead. Oh, and you must get rid of that little mustache. At least we aim for cleanliness and neatness on TV, and that mustache just doesn't give that impression. His speech, though devoid of any profanity, was a piercing critique, hitting all the sore spots. Chapter 433. Slap in the face must be done in person. The students listening in the back were utterly captivated, looking at Wang Hao as if he was some sort of god. Jean Ming's face changed, his hand holding the cigar trembled, and Wang Hao wasn't done yet. Moreover, look, Wang Hao pointed at Jean Ming's hair and said, actually, your hairstyle isn't much of a problem. However, it might not be so easy to manage on television because the station demands no dandruff. And it seems you have oily hair. I guess you'd at least need some professional degreasing shampoo and a good wash, then a bit of styling. Otherwise, the stylist can't do anything for you. Zhao Yuanshan was so delighted, he almost wanted to hug Wang Hao and kiss him. Awesome. Truly satisfying. And this cigar, Wang Hao said with a smile, glancing at the cigar. Mr. Jean, your cigar is a bit small. There are many standard sizes for cigars, like Robusto, Churchill, Torpedo, Corona, and dozens more. Beginner entrants looking at various cigars might be clueless and often say, "Hey, give me a small one to try first. If I like it, I can slowly try the bigger ones later." You might be one of them, but I want to remind you that small cigars aren't suitable for beginners. They don't easily taste good and are likely to burn too hot, with an overly strong flavor that only veterans can handle. Conversely, most larger cigars not only taste good but also burn milder at the beginning, making them more acceptable for beginners. If you really don't like it, just put it out. Furthermore, Wang Hao continued educating Jin Ming. The most important thing about learning to smoke cigars is exhale the smoke. You must acknowledge the major difference from smoking cigarettes. You shouldn't inhale the smoke into your lungs, but forcefully blow it out. You're not looking to breathe in the smoke, but to savor the remaining fragrance. But just now, you inhaled all the smoke. If we're aiming for a fine taste, showing weakness like that isn't ideal. The students listening nearby were dumbfounded and then covered their mouths to laugh. This Wang Hao, he slapped faces without using foul language, yet still left people utterly unable to retaliate. Beautifully done. At this point, Jin Ming already wanted to throw his cigar away, but Wang Hao didn't give him such an opportunity and continued the face slapping. Also, these shoes. Look, as a dance master, you must often deal with dance and wear shoes slightly different from formal requirements. Pairing those with your hair and this small cigar isn't quite suitable. Don't take what I said too personally. I'm purely speaking according to station requirements. Besides, as this is an emotional matchmaking show, the host isn't really that important. But, I think, at least, this concept should be clear. Let me give an example of two types of people. One type uses their phones daily, playing on WeChat, shaking it to set up meetings, and sharing photos with everyone. We usually call these people experienced drivers, like asking for advice about certain channels or where to find beautiful girls. Another type is when someone finally has a girlfriend and takes care of her, tolerating her flaws while praising her strengths. I think such emotional relationships are more likely to last. So, considering our show is about emotional interaction, we're not looking for a bus driver here. I believe Mr. Jean you understand. After these words, all the students behind Wang Hao gave thumbs up. So powerful, hitting the nail on the head with every sentence, pointing out Jin Ming's posturing while directly highlighting his superficiality. Far more satisfying than direct insults. The teacher is awesome, speaking with such finesse. You have to be classy even when shading someone. Really learned a lot. Yes, speaking truthfully is an art. Knowing what to say to whom is even a more profound art. I'll definitely study how to classy shade from now on. Decided to worship the teacher. Jin Ming was so choked up by Wang Hao's words he didn't manage to retort, and Director Zhou's face turned green, stretching his neck, but clearly unsure what to say. Talk about bad timing. Just then, it was the Jin Ming dance troupe's turn to go in for their audition. Jin Ming quickly smiled and said, it's time for our dance troupe's audition. Teacher Wang Hao, I won't chat here anymore. I'll first go in and catch up with the judges inside, and we can talk after the audition ends. Go on. Go ahead, Wang Hao said cheerfully, waving his hand. Just make sure you don't mention taking over the judge's spot once you're inside. I'm quite easygoing, but others may not be. Wu Jiao burst out laughing. This teacher still didn't forget to twist the knife. After Jin Ming embarrassingly entered the audition office, Zhao Yuanshun anxiously said, Teacher, what you said was spot on, but he is good friends with the assistant general manager of the big stage. Now that he's gone in first, we might be in a tight spot. Oh, Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever. I also know people at the big stage. Hearing that Wang Hao also knew people, everyone present was shocked. Chao Hua urgently asked, Teacher, you know people too? Who do you know? Hope it's not just the night watchman. Chapter 434. Is Brother Hao's face this powerful? You guys have no idea, do you? Wang Hao said with a grin. Little Yaya is my classmate. We're as close as can be. Cut the crap. Zhao Yuanshun immediately shouted, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could he possibly be your classmate? I heard he was just a graduate from some no-name university and only made something of himself after meeting some powerful benefactor. You couldn't possibly run in the same circles. Everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly, exactly. Wang Hao. Damn it. What does background have to do with anything? Am I from a low background? As the commotion continued, several members of the Jinming dance troupe began to come out, and the Central Film students standing by eagerly inquired. Upon asking, their faces immediately lit up with excitement, and they began to whisper, "Wow, you all got the position. Are you going to be on the Spring Festival Gala?" That assistant manager really shows a lot of respect for our troop leader. Of course, we got hired. Man, Master Jinming really is amazing. He's got some wild connections. As they were talking, Jinming and the big stage assistant general manager came out laughing and talking. After the last staff member came out, there was a loud click as they actually locked the door. Teacher Wang Hao, Director Zhao. I'm terribly sorry, Jinming said proudly as he greeted Wang Hao and his group. The hiring for this morning is over. I'm going off to have lunch with Manager Su and have also invited 2 important guests. I'm afraid there won't be time to continue today. Why don't you guys head back first? Sorry about that. As soon as Jinming finished speaking, everyone from Jinying was stunned. Holy shit, this guy just whisked everyone away. So what's the point in auditioning now? What do we do? Seeing the situation, Zhao Yuanshun immediately became anxious and said, "He's taken everyone with him. We've come all this way for nothing today. Who knows what might happen after they finish lunch? What's the point of still auditioning?" This was a great opportunity for the students to be seen. If they lost this chance, it would be a huge loss. After all, this time it was linked to CCTV. The CCTV Spring Festival Gala. What kind of viewership ratings does that have? Actually, it's no big deal, Wang Hao said, looking at the smug Jinming with a chuckle. I'm actually quite curious about who he invited. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Hao mentioned this, Jinming became even more pleased with himself. He dashed to the staircase and laughed. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Little Yaya. Haha, your comedy sketches are my absolute favorite. I'm so thrilled you could do me this favor this time. Little Yaya is here. Upon hearing this, the students and dance troupe members there for the audition brightened up, their eyes shining like light bulbs. Many girls desperately squeezed toward the elevator, screaming, "Little Yaya's my dream husband. I want an autograph. Little Yaya, please. Give me an autograph. I've got the spot already. Just sign on my chest, Little Yaya. Can't you be more decent? Little Yaya, sign for me. I even prepared a few pairs of panties. I want to keep you close to me all the time. Little Yaya. Hey, no need to rush, everyone. I have plenty of time today. Which spot would this lady like me to sign?" A large crowd surrounded Little Yaya, desperate for autographs. Zhao Yuanshuan's students were as frantic as could be. Chao Hua shouted, "It's Little Yaya. I love him so much." Lu Peng also nodded. "Yeah, too bad we're not girls. It might be tough to ask for autographs." Everyone's eyes were shining brightly. They all adored Little Yaya. Lately, they had been watching his comedy sketches over and over. While everyone was anxious, Wang Hao simply called out, "Yu Peng, who's calling me?" The moment Little Yaya heard that, he looked up and around, and when he saw Wang Hao, his little eyes instantly bulged out, and he nearly drooled. Ignoring Jinming, he rushed over to Wang Hao, exclaiming with surprise, "My heavens! Brother Hao, when did you get here? Why didn't you call me?" Then he slapped Wang Hao's arm with a sly smile. "Pick your coat. Pick your coat." Jinming. Director Zhou. Zhao Yuanshun. Other onlookers unaware of the truth. What's going on here? Wang Hao actually knows Little Yaya, the superstar who's now famous all over Jiangnan. And not just that, Little Yaya seemed to treat him like a long-lost brother when he saw him. Look at that smile. It doesn't stop there. The owner of the big stage who came in with Little Yaya rushed up too. Brother Hao, what are you doing here? Why didn't you call me so I could have sent a car for you?" Jinming. Director Zhou. Zhao Yuanshun. Other onlookers unaware of the truth. Jinming's face turned green with envy. What's going on? Wang Hao not only knows Little Yaya, but even the big stages Mr. Wu calls him Brother Hao. Hey, are you starting to provide cars for pickup now? Wang Hao approached with a beaming smile and said, I was just thinking of bringing the students here to check it out. But it looks like the audition has ended, and you're all set to go for drinks. Mr. Wu from the big stage glanced at the assistant general manager, then at his watch, followed by a look at Wang Hao, then back at Jin Ming. Mr. Wu cautiously asked, Brother Hao, what's the situation with you all? Brought a few students over to give it a shot. We haven't got around to us yet. Wang Hao nodded, and we're just about to go out for lunch. That's not a problem at all. Mr. Wu immediately made a decision. Brother Hao, all it takes is your word, and it's done. Tell me how many. I'll keep as many spots open as I can. Holy crap, when he said that, Xiao Hua and the others were completely dumbfounded. Is Brother Hao's influence really that strong? With just one sentence, Mr. Wu immediately made up his mind, and he said he could keep as many spots open as possible. These last few days I almost drank myself to death. Going to Grandma's house for New Year's, drink. Going to Grandpa's house for New Year's, drink. Meeting friends, drink. Meeting classmates, drink. Damn, the fact that I can still write is almost a miracle. But don't worry, everyone, we'll be back to regular updates soon. I absolutely can't let any unique situations arise. By the way, let me celebrate my book hitting over 10,000 average subscriptions. Thanks for the love and support from all my brothers and sisters. Bows. Chapter 435. Now it's completely ruined. Saying that I'm delaying your meal. Wang Hao scratched his head a bit embarrassedly and said, Everyone's pretty hungry around noon. It's time for lunch. Mr. Wu stepped forward and grabbed Wang Hao's arm. Brother Hao, let's go. I insist on treating you today. Let's head to Kaiwei. We'll go for a 20,000 yuan per table rate. Kaiwei Hotel. Damn. Hearing this name made everyone around start to drool. That's the most famous grand hotel in Jinhua. It's also at least top 3 among 5-star hotels in this area. Jin Ming was completely stunned. What's going on? Just now he was flattering these two, and now suddenly they want to treat Wang Hao to Kaiwei upon meeting him. It was shocking enough, but Wang Hao seemed totally unenthusiastic, mumbling, Not this lousy place again. Can't we change the restaurant? I've been freaking staying there every day lately. Kaiwei Hotel? You stay there every day? Do you know how many people can't even afford to eat there, my dear brother? Huh? Really? Mr. Wu was shocked. Then let's switch. Another one. Wherever Brother Hao wants to go, that's where we'll head. Wang Hao smiled with delight. That's more like it. Right. Mr. Wu glanced at Wang Hao, then at Jin Ming, and asked, Do you two know each other? Don't know him, Wang Hao said listlessly, mentioning Jin Ming. Anyway, we're not exactly close. Hearing this, Jin Ming collapsed completely. Done for. Now it's really over. This Wang Hao is so close to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu is the hotshot everyone's after now. Even the head of Zhonghai TV station has to show him respect, offending him. Oh, it doesn't matter. Sure enough, Mr. Wu hugged Wang Hao's neck. We'll eat our meal. Little Yaya, call up Director Zhou and Zhao Laoyan and tell them Brother Hao is here. Even if they're busy with women right now, tell them to roll over here. And also call Brother Liu. That guy is always talking about missing Brother Hao. It's perfect now that he's here. Little Yaya immediately pulled out his phone. Right away, no problem. I'm making the call now. That's it. No chance of dining now. Mr. Wu plans to exclusively entertain Wang Hao. Everyone around was dumbstruck. No one expected this teacher to be so influential. Hey, what background does this teacher have? How come Mr. Wu is treating him so politely? Yeah, and not only do they call him Brother Hao, but even people like Director Zhou, Zhao Laoyan, and Brother Liu show him such respect. Wait a sec, it's confusing. Director Zhao just mentioned that little Ye met a noble person, judging by their attitude. Could this noble person be the teacher? Dude, it's possible. If so, aren't we hitching ourselves to a rising star? Xiao Hua rushed up to Wang Hao first, asking, Teacher, are you that noble person? Noble my ass. Wang Hao hit him on the head, annoyed. Just focus on learning your acting. Don't go where you don't belong. By this time, Zhao Yuanshun was already dumbstruck. Could this teacher be that person, the one who suddenly made little Yaya skyrocket to stardom, the bigwig? Zhao Yuanshun was still in shock when he heard little Yaya's phone go off. After answering, Yaya excitedly said to Wang Hao, Brother Hao, Director Zhou, and Zhao Laonian will be here soon. Brother Lu is already downstairs. They told me to hold on to you tightly, lest you slip away, he. Jin Ming. Director Zhou. Zhao Yuanchun. Other clueless onlookers. Damn, is Wang Hao really this influential? These trending folks are all showing up. The crowd was shocked. Clearly, Brother Hao had far exceeded their expectations. Within 5 minutes, Brother Lu burst in, sweating profusely, and yelled, "Brother Hao! Where's Brother Hao? Brother Hao! Wang Hao! Damn, can you keep it down a bit? You're embarrassing me. Brother Lu, you're here." Zhao Yuanchun was thrilled to see a familiar face and rushed forward. "It's me, Yuanchun. Where's Brother Hao?" Brother Lu shoved him aside, searching the room until he finally found Wang Hao, his excitement palpable. "Brother Hao? Haha, I've missed you so much. Lately, I've been wondering when I could see you again to ask for more advice, but you've been busy, so I didn't dare disturb you." Jin Ming. Director Zhou. Zhao Yuanchun. Other clueless onlookers. I just brought some students for an audition today. Wang Hao chuckled. "It's been a long time indeed, he." "That's for sure." Brother Lu laughed. "The viewers love my skit. Now on our big stage, if I don't perform for at least half an hour, the audience won't let me leave the stage. They just love it when I walk around like I'm not sick, haha." As they were talking, the elevator doors opened, spilling out people like Doraemon's magical pocket. Brother Hao. Brother Hao, what brings you here?" A cunning little guy strutted over and hugged Wang Hao tightly. "I've got you now. Everyone come over. It's Brother Hao. Brother Hao is here." Following behind, Director Zhou and Zhao Laonian each grabbed an arm. Thrilled. "Brother Hao, you finally remembered us. It's been so long, and not even a phone call." Chapter 436. Brother's heartbreaking past. These folks are just too enthusiastic, making me feel all embarrassed. "Isn't this just meeting up?" Wang Hao sniffled and laughed. "I haven't had lunch yet anyway. Let's talk while we eat. By the way, look at these students of mine. And there's Director Zhao and Mr. Zhang. Let's all go together." The crowd cheered. "With Brother Hao here, we definitely have to go together. We'll host. Can't say much for others, but we can definitely afford a meal. Let's go. Let's go to Kaiwa Hotel." Wang Hao suddenly freaked out. "Can you guys stop bringing up Kaiwa? That lousy place is where I stay every day." Right. Let's change the venue." Mr. Wu said cautiously. "How about we go to Fragrance Overflowing? The standard there isn't bad either, and I just happen to know the manager, so we should be able to get a table." Wang Hao. "All right, I guess. I'm starving anyway." Crowd. "Look at Brother Hao's standards. Even Fragrance Overflowing is barely acceptable." A group surrounded Wang Hao and headed out, leaving Master Jin Ming standing there, disheveled in the wind. Mr. Wu found some random restaurant to accommodate Zhao Yuanchun and a bunch of students, and they gave Wang Hao a mournful look before leaving. "Brother Hao, when you get back to Earth, we've got to promote you big time." Now only a few of the core characters were left, and soon they arrived at Fragrance Overflowing Restaurant, ready to start eating. Everyone took their seats, and Mr. Wu ordered almost exclusively the most expensive dishes. It was clear he was riding high these days. Impressive. Brother Hao, while waiting for the dishes, Mr. Wu, with a glass in his hand, said, "If it weren't for you, we'd probably still be nobodies. I've wanted to treat you to a drink for a while, but I knew you were busy and didn't want to bother you. Today, we finally have this opportunity. Please forgive us if anything is amiss." Lu Bighead and the others all nodded. "Brother Hao, please forgive us." "No problem at all." Wang Hao also raised his glass, smiling. "That's all in the past. We're all good friends now. No need for formalities. Come on, let's drink to that." And with that, they all took a drink. As time passed, they almost ate and drank non-stop, and after several rounds of drinks and a variety of tastes, Yupeng leaned in close to Wang Hao, whispering mysteriously, "By the way, Brother Hao, I was actually planning to come find you. Guess who I saw a couple of days ago?" Little Yaya saw someone? Who? Wang Hao, intrigued by Little Yaya's secretive expression, asked, "A man or a woman?" "A woman," Yupeng hinted with a wink. "Give it a guess." "Someone from our university." "A woman." Wang Hao stroked his chin. "All the girls from our class are said to have flown away, either married elsewhere or studying abroad. Some are even working as Personal shoppers overseas. Who would bother to call you? Can't guess, can you? Yupeng was thrilled to finally stump Wang Hao and exclaimed, Xia Lily, how about that? Didn't see that coming, did you? Holy shit, who did you say? Wang Hao was utterly stunned at the name. Xia Lily, the beauty of the class and the faculty back in university. Brother Hao had chased after her once and ended up deeply hurt. The gap between them was like Earth and the sun, wasn't it? You saw her. Wang Hao looked at Yupeng with shock. Don't tell me you want to chase after her. Good heavens, how could she possibly fancy me? Yupeng immediately covered his mouth, saying, Nothing much, really. I just happened to stumble upon her these past few days in Jinhua. She's impressive now. Seems like her family's business made a lot of money. When I saw her, she was driving a Porsche Cayenne, wearing sunglasses, and looked super cool. Wang Hao, Xia Lily is that impressive now. What did you two talk about? Wang Hao asked cautiously. Is she showing off that she's getting married? Her husband must be something, huh? She didn't mention that. I don't think that's the case. Yupeng shook his head. Remember, she was a student council cadre back then, with countless guys chasing after her. Think about it. Brother Hao, when you chased after her, what did she say? She told you the gap was too big. Not a good match. Hard to have a common language. I remember you were pretty. Devastated, I drank 8 bottles of beer with you that night and ended up throwing up. That was during university times. But now I think she's even more beautiful. Wang Hao, damn, that was a sorrowful past for me. I almost wanted to cry out, do not belittle the poor youth back then. And now she's actually come back? Let's not talk about that. All those heartbreaking memories. Wang Hao said with a laugh while shaking his head. I was quite devastated back then, but now it's all just water under the bridge. Isn't there a saying, the world is full of beauty. Why should a great man worry about finding a wife? I'm doing quite well now. By the way, I thought she went abroad after graduation, right? So she's back in China now. Seems like it. Yupeng first nodded with a hearty smile in agreement, then added, who knows? I just stumbled upon her and got her phone number. If you're interested, Brother Hao, should I give you her number? Give me a break. Wang Hao's head was shaking like a tambourine. I've got no business with her, and I'm doing fine. Why mix things up with her? After dinner, Wang Hao couldn't even remember how he got home. Lying in bed, his mind was full of thoughts about Xia Lily. Wang Hao had really liked Xia Lily back in university, but unfortunately, there was no way. The chasm between them was too vast. No need to share the details, but in the end, he didn't win her over. Xia Lily left him with a simple, we're not a match before. Going abroad to study, while Wang Hao was left working in Zhonghai for some pocket money. And in the blink of an eye, time had changed everything, and Wang Hao was filled with a sense of melancholy. He lit up a cigarette. The world is full of beauty. I'll just pine for one. Whatever. Resolutely, he grabbed his cell phone and hit the internet. One must do something online. I heard that this drifting bottle thing is quite interesting. Time to give it a try. Chapter 437. Oh my. I've heard lots of people are using WeChat to hook up. Brother Hao just couldn't believe it. New age hipsters, with so many apps out there, who'd still use this. But then again, it's pretty boring being alone in a hotel at night, and the crew is busy as hell. I'm too embarrassed to bother them. So let's just play for a bit. Wang Hao picked up his phone to start fishing for drifting bottles. He actually caught one. Quick, look. Wang Hao excitedly opened the bottle. Let's see what fun stuff is inside. A drifting bottle from Jinhua. Little naughty. Handsome, if you're feeling lonely at night, you can come and play with me. I am pretty lonely, huh? Wang Hao, play what? Little naughty. Stop it, you know what I mean. It's what you guys all want to play at night. What guys all want to play at night? Wang Hao. Chaotic continent. Which district are you in? What level are you? Little naughty. Little naughty. Go to hell. Wang Hao. Fuck, why? Wish me dead. Did I say something wrong? Wang Hao, hey. Hey, where are you? Which district? What level are you? System. Hello, you are not on the other person's friends list. If you would like to talk, please add them as a friend. Wang Hao. Your sister. Isn't this drifting bottle supposed to be a place for lonely boys and girls to interact? Why delete me just like that? Forget it. After all, we live in an era where silly youths run wild in the streets. It's pretty normal to run into 1 or 2 nuts. Let's fish again. This time it's a guy. Little fortune god. Got any porn videos? Send me a few to enjoy. Even if I'm not educating you in the 8 honors and 8 shames, how could I just hand out something like that? Wang Hao. Are you trying to bait me into sending a short video so you can report me and inherit my scriptwriter title? Little fortune god. Get lost. Your sister. I'll keep going. This time it's a bottle from Zhonghai. Happy little miss. Got any hookups tonight? Want to meet up? Sure. Is it heartfelt, kidney-related, or tactical movement? Wang Hao. Meet up for what? Happy little miss. Jack comes and covers the tiger. Wang Hao. Chaotic Grand Canyon. Happy little miss. Exciting? Surprising? Happy. How come there's no common topic here? This really doesn't make someone happy. A drifting bottle from Shenzhen. I am a little wizard. Brother, can you help me out? Wang Hao, what help? I am a little wizard. What's the purpose of the 4 I/O ports of the MCS 51 microcontroller? How is the 3 bus system allocated? Damn, such an easy question, trying to stump me? Wang Hao. The 4 ports of the 51 microcontroller can all be used as I/O ports, and besides the P1 port, the other 3 I/O ports have secondary functions. The P0 port can be used as a data bus port, allowing for 8-bit read-write to external memory. The P2 port can also act as the upper 8 bits of the address when expanding the system. P3 port, besides the I/O port function, has a secondary function that includes P3.0, serial input port RxD, P3.1, serial output port TXD, P3.2, external interrupt 0 INT0, P3.3, external interrupt 1, P3.4, timer 0 external interrupt T0, P3.5, timer 1 external interrupt T1, P3.6, external memory write WR, P3.7, external memory read RD. The 3-bus allocation is P2 P0 forms a 16-bit address bus. P0 port serves as a data bus when time sharing, requiring a latch, and P3 port can be used for the control bus. I am a little wizard. Fuck, big brother, you're too awesome. Wang Hao, absolutely. After fishing for more bottles for a while, Wang Hao was thoroughly enjoying himself when a WeChat message suddenly pinged. He picked it up, and hey, it was none other than our celebrity sending a message. Bai Yining, what are you doing? Wang Hao, fishing for drifting bottles. It's so much fun. Bai Yining, drifting bottles? Aren't you up to something bad? I've heard it's not very decent. Wang Hao, not at all. I just helped someone out. Bai Yining, I don't believe it. Dare to send me a screenshot? Oh my, of course I dare. Wang Hao sent Bai Yining a picture. Bai Yining, you understand microcontrollers? Wang Hao, absolutely, what don't I know he? Bai Yining, you're impressive. Wang Hao, when are you coming back? Isn't the film festival over? Bai Yining, not so soon. I'm not just here for that. I'm also accompanying my dad to discuss some business, so it'll be at least half a month before I can return. Wang Hao, that long, huh? Bai Yining, yeah. Wait for me to come back. I'll find you then. Wang Hao, okay, then I'll pick you up when the time comes. Bai Yining, we'll see, smiley face. Putting his phone away, Wang Hao lay on the bed. Ah, chatting with a big star feels so good. Time to sleep. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early and had just finished getting ready when the phone rang. Xia Sweki. He picked up immediately, asking, what's up? Brother Hao. Xia Sweki sounded a bit nervous on the phone, whispering, are you free right now? I need to ask for your help. What's up? Tell me. Seeing that Sweki was now one of his own, Wang Hao naturally wouldn't refuse. If I can help, no problem. Brother Hao, I'm at the hotel entrance, Sweki whispered. Can we meet and talk? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure. Wait there. I'll be right over. Chapter 438. Does the director want to exploit unspoken rules? Wang Hao headed straight for the hotel's main entrance after leaving the room. From a distance, he saw Xia Sweki anxiously waiting by the roadside, her head down, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, lost in thought. Sweki, what's wrong? Wang Hao approached and asked, have you run into some trouble? Brother Hao. As soon as she saw Wang Hao emerge, Xia Sweki's face was filled with distress. Brother Hao, I really didn't want to bother you, but with our relationship, just say what's on your mind. Wang Hao led Xia Sweki into a nearby coffee shop and inquired, what happened exactly? Xia Sueki hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up with resolve in her eyes. My aunt's daughter is an actress in a production team. Everything was fine at first, and she even had a role, so I didn't mention it. But in the past 2 days, my sister called me, saying her role might be taken away. And here I was, thinking it was something serious. This is easy, Wang Hao replied. If she can't stay with that production team anymore, just come join mine. Getting her a role? That's a matter of minutes. It's not as simple as that, Xia Sueki said with a gloomy expression. I heard from my sister that it might involve breach of contract. If there's really a problem, the fine is $500,000. My sister doesn't have that kind of money. A breach of contract fine? Wang Hao frowned upon hearing this and asked, this doesn't sound so straightforward. Tell me more. Why is her role being taken away? When this was brought up, Xia Sueki looked around before saying, I heard from my sister that it might be the director wanting to. Wang Hao got the message. To put it bluntly, the director wanted to exploit Xia Sueki's sister using the so-called hidden rules. Her sister refused, so the director started hassling her, demanding she pay the breach of contract fine to leave, or she'd have to agree. So, which almighty director was this, playing such big shots? This director is pretty high-handed, huh? Wang Hao stood up, smiling. Let's go. I'd like to see for myself what sort of person this director is, thinking he can completely heavenly covering things like this. Damn it. Even I haven't exploited anyone like that, and here he is, playing schemes. Pretty sneaky. The two headed out, with Xia Sueki leading Wang Hao straight to another film and television base within JH City, Dragon Film City. This base focused on producing content about modern history, and many of the most recent domestic films about the anti-Japanese war and the Liberation War were shot there. Soon they arrived at the entrance, and Xia Sueki said, This is it. Brother Hao, I heard that director is a big deal. Can you handle it? Damn, what kind of big shot haven't I seen before? What's there to fear? Let's go. Wang Hao parked the car and entered Dragon Film City with Xia Sueki, then asked, Where's your sister? Over. Here. Xia Sueki walked towards one of the buildings, a 3-story retro standalone villa with a refined appearance. Normally, actors filming here wouldn't be bad, but as they approached the door, they overheard the director bellowing, Lu Xuyan, can't you act properly? Can you? How many times have I emphasized that you need to put your heart into it? If you can act, then act. If not, get lost and start over. Damn, what's going on? This director is quite hot-tempered. Xia Sueki was about to rush in upon seeing this, but Wang Hao pulled her back. Don't rush in. Let's take a look first. While speaking, they peered through a window inside, and Wang Hao soon spotted the Lu Xuyan being berated by the director, asking, Is that your sister? Xia Sueki nodded. Yes. Wang Hao took a closer look at Lu Xuyan. It was no surprise that she was Xia Sueki's sister. She was indeed very beautiful. What was particularly eye-catching was her chest, a pair that was quite substantial, along with her slim waist and long legs. Her body proportions were near perfect. No wonder the director had impure thoughts. Well, no more talk. This director had pretty good taste. The scene Lu Xuyan was filming was actually quite simple. They were shooting what seemed to be an urban drama, and her character was just a plain, girl-next-door type who was cooking for the protagonist in the kitchen. In any other production, this scene would have been easily approved, but the director was excessively picky, nitpicking every tiny misalignment, berating her. Lu Xuyan, how many times have I told you? You need to face the camera at a 42-degree angle, 42 degrees. That's at least 45 degrees. It's off. If it's not filmed right, it looks awful. Start over. At this point, the other actors couldn't bear to watch, whispering amongst themselves. What's with Director Liang today? Why is he in such a bad mood? Yeah, that last shot already looked good. If it were someone else, it would have passed by now. Why have we done over 30 takes without a pass? Definitely Director Liang has some ulterior motive. Alas, poor Xuyan, she's been marked. Keep your voice down. Do you want to ruin your career? If Director Liang hears you, you're done for. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Wang Hao and Xia Sueki exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It seemed Lu Xuyan was right. This Director Liang was clearly up to no good, deliberately making life difficult for her. Sure enough, halfway through the scene, Director Liang erupted again. Lu Xuyan, I'm warning you, if you can't act properly, just get lost and go home. Do you hear me? Your chin was at the wrong angle. Start over. Lu Shuyan was on the verge of tears, having filmed the scene over 30 times, each time B-rated by the director, and it still wasn't right. Just as they were preparing to shoot again, a deep voice suddenly came from the doorway. If you ask me, better not. Shoot it all. Director Liang, with your standards, I don't think anyone could do this scene. Chapter 439. This is a big deal. Who would stand up for me at this time? Lu Shuyan, with tears in her eyes, looked over and saw her sister Xia Sweki walking in with a young man. Suddenly, all her grievances erupted. She no longer cared about the filming and rushed over to Sweki, embracing her while crying. Little sister, sob, sob, sob. Xia Sweki patted her back to comfort her. It's okay. Don't cry, don't cry. Brother Hao is here. With him here, you can rest assured. Seeing someone interrupting halfway, Director Liang's face filled with rage as he stared at Wang Hao and cursed. Who the heck are you? Acting all high and mighty. Do you know we are filming here? What are you showing off for? Seeing injustice and drawing my sword to help, Wang Hao chuckled. If something doesn't sit right with me, I intervene. What? Director Liang, you intentionally make things difficult for others and don't allow them to speak up. Wow, quite the hero, aren't you? Director Liang said, looking at Wang Hao, then suddenly burst into laughter. Do you know who I am? Do you know whose crew this is? As soon as Director Liang finished speaking, the surrounding actors immediately started whispering. Alas, this is tragic. Director Liang has a strong backing. This young man is doomed. Yeah, even if this guy has some ability, he's nothing in front of Director Liang. Exactly, alas. There's always a higher mountain. This isn't going to end well. Hearing the murmurs around, Lu Shuyan became even more nervous, tightly gripping Xia Sweki's clothes, whispering, Little sister, let's leave. Director Liang has a powerful backer. I'm scared. It's okay, trust Brother Hao, Xia Sweki comforted. Brother Hao will handle it. Looking at Director Liang's smug face, Wang Hao touched his chin. Geez, this guy seems to have a solid backer. No wonder you are so arrogant. Turns out you have connections. Wang Hao looked around and smirked. Then why don't you tell us who you are? Today, I'll let you know, so you understand clearly before you die. Director Liang laughed heartily, his eyes focusing on Wang Hao, proudly saying, This is the Bai family's crew, and I belong to the Bai family. Haha, do you know the Bai family? Wang Hao was immediately stunned. Did I hear that right just now? Did he say the Bai family? The Bai family? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Which Bai family? If you don't even know the Bai family, I really don't know how you've been getting by. Director Liang laughed heartily and slapped his thigh. Which Bai family could it be? Of course, it's Zhao Fanghong Bai, of the 4 major families. Damn, it really is. Oh, Wang Hao nodded vehemently. So, it's that Bai family. I see. Then, Mr. Director, may I ask who in the Bai family are you under? Looks like this guy is acting all high and mighty. Probably not under my. Ning Ning. Who I'm under isn't something I need to tell you. Director Liang snorted, waving his hand dismissively. Security, throw this troublemaker out. Some small-time host coming here to boast. Totally clueless. Getting ready to throw people out already? Wang Hao chuckled and shrugged. Why the rush, Director Liang? You better not be using the Bai family's name to bluff and deceive. I'm bluffing and deceiving? Hearing this, Director Liang instantly became enraged, a cap he dare not wear, and shouted loudly. Fine. Then I'll let you know. I am Liang Zuching, a director under by Ming Hui of Mingqing Film Company from the Bai family. Whether it's true or not, go check for yourself. By Ming Hui? Never heard of him. I'll ask right now. All right, I'll ask right away. Wang Hao said as he took out his phone and directly called Bai Yining. I want to ask you about something. Is it convenient now? Bai Yining. Yeah, I'm not busy right now. Wang Hao. Bai Ming Hui, do you know him? Bai Yining. Bai Ming Hui? That's my uncle. What about him? Wang Hao. Nothing much. Just that one of his directors named Liang Zuching wants to impose hidden rules on a girl, and when she refused, he started making things very difficult for her. Coincidentally, this girl happens to be my agent's sister, you understand. Bai Yining. Wang Hao. That's the situation. Bai Yining. Okay, I'll call my uncle right away. His people will probably get here quickly. Send me the location first. After sending the location, Wang Hao grinned at director Liang Zuching, saying, All right, what happens next is out of my hands now. The main character will arrive soon. You can explain it to them. You dare to scare me. Upon hearing this, Liang Ziqing became furious, shouting, You actually dare to use a fake call to scare me here. Who do you think you are? The Bai family isn't something a trash like you can reach. Someone, get this shamming guy out of here. Here they come. As he spoke, security guards surrounded Wang Hao and his group, glaring ferociously. A crowd around them held their breath. This is going to blow up big. Director Liang is really angry this time. If it were me, I'd be angry too. A young guy in his mid-20s talking big about calling the Bai family. Anyone would be furious. True, scaring someone to their face. This has gone too far. Brother Hao. Lu Shuyan, seeing things about to escalate, was really scared and quickly tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve. Let's go back first. If worst comes to worst, I'll admit defeat and work hard to pay. Admit defeat my ass, it's nothing. Wang Hao chuckled looking at the 4 security guards. Honestly, he didn't consider these 4 people a threat at all. Could handle them in minutes. No need to admit defeat over such trivial matters, right? Chapter 440. Kick the iron plate. Kid, you've got some nerve. Liang Ziqing squinted his eyes a bit and said, Not going away. Huh. Then let me send you off. Take him down. Anything that happens is on me. Once Director Liang gave the order, security guards rolled up their sleeves and prepared to advance. Wang Hao pushed the Xia sisters behind him, then rolled up his sleeves too. Today, he was going to show them an action blockbuster. Come on. Wang Hao beckoned the 4 security guards with a crook of his finger. It's a good time to stretch my muscles. The 4 security guards exchanged glances before charging together. Wang Hao, I hit. Ada. Da. In less than a minute, the 4 security guards were all lying down. People around him broke out in a sweat. Holy shit, this guy's trained. He's so badass. Took down 4 guards in one go. Did I just see that right? Director Liang. Wang Hao, satisfied, moved his shoulders and said, Got any more? 4 is a bit few. Doesn't even count as a warm-up. Director Liang was so frightened he took a step back and said urgently, You actually dared to hit someone. Call the police. Call them now. Call the police. The moment he heard these words, Wang Hao burst out laughing and stepped towards Liang Ziqing. Director Liang, that's not very honest of you. Just now you said you'd take responsibility for anything, and now you want the police. What? What are you going to do? Liang Ziqing kept backing away, yelling loudly. If you come any closer, I'll really call the police. All right then, Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. It's no fun if you chicken out so quickly. But let's just wait, although I guess it will be quite a while. He said this and found himself a chair to sit on, then asked an actor nearby, Hey, do you have any water here? Pour me a cup, will you? The actor was completely baffled and brought him a glass of water reflexively. You? Please drink. Thank you. Wang Hao took the water, had a sip, and then said, The water's not bad. The whole scene was quiet, with Wang Hao sitting there alone as everyone else dared not make a sound. Time ticked away, and soon there was a roar of car engines from outside. Then a figure burst into the room in a hurry, shouting as he entered, Who is Liang Ziqing? Come out. Everyone turned to look, and the newcomer was a middle-aged man about 40, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Those who had seen him before gasped in recognition. Chief Kai. Everyone in the room was shocked. The man was none other than Bai Minghui's Grand Steward from Mingxing Film Company, a figure second to none. Who in the world was this young man? The Grand Steward at Bai Minghui's behest had come with just one phone call. Holy hell, how powerful is this guy? One call, and the Grand Steward shows up. No way. Am I seeing things? Is that really the Grand Steward? Of course it's real. Yes, the man who had arrived was Liang Ziqing's immediate superior, the Grand Steward Kai Yingzhe from the Bai family's Mingxing Film Company. Cold sweat. Instantly, Liang Ziqing was drenched in cold sweat and slumped to the floor, muttering, The Grand Steward. Now I'm done for. Upon entering, Kai Yingzhe looked around the room with an authoritative air and asked calmly, Which one of you is Mr. Wang Hao? It's me. Wang Hao stood up with a grin and said, Hello. I've been asked by the young miss to take a look. Kai Yingzhe nodded at Wang Hao and asked, I hear someone has been swindling under the name of the Bai family, and talking about implied rules and forcing people? Yes, that's right. Wang Hao pointed at Liang Ziqing sitting on the ground and said, "That scared guy over there, that's him. It's all yours now. I'll leave it in your hands." Actually speaking, the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry were quite common. Having grown up in a family like the Bai family, Bai Yining was no stranger to such things. Nonetheless, it was always something consensual, with some actresses even voluntarily asking for it, and everyone else just turning a blind eye. But this Liang Ziqing dared to use threats and inducements, which was intolerable. "Grand Steward, listen to my explanation." Liang Ziqing cried desperately. "It's not what you think." "Bullshit." Kai Yingzhe was furious, his eyebrows standing on end as he pointed at Wang Hao and addressed Liang Ziqing. "Do you know who he is? Let me tell you, he is a good friend of our Bai family's young miss." Could his words be false? With Kai Yingzhe's words, the room was filled with sounds of sharp intakes of breath. "Wait a minute, wait. This is confusing. Need to sort this out. The young miss of the Bai family is..." Gasp! Everyone was completely stunned. This Wang Hao, could it be, possibly, was the friend of Ice Princess Bai Yining? This, Liang Ziqing was ashen-faced, utterly finished. The friend of the Ice Princess, such a status could definitely crush him into nothing with just one word. At this moment, Lu Shuyan was utterly shocked as well. She had heard from her sister, who casually mentioned she was managing a tough person, but she had not expected him to be this tough. His influence was sky-high. She couldn't comprehend it at all. It was beyond even her wildest dreams. Her sister, the #1 female star of the Heavenly People's Republic, Ice Princess Bai Yining, was this person's manager? After hearing Wang Hao's identity, Liang Ziqing finally understood that he had indeed hit a wall. Chapter 441, Ashen-Faced. Ice Princess Bai Yining, the good friend of the young miss of the Bai family, was absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke. But now, it was too late for any words. He could only try to grasp at the last straw for salvation. "Grand Steward, give me another chance, please. I certainly won't dare to do it again. The film isn't finished yet, and if I leave now, the company's loss will truly be enormous." "Loss?" Kai Yingzhe's face turned ashen with anger as he pointed at Lu Shuyan and said, "Because of your personal desires, she had to take 30-something takes for just one scene. And now you're talking to me about losses? I really just wanted to make a good film." Liang Ziqing collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to explain. "Don't bother explaining," Kai Yingzhe shouted angrily. "From now on you'd better behave yourself. If I catch you doing such unreliable things again, be careful or I'll skin you alive." I understand. Liang Ziqing, scared out of his wits, fell to the ground, pleading nonstop. I absolutely won't dare again." After all, this was the Bai family's Grand Steward. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to make Liang Ziqing's life unbearable with just a word. "Mr. Wang Hao," Kai Yingzhe turned to Wang Hao and asked, "Do you have any other requests? As long as they're not too excessive, I'll try my best to accommodate you. As for requests, I'm indifferent. What is crucial is what our agent's sister says." "That, Sister Shuiyan." Wang Hao looked at Lu Shuyan and asked, "Do you have any conditions? With Mr. Kai here, if you have any demands, speak up now." I don't want to shoot here anymore," Lu Shuyan, clearly terrified, said quietly while lowering her head. "I want to leave, but there's the penalty for breaching the contract." It was evident that the numerous NGs had a significant impact on her. Now just standing on set filled her with fear. She was like a frightened deer, trembling at the slightest rustle. "If you want to leave, you can go at any time." Kai Yingzhe, realizing Lu Shuyan was genuinely shaken, pointed at Liang Ziqing and exclaimed, "Look, a perfectly fine young lady, and you've frightened her to this state. Now she wants to go, and naturally, I won't stop her. But leave if you must. The contract cannot be broken. The penalty for breaching the contract, right? You'll cover it." As soon as Kai Yingzhe finished those words, everyone around was stunned. The members of the crew present quietly commented among themselves. True to his role as Chief Steward Kai. Too impressive. Yes, and with that, he lets the person go and punishes Director Liang as well, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Hao's the man, such clout. It's as if his face is known all the way to the heavens. Liang Ziqing also knew that now the matter had blown open. Paying off the damages was the best solution. Even if he were unwilling a million times over, he had no choice but to accept defeat and replied humbly, I accept. I'll take responsibility for the money. At least you're sensible. Kai Ingzhe finally nodded and warned. Remember this, if I find out you're forcing others against their will again, think about the consequences yourself. Actually, it's quite normal to have unspoken rules in the film industry. Everyone who's in the business understands it. The problem lies when someone like Liang Zuqing coerces others into agreeing when they're clearly unwilling. That's just unacceptable. Kai Ingzhe was upset today because of this. Had it been a consensual arrangement, why would he have needed to drive all the way here? Now that the matter had finally been resolved satisfactorily, Wang Hao turned around, looked at Lu Shuyan with a smile, and asked, Is everything all right now? With Mr. Kai advocating for you, there's no need to be afraid anymore. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Shuyan, nearly in tears with gratitude, said, I'm finally at ease. Well, that's good. Wang Hao also knew that with Lu Shuyan leaving the project today, she might not receive her fee due to the contract breach, and where she would go next was a question. But as Wang Hao hesitated, he suddenly noticed that Lu Shuyan was tall with long legs and a slim waist. She was actually a real looker, pretty much like Lu Yin from his previous life. And come to think of it, Lu Yin, Lu Shuyan, the names were just one character different. Sister Shui Yin, Wang Hao asked with a beaming smile. If you don't have anything planned afterward, how about joining my crew? We just happen to be missing an actor, not a leading role, but still with quite a few scenes. How about it? Really? Lu Shuyan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Can I really take on the part? The character of Lan Feng Huang, the Miao sister in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, was described as voluptuous in the original work, which matched Sister Shui Yan's figure quite well. Shouldn't be a problem, Wang Hao nodded decisively. If you agree, I'll take you back to the set to give it a try. With such a formidable figure backing her, Lu Shuyan wouldn't necessarily have to swagger around on set, but at least she wouldn't be bullied. Without a second thought, she agreed. Okay, when shall we leave? Then it's settled. Wang Hao immediately stood up, ready to leave with Lu Shuyan and Xia Sueki. The sooner the better. Mr. Wang. Kai Ingzhe, seeing the three of them about to leave, quickly followed and suggested with a smile as they walked. If it's not too urgent, how about we go for lunch? No, not today. Wang Hao shook his head and replied with a smile. I really mustn't trouble you. I still have to get her settled back at the set. Let's do it some other time when I'm free. All right then, I won't disturb you anymore. Kai Ingzhe handed his business card to Wang Hao, saying, Call me anytime you need something. Got it. Wang Hao quickly pocketed the card. Then I'll be leaving now. Chapter 442. After leaving Dragon Film City, Wang Hao took the two girls and headed back to Kaiwa Hotel. Today really had gone quite smoothly. Sure, coming out to help was a minor thing, but scouting Lan Feng Huang had been a major coup. He remembered the production team was always distressed about not being able to find